Welcome to a Celtic State of Mind's Quadruple Treble Charity Weekender. I'm Paul John Dykes and I'm delighted to be here this morning. We're going to be here over the entire weekend. We're on for 12 hours. We're on from 8 till 8 today, and we have a whole host of Celtic shows, Celtic podcasts, Celtic fans, clubs, charities, and we are raising money for 4 charities this weekend. At the moment, we're already over the £10,000 mark, and let me tell you, I've got Tony Coleman joining us from Celtic Craic. Good morning, Tony. How are you?
A very good morning to you, Paul John. How is things with you this morning?
Oh, listen, I'm just delighted that you're here to open up this charity weekender. Could you just tell us who you are and where you're broadcasting from?
We're broadcasting from Belfast, Ireland. We started the Celtic Craic at the start of lockdown because the new supporters weren't getting their Celtic fix. So what we did, we came in and played all the songs of hope and joy, and we just taught Celtic. And when we started off our Celtic Craic for just, as I say, to bring the fans together, give a wee bit more information of what we were hearing at the start. Then as the weeks rolled on, we knew we were playing football. We started reaching out to a few players, and well, it came in abundance. Declan got to introduce some of his heroes, and it's been a great thing for his confidence and everything. He could do this with his eyes closed now. He's doing great out of it.
It's brilliant, Declan and Tony, and I'm really looking forward to your show. You've got an hour to open up the Celtic State of Mind Quadruple Treble Charity Weekender. I'm going to take a back seat and it's over to you guys, and I'll be back to you in about an hour's time, okay?
Thank you. Paul John, you're an absolute legend. Loving your stuff as well. So, Dex, here we go. It's Scottish Cup final weekend. We're all getting excited now. Tomorrow is the big day that we can make world history.
How are you feeling?
Personally, myself, yeah, I'm feeling all right now. Of course, the wobble was there a few weeks ago. We were a little bit on edge.
Yeah.
I don't want to go down the road of saying anything negative, because it is positivity all the way this weekend.
It's an important weekend. I think we'll be the first team ever to do all travel.
Yeah. This will be world history. I don't think any other team, well, I know any other team in the world hasn't done it yet.
Oh, but I'm back in ours at the minute. I'd say I'd be less confident if I don't get them 2 wins over our belt, but feeling a bit more confident as the team's going. We're more professional in our last 2 performances.
Yeah, and the only thing getting into the game tomorrow, it's essential that we don't bring passengers with us.
We're here to talk about.
We've learned, hopefully, needs to learn this lesson.
Judging by his press conference yesterday, I hope so. And he does say there, well, after the Kilmarnock game, he says people who got this should start. And then he's contradicted himself yesterday and says no room for sentimentality. So that tells me a certain person who we've all been talking about will be starting tomorrow, hopefully, fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Well, as much as I do nothing.
We've talked about the 2-hat mentality. Okay, if any of us haven't tuned into any of the stuff we have done over lockdown, please go on to YouTube. The interviews are all there with those players with them. As I say, we're trying to keep it positive during lockdown, so we interviewed them about their Celtic career. So good look at it.
Packy on there, Tom Boyd, Paddy McCourt, Jim Miller, Frank McInerney, Anton Rogan, Paul Byrne.
Yeah, and we even got one of the local Belfast guys that play for Celtic, Paddy McNally. And he gave us an insight that it was like for young kids from Belfast. They actually up sticks, moved to Glasgow, and play a bit of football over there and hard much it was the kid to leave Belfast and miss home, and it gave us a whole rundown. So it was great for young kids that had listened to that back a few months ago, and imagine what it's like actually to leave home and try and take a professional career. And he gave a great insight into what to do, and he played alongside
Callum McGregor,
KT.
Yeah.
Told us some great stories about them, which way KT gets selected into the squad. And so get in there. The interviews are all on YouTube if you want to get a watch of them. So you know what we'll do? We'll give Paul John's state of mind, a wee insight of how we travel here from Belfast,
Yeah.
and what a typical day is to go to a Celtic match. And touch wood, we get there before the end of the season. Things are not looking good, but at least we're playing football. Our day starts around about 5 a.m. in the morning for a 3 o'clock. This is a 3 o'clock kickoff.
Not half to pick off, to be honest.
Yeah, plus, so we would start up maybe up out of bed 5 a.m. in the morning. We have to travel around about a mile to our pickup point. We'd be down there around about 6:15. You would say pickup points in the morning now. Then the bus will go around and pick up all over Belfast. There's many supporters clubs here in Belfast, loads of them. So it's quite busy in the morning. You see all the buses coming down to pick everyone up. And that would be us all picked up and shipped down to the harbour. So that we get to the Stena line that takes us over to Quadruple, and that's around about
2 hours.
2 hours. Yeah. So that would get us in around about 10 to 10, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. On any given morning. So we pull into there, and it's the 2 hour journey. We hope 2 hours because you never know what traffic around about Glasgow gets us into the Velodrome car park for around about 12, 1 o'clock.
Yeah. It's from that.
Yeah, and then no, I mean, I'm the Celtic dad. He's the son. So he would say to me now, I used to take him by the hand, and now he just says to me, I built the association. He's away up by all the Green Brigaders, all the chanters, and you're away up that direction. And I'm away up to the Five Ways.
Celtic Battle.
Celtic Battle, you know. And we've been doing that for the last few years. So Dax, what about thinking about lineups for?
Yeah, we went through this yesterday and we had a complete identical team. We'll just go through and talk about everyone very individually. I think we've settled on 4-2-3-1. It seems to be what we're going back to, plus 3-5-2 ultimately. As much as it was class for January to March period until lockdown, it's ultimately failed this season. So it has. We haven't been as convincing as we were last season, so we went back to the 4-2-3-1. And I think in goal, it might be a controversial decision, but I've gone with Conor Hazard just starting to go off in the last 2 games. I think he deserves it. And he's been so commanding as this. Barkas hasn't been commanding for me, nor has Bane.
Yeah.
And he just does everything right. He hasn't faced like a decent amount of shots. I think he had the slice from the lead boy when he was through on goal. Probably should have scored but he saved that one. And the point blank from the corner against Kilmarnock. But he come out for crosses and he was catching it, and his distribution was amazing as well. So
you look out for the commandment of the area, and he does. He commands his whole area, and it instills a bit of belief in our centre halves.
Yeah, it looks like the centre halves do like him because let's see Julian take him under his arm and he played in the Kilmarnock game. So
that's a very big positive, getting Conor Hazard, and he's a Cliftonville youth player from. It would be a team that we would support here in Belfast. I'm sure most of us are probably familiar with Cliftonville. We did draw them in the Champions League a few years ago. To much claim from all over the city that it was a great draw for both clubs, and brothers they are. So we've done Conor. Right back. Go for it. I make sure you keep a note of these.
Yeah, Christopher Ayer, I think should go to right back. I think ever since the league game, especially with David Turnbull's goal, just his runs down the right hand side. You always see it from centre half. Ayer coming out and going underneath me as he runs, and he makes things happen. But from the right hand side, he seems to be doing it more because he has that freedom. The road down there, and not be exposed at the back. So, yeah, Christopher Ayer at right back.
Oh, without a doubt. Seeing him play that role, and you forever scream at the TV screen, knowing he gets it, like 6-4 yards of space around him. You go, go on, just run through that defence, because when he does do it, he does frighten.
I'm not saying that they're on level with each other, but Virgil always used to do it a lot. With us, and Ayer does the same, but Virgil always used to score even, I think.
Yeah, but I think Aaron, his confidence took a knock the time he got the injury, the facial injury, and I think his confidence is starting to rebuild again. So hopefully, well, not hopefully, he's a starter tomorrow, barring any injury.
The two centre halves, I think I'll start off with the most obvious one, Chris Julian. Go on there.
Yes,
Very commanding figure, big, I would say he's the third vice captain at Celtic now, so I would. His leadership skills are up there now, and very popular figure with the fans now with what he's done so far.
Yeah, just as long as we keep him fit. He's just prone to an OB injury now, or sweating blood the other day when I seen him getting injured. And I thought, oh, it's going to be a bad one, that's him out again. But thank God, and now you get up and you run it off.
Big Chris in there. Then beside him, Big Shane.
Yeah, Big Shane. A wee bit of confidence coming in the Shane's
Obviously, when I said to the front, this is what we needed in a massive centre half to go in there beside Julian and Ayer for the 3-5-2. It didn't work out. Is it still working out? I don't know, but these last two games he has been assured of himself. Above average. He has been.
Yeah.
And it was delayed for him to get that goal. So it was.
Yeah, I'll just confidence the word good.
Because I don't want to see someone, who's very popular in our national team to come in and do well in Celtic. You would always like to see an Irish player in the Celtic first team.
You think, does he over try and it just doesn't come off?
I kept on thinking myself, Brighton playing against Man City or Man United is one thing, but playing for Celtic is totally different pressure than playing against them type of teams.
You have to know the every game. You know what it's like up in Derry, some of them boys up around that area. Big Shane will know he has to perform and has to look good to justify himself at home.
Yeah.
So
hopefully a trophy under his belt will give even more confidence. Left back, he can start Sunday against Kilmarnock, but I'll go with Diego because he's been our most consistent player this season. If Taylor starts and he ain't fit, I wouldn't really mind, but Diego is head and shoulders above Taylor in every department, so let's hope that it is Diego Laxo.
Diego, get the money out now, get him bought, and get him signed up.
If it is £4 million, it's going to be £4 million.
It's been absolute state. That wee lad looks so committed to us.
Even for the games that we haven't won, he still gets 100%. But if he's here for sticking around and just kind of applaud the guy,
yeah, I just fear that other clubs may be looking at him and see how he's developing. It's Celtic, and in the World Cup, he get named as the biggest left back in the World Cup, and we have him out of our club. I just can't understand how he's been looked over. And
if he's sorry that we have him in the stadium, I appreciate him. He hasn't experienced that yet.
Yeah, he will become a little bit of a cult figure. Yeah, he seems like a nice
lad. Against Friday for the Craic League, wouldn't it?
Yeah, without a doubt. So we'll get Laxalt in, as I say, Taylor. If he isn't fit, Taylor is more your traditional left back, as in staying back and he's not really accurate going forward.
Playing that race game on Sunday than what he was told to do. Yeah, still can't cross the ball, but he totally is doing it totally.
But he is a good lad.
But I hold him midfielders. This is the major talking point, isn't it? Well, we'll start off with the obvious one.
No, it's when we were talking about yesterday. We're going, can you leave it? Of course we can, because this is world record stuff, and it's not for passengers.
Yeah,
and it's not to give somebody the swan song of their career.
But I'll start off with the most obvious one, and the person I think should either Celtic at Hampton, Callum McGregor. I mean, he's first name on a team sheet for me. Guy can do everything.
He is a great player, but you have to give him that. He's been lost in games recently. I think it might be the setup of the squad, but he's your first name on the team sheet. He's the engine of the midfield.
Yeah, his passing is just
unreal,
and he can get a odd goal in there.
Yeah, and you know what I mean, we're missing the wee goals that he does.
I do think he should be playing further forward. Obviously, we've got someone else in that room now who's really exciting this, but we'll get on with him in a wee minute.
Yeah.
But it's been a debate since last Sunday. Is it Sorrow or is it Scott Brown? And I think the majority of the support is set on Sorrow.
Yeah, Sorrow is the name that goes down in my probably one of the first names.
Yeah.
Because his work rate is just unreal. Just watching him against Lee, we're going, you know what I mean? The answer was in front of us the whole time.
Yeah.
And he just
lost it. It's his first start and all. And he does not. He just looks like a player who would give you a 6 or a 7 every game. He would just quietly go about his business.
Yeah, he done a block in the game, and he was, I mean,
just threw his body in front of him.
Just threw his whole body, and where he was positioned at the time, the guy was setting up to have a dig at goal. You just seen the determination in him to get there and to make sure that was blocked, and I went, wow.
Yeah.
How did that see that? You know what I mean? Is he doing this in training? Of course he is. I think it was just for a way there. I think Neil found himself in the rut of just awarding the old boys.
Yeah, kept trusting Scott Brown. Listen, I do think Scott Brown is going to play a part tomorrow.
Yeah, lift that trophy
again. But if he needs to come on as a sub, he's done it twice this season and turned games around. McDermott Park against St Johnstone in the grip came on, changed the game 1-2-0. Even at Pathology, I know we're due free each, but him and Griff came on again, changed the game, went 3-2 ahead. And then, you know, at that period of time, again, we were just shooting ourselves in the foot at every possible moment. But listen, if he comes on and we're winning narrowly, he'll be the person who win the game for us.
Yeah. Right, so what are we going next year?
In behind the striker, I think it speaks for itself, David Turnbull.
Turnbull, what can we say? It's another thing that the two of them coming to the fore, the cream rising to the top over this last couple of weeks. Turnbull has been just for a couple of games under his belt. It's like he's always been there.
Yeah, it's just people have been crying out for him to start ever since he came here. I think it took a wee while for him to settle in. I think that game, the one I was talking about against St Johnstone, he did start that game and he went very, under the radar. But these last 2 games, you look at Christie's falls into the box, and it's not even past the first man. Turnbull, first one against Lee, Julian, goal. Kilmarnock at the last Sunday, ball in the box, Duffy, goal. And then the one where Ayer comes up and he has a wee chance on the edge of the box, side foot, goal.
Yeah. Definitely a breath of fresh air. He's given us such a lift because, as you know, over the last few weeks, supporters weren't happy at each other's throats. Online, it was absolute poison. Honestly, between all ourselves, the people trying to get points across, then it gets nasty and people writing nasty stuff, and it goes to show you that there's a lot of support out there, pretty fickle. I see a lot of people online and trying to explain things in these sorts of ways. Then it just takes one person to run in and fire in the grenade of a derogatory comment, and it all goes. I took myself off a lot of Celtic sites as well this last few weeks, but it's the same with that performance here of 2 games seems to have calmed everything down.
Even with the protest last Sunday, as much as it was essential, that we're very annoyed, especially me and you, and probably people watching the season. The voters that haven't been treated fairly, but even to see the players welcome, or not the players, the fans welcome the players into the stadium, clapping them in, singing the songs, will probably give them a hell of a motivation going in there, knowing that yes, we're protesting, but we're 100% behind you.
Yeah, 100% behind the team. That's what it's all about. You know what I mean? There's board issues there. Yep. We'll set them all aside this weekend, and we're going to back the team and get us over the line here. Get the first trophy, get the medals around the necks of these players that do them the confidence award to go, because you know what I mean, this ain't over. There's a long way to go here, and you know, a bump in the road has been hit there during the week. I think the buddies delivered it, and you just never know. We've been through this so many times. We don't like, I don't know, because I've been through it loads of times. We don't like being in this situation. You, growing up this last lot of years, haven't seen sort of tight races. Maybe last year it looked a wee bit dodgy.
No, I do remember the last time they won the league. It was pretty tight. I do remember after it.
Oh, do you remember?
Yeah, they won the rugby park by a point or something. But
yeah,
I think I was there at the 11 again. Like all the Inverness were on top of the Nick.
I know, no negative stuff today. Right, we're in the middle of the other team here, so we're up the Turnbull.
Yeah, but yeah, the front three. I think the right hand side was between either Christie or Frank Long, and judging by the last few games, seeing that he probably will be fit for the game, I think it will be Jeremy Frank Long to take over, because Christie has been very, very, very inconsistent this season.
Yeah,
and so has Frank Long. Not going to be the right boost there, but he's, measuring 2 equals there.
Yeah, there's probably the more edge,
the pace wise to get in the hand.
Yeah, Frank Long, he's just got that wee bit extra.
Mm-hmm.
Not to say Christie doesn't have it either, but it's just, I don't know, it's a confidence issue.
It's just this, he's not a winger. He's not a right winger. I know he scored that class goal against Aberdeen coming in off the right, but that's just not his position at all, man.
Yeah.
Not for me.
So Geronimo, we're putting Geronimo in.
Jezza?
Yeah.
Left hand side, I think one of the first names down in the team sheet, probably one of our players of the year. Mo Ellie and Lucy.
Yeah, well, he's, you know what I mean, for a few games there, he just clean off the boy, he just disappeared in the games, a few games.
The quality is there.
The quality, you can see that he is a great player. He is. Yeah,
and that's another one for the shopping list come the summer. Like if we hopefully turn this around, fork out the money on him, him and Laxal.
Well, what do you think Southampton will look for him? They bought him for
16 million, but obviously Southampton can easily go and buy someone for 20, 25 million if they're selling money. Well,
we've done them a few good deals in the past.
Hopefully they give us 2 good deals actually.
Yeah. Well, who's the latest one that Southampton been chasing?
From us? I think Frank Hong also.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not getting rid of Frank Hong anytime soon.
Yeah, so.
But Ellie and Lucy anyway, I mean, when I think of the quality, then 2 goals against Leeds, the first one especially.
Yeah. Excellent.
And then, it's just give that boy some space, a chance to shoot, it's going in.
Yeah,
and even
just
close quarters, dragging people in, getting the skill move past them, and driving on. That's just what I like from players. That's why I was having to go. If anybody watched this, I was really having to go with James Forrest a lot because he was, even Frank Hong as well, during the Rangers game, was not pressing and driving at fullbacks. And that's what a winger needs in Celtic. You can't just sit back and pass it around. You need to drive up and get behind them, get in the box.
Guys, during that there, he God love him, he took it as a total dislike it. But
not dislike.
James said, come on. You were getting hammered into him.
Yeah, because he wasn't good enough at the time.
Yeah. But when we were going through this bad period here, and we were all going, oh, wish James he was fit. That's Nurse Frankie. Yeah. So Moyes in.
Yeah.
So who are going to play up front? Pick the lamb here.
No, there is no big dilemma. It's Edward every day of the week.
I chose Edward personally myself, but I don't know. There's just the spark.
Edward starts no matter who's on form. Edward's still the best striker in Scotland. Doesn't matter. Yeah, I know he's been off the boil, but he's still not player. And he just needs to find, like you said, just needs to find that spark, and it's been there. It was there against Milan. It was there for the goal against Prague. We can all see it for ourselves. The quality's there. It's just people need to be giving them the balls to get into the right position to score the goals. I know he should have scored against Kilmarnock last week when he went through. I think everyone was saying on Twitter, the Edward that 7 months ago was scoring up there, but this one isn't.
Yeah.
He just needs, you know, a wee fluky goal to get his confidence back up and going, because you don't want to end up like that there, donkey.
Well, when you have Sarwin turn ball control and just
Turn ball,
yeah, crossing the feet, you know, it might take us play on a bit.
I read online that yes, the most key passes to Edward than any other player for the season. The most key passes to them,
right?
For like goal scoring opportunities. So that keeps coming. You know he's going to score it eventually.
Yeah.
But even like put down here, it's going to be a strong bench on Sunday.
And 5 substitutes.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
And they're trading concussion substitutes for the first time in the cup final.
Right.
So if someone gets a concussion, you go to make substitution, you can cure them or something like that. I think Chris Sutton has been really at the forefront of this here as well.
Yeah, I think that's probably something that should have been in football years ago. When you think of which way rugby has evolved and a lot of stuff of the communication between referees and looking over tackles.
You think like Julian always gets it for a few headlocks like.
Yeah, Jules has got his first share of them. I've never seen bumps coming a man's head.
Yeah.
Julian, it's like a one of them Looney Tunes cartoons.
Christie's won in the semi-final last year against Aberdeen.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, that was bad. You think of the injuries that some of us have. I heard the bad facial injury.
I think
Christie was the same.
The worst one I've ever seen. Daniel Lystar with the cheekbone.
Yeah, his cheekbone had totally collapsed in.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we're going about injuries.
But
so what about the strong bench?
The strong bench, however, written down here, obviously have 3 strong strikers on the bench: Polish Paddy, Griff, and Ayeti. Whoever comes on, you'll be confident in him trying to get a goal. I know Ayeti hasn't scored for a wee while. He's been off the cuff a wee bit. He reminds me a wee bit of Gary Hooper, to be honest. Like, he's just lacking a bit of pace.
It's Gary Hooper, but without the goals.
No, but when he does score, he's just in the very top penalty area. He's just waiting for something to drop. He's a penalty box striker. He's not like Edward. He's going to take the ball and run at you. He's the one who wants to hang about and look for goals, which is something I think we've lacked for a wee while.
Yeah. He looked good in those first 2 games. We thought, we'll bought a great player here, and then it's, I don't know, I keep saying that one, I don't know what Celtic guys are like this, but I think you can instantly see a good player, even when a good player doesn't play well. Which so many does, as you well know, come through the doors of Celtic Park, and I've been alright calling them. That's instinctively when you've got a good player coming through the door. And I don't know that it's out with me.
The jury's are, but it's a hard season, it's hard to, people.
I know, we've got to take in the full picture here of the season, but
the pandemic,
yeah.
Even I have Griffer, who, he plays off the lot, he's number 1 fan. Of course, Celtic has favorite players. Griff is shocking surprise.
Griff he's a good lad. He has it at heart. I know he's had his issues, and mental health is at the forefront of a lot of things nowadays. And I think the young lad has a lot to cope with, because he gets bombarded in social media about his lifestyle and stuff. I know he takes part in social media stuff, but he is a decent lad. He communicates with supporters, keeps them in the.
That does a good lad. He's a good player. I didn't expect him to come back from what Lennon said in the summer, but it's been really. But when he has been called upon, he has showed the quality. Fitness levels might not be there, but when he has been called on, he has scored in the big games. That goal against the Johnston and the goal against Aberdeen was just absolutely cracking goal in the top goal.
It's still there in him. So best of luck with Griff. I hope he gets some stage tomorrow.
A penalty box striker. A striker he plays off the last defender, and you have Polish Paddy who just plays everywhere.
Yeah, Polish Paddy is another one that's the potential's there now. He's just got to think about the next and work hard.
Maybe just score more goals, and that's it.
Yeah.
Even that one he scored, I think we were sitting here when we were doing one of our shows during the summer on the train was just back, and I showed you the picture of Paddy, and you're like, Jesus, he looks buffed up, like he's done so much work over lockdown. And it just shows that goal against St Johnston, where that boy just comes in and he just hits him straight back up, goal.
Yeah, goal. Yeah, and that's what we want to see. We want to see a bit of toughness come into our play.
Big Eastern European brute up front.
Yeah, yeah.
With the skinhead and all.
He is. He does look the part. I have to get it from him. He does look the part. So we'll want to see it replicated onto the pitch.
Obviously, we mentioned Rooney will play at least a part off the bench if he is to come off the bench.
Yeah. I'll be disappointed if he does start tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think. He's been a great captain, great servant. I don't think anybody would a bad word to say about Brown. He's been a leader for us. But we all get older, and sometimes the legs.
I'll be sad to see him go, but
the main's telling you what to do, but the legs just can't do it.
I don't think he'll leave Celtic completely. I think our coaching roles there for him once
he's become an actual club legend, iconic. So let's hope tomorrow that all be on well. That he plays part and plays part as a captain.
Two more from this one. Christie could be a good super sub to come on. Maybe if we're looking for a goal or whatever. Hopefully no, it's just people to come on and see our game. But yeah, Christie to come on. Hopefully play this in natural position and not as a right winger.
Yeah, I know. There's so many of our team have been put out positions over this last few months. You know, you just can't. More watching them on TV. I know you're probably like myself. You're all screaming at the TV. I mean, these players are not in their natural positions. Christie's been one of them.
Yeah, just even stupid things Lennon is telling them that start hitting the ball if you're stay in the box and he's like 30 yards out and they're just going at the rows out. It's just it's good to watch, and the set pieces ain't good to watch. That's why Turnbull's just made us all, starting to love Celtic again.
Yeah, all without doubt. Right, anybody else like?
Tom loves the cup final.
Yeah, I was going to come around to favourite cup final moments. And I've seen a few in my day, 51 years in this earth, and I've seen a few great cup final moments.
What's better, you need a cup final or 2017 cup final?
See, for different things, I mean, you beside me for Tom's goal. Then when you look back at the 88, I was just starting to travel on my own, and what was done in the 88 Cup final was just, we knew we were playing well. Could we get back into the game? You've seen so much in football, teams just holding out the see it for 1-0, and we turned that game on its head in a matter of a few minutes. It was a smashing day in Glasgow. The sun shone, the head was burnt, and with a few wee tipples of, I can't remember what the choice of drink was even back in the day. Could have been Buckfast, but what a smashing day that was. And I remember that for all the great reasons, because of the centenary season, and it was just an outstanding day. But that would have to be probably my favourite cup final. But a few years ago for the Invincible season, I think we all collapsed, didn't we? And tears, and I think it was all around, because what an achievement, you gotta say.
It's just another treble.
Yeah, and even the opposition goalkeeper tomorrow dropping to his knees with his head in his hands. I think that was another iconic moment that looking back the next day and sort of flickered through there's not really retailers anymore, but the online stuff. I just seen Craig Gordon just
hopefully he drops his knees and softness somewhere.
No, I don't. Well,
I saw a few words to say, so hopefully I can get a few past them,
Oh, yeah, these players they're winners. He's got a winning mentality.
But even on the hearts, like I was just looking at them. It's been a half decent start to the season for them. I mean, they're top of the league. I seen they got beat by Dunfermline, and they were put out of the cup by Alloa away, and it was a 4G pitch, and no one's a big fan of traveling away to Alloa, but Alloa's beat them. We should be going it and hammering these championship side we're playing here. That's remember, no matter what the name
It's
is.
a cup final. Cup finals are levelers. I mean, you see very few one-sided cup finals. So hopefully,
The League Cup final last year.
which is just total concentration.
So the League Cup final last year is right one second.
Right. I know they had the positive talk here. That
But that was it's positive because we won.
Yeah, I suppose so.
And their last game before they went to playoffs, they won 6-1, which is really motivating for them going into a cup final.
Yeah, but the good thing about us, leading
He's been
plan and the
top of the league.
French league.
Top of the league.
Yeah. I tell you what, we look good. We looked as if we were better in that team. Although that of course we were, but we looked.
We just took our chances, I would say.
Yeah. We looked the ticket. Then our confidence booster with the next result, and now here we find ourselves in the Scottish Cup
I
final.
don't know, it's just like looking at a few of their players. Obviously, the main person would be Boise, which obviously we know a lot about.
We know Boyce. We can back of our hand. As I say, we would go and watch Cliftonville over that over Watson Celtic. And Boise was Cliftonville as a youth player. We watched him develop. Werder Bremen came in for him, and he went over to Germany for
A year.
he done a year in Germany, got homesick, and came back to Cliftonville and gave us 2 great seasons.
2 league championships.
2 and back-to-back championships
And obviously,
and League Cups and
County
County Adam Shields. He just ripped up the Irish League with another striking partner there. And honestly, getting off the Celtic subject, to watch these two, Joe Conley and Liam Boyce, just between them, I think in the season they got 66 goals. The 2 of them are just the telepathy of 2 players on a pitch. I know it's Irish League football, but it's still a decent standard. And to sit and watch these 2 on any given sort of Saturday afternoon was beautiful to watch. It really was.
It was.
Yeah.
Probably the best player in 10 Irish League football, but
You're right.
Yeah, because he's went on and done it. He's had the top goal scorer in our league before us county. He's went down to England and done it. I forget who he was with, like Burton or something. I remember watching Sunderland until I died, and he scored a row against Sunderland or something. Then he's gone up to Hearts. Started off well, especially with that goal against Rangers, and then I guess you have to say they're all lucky with the relegation. That's none of their fault, really.
I know that. But the Boyce would be
One to look out for. Did he play against us before back there? I know we'll beat
four. I think he did.
Yeah, we'll be in 5-0. But anyway, I put down Craig Warren as well, because he's going to be up for trying to get one over us after all the stuff that went on during the summer with the contract negotiations and everything, and it breaking down. Yeah, I thought it was time for to go in the past week, because a new podcast was coming in, and obviously didn't know how that was going to go with him. Pretty terribly. And Scott Bean hasn't been good. Obviously, Connor Hazard's came in and done a really good job. And obviously, there's talk of Fraser coming back in January, which I guess regardless of what happened, I guess you were going to hear it in January. But I think he made a really few good saves in the last one against Hibs in the semi-final. Maybe Boston.
Yeah.
He put off some cracking saves in that one.
He's still a great goalkeeper. I hope he doesn't have a great day tomorrow.
He's a good shot stopper. He's a good passer from the back.
Well, we know his weaknesses, so let's hope that our team are on top of it tomorrow. And our strikers know what to do. I'm sure many of our strikers put a few classes in training, so If anybody, we should know is their keeper quite well.
And obviously you'll have two big enemies tomorrow, and probably in their lineup, Naismith and Holiday.
Yeah. I would sit and listen to the Naismith and again on the PLZ show.
Maybe listen to Holiday and Open Gold talking pure muck.
Yeah. Well, we've all had our fun with Holiday over the years. It's just a pity we're not in tomorrow for a slag and run towards them.
Yeah, but them two will be off and get one over us.
Yeah, they'll be trying tomorrow. But on paper, looking at that team that we've put together, Hazard, Taylor, Duffy, Judes, Ayer, Sorrow, Calmac, Turnbull, Frank, Ballbhoys, Harry. You know what I mean? On paper, that is the best team in Scotland.
Yeah, it is. It is. No matter
what
anyone else says from any other side, it is on paper, but
format
at the minute is saying otherwise, but you feel for yourself.
You know what I mean? I have a feeling that we have turned a good corner here, and you know what I mean? And the confidence is lifted a little bit.
I think people were a bit too quick to say after the Aberdeen game that we turned a corner. I didn't personally think so. The first half was really good. Second half, we sat back and we were pretty lackluster, and then we went on even a worse run of form up until the league game. But I hope you're right though. But the league game was big for just getting the win. Come on, it was big for getting the 3 points. This will be big for confidence, the cup, and if there's a certain result that goes our way today, things could be looking up a wee bit, but stay calm at the minute. Stay calm.
We're all calm now. It's massive day tomorrow night. We're all travelling to Scottish Cup finals, which we've a great role of going to them over this last few years. What's sort of heading to the match, and it's like a big day out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When we all leave here, I think the last couple of times we've done overnight stays in Glasgow. But and I was having a wee laugh with some of your sort of generation of what they bring to football games. And I was going through the cupboard in the house, and I came across a bottle of this gear. I think it's been in there a few months. The old Mad Dog, the Ireland D 2020. Is this the typical choice for your generation of going to the football games?
Not because I would see in the section a lot. Like,
yeah.
Even people sneaking it across the European away games in their suitcases. Like,
yeah, I've noticed. I've seen a few suitcases full of it. Back from European trips.
Yeah, I had a bad experience with that at the played away game in the season Scottish Cup.
Oh, did you? Yeah. You fell asleep in the toilet in the boat.
Yeah, that's thanks for
the first time. Used to do that regularly when they were a child. Yeah, driving me up the walls, couldn't find them on the boat. Nothing worse than that, knowing your child just, it's run up and down the boat. It's great. Then you can't find them, then you start to panic. Then the next thing you find sleeping in toilets and underneath chairs and the usual stuff. But Celtic days, we're a wee bit more refined. It's a typical choice. Talking about alcohol, it's not even 9 o'clock in the morning, which that's all right for us, especially travelling early. Drambuie, yeah. Big thanks to Daisy McDonald who got me sort of loving this gear. I know it's brewed by Charlie, in the background, we read it. But good gear. That would be sort of typical choices. I mean, coffee,
even when it's like coffee all day, like, especially as a good day, this handling, like, this, the running track just annoys it for me because we're always behind the goal, and it's just.
Yeah.
Even that time with McGregor scoring against Rangers when he had that there, that we was being coffee.
Yeah, I had a wee coffee at that game. I was quite enjoying it.
The most satisfying goal in football history.
Yeah, and it's sort of seeing it in slow motion that I had this coffee. It was quite. I had a few modifications done on it, and as McGregor scored, it just disappeared out of my hand, and I could see it going in slow motion, but the whole place was battling.
What a goal that was.
Yeah.
Even the start of the ball hitting it now.
Yeah, when you watch it on That was so easy that day.
It was even for Kano, it was easy.
Yeah.
No, I thought I'd 5
It's
minutes.
it's absolute stroll. An absolute
I
stroll.
went to get back to doing up there, strolling past them. But, it's all about cup final this weekend.
It's all about cup final. So, talking about cup final, the very first cup final that Celtic ever took part in was in our very first year, 1888. It's called the Snow Final.
Right.
And we were getting beat 3-0. The game was abandoned. And what they did was set up a replay. It was played in February 1888. And it was replayed, and we lost our very first Scottish Cup final way back then. I think it was 2-1. And
It was a Queen's Park or something.
No. The very first one, 1888. Let's see. Yeah. No, it wasn't Queen's Park. It was. Hang on. I got it here. Third Larnac. There you go.
They don't exist anymore, don't they?
No, they're just like Rangers. They have a sort of liquidate and fall off the face of the earth. But that was our very first foray into the Scottish Cup, and now we're at 39.
Hopefully, 40.
And we're up to 40, which of course will held the record for Scottish Cup wins this last number of years.
What was your first cup final? Scottish Cup final?
88.
Yeah. Was it?
Yeah.
There's been some
Jim Mervyn here in Belfast, I'm sure one or two is be familiar with Jim's travel over the years.
It actually surprised me. My first one was the last season's. So it was, because I've missed the previous ones due to exams.
Oh, yeah.
I missed Tom's one, and I missed the double treble one.
Yeah, the doing your education.
Yeah. Probably, well,
not very hard on
not the best one. It was a good one to pick, but I probably would have picked the Tom one over anything.
Right. Tom's final was just
the best Celtic team that game that was, I would say.
Yeah, there's no doubt that the team that Brendan Rodgers built there was just immense. You don't realise how hard it is to go through a season and not take a defeat. And he did it. He did to this team. The team will forever. I don't think we're really appreciated nicely. Another 7-8 years down the line. To get that wee bit older. Yeah, it's gonna be up there by the Lisbon Lions.
Yeah, I think they are. I think I put them in top 5 greatest Celtic teams of all time.
We talked about our greatest Celtic teams. We discussed that in one of our shows. And the Invincibles were for the centenary team were there.
Yeah, I think we put Lions UEFA Cup final centenary team. No, Invincibles centenary team.
Yeah, that would be about right.
Again, I guess have to put in the Love Street Boys are as well.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah, so the team has to have Danny McGrain on it,
Danny is just an absolute gentleman.
Speaking of Scottish Cup final, you're still giving them that 1980 Scottish Cup final goal, are you? Or are you doing the George McCluskey final?
No, I give it to Danny every day of the week. Yeah, George McCluskey. It was just a deflection of George. I'm a pleasure meeting George there. That's so long ago too. Another absolute stalwart.
So Danny put a video up on Twitter for the charity event. So he did with his Love Street shirt.
Oh yeah. That has to be my favourite away shirt of all time. As you know, you can look around here. I absolutely love my shirts. Thank God that anytime I had a Celtic shirt, I kept it. Then throughout the years, it says I'd love to display them in some sort of way. And this is part of the garage here that you're looking at, and all around us, right down the back. We have all the Celtic shirts throughout the years, and I'm running out of space. I'm absolutely running out of space. I haven't even counted how many shirts I have in here, but we go way back right up in the corner when started off Toffs that made the remakes of the original 1888 white shirt with the Celtic cross. We'll have it. Then we'll go into the verticals rather than the hoops. Then we're going into the hoops, as you know, in 1903. So we'll get them and we'll go down the line here. So we absolutely love our shirts, but I'm just wondering, what's your favorite home shirt out of all the years? And I'll leave it let you have the Adidas period, yeah.
I don't mind this season's Adidas shirt. I think we're all sort of mesmerised when we first seen it. Like, I mean, the Adidas had done it right, not breaking the hoops, just natural hoops going down, and it does look really nice. I would put this the season's one down, but I would have to go and look at it around the 1995 Celtic shirt. This one up here, worn by the Free Amigos.
Yeah, Pure Van Hoydel.
Yeah.
We wore that in the final against Surgery.
And no, 96 even, whatever it was worn by Quebec, the Kano and probably Tom and Boys. Like.
Yeah. It's a nice shirt. I cannot look beyond the centenary shirt. It's my favourite. It's just a great period of my life. And what a team we had that season. I mean, Rangers were starting to spend money. They were, the domination of them was just about beginning, and we were getting into our centenary season. Not looking great, not great bags, and Billy McNeil had brought the likes of Frank and Big Joe Hardy.
Starkey?
Yeah, Starkey.
Oh, I interviewed him as well.
McGee. Yeah, we interviewed. Starkey was one of the best interviews for this.
Yeah. So down there.
So down there, and a lovely man. What a pleasant man.
So many good Tommy Burns stories as well.
Yeah, and he gave us so much about Tommy Burns. We absolutely adore Tommy Burns. But the 88 shirt, you know what I mean? It's just a masterpiece.
Even you got Billy to
sign it. I got Billy to sign it. I remember the day Billy McNeil did sign it, and I looked at him and he says, "Is there a problem?" Or he says, "You sign right across the badge, Billy." He says, "I'm really sorry about that, son. I'm terribly sorry about that." I sort of took his shirt off and walked away. I went, "Sign right across my badge." But
forgive him for out there since he.
I do, but sure, we met him a few times after that again. I kept saying, "Do you remember the day you signed across my badge?" And Tommy signed it, bless it. And of course, Mac was up there.
Mm-hmm.
We done a great interview with Frank McAvenny.
That was a lot.
Frank, you don't have to do that to put any work in that interview with Frank McAvenny. You just name an event, and Frank has a story about it, and the crack out of the
no one ever did. Just the 2-2 at Rochs one with the red cards was a good one.
Yeah, he told us the full story about it, and it's on YouTube. You only got
to read the free birds.
Yeah, and he just Harry winded them up. I think he still said that Terry Butcher to this day has never spoke, forget another criminal record. Excellent. And he also gave a great story about Alan Ruff, because Alan Ruff is a character within football as well. And Alan Ruff was one of our goalkeepers during the 1988 season, or centenary season, and we were playing a friendly. And as you know, Frank, and he was very honest with us, told us he was doing a lot of travelling from Glasgow to London. And he only come up Friday, up for the weekend for the games, done all his training in London. And he was coming up, and he's, as you know, Frank was Frank, very glamorous. He was up in a lovely leather jacket, pearl leather trousers, and went into the dressing room where everybody was shirt and tied up, the usual Celtic regalia. And Frank comes in there, so trendy, look at him with all his leather gear on. And the next thing we're warming up before the game, and Ruffy says, "Yeah, do you want to take a few shots at me, get me warmed up?" And put the ball down, was trying to shot something, and he was looking at towards Alan Ruff. It's not the usual attire, really, come out to the pitch with, usually footballers in that season come out with shorts on, the no sort of track bottoms or whatever, warming up. No, but Ruffy did have them on. He says, Jesus, what you're wearing now looks very familiar. And he says, yeah, Frank, he says, I went in and put your leather trousers on. And so I'm sitting getting warmed up with them. So they mucked up the eyeballs, and there was Alan putting on Frank's trousers. And the kind of stuff that Ruffy and Naganelli would have done in the 80s, so it's some cracker to the two of them. But as I say, we're more or less prepared and ready for the weekend. As you well know, that Paul John is, I'm sure it's a logistical nightmare. 12 shows today, 12 tomorrow, and it's going to be so head pickling for him. So please, everybody who is coming on to the podcast today, try and be very patient and keen with him, because we've been doing a lot of stuff in here over lockdown, and it's a logistical nightmare. When we were doing sort of fancy dress nights and live shows and even bingo for the community as well. So please, by all means, be patient over the next 12 hours. There's going to be a lot of Celtic talk.
And if you have it, donate.
Yes, please donate. As you know, all the charities
are 10 grand this morning, I think.
Yep, we're looking at it. So ourselves, we're making up a Celtic memorabilia box. And what we're going to do it, because we're doing a lot of work with food banks and all here. So anybody that we've been asking for money, we have them fleeced, absolutely fleeced. So what we're going to do is a Celtic memorabilia box. We're going to put it on our Celtic Craic page and on our own personal Facebook pages. We're going to do it with a lottery number. It's going to be £5 a ticket. Give in, bad, and whatever the lottery number is, all the money is going towards, of course, Celtic Steel and Mind charity fundraiser here today. So please be aware that we're going to be putting that up later on, well, more or less after the show, and we'll give you a few photographs of what is in the memorabilia box. And there's Paul John just back again. Hopefully, we can see him coming in. Yep, I think we're ready for the next podcast. So the handover is coming here.
We're back.
Yeah, we're back again. Yeah, but I'm quite well impressed with the software that Paul John's using here. It's absolutely amazing. And as you know, it's the best Celtic podcast on the internet. I'm not just bumming them up here, but it really is a fine night. Rather than listen to half-time analysis in some games, get yourself into the podcast.
Yeah, I think people should start focusing on fan media now, rather than listening to Chris Boyd at half-time or anybody like that, or even the Celtic ones at half-time. When we were going through the bad patch and trying to big us up when we were a bit terrible, I just want to leave it in criticism and go on and vent. And, Paul John's done it at half-time and brought people on, and it's been sort of good watch.
Yeah, I really enjoy the daily podcasts every day, because they talk my language. When I see the likes of Stumpsy hasn't too bad with calling it as it is.
The same with the guy on the back of the shirt, doesn't it?
Stan's been good too. But the likes of listening to Gordon Strachan is like a protection. The way I protect I understand that.
He talked more about Liverpool also. He does more Celtic pretty much on past the Parkers, so he does.
Parker, Judy. See, this is another thing between Celtic guys and Celtic. They're these nicknames. These nicknames and for our ground at Celtic Park or Paradise. Coming up with listening Parkers. You'll get your ear clipped.
I hope I got a lot for a late search with it.
Yeah.
So I think a message came on the finger. So
they'll get back and check the messages there, because we're a wee bit away from the the computer. So that's us going to wrap up here. So big thanks to everybody who has joined us this morning. Don't forget, keep giving. This is, of course, going to some great charities. So from me and Dax, bless you all. Hail, hail, and let's be world record holders when it comes to 4:30 tomorrow.
I had big alcohol problems, and I got involved with Children's First to sort of help me sort of get myself back to normal, be a decent mum, that sort of thing. And it helped, but then I went back out and drank again a few times. And then I had my son Jamie, and he's diabetic and that, and we ended up back in the system again. Started off with a lady called Gail. Was helping me and Jamie sort of our bond sort of thing. Because I'd been off the drink for quite about a year or something like that, but I was still scared of going back on it. I was introduced to Margaret Rose at the food bank as a peer support, because she sort of went through problems like I was going through at the time, you know, and she saw me through quite a lot. Mm-hmm. It was social work that sort of got me involved with Children's First through my alcohol abuse and not looking after my kids properly. Okay. To really get my mind together, cope with things better, learn to be able to work with my son better, understanding him, and because he's autistic as well. It's just a good lot of help for years. It's really what I can say.
Just knowing that there's somebody there.
I put it this way: they saved my life basically. They just kids that just need a lot of attention and just to let themselves go and, you know, enjoy themselves, the time that they have out with us, and they're safe as well. So
I had my own addiction problem. Although I had put the drink down at that point, my health was really deteriorating badly because of the years of my abuse with my alcohol. This was for me to give over my story and tell people that there is hope. Mm-hmm. You know, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. I think even for, you know, people who are well, I think it's difficult, you know, I think it's difficult for everybody. Yeah. You know, I think it's just it's hard. It's times that we've not known, and when you're used to just going out and doing, you know, just anything, even just going to Edinburgh for, you know, to the shops, and it's all changed. You know, it's so I think for these families it's even harder. When you're in addiction yourself, you think you're the worst person. You think, you know, this shouldn't be happening. You shouldn't be doing this, and trying to let these people know that they're not bad. They're sick people, and you know, they're not bad people. They're just sick people that want to get better. The people that I speak to, I know that they're not frightened to speak to me because I've been there. You know, I've and there's nothing that they would be able to say to me that would shock me. Mm-hmm. You know, and it's trying to let them understand that.
Who did you put in goal?
It's okay not to be okay.
Starkey?
Right. There's one other one, Brian Wallace, that played.
This is us going live, guys.
Welcome to St Roch's State of Mind as part of the Axum Quadruple Treble Charity Weekend. My name is Stephen Mullen, and I'm delighted to be joined by Paul Kelly, the St Roch's manager, Gordon Hammond, Honoraries President, and Tam Fife, St Roch's legend. We're all regular attendees at Rock Talk, one of the beneficiaries of this magnificent event organised by the Axum team. Our show has been kindly sponsored by Roddy Owens, Managing Director of Romec. He's sponsoring the show in memory of his father-in-law, ex-Candy player, Charlie Johnson. Welcome to the show, guys.
Thank
Hello.
you. Hello, Steve.
Thank you.
We're going to be discussing St Rochs, Celtic and Rock Talk. There'll be a lot of people watching and listening. So Tam, could you please tell people about where James McGrory Park is situated in Glasgow and the communities we serve?
Certainly, Stephen. So, probably the first thing to say is, for certainly the Celtic crowd, that's Jimmy McGrory Park is probably 2.5 miles directly north of Celtic Park and on the Royston Road. And the area Royston Road corridor would cover would be Royston, Royston Hill, Germiston, Blackhill and Robinville. That would be the main areas in the corridor. So,
Would you include the town head in that?
I would include I would include Townhead, but I mean Townhead maybe 50, 60 years ago when it's 20,000 people was obviously part of our, today we're kind of cut off because of the motorway. The motorway cuts us off. Motorway one side, but one time it was a canal, and before that the other side is the railway, the main line that used to come out of Buchanan Street Station, so that's why it's called the corridor running up, but some people might even call it Forgotten Zone because...
The reason why I'm asking that, Tam, is because obviously St Rochs Parish was formed as an overspill of St Mungo's.
That's right, it's formed as a mission. The actual St Rochs Parish opens in 1907, so it was a mission from St Mungo's, which dates back to the 1850s. A lot of our support, I was looking up some in the internet the other night there and realised that one of my relatives, my great uncles, had actually lived in Middleton Place, which was run from where roughly Gangad Chippy runs up, and it was a straight line up the hill, and that was Middleton Place, and they lived there in 1855. So you can see that a lot of the support get right back into time. You know.
So just to give the viewers a wee thing, how would you describe the areas? Would you say they're socially deprived areas, Tommy?
I think it goes back. My father remembers getting into the area in the 1920s, playing for the Boys Guild and saying, you know, he came for the Gorbals, and it was the Gorbals was like Newton Mearns compared to the Gangad. It was so poor. But in the 1920s, it was that bad that it was the first redevelopment in the city from the council happened in the Gangad. And Gangad Square is the first council houses, which is still there to this day. That's 1919, so that's the first moves. It was so bad that the council had no option but to enter the story.
The reason why I'm saying that is because I think they're socially deprived, and we might be poor in wealth, but I think we're rich in spirit, Tommy, and generosity of spirit.
And I'll give an example of that. And an incident that happened in Scotland was the Dunblane case. And I remember at the time that the Gangad people had a fundraiser and they raised £3,000. And I thought, the Gangads raised £3,000, one of the poorest areas of Scotland, to give to the richest part. And that kind of summed up to be the Gangads.
Brilliant. So just hope that the viewers just have a wee idea about where we're located. So I'm going to go into yourself now, Gordon. What's your thoughts on the similarities between St Rochs and Celtic, even down to how both clubs were formed? But if I did say to you earlier, you can't comment on your disdain for the person who runs St Rochs and Celtic. Because that's a different conversation.
Well, I was born in 1945 in Germiston, 3 streets away from the Improv Mill Park, and to me, St Rochs and Celtic are one and the same. The similarities are remarkable. In 1888, it was Borough of Walford in St Mary's Parish that started Celtic. Fast forward to 1920, in St Rochs Parish in the Garden Gad, it was Father Lawton who formed St Rochs. There's similarities there. Both of them wear green and white strips, and I'm delighted to say from the beginning both clubs were open to all comers. And both have been touched by tragedy on the park. But but players getting injuries and dying as a result of that. John Thompson, 1931 versus Rangers, and Pat Fagan in a Scottish Cup tie against Blair Gowrie in 1980 sustained an injury which he later died from.
See Big Pat, Gordon, that would be roughly about 40 years ago just now, wasn't it? Big Pat died on Christmas Eve, eh?
Christmas Eve, aye. I actually went to visit him on Christmas Eve, and I couldn't get in. It was only family that could get in. He deteriorated, and I couldn't get in. And the next day, Tommy Mulvey, the match secretary, came to my house and told me he had passed away. That was an injury during the game against Blair Gowrie, Scottish Cup tie. Wally Harvey, who's now the manager of Rutherglen Glencairn, was in goal for St Rochs, and a big high cross came in, and he went up and got it, but he landed on top of Pat.
Pat was a relative of mine, you know, so he was a great player as well as a nice man.
Aye.
Sorry for interrupting, so if you can go back to some of the similarities between the clubs, that'd be great.
Well, both clubs, in my consider opinions, were both outsiders in the leagues we play in. I don't think anybody can disagree with that. But everybody at St Rochs, we're proud of our heritage and where we came from, and we're proud of who we are.
Well, what about the story that's told by Sir Robert Kelly to Peter Flynn, who's ill just now, Peter, and hope he gets better?
Yes.
About if as long as there's Celtic, there'll be a St Rochs. Were you a testament to that, Gordon, or
no,
is it just a hearsay story?
A hearsay story. I believe it's a gas bill, and they were struggling to pay it. I was either a gas or electricity bill, and they were struggling to pay it, and Celtic paid it. And Sir Robert Kelly said as long as he was there, there was always be a St Rochs. And that was a true story, Peter Flynn.
Well, Peter Flynn's a lovely man, and there'd be no need for Peter to put on a story or anything.
Aye.
What about the actual formation? Is that did that come about for St Rochs as a result of a boys' guild tournament?
Well, they were inter-parish at that time. Inter-parish and all the different boys' guild and all that played, and they formed a junior team. That was in 1920, and then the following season, 1921, that's the only time we won the Junior Cup. We beat Kilwinning Rangers. Jimmy McGrory scored a goal.
You were probably at that meeting, Tam. What's your recollections of that? have you anything to add to that, Tam? No.
Well, I should point that Peter Flynn told a story about in 1944, Second World War, and the Junior Cup was on the go, and St Rochs played in Saltcoats. So down to Saltcoats, his father says, we'll go down to Saltcoats. And Peter Flynn was 10 years of age. So he says, that's okay, we watch the game, we come out of the game, and we get back in the train. And it's whatever time it is, I say 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he's on this train, and they're heading back to Glasgow. And it's 1944. What's happening in 44 is D-Day, and the train is sidelined into sidings, and they arrive back. His mother came about midnight. They obviously didn't have a phone in the house, and she went to the police because they went to the son and father had went to see the game, and she went to the police, and the police says, well, did they go anywhere? She says, well, they went to see St Rochs playing Saltcoats. He says, they're probably in a siding somewhere in a field in Ayrshire. That was the story.
Well, yourself, Paul, for your dad, Harry, God rest him, gave you any stories about that earlier times?
I think the thing for my family, Stephen, was always that connection. Like, my dad, Harry, wasn't the best player. He had 4 brothers, and they were all better players. And his brother Peter, you know, dabbled with St Rochs, like always trying to get him to sign, and he'd come in and play a game and then go away, and all of these things. And they never. And my Uncle Billy at one point was in the same situation. You know, it was always because if you lived in the areas that Tam had mentioned earlier, if you were for the Garngad or Blackhill or whatever, your aspiration was to play for the Rock. There's no question about that. So, you know, that was from a very young age, from, you know, probably 6-7 years of age, I was arriving to watch the Rock on the Black Ash with my dad. Invariably, on occasion, my uncle would be playing. Other times he'd be standing beside us because he'd went away and play for somebody else. It was never really consistent, but it was always that love and connection with the club that's kind of never gone away, Stephen. You know, it's never. You know, it was certainly still for me at 14 and 15, 16. It was still an aspiration for me to play for the club at that time. You know, when people are saying, or you can go and, there's potential to maybe hook up with a professional club and this and that. For me, it was still nothing matched the magic of the kind of connection with the Candy. That was the thing.
Well, that leads us seamlessly on to the next part of it. You're back for your second spell in Charles after 25 years, Paul. You won a league title in 1995 as a very young manager and probably only a few years older than the players. What's the difference between players now and then? Does your experience help now? And finally, does the pressure involved affect your mental health? As we've heard Neil Lennon and Lee Griffiths admit to having such issues.
Yeah. I'll maybe take them in some sort of reverse order, actually, Stephen. The mental health issue is sport's a passionate thing, and certainly football. I'm very passionate about football. I'm still very passionate about St Rochs. So yeah, we've had the conversation, and I've told the guys on a Sunday, I don't normally sleep very well on a Friday night. Maybe lucky if I get a couple of hours sleep on a Friday night when I'm mulling over what's going to happen on the Saturday. And even here today, there's part of me still tuned into what was happening later on this afternoon. So I can see where it can affect mental health quite easily. It can overwhelm you at times. It certainly can, and depending on the status of the game, the status of the club at any particular time. People talk about pressure and relegation. There's also pressure in trying to win things if you're at the top end and all of these things. So there is always pressure. It's a different type of thing from some of the pressures families and other people have had to experience in the last year, but it's still there. And I can very much see where it would affect your mental health and could affect your mental health. I hope that I manage it well. In terms of the situation around the experience, what I'm finding really interesting is obviously my son's at the side of the park with me, along with Ryan McStay. Ryan's had a very good career, but they're both very young in managerial terms. When I first managed St Rochs, I was actually appointed when I was 29, so I was appointed as a kind of player manager. But I broke my leg in the second game of the season or something like that, so I never really took part in the season that we won the championship. So we've
still got league medals, Paul. That's
right, absolutely, Stephen, absolutely. But it's interesting to watch Ryan and Kevin at the side of the park sometimes, because I think, I used to do that. I don't think we need to do that. So experience is an important thing. Experience is an important thing. I think we'll look at the last game that we played down at Craigmark. We were 1-0 up after 26 minutes and we got a man sent off. And there was this general melee at the side of the park. What are we going to do? And 20 years ago, I would have been part of that. But my view was just calm down, guys. Just calm down. Let's go over the next 5 minutes and then we'll make some decisions about how we change things. Whereas I'd have been doing what Kevin and Ryan are doing, which was trying to be in and say, right, what are we going to change? How are we going to, So I certainly think I've become a calmer person through the experience of management.
What do you think of the question like Mourinho would say that years ago when he went into Chelsea, guys like Lampard and John Terry, although they were young in age, they were men? Well, now he's saying he's coming across guys at 27, 28 who are still children.
Absolutely, 100%. Absolutely, 100%. There is clearly a difference. There's clearly a difference in attitude and approach to the game from younger players today than there was 25 years ago. As I say, I was still young enough to play. There were guys in the team like John Logan and that, the captain, who were older than me. But that didn't bother me. It's a bit at a point, as you say. If you take on the responsibility, then you take it on 100% and you deal with it. And we had our ups and downs, I brought in an assistant manager, Jerry McCoy, and Jerry had a great career at Hearts and Falkirk and Partick Thistle and all these places. Jerry was 4 or 5 years older than me, but over the course of that season, Jerry and I had to go toe to toe sometimes, So you take that on. You take that on. Now players kind of shy away from that. And I'm not saying that the dressing room needs to have that machismo, but it certainly needs to have a maturity that sometimes is missing. That's not there as much as it was in the past.
Well, what do you think? Say, because even I've played junior football. The two guys have watched it. 25 years ago, was it still as hard as what it was in the 80s? And now, you know, you hear junior players screaming when nobody's touched them. Is that just developed into our game, or is that just something we need to accept?
I think, unfortunately, it's developed into the game, and I think that we're with a generation now who see and hear everything on the pitch and on the telly and through the PlayStation. So for me, we've now got centre halves squealing for fouls and all that and rolling about. And for me, that's a signal. That's a very negative signal about the game. You know, it used to be tricky wingers got a bit of abuse, but they stood up and they took it. And one of the things about being a good winger is you've got to be gutsy. Even today, you know, you've got to have a bit of guts about you, because you know when you go past some people, then they're going to foul you. But as I say, you get even centre halves now getting up for headers and squealing that somebody's elbowed them or somebody's bumped into them. I don't think that's a positive thing for the game at all.
Because one of the games I played in, and Big Yogi talks about it, and he does all these sort of podcasts with everybody else. We were playing against Newton Green Star, and Yogi's a young man, and the cad's playing beside me. This tells you, Big Yogi's a bit of a boy, but he's only young. And Cad says, see you next week. And he's like, I'm going through, I'm going to sort him. 12 minutes later, he's stretchered off with a broken leg. The Cad just gave him a doggy.
Aye, absolutely.
But that wouldn't happen now, wouldn't it? You
know,
the game's changed that much.
No, I think the other thing is you've got to remember with guys like Cads and Doctor at Bayliston and guys like that, these were guys that was an art for them.
Yeah.
You know, actually really, you know, practically maiming you was an art for them, you know. Interestingly, when Cads was at Pollock, the guy for me at St Rochs was Budgie Craig. You know, Cads came up against Robert, and it was kind of like, my reputation will be enough here. But Robert Craig was, for me, was just an absolute monster on the park, you know, and reputations never meant anything, you know. And you don't see that. You don't see any of that sort of stuff. I think the game, there are times, clearly, in the past, there are times when there's too much machismo and too much macho madness, but I think the game misses some of it sometimes now.
So if we're going for that, Tam, and we've had this 25-year period with Paul, what do you think the changes that have been introduced in St Rochs in the last few years, including our community engagement, and what's your thoughts on it, Gordon? So we'll start with you, Tam.
Well, I think to go from, say, 20 or 30 supporters to 200 or 300, I think younger people have come in. For whatever reason, using social media has obviously helped, and so and a bit of interaction with the local community regarding whether it be food banks or Christmas joy appeal, or so. I've got a lot of respect. I think really a lot stems from, I've got to say, Andy Cameron. No disrespect to the present manager, but the use of social media and your good self, of course, and I think it's turned the club massively around. And
but do you think the two of them have got to go hand in hand, Tam? Do you think if you just had the football and it was doing well, you wouldn't have the same appeal to the community, or if you're just doing community work and you didn't have the football team?
I think about there's a kind of element that kind of bounce off each other, like kind of match there, you know. I think St Rochs really always was, maybe when the crowds weren't there, but it was always a community club, you know. And I think really that's just been extended now because there's that use of social media and you're able to reach out, you know.
I think we've been able to mix the communities a wee bit better now, Tam. When I went in, you still had this sort of opposition for guys for Blackhill to Garmgad, you know, and there was a wee bit of rivalry. Now they're friends, you know, and they're mixing together a lot more freely.
I think if this year tells us anything, you know, everybody's needs to come together, you know, there isn't any difference between somebody in one end of Royce Bridge or another, you know. And I think that proved it, that even this week with the Troy appeal, you know.
Well, what yourself, Gordon, what do you think?
Well, the changes have been remarkable, and all the work done round about the park, and the stuff in the dressing room, but the community stuff's amazing. You know, the homework class was amazing, and the toy appeal, when I was going home for the park yesterday at 3 o'clock, Barmore Primary were coming out, and it's fantastic. Every child was walking out with a present. Absolutely amazing.
Well, there was 93 kids on the roll for Barmore Primary, and we were able to supply every one of them with a gift. For me, the sort of funniest one that we done was when the three girls, Erin, Olith and Michaela, were doing the on the ball thing, you know, it's to attack period poverty. So I'd asked to meet them. and they had the best laugh of their life tormenting an old man talking about it. And I'm sitting across absolutely scarlet, and they realised they had a victim on the end of the hook, you know, so they really tortured me with that. But no, again, a great initiative that they young girls started, and we were the first junior club to get involved with that. But a lot of the stuff, you know, the homework club, young Michael Docherty, when he sort of pitched that to me and Andy, we had no idea what he meant. We eventually get sort of tweets for Carol Vorderman and you know, commenting Stephen Fry. So some of the things we're doing, it's going to be a bit wider even in our own local community. And the likes of yourself, Paul, involved with Partick Thistle Charitable Trust, I had a conversation with you, and you sort of flippantly says to us, I just watched to see what yous are doing. You know, so it's great that other clubs are noticing, and I think a few clubs are now joining in and doing it in their own communities. So that's a good testament to us. You must see some changes, Paul, from
I don't think there's any doubt that the future of kind of Tier 7 football upwards will only be secured if clubs can demonstrate that connection with a local community. I think the days of it being solely a football club, I think those days are over. And I go back to the points that the guys made earlier about that. Fundamentally, that was the way St Rochs was set up. Anyway, it was set up almost with charitable aims, and football was part of the objective, but the charitable aims were every bit as important. And I think that we've rediscovered them again. I think for me, the clubs went through a kind of renaissance probably about 7 or 8 years ago, which started, I think, on the pitch with Andy Cameron, and then you came along very much right at the same time, and have managed to grow the club in a way where the community identity is much stronger and is every bit as impressive as whatever's going on the pitch. You know, if the stuff going on the pitch is impressive, guys, you'll make that decision.
Only when you're not there. Right, so we're going to go on a wee bit, Gordon. We've a great part of Celtic history here, and that Gordon was at all 3 European finals.
Well done.
Yes.
Gordon, I've seen the photograph of you in the heat of Lisbon.
Yes.
With the dress code of the day.
Yeah.
Could you tell me a wee bit? You're 23 years of age, when you went to Lisbon?
Lisbon, no, 22.
22. You go to Lisbon. So we've all seen the game. So the bit that I'm curious about is the lead up to the game, obviously with the wrong dress sense, and the immediate aftermath of the game. You know, when everybody's attacking onto the pitch. What was your recollection of them?
Well, see, going to Lisbon, I was totally unprepared. I'd never been abroad. I'd only been to Ireland twice, and maybe to Blackpool for September weekend. Was totally unprepared, no dress-wise. I had a brown polo neck and I had a jacket, and it was absolutely boiling. Totally unprepared for it. Yeah. And on the plane going to Lisbon, Charlie Tully was on our plane, and we went there. But when you go there, shock in my life, as I say, with the heat.
But what was the build up to the game, because now if you went to one of these games, everybody's in a big square and there's a lot of usually alcohol involved. What was the sort of mood in the city that day? Because it's probably, you wouldn't have the same amount of Celtic fans as went to
No, there wasn't. We arrived there at about 11 o'clock in the morning, and we got, at that time, thing with Portugal was under a military dictatorship, and we got a warning, 10 warnings by the travel company what not to do, telling us the police don't patrol the streets, the army with guns, and we got these warnings. But we're allowed to walk about, and we're walking about, and we're told not to speak to MD. If MD speaks, he don't speak to you.
That must have killed you.
So we went and walked into the harbour, this big beautiful bridge, and we're standing here. This guy approached us, an open neck shirt, and he started talking to us, and we're all looking about and just ready to say something. He turned out he was a Catholic priest, so as well we just singed. And then it was a mixture of excitement and fear, because Inter Milan were a top team. You were excited. This was unbelievable, going to a European Cup final after experience, for 55 to 60, to 67. And he went to the game and we won. It was absolutely fantastic at the game. And after the game, we get the bus into the centre of Lisbon, and we had a couple of hours to spare before the bus took us to the airport. And I had a Celtic scarf at the time. It was a It was a silk scarf, green with shamrocks on it. And we're 5 of us for the Barmore Celtic Supporters Club there, and we're walking about here. This able boy started following us about. He wanted my scarf and my badge, and he kept, for 20 minutes he kept beside us, and my pals said, come on, give him it. So I gave it to him. And then my last memory is going home in the plane. The plane was absolutely bouncing. It was the energy of the plane could have flown home itself. But here this guy, see, we were on the supporters bus for each game. When we went home, the supporters bus, he ran with a bonnet. This guy goes in the plane with a bonnet. He says, what's that for? He said, the driver. He said, it's a pilot. He probably earns more than the rest of us put together. So that was my memories of listening.
Was it brilliant, Gordon? Was it absolutely brilliant to be there?
Absolutely brilliant. My only disappointment is, see with everybody run on the park, I never seen the cup getting presented.
Of course.
It was absolute chaos.
Did many people see that, Gordon?
A lot of people would have missed it, because it was absolutely chaos. We just made our way back to the bus to go back to the city centre. See, that's my only regret about it. The players didn't have a lap of winner. That would have been out of this world.
There's actually a side note to this story, because I asked Gordon, when you get back in Glasgow, you said you get back at 5 in the morning or
5 in the morning.
And it was that night that Celtic come back with the European Cup. And I said, did you go to Celtic Park? And he says, aye. He says, but I went into George Square and met your sister. And she was ready to go.
Don't tell me she don't wait, Tam.
Right, Tam, I've seen the photograph of you, Gordon, your dad, in the Piazza del Duomo in Milan, in front of the great cathedral. But you've got a really good story about the build-up to that game, haven't you? Would you like to share that with us?
So the build-up to the story, we get to Milan. So one of the things my father said, he said, after Lisbon, he says to me, I'm only 7 years of age, right? So you're getting a bit older, 8, 9, and he says to me one day, if we ever get to another European Cup final, I'll take you. The two will go together. So of course we get to Milan. So pay up or shut up time. And my father, for some reason, didn't go the one-day trip, decided he had a couple of nights, the night before the game, the night after in Milan, so that's okay. And he decides, makes inquiries, and we're going to fly to London, and from London to Milan. That's okay, 2 nights, bed and breakfast. Then he thinks, well, I've got the money in the bank, but I'm not going to use that. What I'll do is, I'll get a loan. So he goes to his bank, he tells them the story, and they refuse him. And he says, well, I've got the money in the bank. They say, well, we're not giving you a loan. So he decides to use Provident Check, right?
Right, we'll just tell people who don't really know, Provident Check is a loan company.
A loan company.
Who would supply even checks to buy clothing, etc., but they would give you a cash loan as well.
And they send agents round the door. Now that's completely stopped. You can do it through the bank now, but at one time these agents, you know, a man or a woman would come to your door on a Friday night and collect the money. And the way it worked was, if you borrowed £100, you paid back 150. It was truly money lending. Yeah. And another thing that Provident Check, one of the biggest backers of the British Conservative Party, one of the biggest. So this was it. We decided to go with, my father decided to go and get a Provident Check and get a load of this money. So that's okay, and it works out. You got £100 and you paid it back at £150 a week for 2 years, right? So that's okay, that starts. And sometimes on a Friday night, for whatever reason, Mrs. Sharp wouldn't come to the door, I'd be sent up to her door, going up and pay the Provident Check woman. Everything goes okay, he gets £100, we go to Milan, and it's about a year later, and my father said to me, take that money up, go up there and pay Mrs. Sharp for Provident Check money. And she opened the door, and this close in Quarrywood Road in Bermuda, and she says to this 11-year-old, you'll no be going to the European Cup final this year. At which point I kind of thought, it's really nasty to this, you know, to me. I don't know, you know. And I just forgot about it. I never went back to my father. I never said anything. And it comes about, it's maybe about 1979, so we're like 8 years later. and I'm standing in Bath Street on the first Saturday in July. Made it a bus stop, and along comes the orange walk, and who's right in the middle? It's Mrs. Sharp. I still laugh at it, I still laugh at it, looks could kill, you know.
Carrying a Bible.
Carrying the Bible. That still makes me laugh, but I actually waited about 20 years later, and my father lived to a good old age, you know, so it's like the late 90s, you know. And we're talking away one night, and I had to say, you know, do you remember that, the Providence Check story? And I said, well, I told him about Mrs. Sharp and how nasty she'd been the year after. I says, maybe 10 years after, I says, I found out the reason why she was nasty. And my father kind of blew up. He says, if I'd have known that, it would never have, you know, all this, you know. And I did laugh at that.
Do you have any boyhood memories about being in Milan, Tam? Do you remember it?
Well, the one memory I remember being in San Siro and the
Horns.
Horns.
Oh, I've still got that in my head. See when Gemo scored, I said, that'll stop it. Didn't stop it. Oh, it was unbelievable. And always was, remember the South Africa days? Even worse than that, wasn't it? Non-stop, right for the start to the finish.
Right. So this is where I'm going to bring a wee bit of controversy into this, and we're going to end up arguing here. We're going to have a best Celtic St Rochs 11. Everybody has to be Scottish. 6 Celtic, 5 St Rochs. You're allowed 1 Lisbon line, and you have to have seen them play, or in myself and Paul's case, played alongside them. So I'm going to start. I've kept mine to Glaswegians, all born within the city boundaries, which takes out Bobby Murdoch and guys like that. Everybody in my team has played junior as well. So my team's going to be Starkey, who's a goalie, Danny McGrain, who played for Maryhill, Jerry Collins, who obviously played for St Rochs, Jim Brogan, the most decorated Celtic player with 6 league titles and played in the European Cup final in 70, played for St Rochs. Stevie Rankin, very, very dear friend of mine, and who's involved in the team just up to a couple of years ago. Midfield's going to be Kenny Dalglish, who played for Cumbernauld. My great friend Thomas Carberry, of Birds Bar fame, he's in the middle. And Tommy Burns on the left in the midfield 3, who played for Maryhill. Up front, my dear friend Shug Farrell. Stevie Chalmers, who scored the most important goal, who was born in the Gamgad for Celtic. They scored the winner in Lisbon. And Frank McAvenny, who played for Johnson Borough. And the manager of my team is James Edward McGrory. So see if he's can beat that, and if he's got any comments to make on that team.
With the exception of McGrory, you've just picked your pals.
Well, there is a bit of sentiment to that.
Picked your pals.
Because I spoke to Shug yesterday, and him, Jerry and Cad all actually played for a bit of season together at the Rock. So I've added in Tommy, who was a dear friend to him as well. And obviously you've got the connection with St Rochs, St Mary's and St Alphonsus. They 4 guys were off for the Celt. So I've had to get them. The rest of them was all just my favourites. So what do you think of that team, Gordon? You think you could beat that?
Well, you want me to give you my team?
You and Tam's team, you usually get a combined team.
This is a combined team, right? In goal would be Starkey. Right back would be world class Danny McGrain. And the twin centre halves is my favourite rock player. I said this in a recent podcast, John Wallace. He played in the 1957 St Rochs title winning team, and he went to Rochdale. Beside him would be Jerry Collins. It's a 4-3-3. And at left back.
So you're playing Jerry Collins on the left hand side of defence?
Defence, aye.
He's a right back, and you're going to play on the left hand side of defence.
He also played centre back for Hamilton Accies.
Not a lefty, didn't he? That's a favouritism thing.
By the way, we let you have your team.
In the left back, it's of Jim Brogan, who played with both St Rochs and Celtic. My 3 in the middle of the park would be Bobby Murdoch. I deliberated between Murdoch and Dalglish, and I went for Murdoch, who was world class. I reckon he was the best player in Lisbon.
Right.
Beside him, Paul McStay.
Whoa. Paul McStay?
Right.
So he's gone in there as well? Right, okay.
Aye. And then the other midfield player is the one that will surprise you. He played for St Rochs in 2003, was a guy called Alec Eady. He was an outstanding player. He also played with Hamilton Accies, and I believe he played with Paul as well. Paul, you'll know him, ain't you?
I played against Alec on a number of occasions. Outstanding
player. And there's a front three, you had to pick a Lisbon line one, obviously.
No, you've already got your Lisbon line. Bobby Murdoch.
That's right. Oh, well, I've picked two. I made a mistake.
One each.
Stevie Chalmers for the Garden Guide. And it's amazing, two guys for the Garden Guide. Stevie Chalmers scoring the winning goal in Lisbon, and Jimmy McGrory, the goal scoring record for Britain, came for the Garden Guide. And beside him, I'd play Hughie Farrell, and the left winger, I'd play Frank Brogan. In the 1960-61 season, in half a season, he scored 28 goals for the left wing. And of two subs, it'd be Stevie Rankin and a guy called Joe Ward, who went from the Rock to Clyde to Aston Villa to Hibs, an outstanding player. And the manager, Paul Kelly.
Thank you very much. Yes.
So, did you see all them playing, Gordon, on a regular basis?
Yes, I did.
Well, what about guys, and I know this is your team, I'm only asking, what about guys like Tony McBride and that? Were they talents, or were they just not consistent enough, or not there long enough?
He wasn't there long enough. He only played, remember I told you, he only played 2 or 3 games, then disappeared and come back next season again. He played very, very few games.
How close did, I know one of your favourite players, one of your favourite people is Michael Jimison. How close did he come to getting into your team?
Yes, he was a brilliant player, Michael. We both deliberated long and hard, but it's really, really difficult to leave players out. Michael Jimison was a fantastic.
Because I went for a wee bit of sentiment in my team, obviously, with the 4 Calvin guys, because you could have had Stan Rankin, you could have had Pat Fagan, God rest him, in the team, who were every bit as good, the goalie wise, Willie Harvey, Big Heafy, Haxman, they're all really good players.
And then going back, Brian Wallace, who went from St Rochs to Clyde, and when they played in the first division, he's a top class goalkeeper. But Starkey, to me, is unbelievable. This season, I reckon we've got 2 really top class goalkeepers.
So if I had to pin you down, Gordon, who would be your favourite player out in our team? It could either be a Celtic player or a Rock player. Who would be your favourite?
Bobby Murdoch.
Aye. Good choice. Good choice.
He was unbelievable.
The only reason I didn't put him in my team, Gordon, is because people told me Rutherglen was the borough of Rutherglen was actually
the Royal Borough. That's right.
So I couldn't put him in. Right, Paul, what about yourself?
Right, what's my team based on? It's a fairly modern team in terms of formation, and I'll come back to that if that's okay. There's a wee bit of sentiment in it, but generally these are people that I think, when I saw these guys play, they were very much at the top of their game. So in goal, I've went for Andy Heafy for St Rochs. I mean, I've watched some great goalkeepers at Celtic, Peter Latchford, Big Packy, guys like that. But Heafy makes it for me, and I played in front of him, so I knew how effective he was on the park. I don't think anybody can ever debate the situation with Danny McGrain at right back, because he clearly in his time when he played, he was the best right back in the world. And the predecessor to guys like Cafu and things like that, he was doing it long before then. A surprise I'm missing, I must admit, for the other two, I've put Davy Hay at number 3. Davy Hay might be my favourite all-time Celtic player, although I was very young when I watched him, and he moved to Chelsea, and I kind of cried a bit when he went to Chelsea, But I vividly remember the '74 World Cup and things like that. I loved Hayes' passion for the game, and he always played the game on the edge. He was getting booked, and he's always in people's faces. But apart from that, his tremendous ability as well. He
was a quality street kid.
And he was a quality street kid. So at number 5, I've opted for Pat Fagan, and I'm going to tell you this story. When I first, Tommy Mulvey and John Docherty invited me into St Rochs when I was 15. I was just 3rd year, 4th year at school. And when I arrived there, guys like Hugh Farrell, Chug McLean, these were the sorts of guys that were around. The Rankin brothers, Steve and Stan. Stan was a big moody guy,
Daltons.
Aye, exactly. But Pat was he was almost fierce in his kind of stature. Yep. He was almost fierce in his stature, but an incredibly gentle guy. It was incredible because nobody interested. Guys like the 2 Rankin brothers were very, very fiery characters. Chugs was always a guy for winding people up and things like that. but nobody argued with Pat. You know what I mean? And I just remember that's been struck by the presence of this guy. He was just such a big guy. And the other thing was, he always reminded me of the big wrestler on Auf Wiedersehen, Pep. He looked like a big guy. Pat Roach. He looked like Pat Roach. So that's why he gets into my team, because he made such an impact on me as a young person, you know. My midfield three is John Cox, who played in the team that won the league, Paul McStay and Robert Craig. And my view there is that Cox and Craig could take care of anything. They could take care of anything on the pitch. They were very, very physical, but technically had enough about them to, you know...
You've missed a centre half, Paul. You've only put one.
I'll come back to him.
All right.
So I've got A3 in there, which leaves me Jimmy Johnson playing wherever he wants to play in the wide areas, wherever he wants to play, alongside Dixie Deans and Brian McClare. That's my three at the front. I think McClare, for 3 seasons in a row,
Dixie Deans.
Brian McClare was the top goal scorer at Celtic, and every season they bought another striker. They bought another striker every season he was there.
A great fan. Paul's a great fan of him.
Oh, is he really?
Aye.
I thought he was an outstanding player for Celtic. The only reason Chuck Farrell doesn't get in the team is because of Brian McClare, to be perfectly honest with you. Farrell was one of the most outrageously talented footballers I've ever seen. You know, and I remember when he was East Kilbride and won the Scottish Cup. I remember he played against a guy that played with me in the under-18 set-up, a guy called John McCabe, who was playing at left back for Bailison, I think it was. They played in the final.
Good side, Bailison.
And I remember him collecting the ball right out in the line, and I jumped up and I says, he's going to push it and drag it, he's going to push. And that's exactly what he done. He put it in, and Big John put his leg in, and he dragged it back, because he used to do this at training all the time. It was an outrageous trick. He just showed you the ball, and people put their legs in, and he just dragged it back and went away for you. And I thought, he's going to do the drag, and he done it. And then he played the ball across, and the boy put the ball in the net, and they won the cup. But at training mostly with Shug, you saw some things that you never saw anywhere else. Nobody else could do them, you know. So I think that that's a really strong team, but they're missing a centre half.
Yep.
And I think the ideal foil for Pat Fagan, absolutely, was a guy, Paul Kelly. I'm not picking a team like that, not put myself in it. I'm just not doing it.
Who's your manager?
Stevie, keep me the manager, I don't care. If they tend to come to play at the Rock, I'm playing with them.
I think, to be honest, Gordon, I think mine of your teams would be a team will do it.
Oh, I've got a lot of danger in my team. Like McClare, Dixie Deans. I mean, what about that for a goal scoring record at Celtic? Dixie Deans, incredible.
What was McClare's nickname? Chalky?
Chalky. Aye.
There was a kind of side issue regarding there about Dixie Deans, and came back to Milan. Was 2 years later we played into Milan, and Dixie Deans takes the penalty kick. We know what happens next, and we're in the Gallagate, and you're pretty down, you know. And I was obviously looking to another final, and my father turned to me and says, "Well, no disrespect, son," he says, "but I've not played off Milan yet." You know?
And then Mrs. Sharp's not getting any more money.
I didn't mention Mrs. Sharp.
You'd have to get that on yourself, Tom.
So as he's on over, we were going to be one of the beneficiaries for Rock Talk from this fantastic weekend that Paul and the Axum team have done. So I was watching a wee thing the other day, and it was Tyson Fury, who's a WBC world champion, and the title of his book's Behind the Mask. So one of the first sessions we had, that was a name or a word that kept coming up numerous times during that. So just going to go back to it. For an older generation, Gordon, what was your original thoughts when you heard we were going to try and set up something like this?
Well, I didn't really know what to expect, you know, but I must admit it's been the Rock Talk on a Sunday, the 18 guys that go regularly, it's been an eye-opener. I didn't realise about depression, how it could affect people, and listen to different people's story. As I say, it's been an eye-opener. I've got a newfound respect for people that suffer for that, and the Rock Talk's been absolutely brilliant. beyond what the people were felt without naming them.
But I think the support network that's developed out of Gordon, that's one of the most impressive things for me, you know, that they're willing to, at the drop of a hat, to go and help other people. They're not concentrating solely on themselves or maybe what they're going through. And a lot of it's different issues for different people.
Yeah. See, Scottish people, well, especially men, are terrible for sort of, you know, displaying the emotions. They don't, I mean, it's a done thing, when it, people my age, you would keep it to yourself. But now it's great that people are coming out and, they like to say rock talk on a Sunday, and they can bring it out and they can get that help.
Or you would get the old cliche one, give yourself a shake.
That's what I say. The doctor would say, you give yourself a shake. No, man up, give yourself a shake. It's been absolutely brilliant rock talk.
So you've probably got the most experience professionally, Paul. You know, maybe some training. So how do you think it's developed from when you first came in to where we are now at?
I think I would back up what Gordon said. I've actually got a great deal of respect for the people that come along and are prepared to open up. I think that's really good. I think something that you find if you open up a programme like Rock Talk, it never ceases to amaze you, the people that are prepared to speak and also now speak openly about some of the challenges that they're feeling, you know. I think in our group, there were one, you know, the group was instigated by one or two people who were clearly having some difficulties managing their mental health. But since we've kind of constituted a group and it's been going regularly, the amount of other guys that have opened up about some of the challenges that they're having has been really heartening. And I think overall, just this whole sense of support, you know, for guys like myself, Steve, and yourself, this is our kind of world war that we're in at the moment. You know, this pandemic is our world war. If you speak to parents and grandparents, they can remember the hardships of either being involved, you know, not necessarily soldiers, but either being involved in the war in some respect or the aftermath. And we're having that now. And who's to say that future world wars might be waged the way this one is currently being done, you know? And
good excuse to get rid of Trident.
Well, absolutely. Why not? It's, you know, this might be a whole different alternative. But unfortunately, it's created a lot of challenges for lots and lots of people in the last 9 or 10 months. And if we were to, the interesting thing for me is if we were to obey the politicians over the last, particularly in the 6 months lockdown, if we were to obey the politicians at that time, there was the Garngad, the north of the city of Glasgow, would have lost a really, really valuable support network.
Yep.
And that support network has been brilliant for the guys turning up on a regular basis. I would stress that we're not cavalier about how things are done. We want to observe protocols and things like that. But fundamentally, the message during the lockdown was don't meet with other people. Whereas we felt there needed to be space for people to come and talk, or just come and dig a hole.
Yep.
You know, whatever it happened to be. So I think it's completely and utterly underestimated, the work that it's done so far. And I look forward to the work that it can do in the future. I just think it's a fantastic thing.
You were talking about Trident there. Surely we've got to get rid of Trident now. The obscene money spent on that. And a virus brings literally the whole world to its knees. Yep. A virus.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's affected the whole world. And the money they're spending, it's obscene.
Yep.
What do you think the benefits of the group are, Tom?
Well, I think especially this year under the circumstances, I mean, I think it's I honestly think the Rock Talk's probably saved people this year. Their mental health actually saved them. Well, you know, you're locked in for 3 months. You were allowed out for an hour a day for a lot of people. And the Rock Talk was there when it did open up. The first place I headed for was Jimmy McGrory Park. And you know, even if it's just a cup of tea and a rolling square sausage on a Sunday morning, it's just nice for folk even just to see friendly faces, you know. And nobody cares nobody's cared whether you're rich or poor or you're sad or something. There's somebody there saying, "Hey, you're one of us. Sit down and we'll get a cup of tea and we'll."
But do you think a sports club although we're a football club, do you think a sports club, because you've got that in common, is a good place to start? Because sometimes we go in, Tam, you know, and we'll talk about the game the previous day, you know, and it gives you the wee icebreaker, and then you'll put in the wee question, how are you feeling today?
You're correct. I also need to say here, St Rochs is slightly unique, you know, even as community clubs, I think St Rochs is a wee bit unique regarding that. I mean, it's kind of, you know, it is kind of open, and it's a kind of welcoming place. I mean, anybody that's come through the door, whether you're a total stranger, you're always going to get a hello. Do you want a cup of tea? And
a can of ginger.
You know what I mean? You know, so I think, you know, St Rochs is and actually, I've really thought, I thought Rock Talk was just a fantastic idea, and the way it's worked out, I just think it's a kind of genius, you know.
But it's a simple thing, innit? But you learn all the time, because a few weeks ago, really getting agitated about Shug. Now, Shug's told everybody he's clinically depressed, and he wouldn't answer his phone, and I was getting agitated because he wouldn't do it. And then 2 weeks ago, he wasn't present, and I asked the group, he's getting on my nerves because he'll not answer the phone, and some of the members of the group were able to explain why he was going to his bed, because that was his safe place. So although I personally don't suffer from bad mental health, I was getting agitated because one of my friends I thought was suffering and I couldn't help him. But I then learned an enormous amount for that. That's one of the great things for me, because so many people who come along on a Sunday don't suffer from bad mental health, but members of their family do. Now they understand it and can take it home to help them a wee bit better. Have you picked up anything like that?
Well, I mean, definitely regarding this year, I mean, there's all sorts of things could make you, you know, have bad mental health. And we see it this year with unemployment coming in. We're seeing it, we're sitting, you know, a week before Christmas, there's poverty. We're looking at the Royston Road corridor, well, there is real poverty. And I think Rock Chalk is obviously there, but certainly for us. Can I say something here? I think there's somebody like the Celtic manager who's stated that he's had problems with mental health problems in the past. I'd like to say something here. That's a man probably, compared to me, I'm in Universal Credit at the moment. Here's a man here that's, you know, he's a football manager, one of the, you know, biggest clubs, one of the big clubs. What's he got to worry about? And the truth is, he's admitted that. He says, look, I get depressed, and, you know, and I think that's people opening up. You know?
But I don't think there's a stereotype, Tam. I think that's sometimes what we get wrong. We have a stereotype of somebody who's going to be depressed.
That's correct.
You could have every outward signs of wealth and success and be badly depressed. You know, and then again the new terminology, you're planning to complete suicide. You know, and when I asked the guy about it, why do you not say commit suicide? He says, because you commit a crime, you commit a sin. You can't leave the people who are left behind.
That's right.
They're survivors of suicide, having that stigma that their son, their daughter, their husband, their wife has done something wrong.
That's right.
So it's all a learning curve for us. I think we're learning quite a bit as we go along. But say that the great thing is the mask. Everybody's got a mask for different stages of the day.
That's right. That's right.
The good thing as well, recently people have been telling harrowing stories how bad they've been during the week, and it gets really, really serious and heavy. And then 10 minutes later somebody could say something and we're all rolling a bit laughing. The two sides to it, and you help them. The person that's had a really bad week, all of a sudden they come in and they're laughing as well.
I think there's always help there, Gordon. It's been having a place to go and open up. Sometimes just getting it off your chest can be a therapy in its own without any great magic wands or potions. But I think it's important just to talk to somebody and get the chance to get help. Is that your findings, Paul, or is it?
I think I'm going to speak for kind of West of Scotland man here, because I'm a West of Scotland man. So for the East, the North and the South, if any of them have got similarities, then great. But typically, Gordon has said earlier, in the West of Scotland, what you were told in the past was just man up and go on with it. What also happened was, if you were the guy that was kind of feeling a wee bit depressed or a bit down or a bit off from the group, then the rest of the group mercilessly kind of had a go at you, and people felt that was the way that you dealt with everything. And it's clearly been demonstrated over the years that that's not the way that you deal with everything. But again, going back to Gordon, what we haven't lost in the West of Scotland is we've not lost the ability to use some comedy, some humour to help the situation for whoever it happens to be, whatever one or group of people that it happens to be. I concur completely with what Gordon says, that we can be dealing with some really, really quite harrowing situations in Rock Talk on a Sunday morning, and 20 minutes later everybody's rolling about, having a bit of fun and laughing at a certain situation. I think a more important, something that you touched on there, Stephen, as well, more importantly, is how we've managed to help people maintain relationships and mend relationships. That's been a real eye-opener for me. The amount of people that have come in and said, look, my relationship at home has changed with my wife, my partner, my kids. I think that's been incredible.
Yeah.
I think that's been, and it's certainly not something that we set out to do, but it's been incredible to see the way that people being able to manage their, being allowed to manage their mental health in a different way has made them consider other aspects of their life, and they went, oh, I need to fix that, or I need to change that, you know. So I think that's been amazing.
We're just going to have to wind up, guys. Thank you so much for coming, but just one wee final thing. We're part of a Quadruple Treble centenary weekend. What's your predictions for tomorrow?
I think Celtic 1-2-0.
Gordon?
I think it'll be harder than we think. I really worry about the referee, who the referee is tomorrow. Only need to go back last year to the Rangers game.
What do you think?
I think they'll win 2-1 probably.
Paul?
We're struggle.
I've kind of got 2-0 Celtic in my mind, but I would caution that it's going to be tougher than we think it is.
Right.
I think
1-0 for me. So all that's left to say is a great thanks to Paul, Kelly and John for inviting us through and making us one of the beneficiaries. So thanks to everybody. God
Thank
bless
you very much. Thanks a lot, Paul. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
I'm Mark. I'm the Food Bank Coordinator for Food Facts Friends. Food Facts Friends started in 2016. The reason I came to Pennycook to start Food Facts Friends, I came to a hard time in my family life before, and I used a food bank, and then when I moved to Pennycook, I felt there was a need for it. That means Food Facts Friends started just as with 3 people in 2016, and then in 2017 we started as a registered charity. And then the end of this year, August, we moved over to the RBS and we took over because the charity has become a lot bigger. In our new community hub, we're open Monday to Friday from 10 till 2. We run the food bank 2 days a week. We work along with Children First, Midlothian Council Job Club, Midlothian Council Employment Support, the Job Centre, NHS. That means there's lots going on in the hub here, and we see over 200 people in a week. That means since the beginning of November, Food Facts Friends have provided food for 254 adults and 164 children. That's a total of 415 people since moving to the new premises at the end of August. We have provided 946 adults and 592 children, total of 1,560 people. The lockdown earlier in the year saw our highest figures for one day when we provided for 141 people. Over in the back area towards me at the moment is where all the shopping bags are being made up. We do an 8-week referral. That means when they come to us, they have 8 weeks. That means they come to us every week, and they get 3 days supply of food, or sometimes it can be 4 days of supply. That means they fill in a shopping list, and they tick what they would like, and then it goes over onto the pass, and then we make the shopping bags up for them. And that contain anything from fresh vegetables to fresh bakery, dry goods, tins, butcher meat, frozen food, anything from that area as well. We have the job club that operates here as well. That means we will be starting on the 2nd week of January. That means we will have a job club every Wednesday, and they'll be able to come here and help with their CVs and be able to apply for jobs. We have 4 computers that they're able to use as well when they're in the building for internet access, and they can do their universal credit. Part of the services that we have in building as well,
Thing
we
is,
have NHS community
1
nurse
2 1 2.
who visits
It doesn't.
once a month, the first
It's
Monday
good because
of the month.
it automatically
She comes
mutes your
in and
mic.
She does all their checks, their weight, their blood pressure.
The thing is, that disappears, and hopefully the next show's ready to go.
Mental health.
I'm going to introduce them though.
Help as well further afield. The other services that we have from here is Children First. They're a big partner of ours, and they work on a Tuesday and a Thursday in the building here, but looking to extend
to these guys,
in the future as well. They do money advice. That means they help with benefit and help them claim, make sure they're on the right benefits. And they do their debt management.
But these
That
videos
means if they're
are
in
key
debt, they help
to this
them
working,
either pay it off
because you
or
need that
clear it
turnaround
for
time.
them. With the money that we get from you, we will support starting
Just
a
talking
group
rubbish,
Children First.
So I'm inviting them in like 15 minutes before they're good to go, and then going through there.
To come in and help them with a support group, along with their trauma group.
Audio, loading, headphones built in, brilliant.
As well, because if we're giving them an 8-week shopping list, some people don't know how to cook with the stuff that we were given. That means we would help with the cooking and show them how to do it. That means that would be like an 8-week programme or 12 weeks programme for the cooking class, and with the money that we would get, that would help us pay for someone to come in and do that with us. We want to thank the people of Pennycook and the surrounding areas for donating food and toiletries. We just want to thank people and for the work that goes on in here.
And as if by magic, here we are. Gentlemen, welcome to the big charity weekender. How are you? St Anthony, Anthony Murray, Harry Brady.
Very well, thank you. We're all good. How are you?
Very, very well. Anthony, can we just get a 1-2 from yourself?
1-2.
Oh, you're all sounding fantastic. So without further ado, I will disappear. Thanks everybody for your donations. We're up at £11,500 over to the Podfathers Celtic Underground. On you go, guys.
Cheers, thanks everyone for joining us. How are things in Renfrew, St Anthony? It looks like the sun's shining there.
Yeah, it's nice and bright this morning, which I'm happy to say. Hopefully it's an omen that it's going to be a good weekend all round, and things will get rounded off tomorrow at Hampden.
Sun always shines on a cup final winning day. What's it like in Bratislava, Anthony?
It's pretty grey, grim. Yeah, I looked at a 10-day forecast the other day. It was the exact same for 10 days. 2 degrees, cloudy skies.
Do you know, I used to think Scotland was the blandest country in the world. It's never too hot, never too cold, never too wet. But you might have found somewhere that's equally bland.
Yeah. Certainly at this time of year, yeah.
Anyway, we are... we've got the cup final weekend this weekend. So Celtic have been in, 58 cup finals and 139, lead the league table by quite some distance. Well, I don't think we'll ever be caught because the team who are in second place, they died. Next after them are Queen's Park with 10 wins. And then our opponents from Sunday, Hearts with 8. So it'll be quite some distance. Either there's going to be a resurgent Queen's Park, or Hearts are going to have a massive turnaround in their fortunes for any team to catch us while the three of us are still alive. So we thought we'd talk about our cup final memories on this. So Saint, you marginally picked me at the post as the oldest on here. So what was your first cup final memory, and what was your first cup final that you attended?
First cup final memory is 1972 when Dixie Dean scored a hat-trick against Hibs. I can remember being in Govan and playing football around the back court, and one of the guys had a wee transistor radio, one of the wee toty thing we used to have in the old days, and we could hear the commentary for Hampden. It's interesting to note actually that in the modern age, the cup finals weren't shown live on TV until 1977. The English games were always live in England, but for some reason Scottish cup finals were never live until 77. So in the years before that, if you didn't get to go to the game, then you didn't get to see it live. So 72 is the first one I remember. The first one I was at was 74 when I was 8. My dad took me, and we were in the Old North Stand at Hampden, which was an old wooden structure. And it was fantastic for an atmosphere because, you know, on a big occasion, everybody singing and stamping their feet. This old wooden structure used to vibrate. And it was quite a good view of the pitch as well. So, and I don't remember a great deal about the actual game. I think Celtic won quite comfortably in the end. And certainly you can see the goals on YouTube. But, you know, when you're 8 years old, getting taken to a cup final and you win, it was quite an exciting day.
That old stand above the north enclosure, it's only now, as a grown-up, that I think back, no wonder they got rid of it, because it was not, I don't think it was very safe, perched up there. My only real memory of it was going to, I don't even remember the game, it was some, you'll remember better than me, Saint, it was some cup, midweek cup game, probably must have been a League Cup semi or something like that, against Dundee. So it would have been about 73, 74, 75, around then, because the thing, I don't remember the game. I remember getting home and my dad saying, that's the last time I'm taking him to a night game for a while, because I fell asleep. I arrived at the game, fell asleep, and then had to get carried home. So yeah, that's my sort of only real memory of that enclosure stand. Anthony, we'll go through cup finals in order, but what was your first cup final memory?
The first one I remember is specifically 88, and it was a big family wedding, big Glasgow family wedding booked on that day. And it was one of those stories where, you know, months in advance, you know, when my Aunt Patricia announces, oh, I'm getting married on Saturday X, every male in the family's like, that'll be the double, or, you know, that's the centenary season cup final. You know, this is a terrible idea. So you end up with this wedding where every man there is just like, their mind is elsewhere. And I distinctly remember, I don't remember the mass, but I remember getting to the hotel and there being a TV no bigger than a laptop in some side room, and every man there at this big wedding crammed into this room, and me being one of the little kids at the front, you know. And obviously it sets up with McAvenny scoring 2 and making a great wedding, which could have gone spectacularly the other way, but was never going to.
And the first one you went to?
I've only been to one Scottish Cup final, picked a doozy. We saw the Huns win a treble in 99.
Hey, it's a good job you're not going tomorrow then.
No, I'm never going back.
Right, so we'll start in the chronological order of our lifetimes, Saint. And so you picked up the first one that you went to was Dundee United. We beat them 3-0. The next cup final after that, do you have much memory? This was Big Billy's last game for Celtic. We beat Airdrie 3-1. Do you have much memory of that one, Saint?
I do remember that one, but obviously a year older, so you're more into the swing of things when you're 9. And what I remember is I was quite disappointed because that was the first time my dad had took me to Hampden and we weren't in the stand. So we were in the middle of the Celtic End, massive crowd, and I couldn't see a thing. So I had to perch on top of this big railing, and it was fairly uncomfortable. And I remember when Celtic went up to get the cup, and my dad put me up on his shoulders, and the fans were singing "You'll Never Walk Alone" in this big Hampden Bowl. And it was just a magnificent sight that's always stayed with me ever since then. And another thing I remember about that day is Celtic were going through a poor run of form. That was the season that we blew 10 in a row. And towards the end of the season, you know, we really went off the boil. So much so that some newspapers had actually picked up that Airdrie were marginal favourites to win that game. It sounds crazy when you think the Celtic team had McNeil, Kenny Dalglish, Danny McGrain, Bobby Lennox. You know, these guys were legends. But it was viewed as being a very tough game for Celtic, and yet they actually won it quite comfortably by 3-1. And Paul Wilson deserves a lot of credit that day because his mother had died in the lead up to the cup final, and Jockstein had left the choice to him whether he played or not. And I think Paul showed a lot of courage that day by turning out, not just turning out, but scoring 2 goals that were the platform of the 3-1 victory. So that's a favourite day. And I also remember at night time discovering that Billy had retired, because before the game the fans weren't told, it was only the players who knew. And I remember at night watched the highlights on TV in the house, and my dad and my uncles were devastated because they absolutely adored Billy McNeil, and there was a feeling of great poignancy that this was would he just be remembered for winning the cup? It would be remembered for Billy's last game.
You mentioned the big bowl of Hampden and the terrace, and I like you. My dad used to take us to go to the stand. Control. I think he thought controlling three boys was easier in a seated area than in terracing. And a bit like you, I went to, just digressing from cup finals for a minute, I went to the Celtic Notts Forest game, and I didn't see a single bit of the game because you couldn't get tickets for the stand, and we were in the Rangers end actually at Celtic Park, and I saw nothing of that game. I would have been 11, 12 at the time. I saw nothing in the game because you're too small half the time. But the other thing about the big bowl of Hampden, even when I was in the stand, but more so when I was in the Celtic end, I had no idea how people knew that the cup was being lifted because I could see bugger all. I could never see it. To be able to see that somebody miles away in the stand was lifting the cup, which is one thing I remember from sort of 80s cup finals of being in the Celtic end. But I'll go into the next game that we participated in, and it's the first one that I can remember. Again, watched it on the telly. So Saint, the 77 cup final, Andy Lynch penalty.
I wasn't there that day. My dad never took me, and in later years, he never told me why. I think it's one of these ones that he may have chosen to go for a day in a drink rather than take his boy to the final, because I had been going to Celtic Rangers games up to that point, and I just have no recollection to the reason why I didn't get to go that day. But what I do remember is my uncle had a colour TV, and they were Rangers supporters. So I sat in my uncle's house with my cousins who were Rangers supporters watching that game, and it was great because we won. And the other thing I remember is I did a podcast with Joe Craig. Everybody remembers Andy Lynch scored the winning goal, but Joe Craig missed two really chances late in the game, which always stick in my mind. The first one is he was put through in goal. He did everything right. He drew the goalkeeper, he slipped it by the goalie, and it went past the post benches. And in the second goal, Danny McGrain at his best, cut the ball back for the byline. Paul Wilson miskicked it in the 6-yard box, and it fell to Joe, and he sort of fell over as he hit the ball, and the Rangers defender cleared it off the line. And the reason why I'm raising that is the last attack of the game, Rangers hit the bar, and it gave me the fright of my life because they weren't really in the game. But it was a guy called Chris Robertson, who's John Robertson of Hearts' big brother. He didn't really have a great career, Chris Robertson. He faded away. But that could have been his claim to fame. If he'd have scored the equaliser that day and that game had went to replay, then Joe Craig would really have been in the bad books, missing two chances. But as it happens, everybody just remembers Andy Lynch's penalty.
So from the 77 cup final, we didn't feature again in a cup final until one of the more famous ones of the last 50 years. But in the intervening period, there was perhaps a trilogy of the three most boring Scottish Cup finals, and they were in the one season, and that was Rangers against Hibs in 78, this 1979 Scottish Cup final. They were. My memory of that was I was fortunate in 79. We lived in West Kilbride, and if you put the portable telly upstairs in the toilet, you could pick up Northern Irish TV. And we watched the Man United Arsenal 3, Man United 2 English FA Cup final, one of the most dramatic ever. Meanwhile in Scotland, there was Rangers 0, Hibs 0. The replay was Rangers 0, Hibs 0. And then the replay of that ended up actually being a goal fest of Rangers 3, Hibs 2. But any memories of that boring triple fest?
Yeah, the Rangers Hibs at least was live in the telly for us in Scotland, so at least we got to watch that. And it was days before the 4-2 game, the famous 4-2 game. And I remember my dad turning around at me and saying, "See if we don't beat them," he says, "they're rotten," because you didn't get to see teams in the flesh in those days. You only saw the highlights, which tended to make teams look better than they actually were. And I remember my dad turning around and going, "There's nothing to fear here." But I'm actually quite jealous of it, Harry, because that Arsenal Man United game, when we saw the highlights at night, that was fantastic. It was a great game. The finish was electric. Man United came for 2-0 down to get it to 2 each, I think, in the 89th minute. And Arsenal took centre and literally it went up the park and scored the winning goal. Alan Sunderland, that was the guy's name.
Alan Sunderland with a cross that Gary Bailey flapped at, and Alan Sunderland came in behind, and players were just collapsing all over the park, completely knackered. Because I think it was grey. My memory is it was grey at Hampden for the Scottish Cup final, but it was gloriously sunny and roasting down at Wembley. And so immediately following that is one of the most famous cup finals that we're still feeling the resonance of now. The 1980 Cup final took place closer to the Second World War than it is to today. Yet we are still setting the behaviour and drink rules at Scottish football because of what happened in that event at the Cup final. So I'll bring you in now, Anthony. Although you went around, you'll have seen the pictures of the 1980 Cup final. Would you have been on the pitch?
No, not at all. Like I say, well, what was the result? Sorry,
Celtic won 1-0 with
right.
It was a shot. It was a typical Trundler shot from Danny McGrain, which Jos McCluskey sort of flicked, and Peter McCloy then did his brilliant. I've asked my mate who's a Rangers fan. I've only ever seen film of Peter McCloy looking like a diddy. And I've asked my mate who's a Rangers fan, did Peter McCloy had a career that lasted from the cup before the Cup Winners' Cup final through into the mid-80s. Yet I do not recall Peter McCloy making us. I think Barkas has made more saves than I've ever seen Peter McCloy make. But he says that McCloy had some great games. I don't know. I just remember McCloy looks like a diddy because he looks like an old man falling over in slow motion as the ball then goes in the opposite direction with a flick from Jos McCluskey. After, as I say, Trundle a shot from Danny McGrain. The other thing I remember about that is my brother had a digital watch with a metal strap and watching it on the telly, and he jumps up and his strap had a wee bit hanging out and cut all down my arm as he jumped up. That's the other vivid thing I remember about that cup final. So yes, you wouldn't have been on the pitch, Anthony.
No. I'm trying to think times when I was in the stadium where something like that happened. I was, when we won the league in '98, I wasn't at the game, but I managed to get into the stadium. And even then, I was just glad to be in the building, so I didn't feel the need to run in the park. Like I think my sisters did, but I never did.
Saint, your memories of the famous 80 Cup final, was your dad there?
No, I didn't get to go in 1980. My dad was working in Camel Laird Shipbuilders in Liverpool for 6 months, and he only come back maybe once every 3 weeks. And to my disappointment, he didn't come back that weekend. So I was 14 at the time. I begged my mother to let me go, and she wouldn't let me go. And in hindsight, that was actually the best decision, because the amount of bottles that flew that day, the stuff in the park, I wasn't the kind of guy that age who would have ran in the park, but I might have got caught up in events. You never know these things. But apparently, even outside and travelling home, it was absolute bedlam. And I know that, as you said there, it's closer to the war than where it is to now. But it was probably a watershed in Scottish football history, because that day was coming. If you ever went to a Celtic Rangers game up to that point, the potential was always there for extreme violence, drunkenness, misbehaviour at a level that's totally off the scale to anything that we see these days. It's actually quite hard to describe to people. The intimidating atmosphere, even getting through the city centre in a car, in a bus, walking, you were taking your life in your hands at times. You know that the number of arrests in the ground were huge, and the number of arrests outside the ground were even more in those days. So it was probably, in some ways, it launched a boil, because it brought it to a head that the authorities had to take action, and they were correct to take the action that they did at that time. But the actual final itself, it's frustrating, because if it finished 0-0 at full time, that game could have been 3 each. It was a fantastic game. I mean, there was 2 teams that went for broke from the very beginning. And if you ever get a chance to see the highlights on YouTube, it's a terrific game. And again, going back to a podcast I did with Mike Conroy just during the summer there, anybody who remembers that final will recall the last action of the game. It was a big high punt into Peter Latchford. And Mick Conroy says, I was underneath that ball and I'm waiting for the shout for keeper. And the shout never came, and Mike said, I'm going to need to go for this. It was a split-second thing. But as Mike Gotsford clambered over the top of him and grabbed it, he's put his arms round Conroy, so he's still got the ball. Mike Conroy's got his arms up and he says, I was terrified that my arm was going to brush against the ball and the referee would give a penalty. He says, all happened in the space of 2 seconds. But at the time, it was really, he was absolutely terrified. But happily, they managed to disentangle themselves and the referee blew the whistle at that very minute. Well, Latchford still with the ball in his hands.
So if we then move forward into the 80s, and this was my first attending at cup finals. We went in succession. Aberdeen had beaten Rangers, won the 81 cup final again after replay against Dundee United. And this was a period when Aberdeen and Dundee United started to be powerhouses in Scottish and European football. Aberdeen won the 82, the 83 and the 84 cup final. 82 and 83 against Rangers. 84 against us, 2-1, and then we beat Dundee United 85 in the 100th anniversary of the Scottish Cup final. So what's your memory of those scenes? One of my memories about it is certainly the 83-84, the 84 Cup final was at the time when Glasgow was getting done up. If you remember, people listening to this might remember, the tenements were black and one of the things I remember, so my brother and I got the train to Mount Florida, and the way that they had to send us round, we came out of the Celtic End and then had to go all the way, because we couldn't go straight along Somerville Drive because we'd have gone past the Aberdeen fans, but we wouldn't have done because they were waiting in the ground to see their team get the cup. So they sent us all the way round the back, so that by the time we actually got bound behind the Rangers End along Cathcart Road, to get to Mount Florida Station, the Aberdeen fans were all coming out. And it was just rubble and pipes because there was scaffolding everywhere. And I remember thinking to myself, because Aberdeen at the time had the casuals, I remember thinking to myself, if you wanted to have an arena that was perfect for violence, they'd left all the toolkit out, because there was metal pipes lying everywhere. There was stone and rubble lying everywhere. Turn the corner and Aberdeen casuals were standing there with bits of scaffolding and rocks and stuff, ready to get any Celtic fans coming. So that's my memory of the losing cup final. Plus, I remember it was pissing down and you're in the Celtic End getting wet. So that's the losing one. What's your memory of those two? The losing one, and then obviously beating Dundee United 2-1 the 85 cup final.
The losing one, I will never forgive Pat Bonner for selling his jerseys that day, because we were down to 10 men when Roy Aitken get sent off fairly early in the game. Murdo MacLeod went to sweeper and was tremendous. Willie McStay was actually centre half that day because Tom McAdam had been suspended, I think. So Aberdeen were hot favourites, fantastic team. Miller McLeish, Rhys Racken, Mark McGee, fantastic players, fantastic team. And we were probably, and in fact, see when lockdown started, BBC showed that game, extended highlights, probably about April, May, and on Friday nights they were showing old classic games, and it showed you that. And what it brought back to me was how well Celtic played, and with 10 men coming back for 1-0 down, getting an equaliser, and then Bonner across to it wasn't even the back post, it was like the penalty spot, and he came flying it like Superman, nowhere near it. The ball drops to Mark McGee, and Mark McGee shoots it into an empty net where Bonner should be. So
you just described half the goals I remember us losing to Aberdeen with Pat Bonner in goals.
Yeah. It really brought it back. It was a recollection of how bad it wasn't just a mistake, it was an absolute blunder. So a year to a happier memory, Dundee United are probably at their peak at this time as well, with Sturrock, Neri and Hegarty. They were probably it was evens going into that cup final, because we had a good team as well. And there's two things that stick in my mind. I'll mention them quickly. Number one is, for 75 minutes we never kicked a ball until Davy Hay made the bravest substitution I've ever saw, when he brought off Paul McStay and sent on Pierce O'Leary. And at that time we thought he'd lost the plot. And really what he did is he put O'Leary to centre half to allow Big Roy to move into midfield. And for that moment forward, Roy Aitken won the cup final for Celtic. He didn't score the goals, but his presence driving the team forward, and it got the crowd going as well. And there was a massive crowd there that day. And the two goals were really memorable as well. We went from 75 minutes of not having a shot and goal. In the last 15 minutes, we could have won 4-1. But just to digress slightly, no, I'm actually getting confused with 88. I'll tell you a wee story about 88 when we come to that. So 85, yeah, it's really the last 15 minutes that still gives me goosebumps thinking about it, because it was just unbelievable, the change in fortunes from one substitution. Fantastic.
So that's the 85 Cup final. Aberdeen won again in 86 and Mirren 87. Quite a big thing. Ian Ferguson scoring for some. And then the 88 Cup final, centenary season. One thing we should mention in the 85 Cup final is the free kick. Your man, your favourite Saint, Davy Provin's free kick.
Mm-hmm.
The thing about actually, I was going to say, the thing about that for Rochs was, even though we were there, my memory of that free kick is now ingrained in my brain from Archie McPherson's commentary.
Yeah. Well, what I was going to say is, I did a podcast with Archie, and I was really deflated because I said to him, you know, you're responsible for probably one of the most iconic bits of commentary ever. But I think it went along the lines of, there's only been 2 goals scored directly from a free kick in a Scottish Cup final. Is this a piece of history? And Provan puts the ball into the net and Archie shouts, "It is." Now, that was almost like choreographed, and although it was spontaneous, and Archie couldn't remember that.
I think actually it was never before. No goal. I think nobody had ever scored direct from a free kick in a cup final. Was the thing? Is this a piece of history? It is.
Yeah. But the disappointment was that he couldn't. I thought he'd have been wearing that like a badge of honour, because it was a superb bit of commentary.
It was, because he finishes his sentence. Is this a piece of history? Provan hits it, goes in the top corner. It is. It's almost as if he knew it was going to happen and just paused just for that bit. So on to the 88 Cup final. Anthony, this is your first memory of it. So I'll let you take it away. Do you remember much of the game if you were at the wedding?
I do remember it, because I guess it's one that, you remember at the time, and then you see the videos down the years. I remember being aware that Kevin Gallagher scoring for United, and he was one of these, I think he was he not the grandson or the son of a Celtic player?
Patsy Gallagher. Yeah.
Patsy Gallagher. So he's one of these guys that my dad would always have been, we should sign him. You know, he's a good player, and he's of the club's DNA. So it was always, he's a good player. And he actually went down to England and won a championship as a solid pro. But I remember them taking the lead, and obviously at that wedding I was at the mood, taking a turn for the worse. But we know it's going to come. I think in the semi-final we'd won it late against the Hearts, if I'm not mistaken. Mm-hmm. So there was that kind of belief that we're going to do this, and ultimately McAvenny chipped in with his 2 goals, and it was always going to be what it was.
The big shock scene before that game was that Alan McKnight played Pat. There was no advance notice that Pat Bonner was going to be injured.
No, that's true. Alan McKnight had played a few games that season. He'd actually done relatively well in big games, particularly against Rangers. So even though he was in goals, there wasn't a great concern, because he'd been playing in high-profile games. He played in European games. He'd played in Old Firm games up to that point. But I have to tell you a wee story here. I get thrown out of that cup final, and what happened was, if people who remember the terracing at Hampden, there was a big fence which separated the Celtic End for the enclosure. Now I was in the enclosure with my mate Alan Stewart. If you're watching, Alan, hello. And my dad was in the Celtic End. And just as the game kicked off, I saw my dad and I said, "Wait till half time, and me and Alan will scale the fence and we'll watch the second half together." Now, this big mesh fence was about 20 foot high, and I don't like heights. So Alan scaled it, no problem, but it took me a wee bit to scale it. And there's a great word in Glaswegian slang, it's dreepy. I did a dreepy for the fence, and I fell slightly, and my trousers were dusted, and I was right in my trousers, and all I saw was a pair of Doc Martens, and I looked up, and it was a big post. And he says, "Fence jumper," and he grabs my arm up the back, and he marches me away. Now, neither Alan or my dad can see this, but all I can think at the time is, how am I going to explain this to my ma? What happens if I get to jail? I was terrified, right? I'd never been in trouble with the police in my life. So as it happens, I get thrown out. I just get thrown into outside. And there was a lot of building work at Hampden at the Celtic End at the time. And there was this big mesh fence. And there was a wee boy about 12, 13 who managed to get the fence up off the ground for about a foot, maybe about that much. And he said to me, going to pull that up. And I managed to get it out a wee bit more. And the wee fella he crawled through. And I said to him, listen, put your leg through there, son, and see if you can just keep that fence from falling down, this sort of mesh. And I crawled under, I got covered in dirt, and I scraped all my arms in this mesh fence. And I get back in there again. And by this time, Dundee United were 1 up. I heard the roar. I knew Dundee United had scored. And I ran down the Celtic End steps, and I got my dad and I got Alan. And that policeman was still standing there next to that fence. So we moved in a wee bit for that part into the main swell of the crowd. And Celtic scored 2 goals to win 2-1. So if you're asking me about a remarkable story in life, that's my remarkable story, that I get back in time to see the two winning goals.
The thing about that in the centenary season, and you mentioned it, Anthony, about the score in the last couple of minutes against Hearts in the semi. I still am amazed when I look back about how late on in the game it was that we first equalised and then scored, because at no point, my memory is at no point watching that game did I think we were not going to win. And not even need extra time, even though we didn't get the winner until the 90th minute, because the whole season had been winning in adversity and winning it. And the thing that was magic about, I'd just turned 18, right? And the thing that was magic about both the 88 and the 89 cup final, this is the plus side of the Celtic End having no roof. When you went into town that night, it was dead easy to spot the Celtic fans in town, because we had bright red Belisha beacon faces from having been in the uncovered terrace. And although there was a sizable amount of Celtic fans from memory in the Dundee United end, in the Rangers end, that day as well. So that was that 89 cup final. Anthony, do you remember much about the 89 cup final? The famous we knock it out for a throw-in and take the throw-in.
Great tactic, you know. My dad was a huge Joe Miller fan, and I think Joe Miller had been, a key player in several cup finals in a row. He played quite well, including 88, 89 and 90, the one we lose on penalties. So my dad was always chuffed that Joe Miller got the goal. I think he was always a guy that said, Joe Miller should play through the middle. I don't know how true that is. I don't know enough about him, but
he played through the middle for Aberdeen. When he broke into the Aberdeen team, he was playing through the middle. We signed him and stuck him on the wing. Bit like Simon Donnelly broke through into the Celtic team through the middle, and we stuck him on the wing.
So on that occasion, it's obviously wee Joe that sneaks in for the crap back pass and scores a winner a cup final. And it's one of the great Celtic celebrations as he runs off blowing kisses to the Rangers end. There's nothing better than that. He wouldn't trade a place to be in that position.
No, saying for me, the biggest way that referees give more decisions to Rangers than us, if you ever whinge about bad decisions against us, Rangers fans will throw up the 89 cup final. The very fact that they're going back 31 years to throw up a bad refereeing decision illustrates that they don't get many of them. So 89 cup final, with your memory of that, you managed to stay in the ground, Saint?
I managed to. I didn't get thrown out that day. The two memories I've got is, number one, it was a terrible game of football. The shot, apart from the goal, there was nothing in it. And we were hanging on grimly in the last 10, 15 minutes because they were hitting us with everything. The other memory as well is to take on what you were saying there about the hot weather. It was excruciatingly hot that day. It wasn't just warm. It must have been about 80 degrees. And I was next to my dad, and I actually made an agreement with my dad. He as you can see here, our family, there's not a lot of hair, and he was really feeling the effects of the sun. So I made an agreement with my dad that if Rangers equalised and it went to injury time, we were going to get back to the bus, because he was really, I think he would have fainted. And that night that he was unwell, and it was sunstroke. That it sounds crazy to think that you can, you associate sunstroke with going on holiday to warm climates. But honestly, that day, for 2 hours, standing in an open terrace and in the sun, that my dad get sunstroke that day. So,
my mate plate was was playing for Clyde in Scotland under 18s at the time. Again, if people want to know where cup final tickets go, this was my first introduction of where cup final tickets go. I got a ticket for the 89 cup final because my mate was playing for Clyde in Scotland at the time. And every club gets an allocation of tickets. Right. And so, I can't remember who was Clyde manager at the time. Anyway, he then said, basically, he knew Michael. Michael was really into football. So he was more of he just wanted the best team to always win a game of football. So he said, there you go, Michael. There's your cup final tickets. They're obviously for the Celtic End, simply by default of the fact Michael was a Catholic. He got Celtic End tickets, and so I got one because he wasn't that fussed about going and knew that it mattered.
Listen, I can add on to that. I can add on to that. There was a guy in front of us with a red jumper, and I thought at the time that's an unusual colour for a Celtic fan to wear at a cup final. You know, everybody's covered in yellows and whites and greens of all shade. And this guy had, and I got to the stage, actually walked a couple of steps down because he had an emblem on the red jumper. I thought at first it was Man United, which would be, totally acceptable. It was Dunfermline. This guy was there with this red jumper with DAFC, and I said to him, I said, how are you doing? I said, what brings you here? And he said, I've always wanted to see a Celtic Rangers Cup final, and I work for Dunfermline Football Club, and I got a ticket. And as you were saying there, where did the tickets go?
So that's where they go. The other thing I remember about that final, was it that final that with about 2 minutes to go, this is in the days before they would add on specific injury time lasted a minute, 30 seconds. If the referee didn't blow within a minute of 90 minutes, you were thinking he was at it back in those days. Well, we get a free kick down near the corner flag, and Roy Aitken just blew us the free kick straight out of the park into the back of the Celtic end. I always remember thinking, he didn't even try and get a deflection off the Rangers player he was there that might have got us a corner. He just ran and bloated it straight up.
But I think he hits it into the Celtic end, doesn't he? So he knows, all right, someone's going to catch it, and then it's going to, it's not coming out of there anytime soon. Yeah. It was masterful. I watched it again this morning.
So after the 89 Cup final, we have the penalty defeat to Aberdeen. Charlie Nick playing for Aberdeen. Saint, what's your memory of that one? That's really at the start of our, we already know we're in decline, but it's really at the start of the decline with the barren years of trophies and everything that happened in the middle. So what's your memory of that Cup final, Saint?
It was another poor game, and it was a game I remember being at where I thought we're never scoring here. We didn't have any inspiration. We didn't have any particular anybody who could grab the game by the scruff of the neck. And when it went to penalties, it was just a lottery. And I always felt sorry for Rogan, because if Dovcik had scored, then Rogan would never have been the villain. So it wasn't a great day, and as you said there, it probably signified the start of the barren years.
The worst thing about penalty kicks when they get beyond the 5 is the people who are then responsible for a team losing or whatever are the players who least want to take a penalty. Because the very fact that you are the 9th, 10th or 11th player to take a penalty means you didn't want to take one. You're not the best. Anyway, I'll quickly speed through so we can catch up with the cup finals. We've got 15 minutes left. So the big one, Anthony, is the 95 cup final. It ended the barren period. What's your memory of that one?
I remember it being at a mate's house and having it on the TV and watching it, and it's interesting to look back at now when you look at the list. It's the last Celtic Scottish Cup final, maybe last Scottish Cup final, where the list of players all have saltires next to their name.
Yeah.
It's like we would have met UEFA's 3 foreigners criteria in that final with Rudy Vata, Pat Bonner and Pierre, and the rest is all Scottish. So it's an interesting watch to see, because that's not the case and won't be again, unlikely. But yeah, to see a team of Mark McNally's, Simon Donnelly's, Phil O'Donnell's, John Collins, all Scots, playing in a not particularly good game, a nice goal, a brilliant ball in by Tosh McKinlay. I've got very, very fond memories of Tosh McKinlay. But yeah, a goal was all we needed, and it was a big celebration afterwards.
The poorly seated Hampden Saint with only 36,000 people there.
What I remember about that is the difficulty in getting tickets, because this was seen as Celtic coming back to the fore, and there was a mad scramble for tickets. The game, I think, as Anthony's alluded to there, was a poor game of football, but with a great goal. I mean, Van Hooydonk's header was a wonderful sight on the day, and Peter Grant in the last couple of minutes had a great saving tackle to stop an Airdrie player who probably would have scored. So that's the two. That was a game summed up.
Do you know the 95 Cup final and Seville final are the two occasions in my life when I've been at a game and thought to myself, I'm struggling to breathe with nervous tension here. How must the players be feeling if I'm feeling like that?
At the end of the game, all we felt was relief. There wasn't any great joy in it. I think it was just pure relief.
Yeah, I remember I was in the seated area, as it was at the front of the Celtic End. Next cup final is yours, Anthony.
Hey.
It's your Jinx Cup final. We lost 1-0 to Rangers in '99.
It's a really strange one because, like, you name any Celtic game in the last 25 years that we lost, I'll have someone to blame. You know, I'll say, oh, it was the ref's fault. It was Brian O'Neill's fault. It was, you know, George Alberts did something spectacular. I left Hampden that day and did not think a moment about it until this morning when I knew we were doing this. Do you know what I mean? I've just decompartmentalized that game. That didn't happen. So I went to watch the highlights of it this morning. Really weird to watch back. You know, one, you're not going to win a cup final with Reggie Blinker on the team. Lesson learned. Two, there's a sort of flappy-haired Moravchik playing, which is, I don't really remember that, but yeah. And three, ultimately, Johnny Gould had a good game. Johnny Gould made some saves. I have no real memories of Johnny Gould being good other than that St Johnstone save he made at the start of his career. I thought that bought him a couple of years. But he actually had a decent game in that cup final, so he was unlucky to be in the losing team.
Seen any memories of it?
Team selection that day, I think Dr. Joe got it wrong. Birchall had played a lot of games in the lead up to that cup final and scored a few goals. And he played Tommy Johnson, and I don't even think Birchall was in the bench.
Birchall wasn't in the bench, and Birchall didn't even get in the squad.
Yeah. So to me, that was a bad one, because Birchall was in fire at the time. As Anthony said there, Lubo was just coming back from injury. He wasn't 100%. We took a gamble, it didn't work. And then another thing that was, there was a Paul Lambert shot near the end, which struck a Rangers player, and we claimed for a penalty. And at the time, I was convinced it was a penalty, but having seen the TV footage in later years, nah. Just a poor performance.
Yeah, but that was all redeemed shortly after in the wonderful Martin O'Neill era, and we won a treble in 2001. We beat Hibs 3-0. Saint?
That's one of my happiest days. It was one of those games where you just knew Celtic were going to win, and I don't say that very often because I'm normally quite apprehensive before big games, but I just felt the momentum at the time that we had was wonderful. Larsson was on fire. We were almost unbeatable at that time. Another thing as well that sticks in my mind is Bobby Murdoch had died in the days leading up to the cup final, so there was a wee bit of a bittersweet thing because he was the first of the Lisbon Lions to pass away. And I just remember it being such a happy occasion. And also, that was the first time that I could remember a Celtic team winning a treble. So that made it a particularly affectionate day.
Because we've got so many Celtic wins coming up, I'm going to just sort of try and batter through it in the 10, 12 minutes we've got left. So I'm going to jump, then I'm going to bypass losing 3-2 to Rangers in the last minute in 202. 2004, Anthony Murray, we beat Dunfermline 3-1.
Typical Celtic, we give them a stupid lead, but it's a cup final, so we come back and win it brilliantly. And Larsson's last competitive game, I guess. Wearing that, I quite like that green away strip we wore, but it was just the most Larsson moment of his career, wasn't it? Give him half a chance when you think he's not having a good game. Half a chance, buries one. Second chance, a chance that a good striker should finish, but he just so composed, so cool, just gives the keeper the eyes and just slots it in the far corner. And then Petrov, scores a nice finish as well. So, Yeah, that was for a double, was it? Yeah, it would have been.
Yeah.
And yeah, big farewell. Larson goes out like the king he was.
So Saint, next one is 05 season, a bit bittersweet. I mean, I just remember that whole week being a downer week. We beat Dundee United 1-0 in a bit of a nothing final, is my memory of it.
It's a toss-up between what was the worst cup final, the 2005 or the 2007. There were dreadful games of football, and the only thing you can say is that we won it, and it's much better to win a bad final than lose a bad final. The 2005 one probably best remembered for Chris Sutton's penalty where he lost his footing, and he literally fell over the ball and sent the ball over the bar.
His planting foot goes down, and as he's about to hit it, it goes away. And it's one of those things where your split-second thoughts are, that's unfair, he should get to take it again.
But it was a brutal day in terms of weather. It was like a December day. It certainly wasn't Mayweather.
And it was Martin O'Neill's last day. It's actually, it's what got me where we are just now, because it was in the papers in the May that Martin was leaving. But through coincidence, I knew two people. One person who knew Robertson, the other one who knew Steve Walford. And in the end of January, they were not football fans. Independently, they'd said to me, "Oh, I see your manager's leaving in the summer," and it's because Walford had told his mate, and Robertson had told his mate that they were selling the house because they were leaving. And I remember contacting Eddie Pearson, as he was at the time, Glenn Tim, who did the E-Tim's rumour mill. And I remember contacting him and saying, Martin O'Neill, this was in first week in February, Martin O'Neill's leaving in the summer. And that was on the E-Tim's rumour mill, and that got me to where we are today.
That was your first scoop?
That was my first scoop, yes. That was my first scoop. So 2007 Cup Final, Dunfermline 1-0, Anthony Murray.
I was looking at obviously we're sharing this platform for this today, and I was looking at the rules that we have to follow, certain taboos that we're not allowed to touch upon. And on that list of taboos is humiliation and violation of human dignity. So at that point, we cannot discuss Lennon's substitution for Gary Caldwell. Because it doesn't get worse than that. I didn't realise how dramatic it was until watching it back this morning. Lennon storms down the tunnel. He's in a proper cream puff. Quite interesting.
I remember people around me being quite annoyed that I thought it showed Strachan's lack of sentimentality. I thought, although I did wonder if Strachan was making the substitution to allow Lennon to get an individual applaud off the park. But I remember people around me going nuts, saying it summed up Strachan to them, that he wasn't giving dignity to this Celtic man by allowing him to play the full 90 minutes. We might see something similar this Sunday. Who knows? So next one, Saint, is after rattle through, because a couple of Rangers victories. That was before they went, when they still traded. Next one is 2011 against Motherwell, Cup Final, Saint.
Horrible pissing wet day. Motherwell should have had a stonewall penalty when Majstorovic handled the ball in the penalty area at nothing each. So in terms of getting a benefit, we did that day. And two cracking goals. Key's goal was wonderful. Charlie Magoo's free kick was a peach. And it was one of the better performances, but we did get away with the penalty shout. It could have been different.
So we've got the 2013 Cup Final 3-0 against Hibs. Anthony?
Absolutely brilliant. Really nice kit. Black away strip. I think the nicest Celtic away strip there ever was. Gary Hooper scores two wonderful first half goals, and where he strikes it, he headers one, volleys the other, and he basically lands on John Beaton's toes, because John Beaton's like the fourth or fifth official, and he lands right on him. It's absolutely wonderful. Foster makes a great save at 0-0. Ledley scores a goal. And interesting of note, one of two Scottish Cup finals where Anthony Stokes is man of the match. I was a big fan of Anthony Stokes. He was brilliant for us that day. And a couple of years later, he came back in a Hibs shirt to win another one. And we all enjoyed that one as well.
Well, I'm going to touch on
the only thing about that.
Yeah.
No, I just want to say the only thing about that game is I wasn't aware of this. That was played on a Sunday. I don't remember that. I just automatically thought it was a Saturday. Something to do with the Champions League final. I can't remember why.
That's right. Yeah, it's to do with Champions League final. It was when that was when they first moved Champions League final. I think that was when they first moved Champions League final to the Saturday
night.
And the Scottish FA hadn't obviously in their usual organised fashion hadn't really noted that, and we weren't allowed to do it. I'm going to briefly touch the 2015 Scottish Cup final. We should have won a treble that season. Ronnie Dyler would have won a treble as Celtic manager. If a guy who's still a referee, still official, who's the behind the goals guy, had remember the handball of Inverness in the cup semi-final where he couldn't see it from 3 feet.
No, but you've also got the linesman and the referee and the guy behind the goal. Between the three of them, you think one of them would have seen that?
Well, the thing about it is, I was in the main stand, the south stand at Hampden, but on the bend as it goes into the Celtic End, so on that corner, so I'm 110 yards away. I could see it was a handball from there. Every official in the park could have seen it was a handball, but they're Huns. Yeah. So then we're on to the Invincible season, 2017 Saint. So Tom Rogic, last minute winner. Aberdeen take the lead. We win the treble. Your memories on that?
Very, very quickly. I had health issues at the time. I was in hospital for an operation, and probably I mixed the dates up, but I ended up being in Malta that weekend. And I'm so happy that I was, because it was a wonderful memory in a family sense. So I would have loved to have been there at Hampden, but the experience and my father-in-law, who's passed away now, was with me that day, and my son, Michael, was only about 12 or 13 at the time, but it's a brilliant personal memory in Malta, in the sunshine, and a brilliant sunny day. And when Tom Rogic scored that goal, was just, everybody remembers it. Everybody's got their own favourite memory. It's hard to describe how good it was.
Anthony, your memory of it?
I'd gone through an Irish pub in Vienna, which wasn't particularly well populated with Tims, but there was enough of us to generate some kind of small atmosphere. And yeah, it's as good as it gets, isn't it? Just absolutely fantastic. And we're just bouncing for days. I'd say it's similar to O'Neill's first treble. You're just on cloud nine for months, The
next one, Anthony, is the 2-0 victory over Motherwell. Second treble, the double treble. Did we ever think we'd see the likes again?
It's just so good. The fact that McGregor scores that goal. I mean, if you look back at these, you realise, Ki Sun-young's goal, Davy Provin's goal, Larsson's goals. We've scored some great cup final goals, and as good as any of them is McGregor's half volley on his wrong foot. Just you can't do that. Yeah, it gets faster every time I watch it. It's such a good strike of a football. And Cham chips in with a second. Interesting. I noticed looking at the details of it. An 18-year-old unused substitute, David Turnbull, of Motherwell. So he's been in the stadium before. So here's hoping he turns up tomorrow to get a wee run out.
Saint, just before we cover off tomorrow's game, Saint, we beat Hearts last season, or whenever it was. I'm losing track. A season and a half ago, for an incredible, unique treble.
Treble.
Memories of that one?
The memories of that is that our Michael was on the pitch that day, but he did the presentation thing with the crests and stuff. So that for a young boy, that was a memory that will stay with him for the rest of his life. And I was quite proud that he was on the pitch. I know he didn't play, but he was part of the event, which means a great deal to us. And he's got wonderful photographs to look back. And in terms of the game, fantastic winning goal, but Edward, he runs in and goal. That's quality finishing. There's so much resting on that. And then after the event was a bit of a damp squib, because I think it was a rugby on at Celtic Park, and we couldn't get back to the ground, and it was meant to be a bus parade back into the city. We went to the Merchant City. It was absolute carnage. It was bedlam, in a good way. No, I don't mean in a bad sense, but there's no way any bus could have could have went down Salt Market and onto the Gallagate. So that was the only disappointment in the day, but we couldn't get the celebration.
So we're just wrapping up now. As one of my Rangers supporting mates said to me the other day, you only know how disappointing it is to not be in a cup final. You only realise how much you enjoy being in a cup final until the cup final's on and there's two other teams playing in it and your team isn't one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've got that tomorrow. It's the strangest thing, having a cup final the week before Christmas. And it's last season's cup final with this season's team. A guy who was our goalkeeper in the squad last season, in Hearts squad for this season. Anthony, what's your expectations for tomorrow?
Really interesting. I mean, they're only, Hearts are, got deservedly relegated from my point of view. I know a lot of pundits are saying, they're a Premier League club. It's like, they kept saying that and they kept getting beat. So that's why they went down. That's how it works. So we shouldn't be fearing them. There is narratives there that are on, if you were of their persuasion, the Huns in their team, Gordon in their team, there is a story there if they were to win it. But hopefully we pick the right team and go and win it.
Saint?
I'm a wee bit worried about the team selection because I think the last two games, the changes that he's made have given us revitalised the team and energised the team. And I hope that he's not going to revert to sort and go back to the I was going to say the tried and tested, but probably the tried and failed this season. So, as Anthony said there, that Craig Gordon's got a point to prove. You've got Naismith, you've got Halliday. There's probably another couple of players in there who don't have any great desire to see Celtic winning. But it's an opportunity for Hearts to create a wee bit of history in their own right. But from our point of view, 4th consecutive treble, never been done. 4th consecutive Scottish Cup, never been done. No person has won a treble as a player and a manager. So there's so many records to be broken tomorrow if he can just go over the line. And I'm hoping that we're over this horrible period, horrible patch. And I do hope we can do it with a bit of style.
Scoreline predictions, Saint?
I'm a great believer in one more than them will do me. I'd be happy with a 1-0 win, but as I said there, that I would love us to do it and with a bit of panache.
Anthony?
If he picks the right team, 3-0.
Well, I think he'll pick the right team and I think we'll win. And I think we'll get a quadruple treble. And with that, I will say thank you very much for everybody listening. Thanks very much for listening. Don't forget, the purpose of this is to raise money. So if you can go on the links below, you'll find in the descriptions, you will see how to donate. Good luck to everybody else who's doing their podcasts. And with that, I will say St. Anthony Murray, thanks very much.
Thank you. Pleasure.
An idea I had maybe about 2 years ago where I was hoping to start a mental health group because I could see in our terracing there was some people struggling. My initial thought was that we would do a walk and talk group. After speaking to Gillian Gallagher, who was a sports scientist stroke physio here, she advised that we would have to really do a lot more strenuous tests on the participants because everybody would have a different level of fitness. So we couldn't walk away from the park and people would drop off. So we sort of mothballed it, and last year in October I decided, listen, we just need to do it. So we played Renfrew in a game down at Renfrew, and I spoke to some of our fans who I thought were maybe struggling a wee bit with their mental health, and asked them would they be willing to participate. So they thought it was a great idea, they advised me that it had to be a weekly session because that's what they would need if they were going to participate, and from then we initiated it. Got all the usual things, it won't work, nobody will come, some feeding from within the club, but we put it on and it's been an absolutely marvellous success.
The group's benefited me because it's given me somewhere to come on a Sunday, and somewhere I can come and talk about what's happened the week before, what's going on in my life and what's up and what's doing, and it gives me a chance to vent out where I feel like I can't elsewhere. You can't go, sometimes you can't see your pals, sometimes you can't see your family, something I feel you can't. But coming here, it's just everybody's pals, there's no judgment, you just come here and you talk.
It's benefited me probably because I'm more aware how I was feeling a long time ago, and then I could hear other folk up here getting similar stories, and you kind of felt, well, it's not just me. I didn't have the thoughts. It wasn't unusual, and being able to go and speak to people individually and collectively in a group it's something I didn't think I would do, but it's benefited me greatly. I come here as often as I can every Sunday.
We open up, we prepare for the group coming. They all arrive at different times leading up to 11 o'clock. Sometimes it's a wee bit later than that before we actually start. But the great thing is the camaraderie and the friendship that the people have made within the group, which support each other during the week. We've set up a WhatsApp group and they all wish each other good morning. If anybody puts on they've got a wee problem, and then we come the Sunday, we help each other. The group's made up of a dynamic from probably about 34 years of age to 76. So we've brought a real diverse range of ages to the group. Some people come because a member of their family is suffering. They don't actually suffer from bad mental health. So they listen, and it allows them to cope better when they go home to the person that they're looking after. But for me, it's just actually to see the support network. And I've said this before, that one of the instances was one of our young men who was struggling, and the guys who come to Rock Talk probably wouldn't fit the prototype that people have in their head or the model, and they offered to go and clean his house, do his washing and make sure he was okay. And for that was probably the greatest moment I had in Rock Talk.
Today. So I'm Jerry and I'm here with Mark and Barry. Hi guys.
Hi Jerry. Hi Mark.
Hi Jerry. Hi Barry. Hello everyone.
Hi everyone.
Can I give a wee shout to the wife and kids who are watching as well?
No shame.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so since April this year we've been podcasting Celtic A-Z, just going through all the great players, great figures, great games, iconic moments of our magical and unbroken history. Today we're going to focus on our very proud record in the Scottish Cup. We're already the most successful club in the competition's history. And
by some distance.
Yeah, but a decent margin, yeah. And tomorrow we're going for our 40th triumph. So in our episode, we normally each nominate a player or a game, an artefact or wild card or something, make a case for it to go into our A to Z. Today we're doing it slightly differently. We're each going to propose a couple of nominations, but also take you through all our Scottish Cup triumphs as well, and hopefully reach a consensus on what's the greatest Celtic Scottish Cup moment.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, so which is going to be very much argued.
I know. Well, we'll see. We'll kind of open that up to you as well. Let us know if we get that right or horribly wrong. So I've explained that properly, boys. Is that kind of...
Yeah, it's a good overview, Jerry, what we do.
Good, okay, cool. Let's make a start then. So we'll kick off with a nomination before we start taking you through some of the history. So Barry, I think, come to you first.
I'm going to do the first nomination. So my first nomination is the most recent one that we're going to speak about in today's podcast. And it's from 2017. I mean, I'm starting with the big gun here. I'm starting with the pivotal moment. in the last few years, the game that capped off the invincible treble.
Yeah.
But before I talk about that, let's go back a year. So this put us in a bit of context. We had a horrible afternoon at Hampden Park. We lost in penalties to Rangers. The missed penalty was from the big Australian Tom Rogic.
Yep.
And I mean, it was heartbreaking, it was gutting. I just felt, you know, where are we going from here at this point? And then in that summer, Brendan Rodgers comes in and the club just has it's just renewed almost. It was such a great
There's
feeling
a
in the
big change,
club.
isn't there? Yeah.
It's kind of Martin Realisk, isn't it?
We've talked, I guess, throughout the series about defining moments in the club's history, and that's obviously one of the most recent ones, I guess.
And then, as I said, not to go on too much about it, but then we go forward a year and we've got the same player, you know, Tom Rogic, scoring the winning goal, and a team which has just been completely rejuvenated even.
Yeah.
And it's a memory that will just live with me for as long as I live. And I remember, I could see it in my mind's eye, Tom Rogic with that ball run through in the last minute.
Yeah.
Sticking it at the back of the net.
You think he's too wide? He's too wide.
I think I was shouting, square it, in my limited knowledge.
And the thing as well about that cup final as well, Aberdeen were clearly the second best team in the country at that point. They had a good team. You're talking Johnny Hayes, you know, Kenny McLean, Niall McGinn. You know, they were a proper solid team. Don't get me wrong, Celtic were phenomenal that year, miles better than everybody else. But it was a proper occasion, and I remember being there thinking, this is great. You know, we've got the two best teams in the country competing for the final.
Well, the thing is, I mean, Aberdeen, they hadn't really laid a glove on us, albeit, you know, you're right, they were second, but I think we beat them 4 times in the league. We beat them in the League Cup. But you're right, that was, you felt that was their moment. Obviously, they went 1-0 up as well.
And they had that glorious moment about an hour into the game where they could have taken the lead. But then, the last 30 minutes is just wave after wave after wave of Celtic attack. And Celtic probably could have ended up winning that game 5 or 6-1 if Scott Sinclair had shooting boots on that day. But yeah, for me, the reason I'm nominated is just it was so emotional. I remember I was pretty much in tears at the final whistle. I'm getting emotional now just even thinking about it. It was so happy just compared to where we'd been the year before, and where, you know, the future at that point just looked so bright. And I love it so much.
That's a great nomination. I think it's that moment when you realise you're living through Celtic history, isn't it?
Well, an undefeated treble, you know, the invincible treble, it's highly unlikely we're going to see that again. So you're right, it's a pretty special one. And that moment with Tommy Rogic, right, the legend of lightning striking Hampden Park.
I mean, it was a strange day because you had the weather, which was like sunshine, and then it was, you know, a storm basically, and then you had the lightning coming in after we scored. And then you've got the bit with, you know, Kieran Tierney going off as well, and then come back on to grab the trophy. Yep. It's just fairy tale stuff.
Doped up to the eyeballs, running up the stairs at Hampden. Yeah, no, it was a great moment, and I guess that was the first of this great run of.
In fact,
hopefully
we can sort it out tomorrow and complete that quadruple.
Excellent. Okay, so 2017 then, and that Tommy Rogic goal, that's the first nomination. I'm going to take you through, I guess, the early years of the club now and start our initial successes in the Scottish Cup, so leading up to the First World War. The first final we were in was actually the 88-89 season, so the season of our formation. We ended up getting beat with Third Lanark in the final, but reaching it's not a bad start.
So
let it.
First year the club existed,
yeah.
Too much.
But yeah, 3 years later we have our first trophy. 1892 Scottish Cup. We beat Queen's Park 5-1, and one of the early greats of the club, Sandy McMahon, gets a hat trick that day.
Oh, did he?
Well, there seems to be some debate.
My Bible, my Celtic 95-96 pocket annual suggests it was 2 goals from Sandy McMahon and an own goal.
I don't think there's any footage exists of it, so you know we'll make your own mind up on it.
The dubious goals panel still make a decision on it.
Give him the benefit out. Give him his hat trick, surely.
But what a player Sandy McMahon, though. The amount of goals he scored.
Yeah, you're right. One of the kind of early superstars of Celtic. The game was actually replayed, so we actually beat them 1-0. In the first final, and it was ordered to be replayed because of crowd encroachment, and then we beat them 5-1, so you know, fair enough. It's a bit odd that you play a game, get a result, and then say play it again. I guess that happened. A few years later, so 1899, the first Old Firm final, we win 2-0 against Rangers, so not a bad way to end the century, I suppose. And then retain it the following year, 4-3 v Queen's Park.
7-goal thriller.
Yeah, it's a cracker, and I think we've said before on our series, I think in those early years, the Scottish Cup's probably the main event rather than the league.
Yeah, the league's still in its infancy, isn't it? Really, just getting going.
And I think that, you know, there's amateur teams like Queen's Park. We talked about Celtic becoming professional in the mid-1890s and that kind of early boardroom wrangle and that. But Queen's Park, Vale of Leaving, teams like this, the amateur teams are still, very much a force in the Scottish Cup.
Yeah.
Not so much in the
I
league.
mean, the Scottish Cup is your ambition at the start of the season at that time, and that's what you want to win. Certainly up until probably the turn of the century.
Yep. Lost a couple of finals in the early years of the 20th century, 01-02. Yeah. Then another Old Firm final, 1904, against Rangers, beat them 3-2. It's a Jimmy Quinn hat-trick. I think that was a real hat-trick.
I've got no complaints about that one. I've spoken to the people and it's a genuine hat-trick.
Good stuff.
And for Jimmy Quinn, do you know what I mean?
A hat-trick in a final against Rangers, that's brilliant.
It's amazing, really.
Yeah.
The Croy Express, is that not right, from our nicknames episode?
We did had a wee bit of
a few nicknames,
yeah.
but I think the Croy Express is one of them.
Yep, so a couple of back-to-back wins, 07-08, 3-0 against Hearts, 5-1 again v St Mirren. And then a very interesting year, 1909. Don't know if you are aware of what happened.
Was there a slight disturbance at some point?
I think that's what you could maybe call it. Yeah. So there was 2 games. I think it was 2 each first game, and then 1 each, and then there was a riot.
This is against Rangers. Yeah,
against Rangers, and the cup was withheld. So 1909 officially, there's no winner.
I mean, I've read before that it was the fans rather than a riot between the supporters. It was more a riot against the SFA and the clubs themselves. Because if supporters believed that they were fixing the result, so we could just have a final and another final and another final just to make more money. Which is not impossible.
I suppose, yeah. Well,
particularly in those early days, I'm sure there was a few shenanigans going on at certain places.
I think that's where the term Old Firm started to come out, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was immediate, wasn't it? Period, the suggestion that they're running in the same.
Yep. Okay, so 1909. Who knows who was to blame or what exactly went on there?
It's probably their fault.
I think it's strong evidence.
But then
history has proven it's probably their fault.
Well, let's leave that there, Barry. A great era for the club, though. That kind of 6 in a row going into the 1910s, won a few more cups leading up to the outbreak of the First World War. So 1911 beat Hamilton 2-0. Following year 2-0 against Clyde. And then 1914 against Hibs 4-1, and you just look at the names in that team, in that great 6 in a row team: Patsy Gallagher, Jimmy McMenemy, Ali McNair. These are guys we've spoke about on the podcast, just proper legends of the club.
Guys like McMenemy, gave his whole career to Celtic, and was effectively manager in the 30s as well. So it's
that's right.
And the cups are so important because they're going towards, fingers crossed, at another one tomorrow.
Well, that's it.
They all count.
They all count. I know you're right. They're numbers, 1 through 9 or something there. So
so important for us.
40 tomorrow. Okay, so leave the history ones for a moment. I'll throw in the second nomination, and I'm going to nominate 2001, the 2000-2001 season, which is probably my favourite season.
Yeah, I love
in
it.
terms of Celtic history.
The sun shone every single day that season.
I was 18, 19 years old. Yeah. What's not to love?
It's a great period. When you're 18, 19, you've got a great Celtic team to support as well, because it just makes all the difference.
After years of not having a great one, it was nice.
Well, exactly, because you grew up in the 90s, and so we'll get to the 90s at some point. There's not a lot of success there, but so Martin O'Neill coming in. Barry, you talked about 2016 to 2017, and I guess just taking it from that kind of low moment. We'd lost the league by 20 odd points the year before.
21 points, aye.
Yeah. And then Martin O'Neill comes in, obviously turns it around. So I'm not sure anything will surpass that for me. If you look at the team we had, guys, Henrik Larsson, obviously, Lambert, Sutton, Moravchik, Lennon, Thompson.
I mean, they're all top quality European players.
Yeah. And defenders, I mean, we had real defenders back then: Mjallby, Valharan, Raman Vega.
Raman Vega. I'm not sure I would class Raman Vega as a top quality defender. He was good for 6 months. He's done a job.
But just big rock solid guys.
And then
at the back,
guys like Boyd as well. So experienced.
Yeah, that's it. Well, we had Alan Stubbs and Tom Boyd on the bench that day.
I think Stubbs hardly played that season.
Yeah, so it's real, I guess, quality all over the park. But yeah, I mean, we'd won the league at a canter. Some great games along the way as well, no less the 6-2 game. The cry was no defenders, that one. Brilliant, had a great t-shirt. And we're going for our first treble since Jock Stein and I guess the Lisbon Lions team for 1969. In truth, it's probably never really in doubt.
You say that, but you never know. It's a one-off cup game, isn't it?
It's a cliche, isn't it? But it's right. We've been there before. Games would be fine. But I know what you mean. Our confidence was so high that day.
Yeah,
the team was so good that.
And we get, so McNamara obviously gets the first goal. It actually didn't start, it came on for Moravcik.
I remember. I remember my main recollection of that game is actually being in the pub, which I probably shouldn't say, but being in the pub, absolutely rammed full of people. Chairs everywhere, big screen. And McNamara, I remember seeing the ball going through to him, and I stood up on a seat. And I blocked the view for about 30 people in the pub. So they all missed the opening goal. I felt really bad about that after it. But it was...
This is your opportunity to apologise if anyone...
apologise for nothing.
Because remember McNamara as well scored a double a couple of weeks earlier at Easter Road as well?
Did it 5-2.
I had a bit of form as goal scoring.
Yeah. And I remember the Hibs manager at the time saying, they kind of planned to contend with Moravcik. They knew we were going to play Moravcik, and then when he went off and we brought McNamara on, it just becomes a totally different game. So
totally different players doing different things, isn't it? Yeah.
So McNamara gets the first goal, and then second half a double from Henrik, 3-0, and pretty comprehensive victory.
Brilliant celebration, like you were saying, with being 18-19, it felt like you were out, a semi-final or a final almost every week at that point, and you could go out and celebrate. It's like you say, it was just such a great period, growing up.
Yeah, I actually phoned in, so I think we worked together.
We did work together. Yeah, you phoned in sick. I didn't have the guts to phone in sick, so I got your friend to do it for me and pretend she was my mum. And then turned up at work the next day, and we were like, so I sick with you, Barry? Aye. I'm over it now though. It's all right. It's fine. Up all night,
Yeah, phoned in sick for the pub toilet. There was bedlam going on outside. I think that was possibly the first day I experienced a huddle in the street as well, stopping traffic for a huddle. And I've done huddles all over the world now, but I think that was the first one. So, very good times.
Good memories.
Yep. Okay, so we'll move on. Our next successes, I guess, in the interwar years. It's not as glorious a period for Celtic. Picking up after World War One. Next success comes 1923. Beat Hibs 1-0, and then a couple of years later we're back 2-1 against Dundee. It's one of the most legendary moments in our history, which we'll hear about a little later.
Look forward to it.
Yep. Also, interesting note, that was our 11th success, and so that at that point we overtake Queen's Park, and from then on we are the most successful club in the Scottish Cup. So almost 100 years on, we've been the most successful team.
I think Queen's Park are still sore about it.
Probably. Yeah. they never really recovered from that.
You don't hear much about it.
A few years later, 1927, 3-1 v East Fife in a Scottish Cup final. Yeah, it's bizarre, isn't it?
You see that a lot in the early days though, like you say wins against Clyde and Hamilton and so forth.
Yeah, 80 odd thousand people at the game as well. Celtic East Fife.
Celtic lost a Scottish Cup tie to Athley one time.
Yeah, that's I remember you bringing that up. So moving into the 30s now, 1931, 4-2 against Motherwell, and we've spoken about this earlier in our series too. But there's a great team photo of that day with the Scottish Cup, and it's got guys like Jimmy McGrory, John Thompson, Peter Scarf, Chick Geatons, Willie Maley, of course, is in there. It's a really iconic image, all these guys together and winning the cup. And
such with sadness as well, though. One of the guys like Thompson and Peter Scarf died at really young ages.
Yeah, just in the coming years, that was the kind of last. I guess that team was together. Obviously, it's the following season. I guess tragedy with John Thompson. So a few years later, another final, 1-0 against Motherwell, and then 1937 we beat Aberdeen 2-1, and. Somebody know why that game's particularly significant?
Record attendance?
It is. It's a European record, so not only a Scottish or a British record. It's the largest crowd ever for a European football match. 147,000 people.
It's hard to get your head around that, isn't it?
That's just insane. I know you.
We come from near Glasgow, and you see where Hampden is. It's quite a small stadium now, relatively speaking. But trying to imagine, almost 150,000 people in that space, it's just.
That's wonderful.
Can you imagine the queues at half time? This comes to the game.
I know, tragic. But yeah, happily we won it. It would be a pretty sour note if we'd lost that game.
Interestingly, it's not Celtic related, but some of the attendances at that period are just. Even when Celtic aren't involved, I was looking at a final. It's a bit later on. I think it's actually in the late 50s or early 60s, and there's a final between Motherwell and Dundee, and 130,000 people turned up for it. And I'm trying to get my head around it. Well, not 130,000 people in that.
All these people in it.
Who goes to the game? Is it just the day out? We just go to the Scottish Cup final regardless of who's playing?
Maybe, yeah. And then, good on them. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, you're right. There's a period, there's about 30-40 year period where there was like over 100,000 folk at Hampden finals, or 90-100,000 folk, and yeah, it's kind of glory days of Scottish football almost. Okay, so that kind of takes us up to the Second World War then. So we'll pause there for a moment and get our third nomination. Mark, coming to you.
Thanks, Jerry. So my nomination is for the 95 Scottish Cup final. So this is a game where we beat Airdrie 1-0. Big Pierre scores in the 9th minute.
It's a classic.
It is.
It's not a football classic.
No, it's a classic Pierre goal. You know, big ball in the box.
It's a great Tosh McKinley, isn't it? It's
yeah.
40 yards.
I love the goal itself. It's great. The cross and the header is brilliant, but just generally, I watched the full game recently, and there's barely 2 passes put together.
I think it was a high pressure game because you think November previous year, you know, we lose the cup final to Raith Rovers. I'm sure that was in the players' back of their minds. Airdrie and Northampton weren't renowned for their style of football. I mean, I think what they call it agricultural style would be maybe a compliment to that Airdrie team. I think was it 100 yellow cards they got?
They were brutal. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest.
So it was a huge final because it's the first trophy after the takeover in '94. With 6 years without a trophy, which is just incredible. And you know, Celtic, I know we went periods longer than that without it, but you know, in a modern sense, that's a long time.
In your formative years as a Celtic fan, it's an eternity.
Yeah, for us, I mean, it was pretty much our childhood was watching Celtic get beat.
Yeah. And I remember feeling quite confident that game, and my dad reminded me, like, well, you know, let's just wait and see. And you can see how much the game meant. You think at full time, you've got, you know, Peter Grant and Pomney staying in tears. You know, those iconic images from the
Tommy
game.
Burns as well.
Yeah, it just meant for anyone you wanted to be Tommy Burns to win that final. And I think there's a quote from Pierre saying that he didn't know how much it meant to him until he saw the emotion on the pitch. I think it was a relief, wasn't it? We've got our first trophy, and it took us forward.
It was huge. I mean, and I remember when we've been back. That was the year at Hampden, but we went back to Celtic Park the following season. I mean, and there was the share issue and so forth. But Celtic had basically sold out their season tickets for the part of the stadium that they had built. I remember my dad tried to get season tickets, and we'd never had one before at that point, and we couldn't get them. The first game back after that was a friendly against Newcastle. Ross Stewart was there, and we were showing off like the Scottish Cup, and it was a glorious day. And it just that whole feeling again just got done.
There was an advert that Celtic took out in the media, and it said, "This is the beginning." That sense that, you know, to think that, you know, that great Lennon quote in 2011. That idea, this is beginning something good. And it kind of feels as if it's a birth of modern Celtic. At that point, 95, we went through our difficult period in the 90s. We're going back to where we belong. And actually, it was a really nice wee touch because Packy Bonner, although he didn't play that game, was actually Jockstein's last ever signing at Celtic. So it's Jockstein's last ever signing, it's still involved in. So you get that nice wee bridge between, you know, the glory years and what we're going to then look forward to further success.
I'd put a wee shout out to Peter Grant as well, because he played that whole game injured. And he had like stitches after his leg after.
Just shows you just came out, isn't it?
Yeah. That guy just bled Celtic.
That day he literally did play Celtic.
And you think between the 89-95 didn't win anything, but the following 6 years in from 95, after, you know, the club gets back at its feet, 7 trophies, including the one you. So it just shows you how that period we're starting to get more success. We've got the Glory Boys in there as well, 97, 98. And just to sort of finish, there's a great story about Gordon Marshall, who perhaps wasn't our greatest ever keeper.
He would be. I'd have him in goals tomorrow.
I was like, Gordon Marshall, was a great story about him that at full time he had a winners medal, and Brian O'Neill hadn't been able to play because he'd been injured, and he was quite emotional about it. And Gordon Marshall gave him his winners medal, so fair play to Gordon Marshall. I think that's a story.
That's nice. Got to say, Gordon Marshall must be a fair age now, though. I'm not sure I'd pick him now.
No, stick with Connor.
But that, I think it just shows it's a great memory because it's Tommy Burns with the trophy, and it just feels for us, maybe our generation, this was the start of something good for us.
Well, it is, and you're right. I think 25 years since then. You're right, Barry. You said this a few weeks ago. We have been the dominant force in Scottish football over the last 25 years. Obviously, there's been some ups and downs in there, but you're right. That is the start of.
If you were to think about it, it feels like a kind of year zero type moment. That this is we were back, to where we should be.
Excellent. Okay, cheers, Mark. Okay, so moving on from Second World War, then this is a kind of less than successful period in our history, the post World War II years.
I think we were ranked rotten.
I think that's a technical term for it. We did win in 1951. Another final we Motherwell, curiously, so 1-0 against Motherwell. 1954 is, I mean, there's still, I guess, a couple of cup successes in there. 2-1 against Aberdeen. Jock Stein captain that day, so that's obviously his.
Sean Fallon goal.
That's right, Sean Fallon, yeah.
Proper
Willie
legends,
Fairman.
Bob.
Yeah, these are great, you're right, just great names, great Celtic men. That was 1954. We actually didn't win another Scottish Cup for 11 years, 1965. But I think it would be remiss of us not to mention another cup final in those intervening years, which is the 1957 League Cup final.
Yeah, but
it's one of our finest ever moments.
Yeah.
I mean, like you say, it's a long spell, 11 years not to win the Scottish Cup. And they did make quite a few finals in between then, just to go over the line, but would you swap it for that one League Cup final?
I think this is what I'm getting at. So, you know, a cup final against Rangers it is always a big occasion, and winning a cup final against Rangers is just such a sweet moment. But 7-1 in a cup final against Rangers.
I just can't believe it. I think you talk about period, it's a shame you guys like Charlie Tully and you're mocking like these legendary players who maybe didn't play in the most successful era, but
yeah, their medal collections aren't great.
Yeah, but they've still got that. You know, they've got those cups, which is lovely. You know, they're still part of our success, which is great.
They all count to it. Yeah, of course. But yeah, so then as I say, you're right. We lost a few finals in the early 60s. So I guess we were making finals.
Yeah. I mean, you've got the 61 final, for instance, that Jock Stein was the manager of Dunfermline.
Yep.
And I mean, obviously, Jock Stein was a football genius as a manager, so there's maybe no shame in losing that particular game. But they were still getting there; they just couldn't go over the line. Same again, 63.
Yep. And we were finishing like mid-table as well around this time as well. It's kind of 7th, 8th.
Yeah, I mean,
it's an odd period. Yeah. But then, as I say, 1965, everything kind of changes, and I know we'll probably come on to talk about this in a moment as well. But very much the start of an era. The Lisbon Lions, Jock Stein coming in that season. We win the 65 Cup. A couple of years later, we all know what happened. 1967, the only Scottish Cup which forms part of a quadruple. Beating Aberdeen 2-0 to obviously round off being European champions, League winners, League Cup winners as well.
It's not bad, is it?
Yeah, it's a good season. It's up there. And then closing out the decade, another treble actually, 1969, 4-0 against Rangers.
I watched the footage of that game recently as well. It's some hiding.
That 4-0 in a cup final. I mean, 7-1 obviously is one thing, but even 4-0 in a cup final against Rangers, it's a great win, especially because Scottish Cup going for the treble.
And they're all great goals. I think George Conley got a goal that day. It's just going round the keeper. And to beat Rangers in the final, tops it off. They're just a magnificent football team. There's no other way to put it.
It is, yeah. It's right at the height of that team, obviously Jimmy Johnson and stuff. So, and I mean that's our last final. That's our last treble until 2001, which I mentioned earlier. So that's that big.
It shows how special they are. I mean, you think we're going for a fourth one tomorrow. It just shows you. These things don't come along that often.
I know.
We're living in special times.
We've seen as many in the last 3-4 years as we did in the first 120-year history.
We missed out quite a few.
Yeah. Okay, so move on. The next nomination I'm going to give you is actually 1988, and I debated between 88 or 89. There's a couple of great Scottish Cup wins at the end of the 80s, but I'm going to go for 88 because it's part of the centenary double. Now, there's this talk about Celtic being a fairy tale club, and I was there the night we beat Barcelona, the anniversary, the birth of the club and stuff like that. And it's moments like that are just so special.
Yeah.
And I think this probably qualifies for that as well.
Because it definitely does.
We were underdogs that season in the league.
Yeah, you go back to the summer of '87.
Yeah.
And they're spending a fortune.
Yeah, chock full of England internationals and stuff. The Sunez Revolution, spending heavily. We've lost a couple of stalwarts.
Big players.
Murdo McLeod, McLeod. Yeah, so there's a bit of, I guess, turnover at us. So they're just throwing money about. But to win the league that season is magnificent in the centenary of the club, and then to follow it up, obviously playing Dundee United in the final. I think Dundee United, were they in the UEFA Cup final that year as well? Was it that year?
I think it was the year before. I think 87. I might be wrong with that.
I think it was 87.
They were in the UEFA Cup final.
They certainly they're a top team at that point.
Clearly, yeah. I mean, so that, and obviously they'd won the league a few years before as well. So a really great Dundee United team, and they actually go 1-0 up in the final. Kevin Gallagher
Yep. Relation of Patsy Gallagher.
He is, indeed. Yeah.
But should have skied it, really.
Yeah. I mean, he obviously went on to have a great career in the Premier League down south and that as well, Scotland International. But they go 1-0 up, and then Frankie boy McAvenny gets a double. So obviously equalised, I think, at 70 odd minutes, and then last minute winner. Like scoring a last minute winner in a cup final.
When you're a boyhood Celtic fan, it's got to be quite special, isn't it, for the player?
And you've spoken about it, there's this proper handing in the sun.
It is. I mean,
moment that day.
That's my overriding memory of that day, and I don't remember. I was only 6 years old, so I'm not going to say I remember watching the game on TV, but I've got a vague recollection of the day itself, and just the glorious sunshine. And maybe I've just taken that from the TV, maybe I've just adopted that, but you see the pictures on the TV and it just looks like you're in Bermuda or something. It's like blue skies, there's not a cloud anywhere.
It's how you picture a cup final, isn't it? Because normally we kind of rain.
Well, it's that open stand at Hampden as well. There's no roof at that point in the Celtic End, so it is so colourful and bright, and yeah, it's great. I must admit, I've often pretended I remember the 88 and 89 games. In truth, I don't think I do. I think the first one I actually remember watching is 1990.
I kind of remember 88 as an event because you had the centenary, and then you've got the Garden Festival as well in Glasgow.
See, I remember the Garden Festival and the big the flowered crest of Celtic. Yeah, so I do remember that. So there's wee bits and pieces, I guess, in there, but I think it's maybe just clouded by watching footage of it.
A wee shout out to the semi-final that year as well, though. It's a cracking game against Hearts, and we're 1-0 down, scored twice in the last 2 minutes.
All right,
just to make the finals.
That was that team's thing, wasn't it? You know, never giving up. You know, lots of last minute winners.
Yep. Cool. So yeah, so that's the centenary double 88 in that cup final. There's my second nomination I'm going to throw in. Move it on. So into the 70s and 80s. We've again, you know, this is some great moments in here. The 1971, obviously still part of the 9 in a row team, beat Rangers 2-1. 72 beat Hibs 6-1 and Dixie Dean's hat trick.
And you watch the highlights of that, it's just a fantastic team, that late 60s, early 70s team.
Yeah, it really was. 74 3-0 against Dundee United. 75 3-1 against Airdrie.
It's almost a bit of a shame that they lost the 73 final to Rangers, because they won 5 in a row if it wasn't for that.
Well, we're actually in 7 finals in a row. In that period. I mean, it's huge success. You'd always take that, I guess. Like 5 out of 7 getting to 7 finals. So it is a shame we couldn't have put, I guess, more successive ones in there, but I mean, that's quite a prolonged period of success.
Yeah, we're nitpicking there a little bit to criticise.
9 league titles and a European Cup back. And another European final.
That really sticks, doesn't it? That was.
Yeah, I think if I could pick anything, it would be the Feyenoord game in 1970. I'd want to change from that period. But yeah, so 1977, another Old Firm final, 1-0 against Rangers, and that's quite a defining moment as well. I think it's Kenny Dalglish's last game.
77, yeah. When you see the television pictures again, there's Jock Stein and Ken Dalglish sort of congratulating each other at the final whistle, and you kind of just, obviously with hindsight, you're looking back and thinking that was the kind of last moment of success for the two of them.
Yeah, and it's, I guess that it coincides with the start of the new firm, Aberdeen Dundee United. A lot of Aberdeen success around that period, late 70s, early 80s. The Alec Ferguson team, obviously. But we still, you know, we still have our moments. In fact, 1980, which is another riot, another infamous one. But we
wasn't
won.
It their fault?
It certainly wasn't. No, well, I won't get into that. But we beat Rangers 1-0. But the game is obviously famous or infamous for the riot which followed.
My dad was at that game, and he said he stayed until like the final whistle after extra time, and then he said he could sense that something was happening. So he just got himself out there sharpish like that. So he did see Celtic win it, but he just like basically I'm not hanging around for this because something's going to kick off here.
It's kind of weird to pin, because I mean there'd been several Old Firm finals, say obviously 77, even early 70s as well, and you wonder something brewing that day, who knows. But it's a kind of curious moment, and it's obviously the reason we can't get a pint at that game anymore.
40 years later.
Yeah, there's some great. I won't ridicule myself with an Archie McPherson impression, but
I think you should do it.
His commentary on the riot is just brilliant. Talking about another wave now coming. Not that I'm advocating riot in football, but it's
I don't think Archie McPherson expected to get up that morning and commentate on like police batting charges and things.
No, I know. It's but yeah, it's certainly worth watching as a interesting point in Scottish football history. 1985, so that's our next success. We did lose a couple of finals early 80s, to say that Aberdeen team. Aberdeen actually won 3 in a row under Fergie and a couple of doubles in there. So
the 84 final, we lost, but we probably to equalise when we had 10 men, so they put in a decent effort. And who was it that get sent off that day? Is it Aiken? I think it was Roy Aiken. Never a sending off. Still not happy.
I seem to remember you talking about this one before.
It's not a sending off.
Aye. Yeah.
Anyway.
We talked about Aiken way back at episode 8, a long time ago. Yeah. But yeah, no, you're right. I remember you going on about that.
Gordon Strachan was the one trying to get him sent off as well.
What happened to him?
That's right. I remember that kind of knitted together. There was a lot of fans hadn't really forgiven him for that. Yeah. But 1985, a real iconic moment from Davy Provan, the free kick 2-1 against Dundee United. Actually, I think that's the day as well that there's that's the day the protest about the poll tax. Is that day?
No, I think
that's the 88 one, isn't it? That's 88.
Mark Thatcher was
that's Dundee United as well, because the Celtic and Dundee United fans with the red cards.
Mick McCarthy refused to shake hands with them.
Yeah, just singing where you can stick your poll tax and stuff. Yeah, so good moments. But 88, as I spoke about, and 89 as well, which I mentioned. I could have picked 88 or 89.
89's the first proper final I remember.
Yeah.
I remember we had a TV set in the garden with my next door neighbour. Watched that outside.
I think there'll be a lot of that tomorrow. But yeah, 1-0 against Rangers. Nice, always nice to win an Old Firm final.
Yeah, and that goal as well is the fact that it never should have stood as well. I mean, it's going for a throw in, and it's clearly a Rangers throw in.
That's right.
Probably can just takes it anyway. The ref's just like, just play on.
Yeah. Okay, so that kind of rounds off the 80s, I guess, bringing us up to that 95 moment you talked about, Mark. I think we're going to have a next nomination from you, Barry.
Yeah, well, we're going back in time to a final that you've already mentioned. So I just want to touch upon the 1965 final again. So,
and you've got the programme from that day?
Well, I've actually got the programme, the actual official match day programme from 1965 that my fiancée kindly bought me a few years ago. So this is framed in my house, but I brought it along with me today just to highlight a couple of things.
Yeah, you've been talking about this for a while, and I've been curious to get a look at it.
We'll come to it. But I mean, the 65 final, as you said, Celtic hadn't won the Scottish Cup for 11 years at that point, which it's just such a long period of time. We were talking about the barren years before, of 6 years between 89 and 95, but to go from 54 to 65 and only really have a couple of League Cup successes, albeit one was glorious, isn't it enough, you know? And it must have been a really difficult time for a lot of the fans. And in 65, the Celtic board finally make a decent decision to bring in Jock Stein. More than a decent decision, I mean the decision that's changed the club.
Yeah.
I mean, the league form that year was terrible. We ultimately finished 8th in the league. I mean, 8th in the league. Which is, can you get your head around that as well? But, I mean, Celtic had been in a few cup finals before that, we'd mention, 61, 63. But they'd never been able to get over the line. And it was so important for Billy McNeil, probably more than anyone else, as the captain of the club, to finally get that first trophy, because he'd been there for a few years. And to actually have some success. And that changed everything. I mean, first and foremost, the game's an absolute belter. I mean, it's a 3-2 game. Celtic come from behind twice. Bertie Auld, grabbing 2 goals. And then McNeil himself grabbing the winner towards the end, cracking the header.
Yeah, it's a great moment.
And from that point on, I mean, Celtic just do not look back. I mean, you consider we're finishing 8th in the league in 1965, and we're European champions within 2 years.
Yep.
I mean, I can't imagine anybody's ever done that before.
It's incredible. I mean, you talk about a fairy tale, isn't it? I mean, imagine 65 thinking 2 years' time the guy just scored that winning goal is going to be lifting the European Cup.
Yeah, it's actually something. It's like when you're playing Champman and you take over a team who are mid-table but still in the cup, and you win the cup. Next year you win the league, and then next year you win the Champions League. but that actually
exactly
happens.
What it is.
It's pretty much the same players. We're struggling earlier on. Just how good Stein was.
Yeah. I mean, that team that lined up in 65, I think 7 of the 10 outfield players, played in Lisbon. So there's only a couple of differences, and the other ones are like, Yogi Hughes, who was basically a Lisbon line as well, Charlie Gallagher, who's really a Lisbon line. So I mean, it's really the same team almost. So a cracking game, and just pivotal in terms of Celtic actually becoming reborn and actually becoming successful. But the reason I brought in the programme was just to point out a couple of things. So
I love these old adverts and stuff in the programme. So cigarettes and stuff.
On the inside page, you've got a part on the referee, there's a good few hundred words on the referee. I don't know if who's doing the refereeing tomorrow? Is it? Anyway,
Not sure.
Say for instance it's Willie Collum. Would you be interested in reading 500 words on Willie Collum before the game? No, of course not. It's ridiculous. And then further on, it goes on to list an itinerary of the actual Scottish Cup final day itself. So if you're at the Scottish Cup final in 1965, you want to get in at least an hour and a half before the game. It's none of this turning up 30 seconds before the opening whistle just to try and grab the huddle. So event number 1, 1:45 to 2 p.m, the band of the Scots Guards doing their first performance with their pipes and drums. Event number 2, you've got an invitation mile between at 2 o'clock, invitation mile race under the SAA rules. So I don't know what that is. So it's Scottish athletics or something.
What is it? Like a 3-legged mile or something? How do you have rules for running a mile?
It was an invitation, so presumably these are proper athletes. Just thought we'll just have a wee race around the park before the game. Event number 3, you've got a cycle race from the Deal Take the Hindmost by 8 riders of the Scottish Cycling Union. So I guess this must have been round the running track for a while. Yeah. Event number 4, gymnastics display and pushball match by the Scottish Amateur Gymnastics Association.
Can I just say I'd still be in the pub.
You see that? You don't want to see the gymnastics. And then event number 5, 2:30, you've got the schools relay race. So this is a boys medley relay race from the pupils of St Patrick's High School, which I'm guessing is probably the one in Coatbridge, and then Lindsay Academy, Kingswood Secondary School and Ayr Academy. And then that's followed by the girls 4x110 yards relay race. And then you've got a further performance by the Scots Guards, so you've got more pipes and drums. And then event number 7, the teams come on, and then you've got the national anthem being played, which I presume was probably God Save the Queen at that point.
For Scotland wasn't a thing at that point.
No. So I don't know, that wouldn't go down well. In these days, I wouldn't have thought it's not been done for a while. So.
Do you think anyone went just to watch the pipe bands and left for the game?
Maybe that's what all those thousands of people.
It was just there for the race.
That's a race over still, guys. I don't know who we going.
But I don't know, maybe we should bring these things back for the Scottish Cup.
I've seen that, wasn't it? I mean, it seems to be Scottish Cup final day was an iconic moment in Scottish football calendar that they entertain people, very much of its time, but maybe they could do that again, make it a big event.
Yeah. No, okay, no, cheers for that, Barry. I do want a proper look at that as well, of old adverts and stuff, like Punch magazines and stuff.
There's like cigarettes and alcohol adverts, which you don't see very much of.
Join the army.
Join the army, that's in there.
I've seen really old media from the 30s and 40s, and like the equivalent of a hotline, you'd send a letter in. They used to give out people's addresses, like Mr. Smith, there's such and such road, Glasgow. You can't do that now.
No, I know. You can just hide behind a Twitter handle these days. Yeah. Okay, cool. Cheers for that, Barry. So, into the 90s, which, let's be honest, is not the greatest period. I feel like I've said that a couple of times already, but we only, one Scottish Cup in the whole decade is pretty poor. I think
I went to the final in '99 against Rangers. That was a horrible day out.
It wasn't brilliant, was it? But it all changes, as I mentioned earlier on. 2001, Martin O'Neill, or 2000, Martin O'Neill coming in, winning in 2001. Martin O'Neill did add another 2, so 2004 beat Dunfermline 3-1, and then 2005 1-0 against Dundee United. I think that 2004 game, that was Larsson's last game. It was a real
Larsson was brilliant that day, 2 brilliant goals, just a world class player.
Yeah, we did a Henrik Larsson special actually a few months ago now, so you'll still be able to get that if you look back for it. We picked out our 10 favourite Henrik moments. I think that
it's quite hard to do as well. That's the thing. That made it. That was in the top 10, but it was hard to get 10.
Yeah, right, because there's just so many.
He's like a top
amazing. I know. Might need to do a second version of that, I think. But yeah, so that Larsson's last game, obviously, great memories there. The following year as well, the 2005 one.
Let's just skip over this. We won the Scottish Cup.
Well, I kind of want to touch on it because we knew Martin O'Neill was leaving, and obviously we just lost the league. Helicopter Sunday, Scott McDonald, and all that, which is terrible.
Scott McDonald, give him his due. He helped it out later on.
I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever seen the 2005 Scottish Cup final.
No,
I didn't see it live because I was in Australia, so it was on at a different time. But I don't think I've ever seen the goal that won it. It's just something that I'm aware of that it happened.
Alan Thompson won it.
Yeah, Thompson. It was great for O'Neill to sign off with a trophy. I mean, despite what happened the previous year, it was heartbreaking. But it was amazing that O'Neill got a proper farewell from the fans with success.
Yeah, I think so. And that obviously brings the curtain down on the O'Neill era, then into Gordon Strachan, 2007, the 1-0 against Dunfermline. Do you know who scored that day?
Doomby, wasn't it?
John Joel Perry Doomby, yeah. It's one of these real oddities. And
it's a quiz one, isn't it?
Yeah, winning goal, 2007 Cup final. It was only about, it was 5 minutes to go or something.
It was a derby game. It was a terrible game of football.
And then our next one's not till 2011, so you mentioned Lennon's words of this is only the beginning. It's actually a real poignant moment for me, that one. So my younger brother had actually recently been diagnosed with cancer. Happy to say he's made a full recovery, but I remember I was with my dad and my brothers watching that game. It was just an awful day at Hampden.
It was just chucked it down.
Yeah, raining terribly, but yeah, it was a kind of nice moment, I guess, for the family being together and obviously winning. And see Lennon's words after the game were pretty rousing and stirring. You just felt like we're better times.
Magnificent goal from Keith Young. That's my main memory of it.
Yep.
And it did feel like the beginning of something, to fair, because we only just narrowly missed out in the league that year. And
it's disappointing, that league,
but it was good to get the Scottish Cup because it kicked us on the next. Well, we won the league the next year, albeit there was some strange circumstances surrounding it. But
we would have won it anyway. We were comfortably ahead, I think so. But that's obviously the start of the current 9 in a row. Okay, and then obviously Lennon added another one in a couple of years later, 3-0. V Hibs, Doubleby, Gary Hooper, another pretty comprehensive.
That was a great day. I love that cup final.
That's a good one, isn't it? 2013.
It's one of those cup finals where you score early and you just enjoy the rest of the game.
Well, remember it was a Sunday, annoyingly. You couldn't really overdo it because it worked next morning.
I did overdo it.
Speak for yourself.
There's a common theme here.
Cool. Okay, so that's. I guess that takes us up to almost modern days. Mark, do you want to fill in? I think you've got another nomination for us.
So I'm going back into the distant mists of Celtic history. So this is a Scottish Cup final 1925, which is known as the Patsy Gallagher final. So it was played in April, 11th April 1925, playing Dundee. And it's part of Celtic folklore, this game, because of a goal that's scored by Patsy Gallagher. So Dundee taking the lead.
Yep.
And Patsy Gallagher was 34 years old at this point, one of the elder statesmen of the team.
He was already a Celtic legend at this point.
He was a superstar. He was more than a legend. He was known all over the world.
So we're looking for a goal, and Gallagher does his magic. He's known as the Mighty Atom. Gets the ball, dribbles into the box, and he goes down, and everyone's thinking, "Oh, good effort!" But takes the ball between his legs, does a somersault into the Dundee goal to make it. And sadly, there's no footage. All we've got left are like some cartoon drawings at the time.
There's some great illustrations of it, and I've seen a kind of animated one as well,
step by step. I don't know if you remember Carlton Cole tried a similar goal. Didn't quite pay off. It was the same idea.
That's not how I imagined the Patsy Gallagher one, I must say. I've tried a lot of crazy things in my time at fives, but I've never tried anything like that, like somersaulting into the goal.
In my head, I've got it that it's like a proper gymnastic somersault, but it's like if you're triple twisting and like flies into the net. It's probably. I'm pleased that there is no footage of these things, because you want it just imagined in your head how you want it to be.
It's mythical goal.
It must be amazing for the people there and saw that goal, and then Celtic went to win 2-1. Jimmy McGrory scores one of his rare goals in that game.
Really pleased with that.
But he said Patsy Gallagher was a legend by that point. That was his 4th Scottish Cup medal. He won his first one in 1911. And he's one of these guys that are still talked about. We love skillful attacking players at Celtic. They play the Celtic way. There's a great story when Patsy Gallagher made his debut in 1911. Jimmy Quinn had said to Willie May, that's going to be manslaughter if you let him play, because he was so small. And we know the football back then was a bit more robust and rugged. So I was doing a bit of research. Patsy Gallagher was 5'7", so equivalent to Sean Maloney's 5'7". I think it gives you a rough idea of height.
5'7"?
Yeah.
I thought I had more than an inch on Sean Maloney.
Whereas Brian McLaughlin was 5'4".
He was a big guy.
So he was one of our smaller players. So I think
Brian McLaughlin used to run around with a curtain basically, as well as it wasn't like a football jersey.
Wear the hoop.
But Patsy Gallagher, so I think in those days, 5'7", it's not exactly small, but I think when you're playing that type of football, the muddy pitches, the big boots, to be a skillful player in those days was incredible. So sadly we don't have an awful lot of footage from that game. In fact, we've got no footage from that game. We've got this kind of pathy style, news reports.
It's funny when you look back at that kind of era, because there's a couple of things which have survived. There's like Glasgow Cup finals, which there's footage of. Because I think there's very few of Jimmy McGrory's 500 odd goals that are actually caught on film. In some sense it's disappointing, but on the other hand, we'll maybe add to the
I mean, the footage you do have from those sort of periods, because it's the quality of it and the frame rate, it kind of feels like it's come from another world almost. It doesn't feel, it's hard to recognise it as proper football.
There's a good style image of, I think, Patsy Gallagher during a game when he's basically got kind of one leg thrown over his shoulder to try and hit the ball. So I think that just gives an indication of just how skillful he was.
Yep.
And I think we touched on earlier, these guys are legends, and because of their success and because of their hard work, we can still celebrate, the fact we're having trophy after trophy. So, and you think outside Park Head, you've got that lovely big banner goes around, that is the story of the club, the story of our success.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Mark. Thanks for that. Okay, so we'll just kind of round off now. Just a couple more to go. We've got and I guess it's the last 3 years, and obviously the huge success we've had over this recent period. Barry, you took us through the 2017 game. Lovely, a fantastic moment.
I'll start crying again.
The following year, 2018, 2-0 against Motherwell. I was actually in Dublin for my brother's stag do. Remember watching it in a bar in Temple Bar, the Badass Cafe. Big celebration, big huddle in Temple Bar afterwards.
I mean, that was proper history. I mean, myself and Mark went down to the stadium for the top bus
Tom,
that day, and it was just pandemonium, wasn't it?
Yeah, only way you can describe it, pandemonium. I mean, it was... I remember just running after a bus. I thought, I go in Manchester after double
They got up to Celtic Park and then there were smoke bombs going off and then people were crowding the road and then they're trying to go up the Celtic Way and nobody really knew what was happening. And then there was like a wee presentation at the top just outside the stadium, but we didn't even know what was going on because you couldn't hear anything.
I just felt...
I've watched footage of it, yeah. It's just... Because at that point, I think a double treble had never been done before. Look where we are now, it's unbelievable. But last year, which seems so long ago in so many different ways.
It doesn't seem to eternity.
Yeah, but 2-1 against Hearts and an Eddie double. The second, just an absolute peach.
It was quite nervous because they took the lead.
Yep,
but obviously we got that penalty straight away to get back in terms.
I'm sure we'd take the same again tomorrow.
I don't know, I hate going behind in the cup final.
Hopefully, yeah. Well, no, obviously, ideally we would just have one of the Hibs ones I was talking about. We score early, win 3-0, that'll do.
Yeah, I'll take that.
But yeah, anything at all like that tomorrow we'll take, and if Eddie can get another couple of goals, good to maybe kick on.
To Lennon boys tomorrow.
Yeah.
Hard couple of weeks, but...
It has been a tough couple of weeks, but we've had such a prolonged period of success, particularly in the Cups. It's very difficult to criticise getting knocked out of the League Cup when you've won, 37?
I had to at some point, so I'm just thankful that we've had this period of success.
Well, you look at this 37 Cup wins in a row, Ross County, St Johnstone, teams like this are your bang average Scottish football sides. If you played Ross County 37 times in a row, of course you're going to get beat once. This kind of... It was always going to come to an end. I think compounded with, Europe's not been great this season. We had our bad luck somewhat with some of the COVID stuff as well. But hopefully I'm not giving up on anything yet. So we'll wait and see where it goes. Okay, so that I guess rounds off our history in the Scottish Cup. I think we're going to we normally end on a vote. So we normally each kind of propose, well, what's our favourite moment, and then we'll have a wee round table vote. So. Mark, do you want to... What's the one you're putting forward then?
Okay, well, I know I can't vote for myself. Not that I would have done anyway, but I think 65 is so important. Jockstein's first trophy, and just the period that comes from that is just incredible.
Okay, cheers, Mark. Barry?
For me, it's difficult. There's some great memories in there, and ones that I was, personally at, and then ones from way back. The 95 Cup final holds a special place in my heart, simply because it's probably an age thing more than anything else. It's because we had those barren years, because we were so young at the time and we hadn't seen Celtic win anything really. And also the circumstances of Fergus McCann coming into the club, and the club, being run properly for a change, and buying players.
Yep.
I think 95, and for guys of our generation, is probably the most important one, because I don't think the Cup finals in 2001 actually happen unless we win something, in that mid-90s period.
Yeah.
And that's why I love it. So I'll kind of pick that as my favourite Scottish Cup moment, albeit the game itself is awful and I wouldn't advise anybody to watch it again.
Just watch the celebrations afterwards. So obviously when we do this, the rule tends to be you can't vote for your own one. So I think I'm going to side... with you both, I guess, with you, Barry, just there, Mark, your nomination of 95.
Cheers, Barry.
For largely the same reasons. I think it's very much the rebirth of modern Celtic, and it's the first one I really remember sitting. I watched the whole game and just getting properly into it and celebrating. When you see Tommy Burns, Paul McStay, Peter Grant afterwards in tears, and just how much it means to these kind of guys, everything about it is fantastic. And you're right, since then it's like a kind of marker that for the next 25 years.
I remember watching Race Rovers, my grandfather, and I don't know where I get my nerves from, seeing him, and then he passed away unfortunately in April '95. So it's kind of special. That's really special. That cup final, I felt as if, and it was just that's what I love about Celtic, is that we have artistic range, but we're all a big family. And we've got so many special moments. And today, raising money for charity. It's, we're a big group of people, the Celtic family.
It is, there's been a lot, and we've given you the episode today. We've covered a lot in our podcast, and there's just some great stories which you unearth going back over Celtic's history. And we've got a few more specials, a few more episodes we're going to be doing coming up, hopefully, talking about more of these kind of things. But that's, I guess, our Scottish Cup one today. And I'm glad we've got a consensus on. So we're saying 95 is.
I think a lot of people wouldn't agree with that, but it's very much for guys of our generation, and the way the club moved on from there. That's why it's important. I mean, you could say 69 beating Rangers 4-0 was fantastic. 2017 was brilliant, but they're just wins. Sometimes
significant.
The significance of what you actually achieve and what the club does after it sort of pushes up.
Okay, so I think we've got our conclusion then. Let us know if you think we're right or wrong. Obviously you can get in touch with us on Facebook or email celticaz@mail.com. I've really enjoyed that today. It's been good, and it's been great to be part of this wonderful weekend which Celtic State of Mind are putting together. I think we were approaching 12k on the GoFundMe, so I think we've maybe just about hit that. Obviously anything anyone can and give would be wonderful, and anyone who's already donated, thank you very much. Rock Talk as well, our sponsors, thank you very much for putting that up for
do some
our
great
session
work
today. We certainly do, all very much into mental health charities. So I've really enjoyed that. Thanks Mark, thanks Barry.
That's great fun.
Thanks everyone for listening as well. Enjoyed it.
Cheers all, and
all the guys that come here I've known for the last 3-4 years, got to know them all, travelling to away days and stuff like that on the bus. Coming on a Sunday it's good because you get to have a laugh about the game the day before, whether it's a good result or a bad result. The gaffer turns up, which is good. You can always ask him questions and get in depth with him. What happened to this, what happened to that, and he's always happy to answer. And if it's a good result, then it's always a good laugh. You can just sit and have a buzz, and that's how you get started into the meeting. You spend half an hour, 45 minutes dissecting yesterday's game, and then the next thing is, how you doing?
Some folk in the group will know maybe necessarily what to talk, but the fact that they're among, and they can talk about football, they may not want to talk about their problems, but they can talk about the game that they seen yesterday. And I again, and then collectively we go around and ask folk how they are individually, and if people want to speak about it, then they can about themselves.
I'd say anyone who's thinking about it, it's very open here. You're welcome to come along even if you don't come to the football. You don't have to say anything, there's no pressure to say anything. If you don't want to say anything, you don't have to. You can sit and listen and take other people's words on if they benefit you. There's no judgment, it's very open, everybody's friendly, you'll be welcomed in, just come along, that's it.
If you have a venue that you can invite people along, whether it's a changing room, a meeting room, that's all you need. And to offer them, the thing, whatever sport you're doing, you've got that common denominator for most people that will come through your door if it's your sports club. So you can start talking about football, rugby, golf, tennis, netball, whatever your sport is. Bring them along, don't let any of the doomsayers put you off. It won't work, nothing will happen. And believe me, even if you're the person who starts it, you'll get as much enjoyment and benefit as the participants. It's an absolutely easy thing to do. You don't need experience, you just need to be prepared to listen.
Welcome back to the Quadruple Treble Weekender, and I am joined by the electronic Tims. I'm just going to make sure everybody can hear what's going on before I disappear from the broadcast studio. Inviting Desmond, Monty Burns, Hector and Ralph. Desmond, can you hear me okay?
I can. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound great. Thanks for joining us, guys. Monty Burns, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, got you perfect. You okay there?
Yeah, sounding good. And Hector, how are you? Can you hear me okay there?
Yeah, nice, loud and clear, Paul.
Good, man. The only electronic Tim I can't see is Ralph. Is Ralph hearing us?
You've won the lottery, Paul.
Exactly. Well done, listeners and viewers. You've actually won a watch today. Ralph will be in an Amazon van somewhere trying to work his phone, so he may be joining in about 15 minutes.
No problem.
But Paul, before you depart, just a special shout out to you being the housewife's favourite now of the podcast world amongst the Celtic fan group. And as you're liberal-minded, up-to-date people, probably many house husbands' favourite as well, Paul. So
I hope so.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
We're gender neutral here.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, lads, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. It really is.
Thank you very much for hosting us.
I'm going to disappear, and if Ralph comes back into the studio, I'll chuck him in. But it's over to you. You've got an hour to entertain the masses. So good luck, guys.
Thank you very much, folks. Here we go. Thank you.
Little Ham says it's time to rock and roll. Bring the noise.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi folks, thanks very much. Good afternoon, and I don't usually say good afternoon because we usually record at night and we don't usually share video, and there Hector's this turned his off because he doesn't want various crime watch producers to see him possibly. So just to introduce ourselves to folk who are not aware, we are Electronic Tims, aka E-Tims. You'll find us at www.etims.net. Probably one of the oldest Celtic websites. We came out of what was formerly known as the Dog Bollocks with Steve Clark and God. We hoped he could be with us today, but sadly he had other commitments. You'll find us on Twitter under @etimsnet, and where you also find on the website, you'll normally find our usual podcast, which maybe turn up once a month. And you'll also find Ralph's normally daily E-Tims diary, which has a satirical look at all things going on in Celtic and Scottish football. So hopefully Ralph can join us to cover his diary a little bit more. But first of all, I'll just introduce the team. Paul John did a little bit there. So first of all, we have Hector, who's now showing in the shadows, who's our resident tactical genius, could I say, Hector? Welcome.
Yeah, thanks, mate. I'm doing for the oldies, the Billy Stark, kind of ghosting out the back post, so I'll kind of jump in and out.
And when you say ghosting, you're just kind of hiding from view. Lovely. And of course, the man from across the water, as he's known on our site, Monty Burns. Good afternoon, Monty.
Afternoon, Desi. Great to be here as always.
Yes, thanks. And as I say, folks, hopefully Ralph can join us on what is a very special day for all of us involved today. And again, Hector highlighted the great work Paul John has done in getting us together. A mammoth achievement and very good causes, hopefully.
Sorry, Desi, can I ask you a question? Paul John, is that an East Coast thing? Should it not be John Paul? Is that what they do in the East Coast of Scotland?
Well, let me come to that in a second, Hector, because it's funny you say that, because when I was doing the agenda for today, I've written the normal. So again, folks, I dare say you're going to get a lot of Scottish Cup activity and a lot of chat with regards to Scottish Cup today. So I've got the Scottish Cup and the Quadruple Treble. But while I was writing that down, I suddenly thought, but surely we should address the big question first. The question that everyone who listens to Axom is asking himself, right? And I've written it here. So Hector, you've raised this before. Is it John Paul or is it Paul John? Because I keep calling him John Paul, as you know, so you have to keep correcting me. And then I've wrote, is it Paul John Dykes or John Paul Young? Is he related to Lyndon Dykes? How many questions can we have regarding the one?
We could spend an hour talking about this, couldn't we?
I think you could probably spend 24 hours. Maybe it's as well he's jumped off, to be honest.
He's like Peter Martin Maguire, only he got a decent haircut, took about 20 years off and stuck to his guns.
Well, that is so strange that you mentioned that haircut, Monty, because obviously today we're here to try and raise some money. And we put out a shout on our Twitter over during the week to try and get people to ask for dedications while making any small donation helps folks, of course. And I've got one here from a Ms. Jerry Hall of New York. And she's written in pledging quite a bit of money if, and I quote here, that young handsome Celtic man in the snazzy Matalan jacket and snazzy haircut with the sexy Dalkeith brogue who regularly appears on my husband's Sky Sports Network talking about Celtic, will he come and do a naked butler appearance for me and the girls in California? There you go, John Paul. That's quite an invite, isn't it?
Are you sure that wasn't from you, Desi?
Hold on, it might be from my wife. I better check that again, just in case. So there you go. So we'll be reading dedications and submissions from the great and good from Celtic and beyond today. But again, folks, as always, this is all about a charity, so please try and donate where possible, and please try and tell as many people as possible. You should see details on how to submit your funds to the GoFund page, etc., down below in the ticker tape. So that should be good. But we'll just move on to the obvious topic of the weekend. I think we're going to skip the whole Lawwell out, Lennon out, etc. debate. We'll leave that to the youngsters sector, and we'll move straight on to the Scottish Cup. So the Scottish Cup tomorrow, are we nervous at all?
Probably a bit more nervous than would have been.
Wait a minute, we're nervous. Ralph has managed to dial in. Apologise to the watching audience.
What a palaver!
Hold on, Ralph, can you explain that hat first of all? Ralph, can you put the hat on first of all, second of all?
That's my summer hat. That's for when the sun comes out, look.
Right, and also,
cannot look
right, Ralph,
exotic and windswept and interesting.
Sorry, Ralph, my agenda's going out the window now. You're raising so many questions. Are you in the back of a police van? Just to clarify here.
No, not at all. But I'm not far from South Staffordshire headquarters. And I might pop in and get one of my old Celtic tops back because they've got one after one of the games.
Nice.
Anyway,
okay,
that's neither here nor there. How you all doing?
Well done, Ralph. But we're all fine, and thanks very much for managing to dial in. So I'll just reintroduce yourself, Ralph. You are Ralph Malf from the infamous now E-Tim's Diary, I shall say, and especially it's been infamous recently, given the amount of balls up you've managed to make by your predictions in respect to the Celtic management setup. But you're consistent, if nothing else.
You get the information as and when it happens. And then what happens? They read it and they think, I'm going to make that guy look like an idiot. And they change everything. So in a way, we've kind of got an influence on what happens there. I just need to put it in the right words so we get what we want. How about that for an excuse?
To be fair to Ralph, he was the only fan I know that backed Mowbray 100% after St Mirren pumped us 4-0, so he's quite consistent.
He was the only guy up at the stadium with a Save Tony flag.
That's just because I won't spend any money on anything.
In fact, Ralph was the guy that was up at Celtic Park putting up the fences when Mowbray was still there, just to try and keep the board from getting into the stadium.
To keep them in. To keep him in. That was what it. The guy didn't get enough time. Him and John Barnes could have been a dream team for us, but we've just not got any patience anymore.
No, I don't care. John Barnes was always a visionary. The man said a 2-2-2-2-2 formation or whatever it was, and then it took Craig Levein 20 years or so to pick up that intelligence. You know what I mean? John Barnes was so ahead of his time, and I should apologise to John Paul again because I forgot to say. Sorry, Monty, wait a minute. I forgot to say everyone, and this is for everyone on the team. Hector, you'll know this already. We are live on Axom's site, so please do not swear, right? The whole Davina McCall, please do not swear, given the fact that it's 12 o'clock in the afternoon. we normally record this about 10 o'clock at night, so it's normally a little bit late and a little bit rough. So please try not to swear, so that's fine. It looks like we've currently raised £12,309, folks, so please keep the donations coming in. That's very good. So, Ralph, we're going to start talking about the Scottish Cup, but I'll come back to Monty. Monty, do you have something to say there?
No, I was just going to point out that Levine took the tactical thing that Barnes laid out and just simplified it. He just added 2, 2, 2, 2, and 2 together and played a 1-10, which was brilliant for Scottish football, I thought. Revolutionary. But that was it.
And that's fine. And talking about Scottish football, Hector, I don't know if you've been gathering any dedications or any shout-outs recently coming in this week.
Yeah,
have you got any there?
Yeah, I got a lyrical mention from a chap in Ayrshire. And I won't sing it, you'll be pleased to know. It goes, "Hey there, you with the sad face. Come over to my place and live it." Wait, 93rd fucking minute. Thanks for that from Chris Boyd. Chris Boyd.
Okay, and if anyone
trying not to swear last night.
If anyone had 45 seconds, if anyone had 45 seconds on the try not to swear sweepstake with Hector, you get a double bonus. So well done.
Paul John was warned well in advance.
we were doing so well. We were doing so well there. We were doing so well. So yes, so
to be fair, it wasn't me.
Exactly. Thanks to Chris, and thanks to Chris for that. Yes, and we'll keep those coming in. As I say, we've got quite a lot of dedication. We've got quite a lot of pledges too that we'll read out as we go along. But let's go back to the initial, the secondary reason we're here as well as for charity. But the Scottish Cup weekend, Ralph, seems you've managed to log in, and while we have you, because you're prone to technical difficulties, as they say in the trade. Are you scared for tomorrow, Ralph? You had a bit of apprehension when we were discussing this before.
If I'm scared, it's because I think Hearts have got a point to prove. First of all, if they had qualified for the cup final, had the season finished in the usual way it should have finished last year, they would have maybe got a wee bit of adrenaline through them. They'd have got an impetus and perhaps avoided relegation. So they might want to prove something that way. And of course, there's a thing with Marius Lucas, the boy that died of motor neuron disease. They're all wearing 26 on their shorts for him. And I think for them, it's the day of the season. For us, it's just an argument about who plays in midfield.
Well, I think there's more. I think, to be fair, I was thinking about this last night. I think there's more than just the midfield question. Because, like, okay, so Monty's back there. So even if we Monty, before we come to the team, are you apprehensive for tomorrow, or are you confident?
And I mean this honestly. I think it's the first time since the shutdown in March that I've genuinely been looking forward to watching a Celtic game. And it could be just that the confidence of the last two games, but I get a sense that it's not only that we turn the corner, we have a real point to prove in terms of turning that corner. And I think tomorrow gives us a huge opportunity to really, really set a tone that we would have preferred to have set maybe in August, September. But and I'm genuinely really looking forward to it. And I haven't been looking forward to the Celtic game in donkeys. We've just been so poor, but we've beaten that ground today. So no, looking forward to it.
Good stuff. Hector, what about yourself? Will you be coming over from the northern suburbs to my glorious south side to welcome the team at Hampden, like a lot of people are doing tomorrow?
No.
I can get you a visa, mate. I can get you a visa.
No, that's good. I'm old. Listen, I don't know if it was Hearts or whoever, but before every cup final, I've always got a bit of nerves. I think that's natural, right? I'm probably a little bit more nervous than normal because we've been so poor this season. But as Monty said there, the last couple of games, it's just the last two games, has given us a bit more hope that we're getting a bit of a team. But what concerns me the most is Lennon's comments after the victory the previous weekend is about bringing back some of the guys to play in the final who got us there. So, listen, by that he's probably meaning one or two players. If I was him, leave it as it is. Let the team go. If the team that's won the last two games goes, pretty much, I think we'll win with a couple of goals at least. If he tweaks it, I think we'll still win, but it might be tighter than it could have been. That's my probably thinking for tomorrow.
Well, see, that brings me back to what Ralph mentioned there. But you just need to address the who's going to play in midfield question regards Lenny's loyalty or sentimentality. But I was thinking about this last night also. Like, So do you start the young boy in goals? I know it's like the 1 and 2, or do you go back to? Do you think he's ready for a final, so to speak? You know what I mean? Or do you go back to like a Scott Bain or again, or even do you chance your expensive Barkas? I mean, there is quite a lot of questions for Lenny to ask himself.
There's no really.
I'm a wee bit more worried than I was before.
No, I think
you
leave it.
We played well twice this season, and now we're feeling fine. Now I'm much more worried than I was before.
I think. Sorry, just leave it. If Lennon's got this habit, he's got this habit as he's shown it right, and some of the defeats we've had in Europe, he tweaks things unnecessarily so, rather than saying just leave it. Common sense. Your two centre halves play centre half, right? The keepers came in with A2. Keep that nice and solid base. Keep your midfield, and maybe the only question mark is over whether Frimpong starts in right wing or whether Christie comes in, because Christie's got goals on him. Other than that, leave it. Just leave it alone.
If you take it at face value that he's not just playing the old mind games thing, which is a bit cliched anyway, if he was really to bring in people who got us to the cup final, well, he can't bring in Gordon, or he'd be playing. He can't bring in Hayes. He can't bring in a whole series of other players who played part of that run. So in reality, what are we talking about here? We're talking about Christie, Brown, like who else?
Rogic.
Okay,
did he play on Encham? Did Encham play at all? But again, they're all Finnish players now, aren't they?
Well,
I thought he'd gone now, that Cham. It's not showing up for months, has he?
Encham wasn't even in the squad for last year's cup final. I'm just looking here at the 2019 cup final squad. He wasn't even in. There you go. Didn't he make a bench? Unless I can't read. So, now hold on. I'm looking at the second.
Yes, you're correct. Okay, who had Monty can't read in the sweepstake for 4 minutes in?
By the way, Bonnie, we're only actually talking about, right? If we're actually only talking about one player, is it really boiling down to whether Scott Brown starts or struggles? Is that really what it's about?
And by the way, I'm correct. Encham in our Scottish Cup final squad last year, unless Wikipedia's got it wrong. So it's Brown. That's where I was going with it. Thanks, Hector. So Christie coming in arguably strengthens the team. Brown coming in arguably, and it's debatable, weakens the team in terms of what we've seen in the last couple of weeks. And I think if we stop fanning around the issue, what it's fundamentally coming down to is we need energy in the field. Yeah, it's completely obvious. And with Sorrow in there and with Turnbull in there, all of a sudden we've got it. If I was in Lenny's shoes, and I'm not, I would keep Brown on the bench. I would do exactly the sort of things that we talk about. Keep the team the way it is. It's doing okay and it's growing. And if we're in the controlling position, or even if we're not, we need a kick in the ass. He's the best guy to bring off the bench. But I wouldn't start him. And that's
totally.
Yeah. So keep a blanket over his knees at his age on the bench, but because the cold weather would get to his bones and things.
So again, I think
hopefully we're 2-0 up, right? I think we're all thinking the same. Hopefully we're maybe 2-0 up. We tend to go, or ideally more than that. Then I think absolutely bring him on to help see the game out. His experience would be ideal for that. But listen, if Bruni starts tomorrow, I've no doubt he's got a point to prove. You actually might see him playing a really good game if he starts tomorrow because he's been benched the last 2 games. So I don't see it as big an issue. I'm just thinking about don't complicate matters with my thinking, Lennon. Leave it as it is.
No, but there's a difference. There's also a footballing difference here, Hector. And you are our resident tactician because Bruni plays a different game. Now, he plays side to side and kind of that sweeping curve at the back, whereas we're looking for people who are driving forward. You know what I mean? So even if Bruni has a good game, it's just 30 yards back for where we actually want a driving midfielder to be. You know what I mean? So like Sorrow seems to play the ball forward a lot quicker than Bruni does. And then you've also got the other players seem to defer to Bruni a lot more. It'd be interesting. I know, like you're not the most stats-driven or stats-approving guy, so to speak. It would be interesting to see how many touches players in the Celtic team had without Bruni being in the team. As in, did they get the ball more, or did they just pass it more to Bruni? You know what I mean? Because it does seem to be like the focus goes. He's the centre of the star, and all the balls go to him and come back for him.
But Des, if you think about it, and this is the thing, I think people get sucked into this debate about about Bruni, and I get it. He's a captain, everything else, right? But see the last 2 games, if you think about it, the new keeper, Duffy's come back, with Julian's a partnership. Ayer to right back is 4, Sorrow 5. Team. Just one player with Scott Brown, although he's the captain and focal point and leader. It's almost a brand new team. It's played the last 2 games in terms of style, position. So I wouldn't limit it just to Scott Brown. I would say it's the team's changed.
Aye, but that's what I'm saying. But if you then bring Scott Brown back, and I'm not saying Lenny should, because I think we're all in agreement that we're all forward-looking people. I think we view the Celtic team as moved on, and we all hope that Lenny views it as the same. Scott Brown has a part to play as club captain, not as team captain. I mean, like he's became a Puyol. He can go to collect the trophies for this season
and then give it back
out.
to them.
I become a
then
coach
you give
or
the trophy
whatever.
back and say, stick it up your... I'm not going to swear. And then
This
that'll
is
be a
why-
stand against corruption and a brave new world for Scottish rugby.
And we now know why you're in a
That's how
van
you'll
on
be
a Saturday
remembered, the
afternoon.
man that changed the face of football in Scotland.
By the way,
this is why Ralph's now in a van on a Saturday afternoon and he knows exactly where the police station is. That's all I'm telling. That's all I'm saying to the viewers and listeners.
He's like Gene Hackman.
Can I
and
throw
everything.
Burn it all.
Can I throw a daft point at you, right? Believe it or not, I think Sorrow was bought to replace Brown. That was the succession planning, wasn't it? He was brought in as a 21-year-old to come in with a team. No, but that's his role, right? His role was to hopefully be a good purchase and be the successor to Brown. Like Edward and Bailey, wasn't it? About a succession plan. And sometimes it doesn't work. But that's logical, is it not? Sorrow was brought in to play that position and replace Brown.
Right, I'm so... Yes, sorry Monty, but I'm so glad Ralph and I are sitting down because Hector's now talking about succession planning at Celtic. Have we not been discussing this about 5 years in the E-Tims podcast? The one thing that we don't actually seem to have. I mean, anyway, but I want to go back to
was brought in, wasn't he? Turnbull was brought in to be that attack succession. No, sometimes it
Before we jumped onto this, I looked at the squads for 2017, 2018, 2019, and thankfully I read them correctly when I presumed in jam. And the bizarre things, 2017, Dembele was on the bench. Fucking, I couldn't believe this. There was only when I looked at it again. By 2018, he's now the main man. 2018, he starts. Edouard wasn't even on the bench. 2019, Dembele's gone. Edouard's the main man. And that succession planning, Rogers had this brilliant comment, as much as, depending on your view of him, he said that normal teams have a life cycle of 3 years. At Celtic, it's 2. And I think what he meant by that was all the better players, with the exception of the core, all those bigger players that you'll bring in, you're turning them around and they're gone in 2 years. They move on to something bigger, or you have to reshape the team. If you look at Lenny now, he's got 2 years almost in the gig. He's building his own team. So I think you're bang on the money. It's a like-for-like replacement, whether Brown starts and Sorrow's on the bench or vice versa. Where I would be worried about is if he changes the balance of the team. And he's done this before. Rogers did it. We all know about McGregor at left back and all that nonsense. You don't want to upset the balance of that team. The last 2 games, that team looks very, very balanced on both sides, in the middle, and especially at the back, to your point. We've got 4 defenders playing at the back. Imagine, fucking revolutionary. 4 defenders, and now all of a sudden we look tight. I wouldn't have any qualms about the keeper because he speaks good English and he looks technically better than Bain. So Barkas would stay out of the way. So you play the keeper who can talk. You've got 4 defenders in front of him and our team is balanced. The only fear if it's Brown coming in is that we slow down. And I read a brilliant article about it yesterday. It said that when Celtic play at pace, are untouchable domestically and good in Europe. We played at pace against Lille. We played at pace against Kilmarnock, and we looked good. If Brownie comes in and slows that down, you're inviting it. So anyway, just round it.
Can I come in on that point, Monty? I agree with most of that. Just on that. Sorry, Daisy. Just on the point about the tempo and balance. You're spot on. But the one thing I would throw in, and this is a thing that there's a bit of a myth that many on the online community happens. Right, goes around Bruni this and Bruni that. We beat Aberdeen 2-0 in the semi-final. Right, and the first half is probably the best 45 minutes of football we played that season. Midfield 3, I think, that started that day was Bruni, Callum McGregor, and Tom Rogic, and we zip the ball about at pace, right? So we do it when Bruni's there a lot of the time, but I get your point. It became so stagnant, so slow after that, and probably before that, most games. But the last 2 games have been refreshing. Don't change it. Keep it as it is, Neil. Please go with it. And if you lose, the fans will go, do you know what? You made the right team selection. Right? Yeah.
Well, that's a very good point, actually, when you put it that way there, Hector. As in, if we lose in Touchwood, obviously no one wants that to happen. But we would turn around and say, well, you can't fault the manager unless he totally buggered up the tactics somewhere through the game or in some response. And again, well that brings it. Okay. So we're assuming we'll go with that team that's played for the last 2 weeks, and we're assuming that's fine. So if you're Hearts then, and you're planning that, where would you see the Celtic weak areas to attack then? What will Hearts be looking to do? Getting top, because you've got 2 big central defenders now. You've got Ayer at right back. Do you target him with a tricky left winger? So what do you go for there? Do you think, Ralph?
We've got a lack of pace. We're 2 centre halves. Sorry, Ralph. Lack of pace. The 2 centre backs. If we play a high line, they're not the quickest. That's one thing I would look to exploit if I was them.
Well, you've got Ayer. Ayer's quite quick for covering. That's what I was going to say there. But Ayer's quite quick for covering, so you could try and keep him mindful. But again, as long as our defenders defend and don't think they're rampaging wing backs running into the wingers, which has been my problem this season. Ralph?
I think a lot of how Hearts approach a game will depend a lot on whether or not Brown does play. Because if Brown plays, we will play in a certain way. We won't be at a high tempo for 90 minutes. And they'll base themselves around that. They'll know they just need to sit tight, let us play the ball in front of them. And if they can cope with that, they've got a real chance of causing an upset. So, but if I was a Hearts manager, I'd wait and see what we did first. If we play lax out, I'd just play down the right all the time. Never seen a guy get a reputation for talent when there's just no beginning to it.
To be fair, Ralph. Laxalt had a great start in Europe with that record-breaking number of tackles or whatever it was in the Europa League game. I think it was 14 tackles in the game. That was a Europa League record. But then it has been that whole kind of headless chicken, and we've highlighted it on etims.net a few times. The whole kind of I love it when you're watching on the TV and you see him running back into shot as if, what's happening, lads? It's like, what's happening? And you're like, you're meant to be running backwards. You're not meant to be running the same. Right, but let's we've got half an hour left before we'll move on to some dedications and pledges in a second. But let's get some predictions. So, Monty, what are you thinking for tomorrow? Overall and a score prediction. How do you think it will go?
I think it'll be a good open game, ironically. I don't think Hearts will do what Ralph suggested. I think they'll come at us, which will, I think, suit us. They have a huge point to prove as well, so they're going to be very, very well up for, as do we. I think it'll be a really good game. I think we'll come out on the right side of it. I think we'll concede, but I think we'll grab 2 or 3. I'm going to go with a 2-1 Celtic.
Hector?
I think if he keeps it, for me, it's pretty simple. If he keeps it as it is, I can see he's winning by a couple of goals and winning convincingly. If he makes a lot of tweaks, and Neil Lennon, right, he's liable to do that, he'll make it maybe harder than it might be. But I still think if he does that, we'll still have enough to maybe win 2-1. But leave it as it is, we'll win at least a couple.
Yes, this when you said that there, Neil Lennon. I just had visions of Neil Lennon waking up tomorrow morning in a bad Sunday mood that we've all had, and that way, bugger it, I'm annoying, and just start shuffling bits of paper, the wee disc when he's right, son, come here, shouting his son here, right, put your hand in that bag, pick a number out.
Was that not how over?
Don't upset Ralph. Don't upset Ralph bringing Tony Mowbray back in here. Right, Ralph, what's your prediction?
I think we'll be ahead quite comfortably, and then the last 20 minutes will be one of the ones where you're sitting behind the couch, because we've struggled to see a game out this season. I think we'll maybe go ahead, relax, and they'll get back into it. Whether or not it goes to extra time and penalties is a doubt. No, I'm not confident anymore. When Monty mentioned earlier on that we played well twice this season, it's kind of taken away any confidence I had at the start of the show. So thanks for that.
Ricky Fulton's not got a look in with this one, has he?
Welcome to I Am Jolly CSC, everyone. For me.
Oh my God! I slip my wrist.
Hold on. I thought he was going to bring the two dogs. Anybody that ever listens may notice that Ralph's two dogs usually appear on your podcast, Emilio and Charlie. But I thought he was going to bring the dogs up there.
No, see, I can look like a priest.
Oh, I think you'll find that's why you get chased out of Dunoon all the years ago, Ralph. For me personally, obviously, if we start the same team, and we should win convincingly. And again, I was tempted to go with Monty's 2-0 or 2-1. But again, I think the most interesting thing will be if Hearts score first. So again, hopefully we've been doing training on set pieces, because I'm sure Hearts will be working on them. They've tended to have a wee bit of kind of experimental kind of set pieces over the years. So hopefully we're ready for those, and we've got Julian and Duffy at the other end for our set pieces. Hopefully they can get out. I'll be betting on them.
If I was a betting man, I'd back Duffy to score tomorrow. Hearts 2 centre halves whose names is
who for?
Well, right, Ralph. You may find that sitting in a motorway isn't really the best audio, the best sound for a podcast that we're trying to do at the moment. So if you want to just roll your windows up and just let the smoke fill the car, that'll be fine with us.
Right. What a suicide attempt. We're talking about the cup final, he's had enough.
Right, so that's the Scottish Cup. Let me just check a few of the pledges that have come in on our Giza Shout Hoops hashtag. Let me just check. Okay, I've got a big shout out and a thanks to Stevie, Tony, Kev, and Shug the Blue Nose over at the Drumore CSC. That's over your way, I believe, Monty. The Drumore they've just made a great big donation. They want a special mention to their wee pal Arlene, who was out doing a sponsored Kiss Me Quick booth, which was a great success. Apparently it didn't raise any money, but she did scare the COVID virus off the streets for a wee while. So that's nice to hear. Anything on your side? Hector?
Yeah, we get a £10 donation from a Lanarkshire based punter who just would like to apologise to Mr. Gerrard, the Rangers players, the Rangers fans, and especially his father for his appalling lack of fitness. And that was from Andrew Dallas in Lanarkshire. Thank you.
Hope you recover by next season, Andrew. Thanks. Okay, what else have I got? We've got a last promotion-based donation just came in from the Springfield Road Global Video, one for the Celtic dads there. They've made a donation to highlight the release of Tenet on DVD, and that they've asked me to highlight that's the Christopher Nolan time travel movie, not 10 E.T., the new Celtic video, which is 10, the number, and then E.T., which stands for Entitled Troublemakers. Apparently Peter Lawwell's got a new release there. And then what else have we got? We've got a shout out for all the boys at the Parkhead Fence and Barrier Company. Apparently they've come into a recent surprise windfall, so they're happy to share some of the cash. So that's nice of them. Thanks very much.
I got a message in here from a group message from a WhatsApp account here, and it basically just says, "Don't worry, Andrew. We promise to make it up to you. Lots of love and sashes." And that's from Johnny Beaton, Stevie McLean, and apparently the Lanarkshire Referees Association. So thanks to you guys for that donation.
Lovely. Okay, I've got one closer to home for us. Anyone who's listened to our podcast over the years may have heard Andy, aka Broadsword. Well, he's just wrote in to say Andy's willing to pay the ransom. The donation, as long as we don't keep mentioning that he's got a picture of him and Peter Lawwell on his profile, looking so very chummy. So apparently he's trying to change that, but we just won't let him. So we'll keep that in mind, Andy. And I've got a final one here from someone called Brenna Paul, who asked for a shout out for their beloved Uncle Peter over in Parkhead. Apparently Peter suddenly had to go into isolation the other week. Nothing to do with COVID, and it seems Peter's hoping to get a day out on the south side of Glasgow tomorrow afternoon. So that's nice. So bless them both.
I've got one more in it, and it's from a fan in Glasgow's West End who was asking about Celtic fans being angry and protesting. But then he writes in capitals here. He's got angry. I'll show you fucking angry. You seen my fucking face? From Alan McGregor, Glasgow's West End.
Pure Greeks. In fact, you've been in the West End. I'm actually going further west. I'm going to Paisley now. I've got one that's from an Alexander Ray. Alexander Ray has offered some money if we help highlight health issues out in the Paisley area. Apparently, it's not COVID. It just seems everybody that Alex met after the game the other night were complaining of a sore jaw and busting sides. So something for the health service to look into over in Paisley there.
Got one in, lads. Got one in from Dublin.
Hold on, we'll get a Dublin one.
Dublin, from a guy who calls himself Desmond Dermott, wanted to pledge 20 quid. He says, stick that right up you. That fella lol's tighter than a camel's arse in a sandstorm. Take that. Now, I have no idea who this guy is, but he's throwing 20 quid in. He could have him.
But can I just check, was it cash or was it a cheque that says unsigned or undated? Can you confirm?
We can meet him at a motorway bridge off the end.
That sounds more like it. Hector, anything else?
No, I was just going to say, in terms of maybe we've got 20 odd minutes left, right? And maybe put something to you guys. And we kind of covered this in our chat the other day. But obviously, tomorrow, if we win, it'll be a quadruple treble, right? An amazing achievement, even the treble, double treble. But my question to you guys is, it's not about so much this season. I think the focus had been in 10 in a row. I think everyone would, that's been the focus. If we win tomorrow, and we look back 10 years from now or maybe longer from now, what do you think would be the biggest achievement? Would it be Celtic winning 10 in a row or Celtic doing a quadruple treble? So Desi, to you first of all.
Personally, I think 10 in a row trumps everything. I don't recall anybody ever talking about any treble. In football, realistically, it doesn't really matter. I know it's an amazing achievement, and I know the trebles, it was an amazing achievement, and the quadruple treble would be an amazing achievement. But history-wise and status-wise, I don't really think it matters that much, because for me personally, everything peaked in my Celtic lifetime. I wasn't kind of an old enough Celtic fan to appreciate the first 9 in a row, so to speak. But I did appreciate stopping the first 10 in a row for Rangers. So then, for myself, from my personal point of view, I just think we peaked at the Invincible season in the way that whole acclimatised. And the treble, it didn't really bother me that much. It became a big kind of more marketing kind of achievement to me, to be honest. I wasn't really that involved in it. I didn't really care that much. But 10 in a row, I think that is the most emotional and the most kind of pivotal thing. Everybody will look back and say, I remember where I was when we won or lost 10 in a row. Because we certainly, I don't remember many trebles back in my Celtic lifetime, but I do remember what happened when we stopped 10 in a row for Rangers. You know what I mean? So I think that for me, 10 in a row is massive.
Ralph, thanks. Ralph, maybe a question to you. As I say, it's not so much this season, right? Obviously, we want to do both. But if you look back in time, we had the conversation 10 years from now or 15 years from now, hopefully. What would you think would be seen as the biggest, historically, achievement?
Whatever happens tomorrow, it's going to be the end of the domestic dominance. Whether it's 11 trophies, 12 trophies, whatever. The 10 in a row, because we've done 9 twice, which is once more than them, I don't think it matters as much. But that period of winning absolutely everything that was on offer in Scotland for 4 years won't happen again. And there might be another 9 in a row, there might even be a 10 in a row one day. But nobody's going to win like we have, and I think that's what we'll look back at this period and think more of. If we win the treble tomorrow, it'll only be the 7th one in history, which is why maybe we don't hold great stock by them, because we've not had that many. But to get 4 out of the 7 in the last 4 years, it is a period that we'll look back on, and it'll never be replicated. So that one for me is more important. I'm not that bothered about the 10 anymore.
Thanks, Monty.
We put that much into it. I'm not as bothered about it as I thought I would be. If we don't get it, we don't get it. We've still got 9 twice. That'll do me, I think.
Monty, what do you think?
Up until for me, the most important thing was doing 9, right? Just simply because of the pressure of getting there. And what it does is it equals some. I tend to look a wee bit more inward on our achievements than externally. And I think for us doing 9 in a row twice is just, it's, we got to see it in our lifetimes. Doing 10 in a row isn't really as significant, in my opinion, as most people seem to have bought into the frenzy with. There's clubs out there who have done 14, 15 in a row, so it's not a world record. It's not a, it's a parochial thing, and it had validity before Rangers got liquidated in 2012 and disappeared. So 15 in a row, absolutely, if we had an obsession with that, I would buy into. But for me, yeah, it'd be great. And we've just got so used to success. But to win 12 domestic trophies in a row, to create complete dominance in a 4-year period or 3.5-year period, to do an invincible treble season, I think those things in a few years' time will be far, far more stories of winning another league. Because again, take the pressure off this year. I would happily see Celtic next year, winning this or not, starting again from afresh. And we talked about it on podcasts. Change the club structures, clear the kit. Take a couple of years of just not being as sure of it or as sure of dominance, and build something truly special from scratch. So for me, winning 12 it won't be done again in world football at the top level. It just simply won't. And I think if you're to look externally and calibrate yourself with the best, set a record, a real record. And 10 in a row, yeah, I hate what it did to us over the last couple of months with the pressure. As a support, I hate how we turned on it.
Okay, I would just thanks. Just Desi, just you made an interesting point there about nobody really spoke about the trebles, and I think that's bang on. And that for me is why I think if the question was what would I rather have, win 10 in a row this year or win tomorrow's cup final? 10 in a row, right? Absolutely. I think we'd all pretty much without doubt say that, right? But the question is, looking back over time, what would be regarded as the biggest achievement? I think it'd be winning 4 trebles in a row, and the reason for that is nobody ever spoke about it because nobody ever expected anything like this to happen, right? You might get 1 treble. Nobody ever mentioned back when Rodgers took over would win 6 trophies in a row, 9 trophies in a row with Lennon coming in, maybe 12. It just was never thought about because it never happened anywhere in world football. So for me, 10 in a row has been done elsewhere, 14 in a row has been done elsewhere. No club in the world has ever done a double treble, forget a treble. To win 12 consecutive trophies will never be done any club in the world. So for me, historically, that's a bigger achievement.
And to Ralph's point, it's the end of the cycle tomorrow, no matter what. No matter what, that's the end of it. We either win this, and this thing gets parked and gets documented, and we move on.
So what are you saying, Monty? Regardless of what happens tomorrow, we still got them protest at the Celtic Park. That's basically what you're saying here, isn't it?
Full of fences down there. Get young Turks and 4 Tims in a podcast, whatever they're called, the wee wank. Get them all on.
Right. It's interesting, but it's interesting hearing you guys with it. Like again, it might be a Celtic daft thing. You get a wee bit more mature kind of outlook, but globally, it doesn't really matter. But I don't really care about globally, if that makes sense. I just want to concentrate on being the first team in Scotland to ever win 10 times.
It's that parochialism that'll do us. It's that parochialism that's ruining us.
That's why you left to live in London.
You're the only guy amongst us that voted for Brexit, right?
I think you'll find my Union Jacks up there and proud. I think you'll find I'm the only person. That doesn't live in a Brexit stronghold.
Oh, he's getting defensive now. He's getting defensive. Look at him go.
Said the man in the north of Glasgow suburbs. And the man who lives in Stoke, you know what I mean? What chance have you got? And the man in Belfast, what chance have you got?
I'm going to have to show my passport if I want to go to Celtic Park because we've got a fucking Economic United Ireland now. Thanks to I'm a Richie.
No chance. Well, again, no, I just like to be the first. I just think we'd look at people. I just think the 10 in a row as a heartfelt thing. The 12 in a row cups and titles as a kind of stats thing, which has no emotional attach. It's got no emotion attached to it. The quadruple treble. There's no emotion there, but you've got lots of emotion with 10 in a row. Because we would. That's my opinion. I'm telling you.
No, but see, you said no emotion. You said no emotion,
Yep.
right? So I was lucky enough. I went to the one we beat Hearts in the final, the last cup final, 2-1, right? And there wasn't a tear. There wasn't a dry eye in the house at Hampden when we scored that late goal by Edouard and we won the treble. The emotion at Hampden that day was something else. So I was in the ground, went out the ground. I've not seen like that for a long time.
That was your treble. Is anybody going to be crying tomorrow for a quadruple treble? Realistically.
But nobody's at the game. Are you going to games?
Are you going to be in tears?
See, you need to factor that in as well, that we're not at the ground. We're not feeling it the way we would normally feel it. Watching it on the television doesn't have the same effect, no matter who you're watching it with, no matter how much you've had to drink. It's not the same. And that maybe is part of the reason for the collapse this season. We never felt like we'd won 9 in a row. We never felt like we'd equalled or set a new record, should I say. Because it didn't happen as such, because we weren't there to see it happen. And the whole thing's kind of rolled over to this season. And maybe had there been crowds allowed at the game tomorrow, it would have been different. But there's not. And it's like watching a TV show sometimes. It's just not the same. So actually, no matter what happens, I'll start again when crowds come back in. So we've stopped at 8. And then the first season we get with support, that'll be our 9th. Then we can do our 10th. And nothing else in between counts. There you are.
Ralph, see this alternative take on actual reality. This is also why you know where the police station is in Stoke. That's all I'm saying. What you view as reality is not actually true. Right, so okay, we've got 10 minutes left. 10 minutes left, right? So that's a good look at the historical achievement perspective. But we'll kind of go back to Scottish Cup just to wrap up, right? So we talked about tomorrow's Scottish Cup looking forward. Looking back, and again, viewers and listeners, I'll apologise in advance in case Ralph forgets the difference between a League Cup and a Scottish Cup, considering we've had this conversation already. What's your favourite or first or most memorable Scottish Cup recollections? I'll start with Monty. I'll give Ralph time to try and remember what's a League Cup and what's a Scottish Cup. Monty, anything spring in mind? What's the first one you remember? We've got 10 minutes.
Well, the first one I remember in terms of vivid sort of up is obviously the Centenary Cup final. Just for the drama and the pageantry and how we won it. It was just spectacular. I think the Joe Miller Cup final the following year, we were in a very different place, was also memorable just because of the nature of the goal. It was a throw-in that wasn't ours, and he goes and nicks it.
It was.
God bless Big Roy. God bless him.
There's Ralph's alternative reality again. No, that was a Celtic throw-in. Always was a Celtic throw-in.
1990 at Hampden for me sticks in my head ironically because we lost it. The 89-90 season when Aberdeen beat us on penalties. I remember Anton Rogan missing a penalty. He was distraught. And he'd actually had a really good game, which for Anton, you could rarely say that. He was solid, but he had a really good game, I think. And I remember coming out of Hampden, I was a teenager. We ended up in a pub in Pole Cross, and the drunkest I think I was in my teenage years. And we just had the biggest laugh. And it was like almost a bit of, that self-immolation type thing where you're just beating yourself up, but it didn't matter. We'd lost it. I remember this guy came in, and he came in with a big red and white scarf on him. And I remember, and he kind of walked as if he was like Kevin Spacey in The Usual Suspects. He had that walk about him, and everybody went dead silent, going, "What the fuck's this guy?" And then all his mates came in behind him all wearing Celtic gear, and they all just burst out laughing. It was in whatever pub it was. So there's something magical about the Scottish Cup, whether you win it or lose. It sets a tone for you. Or a few hours of just getting a little bit morose, and then we move on. And I think it's one of the...
Right, Daisy, what about you?
No, Hector, I was going to come to you first because you and I are of a similar age, ex-St Mary's team, etc., same kind of years. And I was just going to say to you, do you remember the good old days when the Scottish Cup final... I don't know if Ralph had moved to England by then, but there were the good old days of the Scottish Cup final and the English FA Cup final were played at 3 p.m. on a Saturday. And if it wasn't Celtic in it, or it wasn't Rangers v Aberdeen, you used to get people who would go to Dumfries to watch the FA Cup final, things like that, because they could get both TV signals.
I'm like you. The first one I can remember, and I can remember as a kid, was 75. I was a wee kid, to be fair to folk. I was really wee because it was Dominic Neal's last game as a Celtic player, and I remember he was getting held up. The old way used to put the captain in the shoulders, and he retired after that game in 75. But the first cup final I went to, Scottish Cup final, was the 85 one when I think Did United were a good team at the time, and we scored a fantastic free kick. No, I think Gallagher was 85. Was
that 88? Was that?
That was 88. Was Kevin Gallagher, but 85. I remember we scored one each, brilliant free kick, and then Big Roy being Big Roy, he's pointing to the team, charges down the right, a brilliant cross, and Frank McGarvey just threw a brilliant diving header. So that was the first cup final I was at. That was brilliant. I would say that one, the centenary one, as Monty said, because double centenary. But then obviously the Rochs one for the Invincible, that's got to be up there. I mean, that was just something else, isn't it? Last minute, twinkle toes, right foot, and the celebrations, the Invincible treble, that's got to be up there, top, probably the top actually, that one.
No, the Rochs one, like, especially, I remember last day, right, this next to Hampden, but even like walking from my house to the seat in Hampden, maybe 10 minutes, and me and my daughter get soaked to the skin. Literally, it was like bouncing the rain. It was mental the rain that day, the Rochs one. And I was at the back, and this is not a pretty sight, which I wouldn't want to have wished on anybody to see. But I actually had to take my top off and wring it out. It was that wet. I mean, but again, it was that clammy kind of end of season. We actually had some decent weather. And I remember being at the top of the Hampden steps, wringing the top out. And then, like, when that goal went in, and that was literally one of the hugging strangers moments. I mean, this bedlam, sheer bedlam, and then coming back.
Were you celebrating that treble? Were you celebrating that treble?
No. I was coming to that because what it was is my wife always picks 2-1 for every game, so it meant my wife got her coupon up that day. So that's why I was really happy. I didn't realise it was a treble that day. No, but that was another aside because then the Arsenal, I don't know if Arsenal were playing Chelsea or whoever they were playing in the following FA Cup final, because they'd moved the FA Cup final, that ended up being a 2-1-2. So we were at a party after it in my cousin's house celebrating Celtic, and then suddenly we realised my wife had got a 2-1 scoreline, the actual double up. So that was a double celebration during a treble game. There's some maths for you. But no, for me, if you do, I don't know if this will work. We'll try it. If you just look behind me, you can kind of see Big Roy and Margaret Thatcher on my wall there. God bless them. So I've got
a picture of Margaret Thatcher in your wall.
Always keep your friends close and your enemies closer. That's the original sports photograph from that day. I bought that in honour because that was the last game. That was the last cup final. Me, my dad, and my brother went to together. My dad would die the following year, and then and he was buried the week of the Joe, and my dad was called Joe, and he was buried the week of the Joe Miller final. And that whole week, I mentioned this to you guys the other day, that whole week when we were planning the funeral with my dad's brother, my Uncle Pat, and that, I think who I've now got his season book, my Uncle Pat's season book, we planned it, we had a running bet going the whole week, and then I had with the winnings, I had the bet on Joe Miller to score the first goal at 14-1, so that came in. So Joe Miller's goal in the Scottish Cup final has always been my favourite Celtic goal. I mean, I love the Rochs goal was great in that, but Joe Miller's goal in that Scottish Cup final, that is my beloved Celtic moment, standing on the steps with my brother and my brother's pal, because my dad couldn't be there, and Joe scored in that the day after my dad's funeral. And then I get back into the bookies, and everybody was like, it was a local Tour of Glen bookies, and everybody's kind of making that frowny, sad face, that kind of unlucky. And I'm kind of happy because I get Joe Miller, the one at Joe Miller, a tenner on Joe Miller to score the first goal at 14-1. And it turned out a £20 running on Celtic and Liverpool, the double at 91. And Stuart McCall, that wee ginger rat, scored with 10 seconds to go for Everton. And that beat my bet, and that's what everybody was on. So I've hated Stuart McCall long before he signed for Rangers. In 1989, I've hated Stuart McCall, John Aldridge's game. So that's my favourite Scottish Cup game. But as you say, Hector, I remember the Billy McNeil one on the TV. I remember watching the Frank McGarvey one lying on the carpet. I mean, it's amazing how big occasions the Scottish Cup final was. Mind, it used to start at 10 in the morning. The coverage, the road to Hampden, know, that sort of stuff. Whereas now it's like there's a game
Our
on at
coverage
one.
was always, our coverage was always shite, wasn't it? Ours was always shite compared to the English final. Wasn't it? They had like helicopters and all over the country. They had one guy with a camcorder walking about up and down the streets of Glasgow talking to people.
They used to have an hour on just getting the suits made for the final, remember? Where we get literally 10 minutes of a guy off cut. Probably that guy in Toll Cross that met Monty that night. I mean, saying it was very bad.
And it was always a guy with a tammy, wasn't it? Always a guy with a tammy was the guy that always got.
I guys have to got a guy at a time machine for 30 years ago that you'd never seen at the games. No, that way you'd have this kind of got this guy out the archive, or they've sent a guy in the Hampden Museum and said, put the clays on and pretend you're a football fan. Right, so we're literally at the last minute or so here. Ralph, what's yours? I don't even know if we covered yours. What's your favourite League Cup? I'll ask you just so you get them mixed up again.
This is the thing, I can't tell the difference once. I never read the programme, so I don't know what tournament it is. The first one I went to was Celtic 6, Hibs 3 with my dad and Uncle Kenny, 73-74, but that was a League Cup final. The other one that sticks in my mind was when we beat Dunfermline just after Jimmy Johnson died, and that was a League Cup final. So I've got no idea. Really got no. I don't like Hampden. I try and avoid all the surroundings. I just go in and watch a game, perhaps have a glass of white ale to celebrate, and then go home. So I've got no idea. Absolutely none. Oh, wait now. The one where John Hartson was offside. What about that one? I remember that one. Because I was sitting level with Hartson when they flagged him offside against Rangers. He hit the post in a penalty. I remember that one as well.
Did we get beat 3?
Was that a League Cup game?
I think that was a League Cup as well, wasn't it? I've got no idea. That's why I like trebles, because I can get them mixed up and nobody notices.
Okay, let me just check. We've got a couple of final pledges.
And then people wonder whether the diary's inaccurate. Jesus Christ.
Hold on, Ralph. Let me just check. We're currently at £12,384. So thanks everyone for the donations. Please try and keep them coming and keep the echoing out
If
to
they're
everyone.
watching this, they'll be asking for their money back.
Exactly, refunds. I've got a couple of late pledges. Apparently, Laurie from Denison has did a sponsored big word waffle on Clyde Super Scoreboard this week, and apparently that's generated a small fortune. So well done. And we've got a final, very large donation from a Prince Andrew Windsor. He's made a donation. We called him to thank him, but he said no sweat. So that's good.
There's one.
Daisy,
There's one I've had.
Final one. A big sorry.
Yes.
One from Boris and Matthew in London. They're not sending any money, but they're going to give us a round of applause.
Oh, that's perfect. Hector, you want to close up?
I was going to say the final one. A big shout out to Tam McPipe, who is a fitter and maintenance expert of heated driveways in the Thornton Hall area. So thanks to Tam for that donation for £50.
To be fair to Tam, he's been rolling in the money for quite a while now, so he's doing all right. But yeah, again, I would let's just echo what we said at the very start of the podcast on this podcast. A big thanks to John Paul. I got it right. I got it wrong again. So Paul John. So to Paul John.
That's why he's favorite John Paul.
Yeah. So to Paul John Young, to Paul John and everyone at Axom for all the amazing work this weekend and getting this together. Hopefully everyone's appreciating it. And then hopefully we can get as much money raised as possible. I'm just waiting for John Paul to pop up to see if he's going to play the latest charity tribute.
Paul John.
Not Paul John. John Paul. It'll always be John Paul. Let's be honest. As Monty said, he's just changed that for marketing purposes. Everybody, I mean, who's going to christen their Wayne Paul John? That doesn't even make sense. Let's be honest. Paul Joseph, I could understand, but not a Paul John. PJ, think he went about school called PJ. And did they have a pal called Duncan? There's a question. I never remember questions. Keep getting questions. Lyndon has been in touch to say he'll denote the cost of a few prawns on the barbie at Christmas for his cousin's antics, so that's quite good. So we're just waiting to see what happens. I think who have we got coming up next on ours? It's not coming up and showing at the moment. But again, for 24 hours, a massive achievement to what and again a reflection of the true Celtic ethos, especially in respect of how we've seen the board and various individuals acting recently. So we can only give credit to Paul, John. See, I don't know why you keep getting it wrong, guys. Quite easy to remember.
Just as we're
Sorry,
waiting
man.
on it, just when you mentioned that, just a wee quick shout out to the Ballbhoys CSC over in Philadelphia. When you mention the ethos of Celtic, that's a squad of fellas and ladies that are, 100% part of the fabric of Celtic. And I know I mentioned them on a podcast some while back. I'm looking forward to getting back over there to see them. But it'll be it's an early start for the likes of those, and you go further west even again. But tomorrow there's going to be hundreds of thousands all over the world, hopefully seeing a quadruple treble. So I can see the St. Rochs guys are probably good to come in behind us. So hopefully Paul John's good to let me go and get my afternoon nap.
Lovely, yes, lovely. Yeah, and as I said, there's loads out there, especially on Twitter, doing great work, especially around about Christmas time, raising some amount of money. So well done to everyone in the Celtic world, even the statisticians that I love so much.
That's us.
All right, I think we're good to go. Thanks very much for listening, folks. As normal.
Hello and welcome. We are the Cynic. We're delighted to be part of this fantastic event. When Paul asked us to take part, it was an absolute no-brainer. And most importantly, it's an absolutely wonderful way to raise money for 4 hugely important charities. So we're delighted to be here. I'm your host today, Paul Carlin. I'm joined by 2 absolute titans of the Cynic. It's a talented panel. It's a very hip panel. It's an attractive panel. And it's a salty panel. First up, it's the man who's created the feature that we're going to do today. His nickname privately is the Vulture, and we're hopeful we'll see some of those characteristics today. Hi, Stuart Dugan.
Hello, Paul. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
You have to be here because this is basically your podcast that we're doing today.
It's true. There would be some copyright infringement, and that is not what we're looking for when we're trying to raise money for charity.
Exactly. And taking on Stuart, it's one of the breakout stars of the Cynic. She's come in here with some strong opinions and a whole bunch of pizzazz to every podcast she takes part in. And this is the first time we've actually worked together. It's Ruth Boyle.
Hello, thanks for having me. I do feel quite a lot of pressure going up against the inventor of the game, but I'll try my best. That's all I can do.
Well, you're up against not only the inventor of the game, but the Vulture. I mean, Stuart Dugan is a Cynic legend. Everyone's terrified of him.
I'm just the rookie. It is a lot of pressure.
Guys, that's very kind of you to say. It's all true.
Okay, that's enough being nice to each other. Now there'll be some people watching that don't know who we are. So I think we should establish a few very, very important things about ourselves before we go into this feature that we're going to do today. So I'd like to know, I'm going to ask you 4 questions. Your first Celtic match, your favourite player from the past, your real favourite player from the past, and your current favourite player. So, Ruth, let's start with you. Can you remember your first Celtic match?
I can. It was actually a friendly, my first game. So if you can't tell from my accent, I'm from up north. So I didn't get to all that many games when I was young, but my first one was a friendly against Leeds under John Barnes that we lost 2-1. So a good introduction to Celtic. And I think that was one of those games where you weren't even sure what formation we were playing because it was in the John Barnes era. So overall, very good.
Can you remember anything about the game? Who scored? Or anything like that?
I think it was Bobby Petta that scored for Celtic, if I remember. My biggest blow was, coming on to the next question, I was a big Henrik Larsson fan as a child, and he had a calf strain that day, so he wasn't playing. But my mum actually clocked him in the stands behind us. So I think I spent as much time kind of looking around at Henrik Larsson as I did actually watching the game. But yeah, it was good. I was very excited to be there all the same.
Well, that maybe brings you on to your favourite player from the past, is it? Is it the King of Kings?
It is. I know that's a very obvious and basic choice, but as a child, I was fully obsessed with Henrik Larsson. My walls were just clarted in images of him. And I was actually thinking about this, that I did my solo talk in primary 6 on Henrik Larsson, where I took in a table of all of my Henrik Larsson merch and just spoke about him for about 20 minutes, much to the dismay of my classmates, I think. But yeah, I was just fully obsessed with him, and it's obvious why.
Well, you say he's your favourite player, but who's your real favourite player? Like, who's the one that you just won't ever admit that he actually is your favourite player?
I mean, I'm not ashamed of it, but I do say Hendrik to get some respect. But really, when I say that, I feel like I'm betraying my main man, Giorgio Samaras, who really is my favourite player. And I adore him, and I will defend him against anyone. I think he's underrated. I know he was a frustrating player, but he did enough to be adored, in my opinion.
Oh, I loved them too. Absolutely loved them. And your current favourite player? I know it's not the best of seasons, but you know.
Well, certainly not the best of seasons for this man. I know he's not currently playing, but I can't say anyone other than James Forrest, because I love him and I hate how underappreciated he is. And I'm really hoping that this time without Jamesy will make people realise that he's actually very pivotal to our game and that he is a good player and deserves a little bit more respect. Where my season ticket is, I sit with a lot of James Forrest haters, and he gets constant abuse for the full 90 minutes. And I'm kind of hoping that those people are taking a long, hard look at themselves at the moment and thinking that when we return to Parkhead or Parkers, he will not be getting the same abuse that he did in the past.
I totally agree. I think Forrest is a class act. I love the guy. Thank you, Ruth. Right, Stuart, over to you. Your first game.
So all I know is that my first trip to Parkers was the 95-96 season, and then I actually had to spend some time with my dad and my brother trying to figure out exactly what game it was, because I was 9 at the time and there wasn't really any fanfare. Like, I even asked my dad, I was like, that must have been like a big occasion, and he was like, yeah, I think it was this, or it might have been that. I was like, all right, okay, it was just some random game. So I think it was the 2-1 game against Partick Thistle on the 7th of October, because I think that my brother first went as like a birthday treat for him when it was his birthday, and that's the game that's closest to my birthday. And I watched the highlights today, and I do actually remember, because Pierre Van Hooijdonk scores this absolute screamer. We won 2-1, and he scores an absolute screamer. And I do remember chanting Pierre and quite enjoying that. So I think that's when it was.
That's a great memory. Lovely. Pierre Van Hooijdonk. Your favourite player from the past? Now, I think you've got a great answer for this, or I hope you've got a great answer for this.
Well, I'll give you my the PR, the public-facing favourite player, and obviously the first sort of proper season that I really remember would be sort of stopping the 10, and then my most vivid memories are really through the sort of Martin O'Neill era. And so Henrik Larsson is very much my favourite player. I can't think of a player that I've watched that's brought me as much joy, or that you could just watch and know had the power to. You just knew he was going to do something, even if he was quiet in a game. He was always going to do something, and it wasn't even like he's going to have an off day. He literally always would do something. It was a case of how many things he would do. So Larsson brought me a lot of joy. But if you look at the paperwork for my Young Hoops membership when I first signed up at the age of probably 10, 11, my favourite player was Reggie Blinker, which it's a hill that I've had to die on over the years, because there's not really a lot to go on for why that was, but that's it. So I guess that's what I said at the time. So that's what I'll say to you now, Paul. That was my favourite player.
Do you guys remember that nightclub Archaeos in Queen Street in Glasgow? Reggie Blinker's still in there.
He's still in there.
He's still in there to this day. Okay, and your favourite player from the current squad, Stuart?
Well, anyone that's listened to the Cynic will know that I talk frequently with my passionate relationship for Tom Rogic. I just love that he's such a luxury player, ultimately. I think that's great. And again, a player that is given so many highlights. It's not even like, there was that one incredible goal he scored in that important game. I mean, he's got a raft of goals against the Huns. He's got the treble winner. There's just so many of them. I absolutely adore him. So Tom Rogic.
Lovely stuff. Okay, I'll just quickly go through mine. My first match, I feel absolutely ancient. 3rd of January 1987. First time I went to Parker's. Celtic 8, Hamilton Accies 3. Brian McClare scored, I think, 4 goals, either a hat trick or 4 goals. I can't remember. But I went with my Uncle Tommy, and it was before the stadium get renovated. Renovated? Is that the right word? Renovated.
That's what you do to a kitchen, Paul. It's not what you do to a stadium.
As opposed to a stadium.
I'm going to double down on renovated.
It wasn't a lick of paint.
8-3 game, and it's funny. I can't remember much about the game, but all I remember was that I was drinking a can of juice, and the can of juice got taken off me by a steward because I wasn't meant to have a can of juice in the stadium. Bizarre, that's what I remember from it. My favourite player from the past, if I don't say Paul McStay, I think I'd get battered. So it's the maestro for me. But my real favourite player from the past is actually the man that made his debut in this game. And I just heard the E-Tims guys giving him some heat earlier. Anton Rogan. I just love Anton Rogan. You know, that guy, maybe not the most talented Celtic player, but he certainly had an energy, and he was, put shoes in the right feet, looked good in the hoops. So I'll go with Rogan.
And inspired the naming of Brendan Rodgers' son, of course. So
of course, Anton Rodgers, whose the most famous thing he ever did was Christian Gamble. No, got scanted by Christian Gamble at training, right? That's the reason that Gamble will forever be a Celtic hero. See, from the current team, I was thinking about this morning, and like, well, I love Eddie, I love McGregor, but this season I don't really love any of those guys. So
why don't you talk about your favourite Rangers player then, Paul? Come on.
Very good, Stuart. Thank you. I'm going to go with a divisive choice because I know that a lot of Celtic fans think that he's a bit hot and cold. I'm going to go with Elyounoussi because I think he's been probably one of the few shining lights this season, even though he doesn't do it in every game. I get quite excited when he gets on the ball and sort of tries to cut inside. And I just think he's a cool guy. So Elyounoussi. Right, today we're going to do something kind of different. There's been a lot of analysis all day on this fantastic broadcast, looking at the cup final. We're going to do something slightly different. So at the Cynic, we provide podcasts kind of covering every single aspect of Celtic, previews, reaction pods. We do a lot of features, and today we're going to bring you one of those. We're doing an episode of The Dugout, created by our friend Stuart Dugan. In this episode, so Stuart and Dugan are going to take on each other, playing the role of the Celtic manager in a kind of hypothetical cup final against Hearts tomorrow. So you're going to be facing up to 5 different scenarios, which I'll ask you to react to in real time. I say up to 5 because I don't know if we'll have time to do 5 in an hour, but we'll get through as many as we can. So Ruth and Stuart must explain what they'll do if they were in Neil Lennon's shoes to overcome the challenges that they'll be presented with. And once I've heard both your pieces, we'll award a point to whoever I think's given the best solution to the scenario. But before we start, this is very important. We need to know what kind of manager you are. Like, are you a tracksuit manager, a suit manager? Are you an angry manager? Are you like Nigel Pearson? Are you Jose Mourinho? Ruth, what kind of manager are you?
Do you know, we were talking about this on the agenda earlier in the week, and for this cup final, I decided that I was going to be very, very Roberto Mancini in my get-up. So I'm going to be wearing the suit, but I am going to have a Celtic scarf on. I'm hoping it might be a sunny day, and I might be able to wear some sunglasses as well, just for kind of an added diva edge, Yep. I think maybe Neil Warnock-esque is going to be my persona in the dressing room.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to go for.
Don't take his politics though, Ruth, please.
No, of course not. I'm drawing the line there. No, I'm going to be harsh but fair. That's what I'm going for.
I mean, Roberto Mancini started off really, really, really well.
Roberto Mancini with the spirit of Neil Warnock.
Ended in a really, really weird way, but there we go. Stu, what about you?
I think that I would like to imagine that I'm sort of one of the new wave of young continental managers, but in reality, I'm probably not. I think that I would definitely be suited and booted for a cup final, but I would do the Martin O'Neill straight down the tunnel, miss the first few minutes of the game to get into my sort of tracksuit jumper set up. And I think I'd be quite animated. I basically want to be Pep. I think that's what it is. This jumper's quite Pep, so
yeah,
I think that's what I'd do.
Great. Okay, I like everything I've heard so far, but it means nothing until we get into this game. So this is the Dugout. We are the Cynic. Remember that you can donate. By the way, this is all for charity. This is the all day, 24 hours. I think it's 48 hours actually. 2 days of podcast. I'm sorry if I got that wrong, but check in the links below this, whatever screen you're looking at. There's a GoFundMe raising money for 4 excellent charities. Very, very important work, and we're thrilled to be part of it. So let's go. Let's talk about the lineups. So Neil Lennon in his post-match press conferences recently has talked about giving some of the guys that got us to this point the chance to come and win the trophy. So I've come up with a Celtic and Hearts lineup that we're going to start with. This is the lineup that we're going to use for most of this podcast. But there will be some scenarios where things have to change. So here's who I've gone with. In goals, Hazard, surprising. A back four of Laxalt, Duffy, Julian and Ayer. Sitting in front of them, Scott Brown and Callum McGregor. The three in front of them, Moy Elyounoussi, Tom Rogic and Ryan Christie. And Odsonne Edouard up front. Your subs, Barkas, Taylor, Frimpong, Sorrow, Turnbull, Johnson, Ayeti, Griffiths and Klimala. Hearts are going to set up in a 4-2-3-1. So Gordon, Kingsley, Berra, Halkett, Smith. Haring and Halliday in midfield. Three in front of them are Walker, Naismith and Lee. And Liam Boyce up front. And on the bench for Hearts are 9 absolute no marks. So who cares? Are we both ready to start?
I am, yes. I'm taking some notes, Paul, but yes, I'm ready to go when you are.
That team sheet has given me the fear because I think that is going to be very similar to what Lennon does, but that's fine.
This is actually only the third time the dugout's ever been done. So, but I'm going to pull out what we're calling a classic dugout trope. Moy Elyounoussi has pulled up in the warm-up and he can't take part in the match. Who are you bringing in to replace him? And will it affect your formation? Stuart, as the creator of this podcast, I'm going to ask you to go first on this. So what are you going to do? Moy's out.
Well, first of all, I'll be delighted because he's not a big game player. So didn't want him in there in the first place.
Well, he scored most of our European goals. But apart from that...
I know, mate. I'm just committing to a hill that I died on months ago. I think that of all the players that could pull up injured, I think that that's going to be the most open and shut case because now it might come back to haunt me slightly later in the game, but I think that I would just keep the same formation, straight swap in Mikey Johnson.
Oh,
do you think that? Do I think he's fit? Is he ever fit? That's a rhetorical question. I think that you're going to get a good 60 minutes out of Mikey Johnson, and I also just think that it depends how Hearts are going to set up. If they're going to come in and try and sort of stagnate and stuff up the game, a player like Mikey Johnson is going to be fantastic for breaking lines and getting in behind. Loves a wee lollipop, loves a wee trick, a little amusement arcade of a player. So yeah, I think that you get a good 60-65 minutes out of MJ, and your plans aren't really thrown into too much disarray. So I'm sorry, Ruth, that is the obvious answer, and I've stolen it from you, but I did create the game, so.
Stuart, that means there's a space in the bench as well. Is there anyone that you'd like to bring in from the cold to sit on the bench? I know I'm just springing this on you, but there is space in the bench.
I would bring in, for space on the bench, Olivier Ncham.
That's actually good. I was wondering if anyone would notice that Ncham wasn't actually in the squad.
I was, because when I was doing this the other day, I was like, is Ncham just not getting stripped these days? Like, he's not played in ages.
Doesn't seem to be. Okay, right, that's interesting. So it's basically you're sticking with the same 4-2-3-1 formation, MJ in for Moy, and hope for the best, really. Is what I'm hearing here, Stuart. Ruth, what are you going to do?
I mean, this is absolutely brutal going a second on this one. I feel like
by the way, sorry, there is one rule: you can't do the same thing as the person that came. Right.
Hence the brutality. Do you know this? I feel like it's a big decision to change the formation at this early stage, and I think I'm going to have to just play a player slightly out of position in order to not throw all of the players out of their flow. So I think I'm going to bring in Griff, and he's going to kind of have to play on the left, but maybe he can slot in just slightly behind Eddie and be doing some of the legwork on behalf of Eddie. I know that's not ideal. It's not what anybody wanted to happen. It's certainly not what Griffiths wanted to happen, but a big factor in this as well is what you need is players who have a hatred for Hearts in their veins, who are going to use that to play out of their skin, even if they're playing out of position. And I think that I'm going to say that to Griff, might show him a little montage of Hearts winning cups in the past before I put him out there. And I'm going to play Griff on the left, but kind of we're going for fluidity here. Fluidity hides some loads of sins. So yes, I'm going to put Griff on the left, but give him kind of free rein to do as he pleases.
Okay, so basically stick with the formation, bring Griffiths in, have him on the left. Okay, well, first of all, I'm pleased that you both stuck with the formation. I think that's the right thing to do. I think that close to kickoff to then switch to a back three or whatever would be the wrong thing to do. Stuart, yeah, MJ. Let's go through the pros and cons. MJ, he's a fantastic player. I think the kid is so talented, and definitely the kind of guy that can unlock a packed defence. However, his fitness, he's played 5 minutes of football recently. I guess if he's fit enough to make the bench, you could probably take part at some point. I would have concerns about him though, pulling up quite early in the game. And what do we do then if he goes off injured?
Well, we'll put Griff in. She's just said that's what we'll do. So we've got two plans going here, Paul and I. We're fine.
Well, let's come to that. Griffiths, I don't think that's a great position for Griffiths to play in.
No, let's not do that then. That's a bad idea. I don't like that.
Maybe we'd be inclined to put Griffiths up front, and you could maybe move Eddie out to the left a little bit, like we used to do with your hero. Samaras used to play in the left off the striker. However, when you said hatred for Hearts,
I thought that might get your attention.
Well, games like this, you need an X factor. You need an extra carrot to dangle in front of the team. And that's what it would be for Griffiths. I think he'd probably end up playing his heart out. That's a tricky one to award the points. I must say, though, I'm not comfortable with playing Griff on the left. I don't think he's disciplined enough to do that. I don't think he would track back and help out Laxalt. And I love Mikey Johnson more than I love Griffiths. So, Stuart, you get the points for round one. Well done.
Thank you.
I just hope that Johnson doesn't get injured again, because I don't think he can take being told to fuck off by Lennon twice in a row. So that's what I'm saying. You might ruin a young player's career.
There's certain cynics that can't handle that either. So,
well, as managers, what do you used to think of that? How would you have dealt with that situation up at where was it, McDermott Park? I think that happened.
I would have done the exact same thing, Paul. And if you think that that's the only time that a manager's told Mikey Johnson to fuck off, you're absolutely dreaming.
Ruth, what do you think?
I maybe would have done it so publicly. I might have waited till I was in the dressing room and then told them to fuck off. But maybe it wasn't the best PR to do it on a public forum like that. But I understand the frustration if you told him that he was fit enough to play and then pulls up again.
So either way, MG's getting told to F off, right?
Yeah. Oh, right, absolutely.
Okay. The location changes.
Right. Scenario number 2 is half time. Celtic are 2-1 down and playing poorly. Odsonne Edouard has scored once. He's not having a great game. He's just not getting the service. It's been a problem all season. Scott Brown has given away a penalty and is on a yellow card. Hearts are hitting us kind of down their right, our left, with Stephen Naismith and Jamie Walker switching positions between the 10 and on the right. What are you going to do to turn the tide? Now, remember, you get 5 substitutions in this. And by the way, just to clarify, this is the lineup. This is the original lineup with Moy, not with MG and Griffiths. All right, so we're reverting to the original formations you were given. Ruth, you're first up this time.
So I actually slightly missed the start of the scenario. Could you just repeat the start of it?
Half time in the Scottish Cup final. Celtic are losing 2-1, playing poorly. Eddie scored once, not having a great game. Scott Brown's given away a penalty and is on a yellow card. And most of the Hearts attacks are coming down our left-hand side with their number 10 and their right winger switching positions. So I'd like to know what you're going to do turn the tide in the second half?
Okay, I think I am going to go for a formation change. I know that we have criticised Lennon for similar, but I think it's time. So I think I'm going to move to a 3-5-2.
Right. Okay.
So
talk me through it.
I am putting. I'm going to move Laxalt forward a little bit. I'm going to swap Brown for a striker. So Brown is going off. He's had his chance on the cup final day. I just think that it's time we need a little bit more energy. And I'm going to go for Klimala. Now, the reason why I'm going for Klimala is, I don't know if you remember in the Scottish Cup final last year, that ball over the top for Eddie. Bera's legs are gone. Bera has no legs, basically. I think Klimala's got the energy that he's going to be able to cause some problems for Bera. And also, on the Gordon front, he's also prone to a howler. I think that Klimala is someone that can put a little bit of pressure on him. I think that there could be a situation where, like Salzburg, Gordon throws the ball off Klimala into the back of his own net. I think that's a possibility.
Yeah, that is a possibility.
It's a distinct possibility. And yeah, McGregor's going to push back a little bit into sitting just in front of the striker, is just in front of the defence, just to kind of shore things up for us there. Is that the end of my segment?
Well, I'd like to know kind of if you're playing a back three, like who's going to play on the right. So you've got. I take it your back three is going to be Ayer, Julian, and Duffy.
Yeah, I'm not entirely happy with my back three being Duffy being in that back three, but I'm going to sit and wait and see how that pans out. I think when we look at our defensive sub options, I think we just have to see how that works out. If Welsh had been on the bench, I might have been tempted to take him on as well. I think that might have been a good learning curve for him. But I'm going to be playing Ayer on the right in my back three. That's
okay.
what I'm going for.
Who's gonna play at right wing back then?
We are oh god, yeah, I'm going to need a right wing back. I'm going to have to do another stuff here, people. I'm going to take Frimpong on for Christie.
Oh, where's Christie going? Into the blender.
Into the blender.
So Christie,
I've not been impressed
on.
with Christie. I think Christie was a slight error in substitution, in starting, to be honest. I don't think I was impressed by that. I just went for the loyalty factor that Lennon had mentioned, and in reality, it hasn't paid off. So yes, Frimpong's going to come on. He's going to start causing a little bit of problems, and yeah, we're going to turn the game around.
Okay, I've heard enough. Stuart, over to you.
So, a system change is somewhat ruled out if Ruth's going 3-5-2. So, what I would do is I would look at personnel here. So, Scott Brown's been booked and has given away a penalty, which indicates he's not playing very well. So, I would hook him for Sorrow. I think Sorrow should start anyway. We've played best recently when we've had Sorrow doing all the work, breaking up the play, maybe being a bit more positive, and also covering so much ground that he's going to allow McGregor a little bit more freedom to maybe go and help cover on that left where we're being, pinned in a little bit. You said Eddie's not playing very well. It sounds like what Eddie needs is some service. He needs someone that's going to come in and link up with him. Maybe someone that's going to deliver some set pieces as well that could threaten. That's not going to be Ryan Christie, is it? His 1 out of 100 crosses that might end up in some kind of goal. So I would also take off Christie and bring on DT14 David Turnbull and hope that playing Turnbull slightly off to the right, so you'd have Turnbull, Rogic and Moy, a lot of creativity in there. And more than anything, I just think that Turnbull's increased, XG for the stat nerds out there from set pieces, the likes of Duffy, Julian, Ayer. Maybe it could be a set piece that we get our goal to get back in the game, or maybe just having him come in and link up with Eddie, get those nice little 1-2s going that Ryan Christie's incapable of. I think that's it. I think I'm going to stick with the same formation for now because we're only at half time, and since it's not available to me, although that was my first inclination. So that's it. It's just 2 substitutions, Paul. Brown for Sorrow, Christie for Turnbull.
Okay. Interesting, very interesting. Now, neither of you really addressed the issue that Hearts are hitting us down kind of our left-hand side. And I suppose actually, Ruth, you did. You're making us more.
I was also quite vocal about Cal McGregor being freed up to go and help with that situation, Paul, because of Sorrow's extra work.
It's not really what I was looking for, Stuart. I'll be honest with you.
I think as well a formation change might stop that from happening, in that those channels won't be open to Hearts anymore. They're going to have to change the way that they're playing to adapt to my very offensive system change.
Well, okay, Ruth, let's look at yours. I love the idea that you're bringing on Paddy Klimala for Scott Brown. That's some blue sky thinking right there. Love it. Berra's legs are gone. Yeah, fantastic. Klimala's exactly the type of striker I'd like to see playing against that Hearts defence. Frimpong coming on for Christie. Yeah, I'm into that as well. You know, Frimpong should probably be starting on Saturday, but I think we all know he won't. I'm a little bit unsure, though, about this McGregor, Rogic, Moy axis. I don't really know what's happening with that.
I kind of lost the plot a little bit, I'll be honest with that. I did actually want to take Turnbull on and then forgot about it until Stuart said the name Turnbull. I was like, damn it.
Well, Stuart, you did say that name Turnbull, and I've got to say, I just felt a wash of serotonin because that guy's class act. Sorrow as well. Yeah. I think we all know what needs to happen, but I think we all know what we'd like to see happen tomorrow, and it is to have Sorrow and Turnbull starting. I don't actually. This is a really, really hard one to call. I think from a formation in terms of the scenario, the 4-2-3-1 just isn't working. I don't know if a personnel change would work. It feels a wee bit like a Ronnie Dyla thing to do. Ruth, I'm not entirely sure about your personnel, but I guess you could do it for 20 minutes and see what happens. I'm going to give Ruth the point in this. Ruth, you've drawn level.
Thank you. I appreciate it, despite the Turnbull oversight. I'm grateful.
Let this be a lesson to you, Stuart. I have to say that was close, because I think your changes ordinarily could win the game for us. Scenario number 3: Hearts score an injury time winner in extra time to take it to penalties, right? I need you to tell me which 5 players you're putting up for penalties. The following are no longer at your disposal. So the following players cannot take a penalty: Odsonne Edouard, Scott Brown, Diego Laxalt, and Moy Elianusi. So I want to know your 5 penalty takers and in what order. And Stuart, I'm coming to you first.
Okay. Give me one small moment, Paul. Maybe you could, I don't know, read out the chat ratings or something. I don't know. I need to think. Yeah. One moment.
Yeah, well, the reason we're doing this is so Celtic State of Mind have organised, Paul John Dix has organised this fantastic event where many of the Celtic fan podcasts are coming together and broadcasting for an hour each to raise money for 4 fantastic charities. It's very, very easy to donate money. Just look at the web address underneath, whether it's you're watching on YouTube or Twitter or Facebook. There's a link below. There's a charity auction as well. Lots of cool stuff up there for auction. So I think we've raised far north of £12,000 already, which is £12,514 is the total raise, which is absolutely fantastic. So keep them coming. Stuart, I'd like to know your penalty takers, please.
Okay, so there's no Eddie, there's no Brown, there's no Laxalt, and no Moy. So I've dipped into my bench a little bit, Paul, presuming that some of these players have come on for some of those players that I've lost.
Remember that there's only 5 subs, Stuart.
This is fine. I have 1, 2. Yep, that's worked out famously. I've only taken 3 people from the bench. So it's all gone well. So number 1, excellent set piece taker, and as you say, has the venom for Hearts, Lee Griffiths. I think he's going to be a nice, safe pair of hands to get us off the starts. Second penalty taker, again, excellent set piece man. Presume he can take a great penalty if he can take corners and free kicks the way he does. David Turnbull. I think he'd probably Panenka him. I just personally think he's got that in his locker if he needs to be. Third one, controversial. This is a mentality one. I think that when you have a penalty shout, especially high pressure, you need leaders, and I think that recently you're starting to see Chris Ayer really becoming a leader in that team, really taking responsibility, and I think that Chris Ayer would take responsibility and take a penalty, so I'm going to put him in there as number 3. I then think that Albion Ayeti will be on by this stage, possibly playing in a 2 up top with Griffiths.
Okay.
So I'm going to have him, and then the ultimate responsibility goes to the captain, Callum McGregor. I think that McGregor has shown that he is absolutely willing to put himself in the firing line. You saw it against Lille when he had his sort of terrible mistake for the first goal and then immediately wanted the ball for the penalty. I think that he would absolutely put himself forward to clinch history. So Callum McGregor, number 5.
Griffiths, Turnbull, Ayer, Ayeti, and McGregor. Very
Yes.
good. Ruth, now the only stipulation here is that you can't start with the same 2. So if you have Griffiths and Turnbull to start, you can't. Well, you basically can't. So,
Okay,
but I'm okay with the
I
rest
didn't
of it.
realise the second one came into it. Like, I'm just going to do a wee swap. That's fine. No problem. So mine's kind of inverted, actually, to Stuart. So I've got McGregor starting first. I think you want to start strong. As I said, captain role. I think that is how you get off to a great start in the penalty shootout. I've then gone for, I did actually have Turnbull second as well, but I have swapped that. I also think that Ayeti will be on at this point, and I've put Ayeti in number 2. I think it's good to get him. He might be a little bit nervous. Don't want him waiting too long when there's a lot of pressure on the penalty. I think it's a good time for him to endear himself to the support. So I've gone for Ayeti, number 2. Number 3, DT14. I think that he showed a lot of guts when he was wanting to take that penalty against Lille. I think he is going to back himself. That third penalty is coming. It's crucial. And I think that David's I think he's ready for the task. And then I think the last 2 penalties, there could be high pressure ones. I've gone for Christie, who I know he did miss that penalty against Rangers, but I think for the most part, he is quite cool, calm and collected. And also I was listening to the other dugout this morning, and Tom Rodgick's sky high penalty is fresh in my memory. So I don't want to put Rodgick through that again. And then to win the cup against Hearts, I've gone for Lee Griffiths, penalty number 5. A dream come true for him. Could be a turning point for him in terms of the season as well. So that's my 1 to 5.
So McGregor, Ayeti, Turnbull, Christie, and Griffiths.
Yeah.
Okay. So Stuart, you've started with a left-footed penalty taker. Now, I have a thing about left-footed penalty takers.
I've actually got a couple of left-footed penalty takers in there, but yeah.
Start with one. Actually, you've done the same, Ruth. So, guys, you know. Okay, the 2 big calls here, and I like them both, is Stuart, that you put Chris Ayer in to take a penalty. I like that. I think you showing your faith in Ayer as his manager would give him a massive confidence boost. And I agree. I think he's turning into a proper bit of a soldier on the pitch for Celtic.
He's a big horse of a man. He'd absolutely slew it in top bin.
Yep, batter it. Ruth, you've gone with Christie taking a penalty, and I really like that because he does it actually. He's missed a couple of penalties, but his penalties are normally really good, especially when he's playing for Scotland, because as we all know, he loves Scotland more than Celtic.
How many penalties did Chris Ayer missed though, Paul?
Well, we don't know. And also, I'll be in a Yeti. You've both put a Yeti in, just assuming that he can hit a penalty because he's a striker. We don't know if he can hit a penalty or not, So for me, it's basically like how you're starting and how you're ending. Well, you've both done Griff and McGregor. It's really the question of who's got the bigger bottle between Callum McGregor and Lee Griffiths. It's really hard to call. I think just given the importance of the occasion and the fact that he hates Hearts so much, I'm going to give the point to Ruth here, because I think Christie's more likely to score than Ayer, and I think Lee Griffiths to score that winning penalty could be a really, really great moment. So
I would actually probably agree with that. To be fair, Lee Griffiths does have a history of rising to high pressure occasions like that. So fair dues.
Lovely stuff. Yeah, great. I think we're going to have time to do all 5 scenarios. So here's scenario number 4. Stephen Naismith has totally done Laxalt. He's crumpled on the ground, clutching his ankle. Naismith is doing that thing he does where he's leaning over him, laughing at him, laughing in his face. We've seen him do it many times. It's not nice. Which Celtic player are you instructing to deal with him, and in what way? Ruth.
Is this from the original lineup?
The original lineup.
Okay.
So just to remind viewers, it's Hazard, Ayer, Julian, Duffy, Laxalt, Brown, McGregor, Rogic, Christie, Moy, and Eddie. And remember, if you want, you can make a sub and stick
just for
someone
this
on.
purpose.
Remember in the World Cup final, where I think it was the Netherlands and they subbed the goalie. It was Tim Krul came on and won them whatever match that was. It wasn't the final. So there you
it
go.
was like semi-final. Yeah, it was big. Yeah.
What is the score at this point? Did you tell us that?
Oh, I haven't. The score is 1-1, and we've just started the second half.
Okay, I was going to go for Duffy breaking Naismith's legs, but it seems that maybe at 1-1, getting a player sent off for that is a little bit risky, maybe. I think I'm still going to stick with Duffy because I think this is a job that he would be good for. And again, I think that maybe this is the sort of thing, if he puts in a really ballsy performance here and manages to really get inside Naismith's head, that's something that could endear him to the support. And I think that he needs that. So I'm just going to be telling him to get really close to Naismith, just maybe whispering a few things in his ear. I'm going to give him free rein in terms of what that's going to be. I don't mind. And then when Celtic do get the winner, which is going to come from Eddie, then that's the moment I'm telling him to slide in 2-footed as high as he wants.
Wow.
And,
okay.
That's it. I'm happy with that. I think it's, maybe toward the end of the game, I'm going to say in the last 5 minutes that he's willing to do that. And I think that it won't just be Celtic fans that'd be happy to see that. I think maybe all of Scottish football could rejoice.
Okay. No holds barred. Stuart, what's your reaction?
Well, my initial reaction was that I was also going to pick Duffy and I was going to get him to header him until he exploded, like just from a corner. Like if you could try and do it in an attacking move so it looks slightly more accidental, that would be good. But obviously I can't take Duffy. So next, what I'm thinking here is, look, if Scott Brown's going to play, Scott Brown's not going to play 90 minutes. Scott Brown, when he started more recently, has had 60 minutes and off. So I think that if Brown is going to play, he's going to have 60 minutes and then we're going to have Sorrow in. You haven't said anything about Brown being booked at this point. So I'm going to let things play out for about 10 minutes. And then Scott Brown is going to fulfill the captain's role of absolutely filling in Naismith in the way that only Scott Brown knows how to, where he takes it so close to the line without getting sent off. One of those great, horrible challenges, ideally to hurt him, and then absolutely make sure there's some afters as well, probably with some smirking, probably with some laughing, sort of spirit, the Pataudry when he was kind of, doing the old sort of Conor McGregor sort of strut, bit of that. And then you can sort of safely take him off. He was coming off at 60 minutes anyway. So he's done his man. He's done the captain's role. He's taken his booking. No one has to get sent off. Stephen Naismith's obviously injured, can't continue. And then you get him off to safety and Sorrow comes in. That's what I'll do.
Okay.
Plus, I think Scott Brown would really enjoy it.
Two great answers. I don't know why does Naismith do that? I find it very weird that he does that so often in his career. Just laugh at standing over a player who's just injured, laughing at him. Ruth, you've gone with Duffy. Yeah, this is the perfect opportunity for Duffy to really endear himself to the fans. He's struggled since he came in. A couple of goals at the start of his career, but a lot of mistakes. And he was talking recently in the press about how he's found the move to Celtic hard, especially during the pandemic, not being able to see his kids. So this could be a great moment for him to, get the fans back on side. Love it. Big handsome stud that he is. And Stuart, you've basically described something we all love to see. Is when Scott Brown is using his cunning and his footballing brain to actually just manipulate a game and make it work for himself. And again, Brown, another player that's had a tricky season. He's not the player he was, but we all still love him. I love when Brown behaves like that. Within the law, of course. I think Stuart, I'm giving you the points here. I think Brown deserves a moment like that, especially in a cup final, because who knows, as the season goes on, maybe he's going to feature a bit less now that we know how good Ismail Osoro is in that position. So, yeah, Brown gets his own back for the team on Naismith. Laxalt is okay to play on, by the way, just in case you were worried about him. No one asked
Look,
about Laxalt.
I think whoever gets the point, it's just important to remember that Stephen Naismith gets hurt. That's all that matters.
Yeah, actually, no, I'm happy. As long as
Yeah.
that's the outcome, I can take it.
Fair.
You two are like bloodthirsty, eh? I just want them to get like just a wee knock. You two are talking about like
no,
Ruth,
I don't like
explosions.
Yeah, I want him
Yeah.
to explode like a cartoon character.
Okay. Right. Well, Stuart, you get the point there. Well done. It's down to the wire, folks. It's down to the wire. So there's one last scenario. Now, there's a bit more to this, and I think I really need you to talk me, show you're working on this, really kind of convince me that you know what you're doing here. So using your team from scenario 1. So Stuart, that's your team. It's basically the team except with MJ in instead of Moy. And Ruth, you've got Griffiths in instead of Moy. Celtic are winning 2-1, but it's been a crap game. We're not playing well. There's half an hour left. No substitutions have been made. However, Scott Brown and Andy Halliday have both been sent off. So you're down to 10 men. All of your defenders.
Can you talk about how Scott Brown hurt Andy Halliday, please?
Exploded.
Exploded in like a cartoon character. Tremendous.
All your defenders are in yellow cards. So Aya, Julian, Duffy, and Laxalt are all in yellows. It's a slightly imbalanced team, perhaps, but again, this is a cup final. You know, rules are kind of out the window. Hearts, let's just say Hearts have got maybe 2 of their defenders on yellow cards. Naismith's also on a yellow card.
Oof, there's a lot of yellows.
Celtic, isn't it? Oh, I've lost. How do you win the trophy? How do you see out the next 30 minutes to win the trophy? I'd say we've got about 8 to 10 minutes left in this podcast. And I need you to talk me through your thinking. And Stuart, you're up first.
Okay. So, no Scott Brown. Defenders are all on yellows. I've got Mikey Johnson, who's probably realistically not going to make it through the whole game because he's made of glass. So, first move, I'm going to take off Tom Rogic and I'm going to bring on Ishmael Asoro. So,
that's brutal.
sorry, pal. So you've got 4 still with Ayer, Julian, Duffy, Laxalt, Sorrow, McGregor in the middle. Christie stays. I'm going to take off MJ for Turnbull. And then we're going to do the old kind of Neil Lennon switcheroo, where I'm going to play Christie on the left and Turnbull on the right, sort of like a 4-4-1. I appreciate that Hearts are going to have to make the same sort of change because they've also lost Andy Halliday, so it's 10v10. And I think that 4-4-1 is the best move for now. Moving forwards, I would probably bring on Frimpong for Duffy. So my back 4, I wouldn't make all these changes at once. I don't want to lose the head. Those would be my initial changes. I'd then take off Duffy for Frimpong. So my back 4 would be Frimpong, Ayer, Julian, Laxalt, flat 4, so that you still have energy, bags and bags and bags of energy to go at Hearts when they're tired. Frimpong and Laxalt who can get up and down, and that will hopefully sort of help for width and an attacking threat while we play a sort of 2 banks of 4. That seems quite negative, but with very attack-minded wing-backs, I feel comfortable with that. Then as the game, again, goes to the sort of latter stages, you have the option of taking off Eddie for perhaps a Griffiths or a Klamala, someone that can stretch the game. We've seen that with Klamala, that if you give him the last sort of 10, 15 minutes, he can run defences ragged. So I feel like that's kind of it. Essentially a 4-4-1, Sorrow, McGregor, Turnbull, Christie, and then my next move would be Frimpong for Duffy.
Okay.
Mic drop out. That's me.
I think that's pretty good. Am I able to take Sorrow on, just not for Rogic?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Okay. That's fine.
So you have the floor, Ruth.
Right. So in terms of defence, I know you've said about yellow cards, which is a threat, but I'm just going to try and tell them to keep the heat and stick with it. And instead, I'm going to take on Taylor, who I think is a better fullback than Laxalt, and kind of have them playing as a solid 4, trying to get Taylor on to kind of shore up that defence and doing a little bit less running. And then I am going to take Sorrow on, but I guess I can't do it for Rochs, so I'm going to have to do this in a more complicated way. So I'm going to take Griffiths off for Sorrow. But Sorrow is going to be sitting alongside, just right in front of the defence. And I'm going to get him to do some of that tackling that I don't want my defenders to do that are on a yellow card. So Sorrow is there to kind of do those kind of riskier challenges when he comes on. And then I'm going to take off Rogic for Klamala. And for what I've previously said about Klamala, he's there to do that running. He's there to put some pressure on. He's there to give Eddie a little bit more service, perhaps. And I want the defence and I want the team just to sit back a little bit and try and catch on the counter. I don't want to do anything silly, just kind of like Celtic did at Ibrox. We're going to sit back. We're going to try and catch them on counter attack. So it's not too much of a formation change, really. We've got McGregor maybe moving a little bit forward and Sorrow kind of slotting in to where he was. McGregor's kind of going to move into that central role that Rogic had before. And Klamala is going to be sitting kind of in between that 2 of Christie and McGregor and Eddie. So that's what I'm going for.
Okay. One more spanner to add to the works.
What?
To this scenario?
Injury time.
Paul, I invented this game and this has never happened. I'm sorry.
No, this is an added tier.
That's why you should have hosted it, Stuart.
This is true.
92 minutes. Christopher Ayer, red card. What are you going to do? Ruth, you're going first this time.
But who was it that got the red card, sorry?
Ayer.
You're
right back.
So Paul, this is wild. And I've already made the subs that I've just made.
Yep.
Oh my God.
This is
okay.
what managers have to do, Ruth. This is it.
Okay, that's okay. That's
Are you
okay.
going to win the game? You're 2-1 up, remember?
I'm 2-1 up, right.
Down to 9 men. Fine. Jesus.
I know, this is unprecedented. Okay. Do you know what? I'm taking a play out of Gal's playbook here. I think I'm going to have to move Brown into defence because I could look at Frimpong, but
Brown's been sent off.
Oh fuck yeah, Brown's gone. Paul, this is mayhem. Okay.
This is what you got to do to win trophies, Ruth.
This is my managerial debut in a Scottish Cup final, and I'm down to 9 men. This is not what the Warnock-Mancini duo was hoping for.
Oh, by the way, the ref is Andrew Dallas as well. I should have said that.
Okay,
I don't know.
That's really great. Okay, right.
You've just got a couple of minutes to see out. Are you going to make any changes to your formation? Or are you going to ask anyone to play?
I think, right, do you know what? Sorrow's going to have to move back. Sorrow is going to have to play as a fully defensive player in a back 4 alongside Julian, Duffy, and Taylor. Now, again, not ideal. He is not a tall man.
He's not. Well, you can stick him in the right back and see what happens. All right, Stuart, what are you doing?
What's the worst that could happen?
I am going to, just because he's more defensively minded, I'm going to take off. We're just going to see this out. I'm going to take off Christie. I'm going to presume that so Eddie's come off for Klamala, so I've got someone that's doing all the legwork up there. I take off Christie for Taylor, and we're just going to sit in for the last. I presume there'll only be another 1 minute of injury time here, so it'll be next to nothing. So we'll then have Taylor, Laxalt, Julien, and Frimpong will drop back in for 4. We've got Sorrow and McGregor, plenty of protection there in the front, and we're just going to be playing long balls, and Klamala can be sprinting and stretching the game. But I mean, my notes are a mess now, Paul. So I hadn't expected that.
This is like the scribblings of a mad woman at this stage.
Yeah. Okay, I've heard enough. You cope well with that, mostly, Perry's.
I don't know.
No, Ruth, I enjoyed your creativity in the first kind of part of that scenario, just how you were going to see out the game. It felt like a very sensible, sort of defensive-minded approach to it. Yeah, Taylor coming in for Laxalt if you just want someone to just sit back and just kind of try and protect the goal. However, you know, Sorrow playing at right back, I don't know how that's going to go. I felt a wee bit like, it did actually feel quite kind of Neil Lennon-esque, actually, just sticking a midfielder in at fullback. So perhaps that is it.
To be fair, the bench is not conducive to changing that up. So
yeah, where's near Beaton when you need him?
yeah,
Fucking hell.
exactly. I had Beaton taking a penalty as well before I realised he wasn't even on the bench.
He's probably injured again. Stuart, I have to say, I thought your approach to the first part of that scenario was excellent. You know, a 4-4-1 with sort of your wider midfielders sort of tucking in. I thought there was a lot of work rate there, but still with the opportunity to break. And yeah, I think moving Frimpong back to right back once I had been sent off was the right thing to do as well. So, Ruth, I'm so sorry, but Stuart had a clear match plan to see out this game. He's won the Scottish Cup and he's also won the dugout. Stuart, well done.
Congratulations, Stuart.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. Do you know who the real winner is, Paul? The real winner is Charity. That's who the real winner is today. It's inconsequential who's won this little game.
That is the reason we're here. Thanks so much for watching, folks. Thanks very much to Paul John Dykes for asking us to take part. Remember to donate what you can to the various charities that this is supporting. There'll be podcasts for the rest of the day. Very, very exciting. If you'd like to hear more from us, you can find us on social media at Cynic. Or is it at 90 Minutes Cynic? I can't remember.
So at 90 Minutes Cynic, I think.
At 90 Minutes Cynic, or the website, thecynic.co. We make just hundreds of podcasts every single week. Everything you'd want from a Celtic podcast. We were delighted to be part of this. They've been Ruth Boyle and Stuart Dugan. Great to be with you guys.
Thank you very
for
much.
having me.
Welcome.
I had alcohol problems, and I got involved with Children's First to sort of help me sort of get myself back to normal, be a decent mum, that sort of thing, and it helped. But then I went back out and drank again a few times. And then I had my son Jamie, and he's diabetic and that, and we ended up back in the system again. Started off with a lady called Gail. Was helping me and Jamie sort of our bond sort of thing. Because I'd been off the drink for quite about a year or something like that, but I was still scared of going back on it. I was introduced to Margaret Rose at the food bank as a peer support because she sort of went through problems like I was going through at the time, you know, and you saw me through quite a lot, eh? Mm-hmm. It was social work that sort of got me involved with Children's First through my alcohol abuse and not looking after my kids properly. Okay. To really get my mind together, cope with things better, learn to be able to work with my son better, understanding him, and because he's autistic as well. Just a good lot of help for years. It's really what I can say.
Just knowing that there's somebody there.
I put it this way: they saved my life basically. They just kids that just need a lot of attention and just to let themselves go and, you know, enjoy themselves, their time that they have out with us, and they're safe as well. So
I had my own addiction problem. Although I had put the drink down at that point, my health was really deteriorating badly because of the years of my abuse with my alcohol. This was for me to give over my story and tell people that there is hope. You know, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. I think even for, you know, people who are well, I think it's difficult, you know, I think it's difficult for everybody. You know, I think it's just it's hard. It's times that we've not known, and when you're used to just going out and doing, you know, just anything, even just going to Edinburgh for, you know, to the shops, and it's all changed. You know, it's so I think for these families it's even harder. When you're in addiction yourself, you think you're the worst person. You think, you know, this shouldn't be happening. You shouldn't be doing this, and trying to let these people know that they're not bad. They're sick people, and you know, they're not bad people. They're just sick people that want to get better. The people that I speak to, I know that they're not frightened to speak to me because I've been there. You know, I've and there's nothing that they would be able to say to me that would shock me. You know, and it's trying to let them understand that, you know, it's okay not to be okay.
Now, how are you doing, everybody? We are the Huddle Breakdown. We are the podcast that looks at the stats and XG of Celtic FC. Thanks very much to Paul John for setting us up and for inviting us on as well. We are here, of course, for 3 or 4 very worthy causes, charities: Rochs Talk Mental Health, food banks, Children's First, and Health for the Homeless as well. So I think they have over about 12 grand raised so far. The link is in the description if you want to get involved. If you want to donate some money, please do, because that is what this is all about. We're going to be looking at some of the XG and performance of Celtic teams in the past in the Scottish Cup, but also, if somebody hasn't listened to us and if you're a little bit scared of XG, don't worry. I'm an idiot too. I don't like it. I don't follow it that much. That is what these 2 guys on the screen with me, Jiko James and Alan Morrison. Guys, thanks for joining me today, first of all.
Yeah, thanks. I think, James, we can't hear you on your microphone yet.
Yeah, so I think James is having a few issues with his mic, so we'll try to get that sorted as soon as we can. So, as I said, I'm End to Call anyway. I am the idiot of the Huddle Breakdown. I don't have an analytical mind. I follow football the same way as most people follow football. I watch it with my 2 eyes and try and make my mind up then. But these 2 guys on my screens are absolute geniuses when it comes to it. So we set up the podcast a couple of weeks ago, about a month and a half ago now. It's on Twitter, it's on YouTube, and it's on Spotify. Anywhere you want to listen to it, you can get it. And we basically break down the games in a performance and analytical way, and I try and explain it as best as I can to people who don't actually follow XG. And that's what we're going to do today, first of all, anyway, for people who are new to XG, for people who are new to analytical performance analysis when it comes to football matches. We're going to do a little bit of explainer of what XG is anyway. Alan, firstly, the lingo around XG is a little bit different to what you would normally see when you're talking about football.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a huge step forward being taken in the last sort of 10 years in terms of how we, explain the game of football. Previously, if you just think about the data that was presented to you, if you opened up the newspaper or you looked on the BBC website, you'd see, things like number of shots and number of corners, number of bookings, and very basic things like that. I think, now with obviously increased video and, more science being applied to sport in general, there's an awful lot more events and actions and analysis that can be gleaned from football. And expected goals is probably the best known of those. Essentially, expected goals measures the quality of the chances being created. So if you think about taking a shot from near the penalty spot central to the goal with no defenders near you, your chances of scoring are going to be reasonably high. Whereas if you take a shot from sort of, let's call it the Encham range, sort of 30 yards out, out with the whole team defensive alignment in front of you, your chances of scoring are obviously much lower. And really, XG quite simply measures that aspect. And so the higher the number, the better quality shots you're actually taking. So you want that number to be as high as you can, really.
So that's XG, that's expected goals, and that's probably the first thing that people learn when they're talking about analytical data when it comes to football matches. XG, how many goals you're expected to score in a game, and how that ranks against your opponents. First of all, over a team, and what the team's XG is overall as an average, and then as the players as individuals as well have their own individual XG.
That's right. You can get a lot from it. Not just the person who's taking the shot, but the person who then has provided the pass that has allowed that shot to happen. And as you say, it's an indication of defensive ability, because how many XG are you giving up essentially? I mean, what's the XG of the opposition, so that you can get an awful lot from that one piece of data, both in terms of your own team and what it tells you about the opposition. I think what the sort of breakthrough with XG was really around the sort of betting community. Who found that actually, the old cliche in football that the league table doesn't lie, actually is wrong. The league table does lie, because if you use expected goals rather than actual goals scored, it's actually more predictive of future performance. And so there's a lot. The lad Benham that runs Brentford has made a lot of money in selling market information based on XG to high-end bettors, who basically bet on using expected goals rather than actual number of goals scored, very simplistically, but you use other things as well.
Yeah, so explain what that means on the pitch exactly. So what players are you looking at for Celtic at the minute that have a high XG? Because obviously everyone knows Ryan Christie takes a lot of shots, but what are the probability of what's his XG looking like because of that?
Yeah, sure. So you want your strikers to have the highest expected goals, and if we look at last season, Edouard's expected goals is, if I say 0.69 already, that sounds like a bit of a mouthful, but essentially think of that as you'd expect him at that rate to be scoring 0.69 of a goal a game, and if you think of that over a season, he's looking at like well over 30 goals for the season based on the quality of the shots that he's taking. Somebody like Ryan Christie is probably less than half that, about 0.3 of an expected goal per game last season. So and actually his numbers are going down a bit because two things really. One is mainly he's been pushed out wide, so he's not actually in central positions, so it's he's not taking as many shots from central. And second of all, is just that Celtic in general, their XG is down this season on last season.
Yeah, and obviously the XG counts for players, but it also counts for chances as well, because obviously not every chance is created equal, and you have a better opportunity if you're in the box and there's nobody in front of you and you just have to tap the ball into an empty net. The XG is obviously higher. So if you want to just explain what kind of things are considered when you're making an XG for a goal scoring opportunity and what differences you're looking for.
Sure. So I mean, it's quite sort of basic kind of maths in a sense, and the closer you are to the goal for a start, the more central you are to the goal. So close in, central, your XG is generally going to be higher, and then you've got to consider the game state at the time. So it's if you've got 10 defenders with you and the ball, let's say it's a corner situation and the ball's broken to you in the box, you've got a bank of 10 players in front of you. Your XG is not going to be that much higher because of that situation. You've got many bodies to get through, whereas if you are on a fast break, for example, so you're a counter attack and it's 2 against 1 and you're through 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper, your XG is going to be that much higher because clearly there's no defenders in the way that could add a deflection or a block and what have you. So generally XG from things like corners is quite low because again you're passing the ball into what is I was going to say an organised defensive area, but we've seen Celtic this season. not always true, but yeah. So whereas if your perfect scenario really is a fast counter attack, few disorganised defence, central position, as close to the goal as you can, your XG is going to be pretty high. If you're shooting from 30 yards, like I say, with the whole defence organised in front of you, your XG is going to be pretty low, and especially if you're taking it from like out wide, it's sort of stupid angles and so forth. So angle, distance, number of defenders in the way, game state, these are all the kind of key things really.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that people probably throw at XG and say that the reason that it's not as reliable as you'd like is probably the Ryan Christie goal, for example. I always bring this up on the podcast, the goal against Aberdeen in the semi-final. That XG would have been very low because there's loads of defenders in front of him. It's at a tight angle. He's far out, but sometimes those shots go in. But one key theme that we've been discussing on the podcast over the last couple of weeks is that XG is actually a better form of analyzing performance over a long period of time. So if he takes that shot on in every single game, he's not going to score it in every single game, and you're going to be wasting opportunities. James, I heard you laughing there. Can I hear you now?
I hope so. I had to go to a backup mic, so if my sound isn't great, I apologize.
It's all good. So it's good to have you with us. So Alan you could probably hear him explaining XG. Do you want to take what XA is?
Yeah, so basically expected assists is the person that passes prior to the shot. I mean, it's really that simple. So the person who makes that pass to the person who's going to get credit for the XG basically gets a value as an expected assist in order to try and gauge chance creation over time. So the idea is if you get a player like James Forrest, who gets into good locations and sets up fellow players, it's really a way of measuring. And that's really, I just want to put my 2 cents in on what Alan was saying before, is really analytics is all about measuring. So the idea with XG, XA, all of these metrics, and forgive me, Alan, if you cover this specifically, but is really, it's not about a better way to play, or these fancy terms that people aren't familiar with, or it's confusing, it can be intimidating. It's really just an issue of measuring things in a way that tries to attribute actual performance levels. So that's on a one-off game, as you were saying, and XG is not irrelevant, but as far as the outcome, there's so much variance game to game between actual results and underlying performance, because as Alan says brilliantly so often, is it's such a low scoring sport that you can have shots like the guy from Livingston that, from 25 yards, or you get goofy own goals or penalties, red cards, any single game, there's one bad officiating, which is consistent in Scotland. So, it's about how do you answer a question? So all of these metrics are really about trying to assess performance levels, knowing that, and you have to recognize that on a one-off basis, there's so much randomness and variance that takes place in the game of football that you're going to get games where a team absolutely dominates in performance metrics and loses. And that doesn't mean that the performance measurements aren't valid or worthwhile. The question is what question are you trying to answer? And when we talk about sample size and looking at things over time, that's why these metrics are important. So, the fact that they aren't directly efficacious in one-off games doesn't mean that there's not validity. It's how do you apply these measurement tools? Go ahead.
So just moving on, because we're trying to get through as many terms as we possibly can to explain what we're going to be talking about later in the podcast. So XSC, what is that, Alan?
So very simply, I know it's expected scoring contribution. So scoring contribution is how many goals would you be expected to score, how many assists are you expected to create. So it's really XG plus XA is expected scoring contribution. It's really that simple. So that's really looking at attacking output. So somebody like an Edouard, who I think James did some great work last year, showing that in a European context. So this is within the peer group of Europa League level strikers. Last season, Edouard was performing at an elite level, both as a striker and as a number 10 simultaneously. Well, number 10 would be the classic sort of Rogic role where you'd expect a lot of creativity, so high X expected assists, and then obviously striker you'd expect high expected goals. And Edouard would be an example where his expected scoring contribution was well over, actually it was 1.2. So basically, you're saying every time for every 90 minutes Edouard plays, you're expecting him to have 1.2 goals or assists, which is, if you've got that in your team, that's fantastic, right?
When we first started this podcast, we were doing up a few graphics to explain some of these terms and explain where the likes of Duffy and Brown and all these players are. And one term that I came across that I wrote it down as impact, but it's actually impact. It's a term that I hadn't actually come across before either. So pass impact, it measures packing. And do you want to just explain what packing is, Alan? Because it's a term that I'm sure, like me, not many people have heard of.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a German company that came up with this concept, and this was, if you look up impact with the E, this is their sort of their proprietary word, I guess, and they will offer consultancy to clubs to measure this sort of stuff. But I do it for Celtic games because it's actually quite simple to do. It takes a long time, but it's simple, if you see what I mean. But essentially, what you're measuring is the ability of players to take opponents out of the game. So if Endo, if you're in front of me as a defender and I pass to James on the line, and you're now basically the ball is now closer to your goal than you are, I've effectively taken you out of the game. So there's one less opposition player now between the goal and James. So that's like something worth measuring, I think. So there are some people who say that kind of deride it, saying you might as well just count forward passes, you're going to get the same thing. But what I think they miss is that there's actually two sides to the transaction. There's the passer and the receiver. So not only am I measuring my ability to pass forward and pick out a teammate, I'm also measuring James's ability to find space and receive the ball and then control it. So there's actually two quite different skill sets that you're actually measuring there and giving a value to, as well as the number of players I've taken out the game. So there's a lot of information in that one action that you can determine. So again, players have got a high sort of packing rate, impact score, are really the players that take the most opponents out of the game. So it's a good measure of a creativity. So it's got nothing to do with creating chances per se, but it kind of rewards those players who probably play a little bit deeper back and get the ball forward to those who can then create the chances. So it's a way of recognizing that contribution, because goals and assists tends to kind of recognize certain players, but then what about the likes of McGregor, who's like passing the ball all over the place? How are we measuring him? How do we know what good looks like? Well, this is one measure that you can say what good looks like. So within a Celtic context, if you think, well, who's the elite player at taking players out of the game, essentially breaking opponents' lines with passing, it's actually Encham. Encham would lead on this metric for every season that he's been here, apart from this season, which is one of the reasons why playing Encham, one of the many reasons actually why playing Encham at number 10 is such a bad idea, is you completely lose that ability to kind of break the lines and take people out of the game. And he's not a very good shooter, so having him in promising positions centrally is not a good idea. When you could have a Christie in there, for example, who is a good finisher. But yeah,
sorry, James. So you've got about 20 years on me. Do you reckon you can outrun me if the?
Well, let's not get into that. I'm leaving if we're going down that road.
I shaved today and put moisturizer on my face. I was expecting to maybe close that to about 15, but go ahead.
So as well as going
forward,
as well as going forward and having players like Encham take players out of the game, that also happens defensively as well. So defenders can get backed, and we did one of these analysis on the wing backs for Celtic and Laxalt and Frimpong, and they get packed a lot, so they get taken out of the game quite a bit.
Yeah, I think that's Alan's work on this has been excellent, and that's where when you look at the structural issues that we've talked about relative to Celtics defending this season, it seems like our midfield regularly has been just wiped out with passes. I think Alan had talked about in a prior show about in the Lille game, in the 2-2 draw, about how just ridiculously high amounts of passes were taking out our defenders. And so this metric is not only one that you can take and assess our ball progression in midfield, but also how is our defensive structure holding up? What kind of organized structure? So it's really a nice proxy for organization shape. That's teams that have structure and shape and discipline tend to be harder to get packed against. So, some of these things are, there's always this thing in analytics about causation and correlation, and making that distinction. And I think this is one that's a definitive situation of causation, meaning that when you have poor structure, poor shape, it's not unusual to get packed a lot, and that's taken place through our midfield and fullbacks / wing backs.
So just on that metric then, so one of the really interesting things it tells you, again, as James says, it gives you insight into not just style of play, but level of organisation. So if you look at this metric over the years, and you'll see players like Cham, McGregor, Christie would all score highly, tend to be central midfielders who therefore their passes can be, in different directions. They're not stuck out on the wing. It's difficult to take people out of the game when you're out wide, but if you're central, you've obviously got a much wider field of influence. So it tends to be those types of players. This season, fascinatingly, the top 5 packers, if you like, in the team, 3 of them are the centre halves. So what does that tell you? It tells you I don't think we've got the midfield or our alignment right. We've not got the players in central midfield to make the passes that we need to make to break teams down. And 2, it's as James says, it's a bit of a proxy for saying we're going that little bit more direct. Now, as we've talked about on the show, having Bitton is actually the top pass packer this season, and playing Bitton at centre back against a deep lying team. One of the lower teams in the SPFL is a great idea, and it works really well generally. Playing Bitton against the top European team is not such a good idea, because his defensive play, his anticipation, and his positional play just are not elite level defensively. But again, it comes down to, and Ayers 40% more pack passes this season than last, and Julien's a little bit up as well. And Julien's quite a good long passer, and long passes can be very effective, and indeed. We'll be talking about the cup final soon. And the last time we played Hearts in the final, both goals were essentially quite long passes. Hayes released Edouard for the penalty, and Lustig's famous header from halfway that released Edouard for the winner. So not a long pass is just another form of passing, but it does say something about the style. And if Celtic are going more direct, I'm not sure that is a progressive way to go, or the right use of resources either, really. But again, it's just another one of the insights you can get from using this metric.
So just before we get into the football and into the cup final and look ahead to that, one final one that we want to talk about, our defence has been absolutely awful this year, let's be honest. And Shane Duffy has not hit the ground running the way that we thought he might have coming into the side. How do you measure defensive actions then when you're looking at a defender? What's the term for that?
Yeah, so I mean, listen, defensive metrics have always been recognised as being more difficult to measure for the sort of stats community, if you like, mainly because defensive play is much about sort of corporate organisation, about collectiveness, and not just if one person's in the right place but someone else isn't, then you potentially be conceding a lot of chances, and that doesn't necessarily reflect well on the person who's always in the right position. But you know what I mean. So individual actions in relation to defensive play are probably tell you a little bit less, I would argue, than attacking ones. But nevertheless, we'll have a go. And so I come up again. It's not one I invented. I think I pinched it from someone else, as you tend to do. Defensive action success rate, which is a lovely mouthful, is really an aggregation of looking at things like the challenges won. So it's tackles, aerial challenges, number of interceptions, balanced against things like the number of those that you're losing, the number of fouls you're giving away, the number of times you're miscontrolling the ball and giving the ball away, etc. So it's really a lot of defensive actions. It doesn't include passing, so passing's not included. But essentially, what I've found over the years is this defensive action success rate is it passes the eye test, essentially. As in, if you map the players that've got the high values, it kind of looks sensible, right? You've got Van Dijk, you've got Julian, you've got Ayer near the top, and God bless them, you've got Jack Henry and Effie Ambrose down the bottom. And it kind of makes sense if you're thinking about rating your central defenders, for example. This season, it won't surprise you to know that the individual player...
So I suppose...
Hi, sorry? You still hear me?
Sorry, Alan, your mic just cut off there. Do you want to continue?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. This season, the defensive action success rates for all our defenders are down. which again tells you a story. It tells you a story about, and as James alluded to, what we've seen with Celtic is a kind of collective weakness around the whole system, which then tends to drag each individual player's performance down. I mean, Julian is still outperforming all the other defenders by this measure, and Julian, Bitton, and Ayer are outperforming Duffy, who we talked about at great length as being a player who not only is struggling, and we know he's had his reasons, his own personal reasons that he's been struggling with for form, but actually fundamentally he's potentially not the right sort of defender to play in a team like Celtic. One last note on defensive action success is it's very good for measuring centre halves, but you're best to compare the same players playing in the same position. Outside of the centre backs, the next highest defensive action success rate is Scott Brown, which was 63% last year, and it's 63% this year. So incredible consistency. But again, care taken, because you might interpret that as being, Brown's being as effective as he was last season. But with Brown, it's a percentage, right? So his percentage of success is the same, but his overall volume, that's against a much lower volume of activity. So he's still winning the same number of challenges, but he's making an awful lot less of them, and that's why you've got to be very careful when you to use any of these metrics in isolation. You need to probably take a sort of basket of these to form more of a nuanced sort of story and narrative.
Yeah, so we broke down these figures and looked at the defensive side of things and Shane Duffy and what the best sort of formation is and what the best lineup is. If you want to go and listen back to that, you can find us on Spotify, on iTunes, on Spreaker, and on YouTube as well. We are the Huddle Breakdown, the podcast that looks at the stats and XG of Celtic, and we're here because we want to raise some money for charity. So if you want to get involved, there's a link in the description below, and just give whatever you can if you have anything. So we're going to look ahead to the Scottish Cup final now, and the way that we're going to do that is by looking back at the 18-19 final and comparing where the players are now compared to what they were back then. So the starting lineup for that Hearts 2-1 game was Scott Bain in nets, Mikkel Lustig, Jojo Simonovic, Christopher Ayer, Johnny Hayes, Scott Brown, Cal McGregor, James Forrest, Tom Rogic, Mikey Johnson, and Odson Edward. So there's a couple of players that are not in the team anymore, and there's a couple of players that are. So we're going to look at the players who are currently in the team at the minute as well. So you have Christopher Ayer, Scott Brown, Cal McGregor. Probably won't do James Forrest because he's not going to play tomorrow. Tom Rogic and Odson Edward. We will probably leave Mikey Johnson off this as well because he hasn't played this year with injury. So where do you want to start here, James?
Yeah, so I think that one of the things to start with from the game is how close that game was, both from a results perspective, obviously a late winner, but that was corroborated by the underlying performance metrics. It was basically a coin flip. Both teams were very limited. It was, as I said, there wasn't much in the game. I think there was maybe 7 shots for Celtic, maybe 5 for Hearts, plus or minus 1 there. I'm going off memory there. And outside of obviously the 7-6, is that what it was? Yeah.
7-6.
No, that's fine. Yeah, and that gets into this. Even when you're talking about data, there's always some degree of subjectivity, right? So what's a shot? When is it a shot? When isn't it a shot? If it deflects off a guy's shoulder and he didn't really mean it, is that a shot? So it depends on how you characterize it and how you define it. So that, again, back to this idea, it doesn't mean that it's invalid to measure it. It just means that there's different ways to do it, and being aware of it, that those nuances is important. So yeah, outside of the penalty from Edouard, I mean, there weren't a lot of great chances in the game from either side, and that comes back to this issue of cup finals and how they're often kind of played a little bit conservatively, and so even though Hearts are coming out of the championship, I did a thread on this earlier in the week that there's different metrics that you can kind of gauge team strengths. One's called ELO, which is actually borrowed from it was founded by a Hungarian American physicist to measure chess players. The methodology, so it can be done across different sports. And if you look at where Hearts is in those kind of rankings, they're basically a mid-table premier team in their relative quality, which again, I don't think would shock people. when we discuss it. But kind of in the Kilmarnock range, even though they went down, and part of that's because they horribly underperformed their underlying performance metrics last season. So if you look at their XG and various things last season when they went down, there's probably some reasons for that. But so they're a better team in quality than you might think coming out of the championship. I think going in with any kind of complacency and a one-off would be unwise. We'll talk about probably some of that with lineup selection, that kind of thing. The only other concept I'll talk about is just generally, when you have young players, they tend to ascend over time. So we're about a year and a half on from that. So you get young players, if they're developing, they can oftentimes get better in over a year and a half. Whereas you get older players or players in their prime, they typically kind of stay the same or maybe get a little worse. So if you look at the sampling of who played in that game and where they're at now, you can kind of line that up with which players are which and have an idea as far as where you could think their performance levels would be 18 months later. So,
Alan, do you want to talk us through the players and where their performance levels are at compared to it? Because I suppose looking back on that season, you would make a strong argument to say that at that point in time, Celtic were a much better side or performing a lot better than they are this season.
You could. I think that game obviously was the end of May 2019, so Lennon had just taken over. He'd played Hearts in his first match, then they played them obviously in the cup final. And then the following season, there was 3 matches against Hearts. And I think Devine was left midway through that season, and Stendhal came in for the February 5-0 game, which was a right laugh. That was a good game. Was there? It was good. But in terms of what do we learn? Obviously, we're now got a different manager again in Nielsen, right? So it's going to be a little bit different. I mean, Levine. I'd imagine it's going to be more like Levine than Stendhal. Put it that way. So if we look at those performances, the cup final was actually very much like the first game of the 1920 season. Which Celtic won 3-1, but if you remember, that was a game where Bayo didn't score. We all thought he'd scored 2, and actually were given his own goals. And Celtic actually only had 3 shots on target all game and won 3-1. And the way that Levine set up the team and the way that they played was very similar to that cup final, where it was a low block and it was a very intense pressing performance that the team put in. That cup final, for example. Hearts had committed 8 fouls by the 22nd minute, and Colum hadn't produced a single yellow card. They were allowed to just foul with impunity and break the game up. They were wasting time, actually, at throw-ins and restarts after 5 minutes of that cup final. So that's a bit of context to that kind of game. Now, Celtic didn't play well, and Lustig really struggled again. So I think it was Mulroney that was on the wing that day. And just when we're talking about, are the teams better or worse kind of thing, I think there's no doubt that when we look at the stats that the Celtic players are in worse form than they were at that time. Edouard's numbers have just gone off the cliff. His expected goals is down nearly 60%. As expected, assists is down 138%. It's just, his contribution is just, not what it was. Christie similarly has gone down a bit, but then probably because of positionally where he's being played. But on the other hand, El Yunusi's form is better than it was last season, and Ayeti's actually his numbers are really good. I know we've only not seen that much of him, so how will they line up and how will they play is I think looking at that historical perspective. I would say that if you are going to pick a defence of Ajer, Julian, Duffy, and Laxalt, which let's face it, common sense suggests that defence has played 2 games, played really well, limited opposition chances. The overall structure has been better. Ajer, Julian, Duffy, Laxalt, to me, is probably a better defence than regressing Lustig, Simunovic, Ajer, and Hayes.
Yeah,
So,
Johnny Hayes playing left back. I mean,
Johnny Hayes had a great game that day. Don't get me wrong; he was one of Celtic's better performers. And as I say, he put Edouard through for the penalty challenge. let's leave it at that. But yeah, so I'd actually argue that we could potentially have a stronger defence than we did that day. The rest of the team's form may improve if we stay with the same shape as we've had in the last 2 games, I would expect that the performance levels to be rising really for the rest of the team.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Neil Lennon actually follows through with what he's been hinting at and starts Scott Brown in midfield instead of Sorrow, or if David Turnbull starts ahead of, say, Tom Rogic, or what kind of lineup it is probably going to be. It's going to be a tough one for Neil Lennon either way, because it's a no-win situation. If he follows through and puts Brown into the team, then fans are going to be unhappy, even if Brown has a terrible game, if Celtic go on to win the game. So it's going to be that's where we're going to wait and see, and hopefully Sorrow gets his chance in the cup final. One thing that we spoke about before we came on this is almost the difference between a cup final and league and how you define that, because often you hear managers talk about finals and they say that it doesn't matter how you play as long as you win. And that is the case, because it's a once-off game and these games only come around once a year when you're in a final. So when you're putting together data or trying to analyze this kind of game, are you looking at it a different way to what you're looking at league performance?
Yeah, so this is where you get into layers of variance, right? So total geeky way of introducing this. So if everyone falls asleep now, I apologize. But so when you have, as I mentioned earlier, as you have, let's say 38 games over a full season in the league, things tend to smooth out. You get what they call mean regression. Things kind of average out over time. And we talked about earlier how, XG and these other metrics aren't necessarily reflective of results in a one-off game. And as you shorten your sample size to one game, you introduce more variance, as I talked about earlier, red cards, own goals, crazy deflections. Really anything can happen in a one-off that causes this divergence between underlying performance and actual results. So the way I view it is, as I like to say, in one-off games and knockout football, whether it's Champions League qualifiers, which this year they were single games, or in a cup final, for example, I think it's unwise to introduce unnecessary variance, right? So it doesn't make sense in a circumstance that already is ripe for variance to then pile on top of it unnecessary additions in when you're talking about discretionary decisions. So this is where I come back to Lennon and his track record in knockout games. He tends to make decisions that increase variance. He's kind of a gunslinger, a risk taker in certain ways, whether it's McGregor at left back, Ayer at right back. That it can work both ways, right? So when you take risk and you increase variance, sometimes it works. Sometimes you bet on 15 and you get 21. Right.
So James, sorry to interrupt. I was going to give you one example of that against Hearts. Exactly that, what you're talking about, which fans, you may not look at it and think that's a risk, but actually it is, and you've explained very well why. That 3-1 home game against Levine's Hearts, where again they set out to just stay in the game as long as they could at 0-0, and then the factors that you're talking about can kick in. That game was where he had Christie at right wing, Forrest at left wing, and in Cham as 10, and that's just you've essentially you're playing all three players out of position to accommodate some notion, and that's they all had terrible games that day. It's that kind of thinking that can screw you up, right?
Well, and I think that was, as you said earlier, that was the game Bio was a striker too.
Yeah. And Bio was yeah.
And he actually played.
By the way, we'll have the new guy up front.
Yeah. So those kind of gambling decisions, and when I say gambling, I mean that they're not necessarily well supported analytically, and that doesn't necessarily mean that they're bad decisions. It's just that when you have lack of information, like that specific lineup playing that kind of opponent, they literally had no history to even go off of. So that's when I say kind of winging it and gunslinging. That's the kind of decision and lineup that, so in a regular season game or, in a league game relative to cup competitions, is that the worst thing in the world to do? Well, no, it's, maybe not my preferred thing, but the cost of maybe drawing in a league isn't calamitous. Whereas when you get into knockout games, when the cup's on the line or qualifications on the line, you have a lot bigger risk factors and costs of making those kinds of decisions. So the only other thing I'll add within this context is introducing variance, even if it's unnecessary, it's kind of a discretionary risk that you're piling on top, can make sense when you're the underdog, right? So if you think about control of a game, if I'm the definitive favorite going into a game, I want the game controlled. I want the quality of my side controlling the game and basically dictating how we want to play upon the other team. Whereas if I'm the underdog, what I want to do is create chaos. I want to be Cluj in the 4-3 game, right? And that's what Cluj was good at. And their style of play in Europe against better teams is to do exactly that, is to create chaos. And what that does, when you're talking about second balls and things just going all over the place without things being under control, that's basically, think about risk. That's increasing variance.
Mm-hmm.
So as Alan was talking about earlier about us maybe going more direct, playing longer passes from the back, from center backs, having Brown the focal point of the build-up and the attack, all of these things that introduce risk when you're going into play a team like Hearts, where we are the definitive, overwhelming favorites. Depending on the lineup and the tactics and how we play tomorrow, you can kind of go through a checklist of things that are going to create more variance in the game and potentially, give a team that really has no business having a high probability of winning the game, going from, let's say, a 15% chance to a 40% chance. And that's, that's kind of been Lennon's legacy in these kind of games, because he does kind of do these oddball decisions at times, and they frequently, increase that risk. And again, to his credit, sometimes they work, but that doesn't mean, it's necessarily a good way to go about doing things.
Yeah, and just as you mentioned chaos there, I do want to give a shout out to a guy called Felix in the chat who has a Dublin badge as his thumbnail, because Dublin are playing Mayo in the All-Ireland final in Ireland Gaelic football today. But in the build-up to that, so basically Dublin are the machine of Gaelic football. They've won 5 titles in a row, and they're going for the 6th this year. Mayo are the team that have been coming up against them more often than not in the final and losing. And one of the things that the players talk about going into that game from previous games, like players that have retired, and the first thing that they said, that the one thing that they wanted to do in the game was create chaos. Because if you create chaos, then the Dublin players are throwing off what they're supposed to do. And that's essentially what Hearts are going to try and do tomorrow, because Celtic are strong favourites. If they play their game, they should win. But if Hearts don't let them play their game, then that's when you start to see their chances and probability crop up and start increasing their chances of actually nicking a goal or nicking a penalty or something like that. Alan, do you want to hop in on that before we move on to Hearts themselves and get some insight into where they're at?
Yeah, no, exactly on that. So I've just been looking at their likely sort of team lineup, and they've got a very experienced team. So we were talking about, again, variation and the unexpected. I'm not sure there's a lot of unexpected in there, in the sense of they don't have a sprinkling of young players, who full of physical enthusiasm and the unexpected. It's a pretty experienced team with the likes of Gordon, Smith, Halkett, Herring, Lee, Naismith, Boyce, even Walker. Walker's probably one of their more creative players. So I see their team as having threat down the wide areas. Walker on the right, Kingsley is a youngster that was came through the Falkirk system at the time when Falkirk were producing no end of young players that ended up going to England, and he's now back from Hull at Hearts, which is a bit of a coup for them, I think, because he's a decent player, Kingsley. And him on the left and Walker on the right, I think, will cause problems, which is why I like Ayer and Laxalt, is they're good defensive fullbacks. And I think Celtic, if they can put enough talent in front, they've got a defensive structure there that's strong on the flanks. Because as we talked about earlier, when we play, especially a 3-5-2 with Laxalt and Frimpong, Laxalt, sometimes the ball gets transported to Celtic's left side of defence, and you're sort of looking at the screen going, where's Laxalt? Literally, where is he? He could be anywhere on the pitch. And the packing stats show that actually, Laxalt, Frimpong just get taken out of the game far too easily. So I think Hearts' main strength is going to come down those two. They're a team who obviously have scored a fair number of goals in a weaker league. And the goals have been sprinkled around. No one player's got more than 5. I think 9 players have scored at least kind of 2 goals. Where I would be optimistic is if you look at that central midfield, if they go with Herring, who's the sort of defensive Austrian player, I think he is, and then Ollie Lee, who's Robert Lee, the old Newcastle player's son. That's not a mobile front middle two, right? If you've got Sorrow, and McGregor. There's a lot more energy there, I think, in the midfield and in Turnbull too. So I would be hopeful of dominating the midfield. If we play Brown, that advantage could well be neutralised. So I think they've got, as I say, I would say an experienced team. I don't think there's going to be too many shocks. I think they'll probably play more like a Levine side of, let's make the game as tight as we can so that we can, those variance factors later in the game will become more of an issue potentially, rather than the Stendel's approach was to try and play Celtic off the park, playing out from the back, goalkeeper playing out the back. And that's the game they lost 5-0. And it was a great game of football, but they aren't going to play like that tomorrow, I'm pretty sure.
James, what's your spread on this? I know you've done some digging on Hearts. So.
Yeah, so their results in the championship are well supported. I mean that they look like the wealthiest team in the league. They're
sorry, James. They lost the clutch game away at Dunfermline.
Yeah, they did. Right. And I was going to say that was really the only game where they were bothered. And I think that's kind of offset by the result that they achieved against Hibs, which again was reasonably well supported with underlying performance metrics. So, they're playing at a level, like I said earlier, that really is more of a mid-table Premiership team. And just to kind of segue on some of the stuff, pick up what Alan was saying, I think the other aspects of their lineup that I think stand out is that they've been playing basically either 4-2-3-1 or 4-1-4-1, and again, with the later start in the championship, I think they only have 8 competitive matches so far. So, who knows? Maybe they'll mix things up going into the game tomorrow. But really, when they play those, whether it's 1 or 2 sitting midfielders, they're the big boys, right? So they're kind of the 6'1", 6'2" bigger guys. So when you look at Halkett and Berra, they're not huge center backs, so and they're not terribly athletic as far as quick or pace or that kind of thing. So if we do play the lineup that I think we've had the last 2 games, we should be able to dominate them athletically in the midfield and on set pieces. So this goes back to if Turnbull plays and we play a lineup like we had the last 2 games with those defenders and even with that midfield, I mean, we should be a real threat. They don't have anyone 6'4" or 6'5". None of them look to me as if they're big leapers from what I've watched.
It's going to be Boyce or Whiten. They're both kind of clever strikers, but they're not.
They're not aerial. Yeah, they're not aerial. Yeah. So as far as our issues defending set pieces, so it kind of works both ways. I mean, I think if we make kind of solid decisions here, this should be a game kind of like the Kilmarnock game on Sunday, where we can absolutely control the game, dominate the game, and limit their chances to the point where there could be a one-off here. We might give up a goal, but we should be able to score at least 2 or 3 if we're smart about selection. And even if we don't, maybe get all of our tactics the way we might want, the man-for-man dominance here should be, from an athletic perspective, should be pretty significant. Mm-hmm. And that's not to, be critical of Hearts. Again, they're in the championship. They went down. They've actually done a pretty good job of maintaining talent levels in those circumstances. But again, if we set out the right team, we have a lot of really good, talented, athletic players. And if we just kind of remove some of these, as I say, unnecessary risks, I don't see why we shouldn't have a dominant performance. That doesn't mean that we're going to win the game. It doesn't mean that we're going to win 4-0 and absolutely hammer them. But what it does is it would dramatically reduce the probabilities of things turning out in a negative way. So.
Just before we finish up and I get your predictions, Philip DeMarco was asking in the comments below a while ago what the measurements are when it comes up against better opposition. So obviously Celtic's performance and levels are going to be better in the league because they're coming up against lower level opposition like Ross County, like Kilmarnock. No offense to those teams, but they're not exactly Lille or AC Milan. So what do you do differently, if you do anything differently, Alan, when you're looking at these?
Yeah, that's a good question. What I tended to do is try and because Celtic actually don't play, because we're in a small league. We don't actually play that many teams. We actually play a small number of opponents in a season, so there's not a lot of variation there. And obviously, Celtic, especially in the years that we've been trying to get into the Champions League, when you're going, literally from Hamilton on the Saturday to Barcelona on the Wednesday, that's like, it's like playing a different sport almost. And that's a real challenge, actually. It's a real difficult coaching mentality and how you set up the team. So what I do, and sometimes when I'm looking at that question, is split out the games into sort of two camps, really. Take all the games that are European, because there's a huge variety. Even in the early rounds, there's a huge variety of styles of play and playing conditions. And playing Reykjavik in Iceland on an artificial pitch, can be quite tricky. So I know they're not a particularly well ranked team, but there's all sorts of problems to solve there. So take the European games, take the games against, let's say, the top 6 in the league, and take cup semi-finals and cup finals, and call them the sort of the big games, and look at player stats in those games compared to their overall stats. And what you find is there are a few players like an Edouard whose performance levels are he just performs, or not so much this season, clearly, but he will generally perform quite consistently, irrespective of the opponent. And then there are a lot of players, like, I mean, Griffiths would be one. I'm not picking on him particularly, but it's just one that springs to my mind, where actually, the weaker the opponent, the better he plays, and that's probably his level type of thing. And the harder the opponent, his figures will drop maybe 10, 15, 20%, quite a large drop off when you start increasing the quality level of the opponent. So there are things that we can do. I don't have this to hand for this season, but that's the way that I would look at that problem. And as James mentioned, you could probably I think I've not explored these ELO ratings. That's probably a really good thing to do as well. You could come up with some kind of way of ranking and benchmarking based on that. Yeah.
The one thing, I'll just be real quick, Enda. The one thing that I've done is looking at benchmarking the successful clubs that are kind of outside of the big 5 leagues. So the Portos, the Benficas, the Ajax, the Salzburgs, and look at what they do domestically as far as their underlying performance levels compared to their opponents. So kind of average XG differential, right? So what's their XG that they're creating versus the XG that they're surrendering, and looking at that relative to how Celtic's performing domestically. And even in a season where we were dominant domestically, like in 17-18, that spread was nowhere near what it would need to be relative to those other teams to be competitive in Europe. So that's a simple way to think about it, is the level of domination is important from a performance perspective, and how that translates. Because, the Austrian league's probably a little better than Scotland, top to bottom. It's maybe more parity. We're a little top heavy compared to a league like Austria. So if you look at a Salzburg, and the level that they're, hammering domestic competition relative to how Celtic's competing domestically, and you can benchmark that, and I've done that, and that's we still need to expand that. I mean, even above and beyond that's a structural, strategic issue as we look forward. If we want to be more relevant in Europe going forward, is that we need to be even more dominant domestically, and that'll be a sign that we're improving levels of play to maybe be able to be a legit Champions League perennial contender as far as getting into the group stage, and then maybe getting into a knockout stage in the Champions League again. in our lifetimes, hopefully.
Yeah, well, I suppose that's the key issue for Celtic this year and over the last couple of years as well. Because, I mean, it's funny that you say that we need to be more dominant when it comes to domestic form when they're going for 10 in a row this year, but we should be going for 10 in a row if we're being completely honest, because the opponents that we're coming up against over the last 10 years were not up to scratch. And it's almost a double-edged sword in a way, because you're so dominant that how do you test yourself against better teams when you're not coming up against those teams? And then when you eventually do come up against them in Europe, you're not well enough prepared. And that's one of the key worries for me, is that I know that the 10 in a row means so much to the fans, but the season doesn't end after 10 in a row. Like, the Scottish League still continues, the Champions League still continues, life still goes on, and Celtic have been regressing in Europe, be that in the Champions League, in the Europa League. Just look at what they did this year. I know we had a bit of a good year last year, but that was an anomaly of a year compared to what we've become. We used to be a last 16 Champions League side. Now we're struggling to get out of the group stage at Europa League side, and that's the regression in 10 years. What's another 10 years going to do if teams keep getting richer? But that's a rant for another day. What are your predictions for the Scottish Cup final tomorrow against Hearts? Even just performance levels, team selection. Are Celtic going to win it? Are they going to win it handily? Alan, I'll let you have the first shout.
Yeah, I think for me, you go with the same team that's shown control, and that's a really important word. Because it's in stark contrast to how Celtic have played a lot of the season. And control, defensively sound, with attacking menace. If we play the same team as the last two games, I'll go for a solid 2-0 win. If we don't play that team, it could be another 2-1 nervy game.
James?
Yeah, I would agree with Alan. It's kind of a binary thing depending on selection. Probably the only tweak I'd like to see going into tomorrow to maybe make the team that we've had the last two better is maybe swap out Frimpong for Christie on the right side. But if we get the spine the same through the middle, I think 2-3-0. I mean, I'd actually, barring some kind of something weird which happens, we should have another clean sheet against this level of team. We're certainly due for a run of them, given the quality that we've got in defense, and if Sora plays in midfield. But if we don't, then I think it's a crapshoot. I think it's kind of more of a 60-40, 70-30 kind of game, which in a one-off, who knows?
Yeah, team selection is going to be key here. I do think Celtic will win this. I think it might be similar enough to the Motherwell game a couple of years ago, where Celtic do perform to that level. Hopefully we get a result and hopefully we get a win. But we are out of time. We have been the Huddle Breakdown. If you want to watch or listen to any of our stuff, you can find us on Twitter, Huddle Breakdown, or on YouTube as well. And make sure to subscribe if you want to listen to that even more. But we are here for this charity event. Thanks to Paul John Dykes for inviting us as well. The four charities are, again, Rochs Talk, Food Facts, Friends, Food Bank, Children First, and Help for the Homeless. The link is in the description below if you want to donate any money. Thanks for listening to us over the last hour, and enjoy the rest of the day, and enjoy the cup final tomorrow. I'm Endicall, Juco James, Alan Morrison. Thanks again.
An idea I had maybe about 2 years ago, where I was hoping to start a mental health group because I could see in our terraces some people struggling. My initial thought was that we would do a walking talk group after speaking to Gillian Gallagher, who was the sports scientist here. She advised that we really do a lot more strenuous tests when the participants, because everybody would have a different. So we couldn't walk away from the park and people would drop off. So we sort of mothballed it, and last year in October I decided, listen, we just need to do it. So we played Renfrew in a game down at Renfrew, and I spoke to some of our fans who I thought were maybe struggling a wee bit with their mental health, and asked them would they be willing to participate. So they thought it was a great idea. They advised me that it had to be a weekly session because that's what they would need if they were going to participate, and from then we initiated it. Got all the usual things, it won't work, nobody will come, some even from within the club, but we put it on and it's been an absolutely marvellous success.
The group's benefited me because it's given me somewhere to come on a Sunday, and somewhere I can come and talk about what's happened the week before, what's going on in my life and what's up and what's doing, and it gives me a chance to vent out where I feel like I can't elsewhere. You can't go, sometimes you can't see your pals, sometimes you can't see your family, something I feel you can't. But coming here, it's just everybody's pals, there's no judgment, you just come here and you talk.
It's benefited me probably because I'm more aware how I was feeling a long time ago, and then I could hear other folk up here getting similar stories, and you kind of felt, oh, it's not just me. I didn't have the thoughts. It wasn't unusual, and being able to go and speak to people individually and collectively in a group is something I didn't think I would do, but it's benefited me greatly. I come here as often as I can every Sunday.
We open up, we prepare for the group coming. They all arrive at different times leading up to 11 o'clock. Sometimes it's a wee bit later than that before we actually start. But the great thing is the camaraderie and the friendship that the people have made within the group, which support each other during the week. We've set up a WhatsApp group and they all wish each other good morning. If anybody puts on, they've got a wee problem, and then we come this Sunday, we help each other. The group's made up of a dynamic from probably about 34 years of age to 76. So we've brought a real diverse range of ages to the group. Some people come because a member of their family is suffering. They don't actually suffer from bad mental health. So they listen, and it allows them to cope better when they go home to the person that they're looking after. But for me, it's just actually to see the support network. And I've said this before, that one of the instances was one of our young men who was struggling, and the guys who come to Rock Talk probably wouldn't fit the prototype that people have in their head or the model, and they offered to go and clean his house, do his washing and make sure he was okay. And for that was probably the greatest moment I had in Rock Talk.
Good afternoon, folks. How you doing? Or good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are across the world. My name is Ryan Gallagher from Pod 67. We are here for a Celtic State of Mind Quadruple Treble charity weekender. We are raising money for 4 great charities this weekend. 12 hours across 2 days, raising money for Rock Talk, which you just seen there, the Food Fact Friends Food Bank, Children's First, which is Scotland's national children's charity. My mate Gary works for them. He's a fundraiser. They do some great work across there as well. And Help for the Homeless as well. So the full details are on the Celtic State of Mind Twitter account, including the GoFundMe pages. Links will be below here somewhere as well. If you can give a little, I know times are tough for everybody, a little goes a long way these days. So I'll get into our show. Thank you very much to the guys from the Huddle breakdown beforehand. Like I said, we are Pod 67. We do a weekly show just basically talking rubbish about Celtic, reviewing games, talking everything that's happening, the big talking points. And I'm joined by my 2 trusty colleagues here. So we'll go round the table first. Scott Sutherland, how you doing, Scott?
Hi, I'm good, mate. Aye, quite nervous for this, actually. I can teach in front of a classroom in front of 30 kids every single day, but I put me in a podcast live without editing. It's quite nerve-wracking, but I good. Got the haircut for the day. Usually we'd have a night out, obviously the boys, but we're on for a podcast, so obviously raising a lot of good money, and who knows, after it we might double our listeners from 2 to 4.
Exactly. And also joined by our other colleague, Mr. Tony Doyle. All right, Tony? Oh, Tony's got his thing on mute. You can tell the You can
Unmute
tell
your
that-
mic.
Unmute your mic, Tony. He's rubbish. He's absolutely rubbish. Anyway, we'll get back to Tony in a second, Scott, because he's having a bit of a howler, isn't he? There.
I now you notice how our podcast need to be edited a lot because of Tony.
Spot the weak one. Look at him. He just keeps going. No, we can't hear you, Tony. We cannot hear a word you're saying. Listen, Tony is the guy that is currently on his phone. It speaks volumes, to be fair, for this podcast. Tony's the guy currently on his phone because he lives in 1995 and doesn't have a laptop like the rest of us to do things normal. So I can see Paul John is currently talking Tony through getting onto this. So I'll give a wee rundown of what we do. So we're on Twitter at pod_1967. You can get us on there, join in the conversation. We put out a few polls every now and then. We'll kind of put out questions to the fans and see what they can come up with as well. We're going to talk today about the Scottish Cup finals that we've had. So we're obviously going for a quadruple treble tomorrow, Scott. I see Tony's just dropped away there just now. We're going for a quadruple treble tomorrow. So what we're going to do is go through the three that we've had already and the kind of the treble. Tony, can you hear us? Are you? No, I can't hear us. He's having a howler. He's having an absolute howler. While he gets that sorted, mate, we'll talk about these games. We'll start. So quadruple treble. We've obviously done the treble. This is, I keep going to say last year. It's not last year, is it? It's 2 seasons ago. That was this quadruple treble would have been in May this year, which would have been last season. We'll start off with the first one, Scott. It was the Invincible treble. Brendan Rodgers was a manager at the time. It was one of these times we were going for, people spoke about going invincible quite early on in the season because of how well we were playing. We'd won, obviously, the League Cup and we were on to win the league. And we were just kind of, this one was coming up and it was almost kind of inevitable that we were going to win the treble. But as the time got nearer, I think the nerves started to take over for folk, didn't it?
Aye, because obviously that season I remember it. I remember first with the start when we were in the stadium and when Brendan Rodgers was appointed pre-match and in 2016, and obviously everyone chanting his name and obviously what's happened to him now that he's a rat and we all know that. But I remember actually being at T in the Park and just thinking, what if this doesn't work out? Like, what if he doesn't end up working out? And obviously as the season progressed, it got better and better, and we just kind of kept going on this run. And then I remember 2 days before it being at the Lisbon thing for the 50-year anniversary at Hydro, and that was a great night out. But you still had the kind of nerves in the back of your head of that Aberdeen game. Like, there's one game here to go, left to do it. I remember actually working in the morning of that game, which was probably good for me because I kind of managed to take my mind off it. And going to the game with Tony boy, he actually made the train for once, so he was reliable that time. And we went there, and I remember it just teeming down with rain, like absolutely pelting, and I didn't even have a jacket on. We'd been soaked through getting into the ground, and it was some sight just to see obviously 25,000 Celtic fans there. But that wasn't an enjoyable game actually. Really, we'll come on to probably talk about the double treble. That was a bit more enjoyable to actually enjoy as a game, but that game was just obviously fraught with nerves. What about yourself?
I think I was different because when this game came around, I've told you it's just only, but I'll tell everybody else. We were, you two were at the game. I was actually in Dublin at this time. I was going to see Guns N' Roses playing. I can't remember the Slane Castle, I think it was. So I was across in Dublin for this day, and I was gutted. I was gutted I wasn't going to make the game. So I was with my mate, who by chance is a Rangers fan. We went to a pub because we thought we'd get some time beforehand. We can go watch most of the game, and I'll try and get maybe the end of it on my phone because we had to get a bus up to Slane Castle was. So I'm on this bus. So we're in the pub. Obviously Aberdeen score. He celebrates. We score. I celebrate back. Then we have to leave, and I'm on this bus trying to watch this game. And you've probably not been to Slane Castle. It's pretty much a 40-minute bus journey away from Dublin. We get stuck in traffic in the middle of these fields. My signal was going on my phone. I was kept refreshing the page. I couldn't get it. I think maybe about the kind of 75th minute, I lost all signal. I had no connection to the game at all. I get absolutely nothing. I was getting it on. It was showing me like the last thing that I seen on it. I'm thinking, I'm not going to see the end of this until I get here, and I don't know what's going to happen. And I'm asking people on the bus, and they get a good signal. Nobody had it. Guns N' Roses, it was all Fala Goths, right, on this on this thing. Right? So I'm like, anybody get a Celtic game? I'm like, what? No. So I'm like, right, okay. So I kept trying. And then by chance, mate, I kid you not, my phone got a signal. I get 4G popped up in the corner. I hit the game. It came on my phone. And literally the first thing that I seen was Tom Rogic striking that ball with his right foot as it just went past Joe Lewis into the goal. And Tom Rogic ran away in the pissing rain. And I just went absolutely berserk on this bus. Like I say, Fala Goths, right? People looking at me. I'm like, yes! This guy came running down the stairs, right? It was a double-decker bus, right? He came sprinting down the stairs. I heard him running the length, came right down the stairs, and he just stood at the bottom, looked at me and went, have we done it? And I was like, we've done it, mate, yes! The two is we're on this bus, jumping about, nearly greeting at the fact we'd done it. It was tremendous. You know, it was probably the next best memory I could have had from actually being there. I can hear background noise. Tony, are you there? Can you hear us?
I have no idea.
There he is.
This is what your own Tom Rogic moment, innit?
I'm a fucking Luddite. I'm so sorry. Like, just do not go. Like, but we're here now. So, like I was saying, hi, how you doing? Welcome to the group. What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Welcome to the group. It's like a Celtic Anonymous.
Right.
Round
What
table
have I
here.
missed?
We were just talking, Tony, about the three cup finals that we had. So we started off with the Invincible Treble. Scott's gave his view on it. I've gave my story as well. What was your kind of views?
I'm going to nip in. Sorry, I've stole Tony's limelight there. I do that quite a lot to you, don't I, Tony? Sorry about that. Just on the actual game itself, like I remember it starting and then Griffiths loses his man for the first goal and Johnny Hayes obviously ended up signing for us and he puts it in and I'm thinking, oh no, like this season was too good to be true. It's obviously come crashing down and I think it summed up Celtic the way we reacted. I mean, it wasn't even a minute, straight for kick-off, Armstrong, one each, but it was quite frantic. I thought the rest of the game, Aberdeen had a few chances towards the end of the first half. Scott Sinclair actually probably had one of his worst games in a Celtic jersey. He couldn't put the ball in the back of the net. I remember that. Boyata had a header for a corner. I even remember the one at the other end where Johnny Hayes played the cutback for Kenny McLean, I think it was, and the ball was just behind him, and McGregor gave the ball away. And when when they were running down, I thought this is going to be it. That didn't quite fall. And then the more chances we had, and I think as you've obviously had your own memories of that Rogic goal, but yeah, I just remember it. I'm getting the ball and picking it up and thinking, I just had a feeling that this is it. I felt like the goal was starting to come, and then as he obviously puts it in, I can just remember going absolutely crazy because me and Tony will probably talk about the story of us trying to get tickets for the game and we ended up being separated. So I was away up in the Gods at Hampden, and I remember that going in. And I just remember bawling my eyes out like in proper tears, and there was $20,000 also in tears. It was just an amazing moment.
What's funny, you talk about the kind of stress you had for the game. Obviously, I've just given you my Dublin story. I missed most of the second half, so I didn't have that stress. You know, all I had was a good memory right at the very end. I didn't have to sit through. I didn't need to sit through the last chance where Aberdeen nearly scored right at the very, very end of the game to equalise when the ball got lofted forward. You just thought the story was getting wrote. Tony, what was your memory of this game? Obviously, me and Scott have kind of covered the performance. If you get anything for this game that really stands out, kind of moment-wise.
See, Ross, actually getting to Hampden itself, I just remember being absolutely soaked through. Every layer of clothing I had was just fucking came out of two-hour washing machine. It was disgusting. Phone was knackered, wallet was knackered, I was knackered. But like Scott was saying, we were sitting separate for the whole game. I remember being actually above the Aberdeen sort of fans at the sort of layer corner of the stadium. I remember when that goal and the Tom Rogic, the lightning strike hit, and honest to God, the guy next to me just grabbed me like a big massive bear hug, like I wanted all my family to hug me all my life, and my dad, but he loved me that much. Is this guy loved me for that 1 minute in my life? But that was probably the most iconic goal I've ever seen in a Celtic top. Like, that was the first treble I could really feel and appreciate after Martin O'Neill, and that day itself was just unbelievable. It was written in the gods.
Scott, doing an invincible treble, actually doing a treble, which we've seen from Rangers this season, having their best chance at a treble in however many years, and they couldn't do it. I seen an article, I think it was in Daily Record, somebody put an article out saying, you know, it just proves that winning a treble isn't as easy as Celtic made it look. This season in particular, we did make it look particularly easy to do a treble, didn't we? In fact, we went invincible.
Oh yeah, it was outstanding. Like, and I think the cup record that we ran on, I think 35 games or whatever the record was, and there hasn't actually been that many moments of nervousness in all those cup runs. We kind of went through quite a lot of them. There was none where we kind of come back from the total brink. We had a few kind of last minute winners. I remember doing Bellies and that. But
this game itself could have easily been 5 each. Watching the chances back today, I think I had 4 or 5 sitters that could have scored themselves as well. It was one of the most tense games in an individual season, except for possibly the one at Fir Park against Motherwell. Also, they were 2-0 at half time. And we're looking at the team going, you just need to come back here and win this. We can't keep beating off Motherwell.
Was that a 4-3 game, aye?
4-3, aye.
Aye.
Was it 2-0 at half time, That was,
I think so, aye. Aye, it's like we say, it wasn't the most kind of stressful season as much as you would expect it to be, but I think because the state Rangers were in at this point, obviously we can talk about the games that we had as well. Oh, that's another question I was going to ask you actually beforehand, before we kind of move on to the Motherwell game afterwards, because we'll try and kind of power through these. In the 9 seasons, boys, this is because Tony threw me off with disappearing there. In the 9 seasons, Tony, I'll start with you. What would you say was probably one of your highlights of the 9-in-a-row run?
Honestly, there's absolute thousands. And
if I had to pin you down and get one off you, what would you pick?
It'd need to be top of my head. The 5-1 day at Ibrox, Lustig's last minute goal. Well, not last minute, but the 5th goal. Even before that, the Kenny Miller goal. The fact that Celtic fans themselves cheered louder than the Rangers fans, and the music came across the tagline like, "This is the best day ever." We're not celebrating. We're going to not ironically cheering. But,
still cannot believe they played goal music for that. That's embarrassing, isn't it?
It's hilarious, and the fact that me and Scott ourselves got on telly for the second goal, I think it was, we got on telly for, so it was brilliant. But Lucy's goal for me, that run when he gets the ball, it just slots the ball calmly past McGregor, isn't it?
Probably.
And then just lifts his top up, runs in the crowd, that stuff. Same donkey, whatever, doesn't matter.
Same one. Scott, I'll ask the same question to you. If you had to pick a memory from the 9 seasons, what would you go with?
What I would say first of all is, obviously we're talking about memories, and this maybe feels like a bit of an end of the era, but with the breaking out of Ismail Assoro, I mean, the biggest memory is going to be that guy coming into the team for the 10-in-a-row season, so I'll add that in. But for 9-in-a-row, I would be similar to Tony, but I would say the following season, with the odds on Edward in the 3-2 game, we were also at that game again, probably pretty much exact same seats, weirdly, that we're in again, like right down in the first row, row 8 at Ibrox we were. I mean, great memories for being there, and obviously they threw their toys at the pram, and Dave King stopped us kind of going back to the games, and obviously nobody can get to games right now. Hopefully that will come back at one stage, but being at that game at Ibrox, you never kind of know what it's like. See the feeling when Rangers score, it's absolutely horrible that you see the three stands of them bouncing up and down, and you could tell that they thought this was it. This was their moment. This was their chance to finally come back. It was when, especially when it went 2 each and Yozo got sent off, and obviously we've had a drop off this season, but I think, and with the way Rodgers just changed his team around and Yozo got sent off, brought that extra striker on, put 2 up, and then Edward, when he just again similar to the Rogic one, just the way he cuts inside, I kind of thought he's going to do this. I remember looking exactly right behind it with Tony when he put that ball on. It was just like an absolutely amazing feeling. And when you seen that game out, and that would be even better than the 5-1 game for me, because there's nothing quite like kind of going toe to toe with them and then thinking it's going to drift away for us, and then it didn't, and then we just plowed on for there and never really looked back.
I think my best memory of that game, I was sitting in a pub full of old guys watching that game who didn't understand modern day betting. So I was waiting for one Celtic corner to win £75. It was just a wee request I bet I'd done, and I was waiting for one Celtic corner, and it was maybe the 75th minute. I said to somebody like, "What do you mean you're just waiting on one corner?" So I'm explaining to all them, do you know when the corner came? 92nd minute. Like, we celebrated the corner, like, more than we celebrated the goal, because everybody in the pub at this point knew that I was waiting for one corner for like 75 quid or whatever it was. Like,
it's odd waiting for booking in the game going, come on, so they just get booked. What about 20 quid?
Do you know what it was? I think we had a shot, and I think it was Fotheringham or somebody saved it, and the ball was just trickling out, and Eddie was shielding it. until it just trickled out for a corner, and we were all watching this bogging it. Eventually, the whole pub went mental.
Big man's £1 yes.
I know.
Shots.
Brilliant, mate. I was like, 3 pints for me and nobody else. So right, we spoke about that. Then I'd probably say one of my highlights would have been the 5-0 game to win the league at Parkhead against Rangers. That would have been a particular highlight for me, just because it got to 60 minutes and you thought this is going to be an absolute blowout. This could be easily 10 in this game. And it could have been, see if you go back and look at the chances that we had and the missed, it could have easily been 10-11 in this game. But we'll come back to the Scottish Cups, boys. So we spoke about the Invincible Treble and the feeling that was of securing the Invincible Treble. We go into the next season, all the talk of, we are the best team in the country. Nobody's going to even lay a glove on us this season. And fast forward to end of the season, we're playing Motherwell, Scottish Cup final again, going for the double treble. Tony, I'll start with you on this one. What was your... Actually, no, I'll not, because you kind of fall into your story a little bit. I'll start with Scott.
I don't really want to talk about my story too much.
We'll get on to your story. Aye, as people have probably guessed, we are sharing stories. If you're just tuning in just now, we are sharing our stories from these games, because we can talk about the games in detail if we can, but everybody kind of knows how they went. We're kind of giving a wee bit of our day on this. So Scott, I'll start with you. We were together quite early for this one. Went for a wee bite to eat, and then we went to a popular Irish bar in Glasgow for the build up to this one. What do you remember for the build up?
I remember we went to Malone's before it, and then it was St Vincent's after it, showing us really off to be the Celtic Spice Boys here, aren't we, really? Going to the pubs. But, I remember it before it, getting a breakfast and then being in there for 11 o'clock queuing outside. I remember it, sharp contrast the year before, it was a roasting hot day, man, 20, 25 degrees or whatever outside, Celtic talks on. It was kind of more of a upbeat mood, I think there was less nerves, especially on my part, I think, going into this game. Obviously, there's cup games, anything can happen, there's a wee doubt in the back of your mind, but kind of felt confident pre-match, and then I drank the Malones. I'll let Tony explain his story of the day, but I'll go for my story, where we ended up just going to the game, and actual memories of the game are a bit hazy just because of the amount of bevy that was drank, but this was really a good one to enjoy because McGregor...
Scott, it wasn't the bevy, mate. It was the sun that done it to you. It was the sunstroke that you had that makes your memory hazy. It wasn't the bevy.
Translate and stuff. But the McGregor's first goal, that's a really, really underrated goal. That first one, the way he takes that. And then when Cham makes it 2-0 at 30 minutes, and then you could just enjoy it. I thought the man of the match for me that day was Moussa Dembele. He didn't score, but it's probably kind of the last real proper memory we've got of him. Obviously left following that summer, but I thought it was imperious that day. Just bullied the Motherwell defenders, and Magic just to enjoy that last 60 minutes, and then obviously the scenes afterwards that most people remember of the open top bus, but not for us, because we decided obviously to just carry on our night and go straight to the pub, which maybe I regret looking back, because I don't know if we'll get things like that open top bus ever again. I missed it.
Well, one person who does regret this, who wasn't with us during the day but met up with us later on, is Mr. Anthony Doyle, who's sitting just below me there on this screen. Tori, we met you in St Vincent's after this game. Right. And then you went missing, mate.
You met a version of me in that pub. It definitely was me. I was absolutely man possessed in the bed all day. The only memory I have of that game is literally being St Vincent's. I don't remember a thing from the moment I woke up and had to fry up. It was 2 bottles of tonic in the way to town, both finished before I got to Brigton. Then I get into town, straight to St Vincent's as you do. My shoes were just stuck to the floor in the one spot, so I didn't get to move much on it, which was quite good because the carpet in there's notoriously sticky. But I digress. But the PTSD flashback for me that night was getting kicked out of St Vincent's after dropping a whole tray of Venoms on the floor. And for all the listeners, a Venom in town's about £10 a go for a drink. There's about 5 in this tray. And then getting kicked out of St Vincent's, claiming Irish bigotry.
An Irish pub. From a Scottish guy, by the way. From a Scottish guy.
Because my name's Anthony Stephen Francis Doyle, I'm not taking this stuff. But heading up to the town, thought, do you know what? I'll be a boy. I'll get a wee lift up the road with my mum. She'll take me home, drop me off. Perfect. I got to the Mitchell Library. Next thing I know, I've woke up in the bottom of the steps at the library. I've got back up to my knees like the scene in Shawshank Redemption, where he's looking up at the building, greeting the rain. My nose is gushing of blood. I've still got the scar to this day, actually. You can see it in the camera. God. But that was my memory that day. Double treble and a double concussion.
So, great day. But, Scott, this we mentioned it a minute ago, this game, obviously kind of following what happens next year as well. Cal McGregor, I think, said after the treble game that this one kind of goes a wee bit unnoticed because it's probably not as glamorous as the two that we've done. And that treble run, obviously, first one being Invincible, last one being a treble. It sounds better, kind of aesthetically. But the game itself, for being kind of relatively underrated, I think you mentioned it yourself. It was a good performance phase in it. It's one of these games that could have easily been a slip up.
Aye, because Motherwell had a good season that year and they were doing well under Stephen Robinson, who's still there now. But you are right, it's a really underrated game because I think you are right, it just doesn't sound right. But the Double Treble was the first team in Scotland to accomplish that achievement, so it was really huge at the time, and it was just the way it fell, just nicely to be kind of sort of 2-0 up. And Motherwell, I don't really actually remember Craig Gordon actually really having a save to make. It was just really comfortable, and that was where you always felt more comfortable. I think we're going to come on and preview the cup final quickly, maybe in the last 10-15 minutes, but we always felt more comfortable under Rodgers that there was a game plan and we were right in control of the game. And as soon as you go 2-0 up, you go, we're no way we're throwing that away. Whereas Lennon now, it's a wee bit of a basketball game at times, and it's kind of a rush of blood. Like, you don't really know what's going to happen anytime we take the pitch. And even tomorrow, you've kind of got your doubts about whether we will win it. I think we will, but there's still an edge. That game, you just felt confident, especially 2-0 up, and we just seen it out, and just a class team. And that was probably the moment it's definitely within the Rodgers run that we peaked. And then obviously Peter Lawwell went and ruined it all when he refused to pay the money for John McGinn, and then it went totally downhill after that.
I'm not even letting you get away with that one because you didn't want John McGinn. Apparently, I'm going out. You were like, I don't want John McGinn. We should be going by somebody better. Look at him now. Like, absolutely.
To be fair, I didn't want John McGinn because he went to my school and it was just sheer jealousy that I wasn't playing for Celtic.
That's what it was. It was total jealousy for you.
It was like, if I can't do it, they can do it.
So, boys, that's us. We've done the double treble. Then we move on to the next season. And you're thinking at the start of the season, can we do a treble? I'm thinking out of them all, a treble is the one that I want because it sounds the best. It just sounds. I hate people that were calling it triple trebles. It just didn't sound right. A treble is what we were going for. We go through this season, got a bit of turmoil halfway through. Brendan Rodgers decides to up sticks and leave. He's away to Leicester, and we bring in Neil Lennon, whose first game back in charge of Celtic is away at Tannadice against Hearts. Scott, we watched this game together. It was. Were you nervous? We'll talk about the Hearts game in the league first because it was almost like a monkey on Lennon's back at this point. So, like, first game in, he had to get this one over the line, didn't he?
Aye. I would more give John Kennedy. Probably not a popular thing to say. The way you look at Twitter and look at John Kennedy, people freezing their tellies to show him angry.
That's now cancelled.
I would give a lot of credit to John Kennedy, actually, more so than Lennon for those two games, because Lennon just kind of came in last minute, and there's obviously this talk of Lennon coming in and steadying ship, and he definitely was the right man at that time because there wasn't anybody really else, but he did come for an unemployed position. We went wrong at Hibs, but that game, first game at Tynecastle, I kind of always had a feeling. I always get feelings before games, I know I keep saying that, but I had a feeling in this one that we were going to win. It was a sort of siege mentality. You seen the fans didn't actually get a ticket for that game, but it was at Easter Road 3 days later when we won in the cup, and it was sort of that siege mentality of like, right, okay, he's left, there's stuff him, we're going to do this. And just the way it fell last minute was sensational through Edward, but kind of summed up the turgidness of the towards the end of that season with Lennon, where there was 3-0 draws. It was really, really scrappy. We kind of stumbled over the line, and that was kind of leading up to the cup final where you're like, we aren't really playing well enough here going into that.
Tony, we stumble across the line in the league. We get the league done, which was great, and it was a massive relief for us, especially in this pursuit of the 10 at that point. And you thought, are we going to kind of make an arse of this really? But we get over the line. But the results leading up to this cup final against Hearts, what was your thoughts going up to this? Because we look at the game when Lennon first came in against Hearts, and some would say it was a bit of a struggle, one last minute goal away for a draw. Like, it wasn't the Celtic that had been playing under Brendan Rodgers for a few years. Going into this cup final, though, what was your thoughts? Were you a bit nervous going into this cup final? Just at what was at stake at this point?
I think just when Lennon came in, you were seeing sort of games where it was getting to the dying minutes, and it was just a case of just get the win somehow, just pull this out of the bag somehow. The performance didn't really matter at that point. It was just about staying shit what Scott was saying and getting the 3 points. Even the game against Kilmarnock, we've seen where Scotland won the league at Kelly Park. It was a last minute goal again that won the game. And that's kind of what I've seen this season as well, where we're getting to this point in games where some killing teams off. But on that cup final itself, I think also the bigger part at Hampden itself, Celtic notoriously under Rodgers was just rampant at Hampden. They were just flying everyone by the side. So I kind of felt we had a lot more going for us at Hampden, going to like the likes of Tynecastle, Kilmarnock for, but I thought they were actually comfortable, and in the end it did prove to be sort of quite convincing in the 2-1.
Scott, talk about the game, because like Tori was saying, it was a wee bit nerve-wracking. You're not really sure what to expect for Celtic at this point. You've got the interim manager, pre-kick-off interim manager. You're kind of thinking, are we going to slip up here and not get this? We go a goal down in this game. At that point, what was your overriding feeling towards this Celtic team and Lennon and this potential treble?
Oh, when we went 1-0 down, you were obviously fearing the worst. I mean, it was kind of symptomatic of a lot of performances that we're getting under Lennon, where first half nothing really happens. You go in at half time and you're not raging because you're not getting dominated, but you're not doing much either. And I felt that at half time, and then start the second half, Hearts get the goal, and you are thinking, right, is our luck finally about to run out? Is this run going to come at the end? And it's just one more game that we needed for this treble. And yeah, that time you obviously are fearing the worst, but obviously then we get the penalty. Personally, I thought it was a wee bit soft actually, the penalty, but it was given.
Red card.
It was given, and there's no cooler man in the stadium than Odsonne Edouard, and especially I loved his interview afterwards, because it's the first time we'd ever really actually heard Edouard kind of speak. And obviously he's trying to get to grips with the language, and just the way he's like, I had no doubts and I was taking the penalty. I knew I was going to score, and Solal actually nearly gets it. But the way he slots it away, and then at that point you're just thinking, right, come on, just somehow get this done. And it was kind of similar. Wasn't a similar feeling to the first treble, because I don't think we played as well in this game. In fact, it was a really, really turgid performance if we're being honest. But getting over, obviously then the second goal, which Edouard gets as well, it was a great memory for Lustig. He puts the header through, and it was obviously his last game, and there's no man you wanted to fall to than Edouard, and he puts that in the net, and then the last 10 minutes are just amazing, and it's probably one of the best feelings I've had in a stadium for about half an hour until Peter Lovell ruined it when I was at the train station. The announcement he made later. So
we win the game. We do this historic treble, that it was spoken about all season. We had an up and down season, like I say. It could have easily went wrong, but we finally get it over the line. Tony Lustig's ball through to Edouard. After that, it's quite calm. Did you, at this point, I know Scott was saying that they basically ruined it half an hour later by announcing Lennon. Did that take the shine off of it for you at that point? Because we know that Lennon wasn't everybody's number one choice, but were you able to kind of see past that for even 24 hours, or did it kind of sour the day for you a little bit?
Absolutely not. Ruined the day entirely for me. After the game, we had that sort of big bus parade tour booked up the sort of through city centre of Glasgow, and the overall sort of feeling round about was just everyone going, I can't believe I appointed him. They've actually ruined us. They couldn't give us one day of happiness, because we knew Lennon was so happy at that point, and the next season itself was successful. Yeah, definitely a great European run. But that year, we just thought, just get us to the end of the season, do us a favour, and we can recruit somebody else in the summer. They give them a fresh idea, because after Brendan Rodgers, the stock is just up there now. We go, well, we don't want to go back down here. We want a top caliber manager. But for me, it was definitely ruined. Peter Lawwell himself changed the actual whole idea of the recruitment policy that day, and on his head be it, because right now we're seeing it this season, it's not doing well enough. But for me, it definitely did ruin it 100%.
we'll go on to talking about this current season as well when we kind of lead up to this sixth game. But after that, Lennon gets his kind of first full season since being back. I say full season, it got curtailed obviously towards the end, but it's the first one that he started since coming back. We don't have the best season. We're not playing the best football. You know, we had the game at Ibrox that we won, which was great. That was kind of out of the ordinary for the games we've been playing that season. You know, nothing had been very convincing, but we were grinding out results, and it was the whole performance of champions. You know, that's what champions do. They grind out results even if it's not going very well. We get the Betfred Cup final game against Rangers. I think we'll all admit that game we got absolutely battered for the entire game. We snuck the win. Probably should have snuck a 2-0. I don't know how you can sneak a 2-0, but Mikey Johnson's one would have made us sneak a 2-0 victory in this game. But I'll come to you, Scott, with this season, because obviously we've got that one. We have the Scottish Cup final coming up as well at the end of the season, and then it gets curtailed. Rangers had their second downfall after coming back from Dubai in January as well. It was very tight at New Year. They have another downfall when they come back. We kind of push on from there. I think we all kind of knew that the season was probably going to go our favour if it had been if it hadn't been curtailed and it went to the very end. But was there any kind of fear for you that season, kind of towards the end, that we might be a bit sticky here? We might get stuck coming up for this cup final?
I think actually looking back on the season as a whole, I think the football was actually quite good and quite exciting, especially against the sort of middle road SPFL clubs, and the form actually that we showed from January to March was some of the best football that I've seen Celtic play in my time watching us. And that is where Lennon, I know he's the constant guy that always makes excuses and never actually takes responsibility, but that's where I have got some sort of sympathy with him. With the season being curtailed, then coming back, it kind of halted our momentum at that point. And I do think when we went to that game at Ibrox, we were going to win it just with the form that we were in. But yeah, there was signs in that season, bigger games. I mean, Europe, there was positives in the group stage as a whole, the Lazio games, but there's games like Cluj, Copenhagen, where Neil Lennon's in-game management and just some of the decision he makes, like McGregor at left back, and even seen it this season, Ferencváros, Christie up front. And just day games, as I've said before, turning into basketball games and just no sort of control of it. So that was always a worrying sign, and that was why me and Tony were so disappointed that day of the cup final when they appointed him, because just games, just the big games where you need a coach. We know we think we've got the best players in Scotland, and what we need is a manager in these big games to get us over the line, and that is where we've been lacking. Anytime a team is sort of close to us or just a wee bit below us, we always seem to come up short, and for me that kind of falls onto the manager. But obviously the positives of the season, that we've done the 9 in a row, we got it through, we got the League Cup somehow, and now hopefully tomorrow we'll get through and we'll get this quadruple treble.
Tony, obviously the Scottish Cup then from last season has to be moved into this season to get it finished. We've got the game against Aberdeen to get to the final. Looking at form this season, everybody knows we've been mince this season, right? We've been terrible to watch. We've been terrible. We've been terrible to watch. The performances haven't been very good. We're obviously sitting. I don't know how many points we're behind Rangers. It's 7 best case scenario if we win the games in hand. We're not playing very well. Would you have rather this game came at the end of last season, or do you think it doesn't really matter when we played this game? We're always going to be up for a cup final.
It's frustrating, and also this game's getting played from last season to now. It's a tough one because you really want to see Celtic win this, but it doesn't really affect the season at all because this season's not been good enough. But to get a Scottish Cup win, people going, we've got a first trophy, but it's last year's trophy getting played now, so it doesn't really make up for the sins of this year. I think if we win on Sunday, all it does is kick all down the road a bit further in Neil Lennon. It will give him to Ibrox, give him that sort of leeway, get the fans off his back. But for me, it is a must-win. After Rangers dropping points, getting kicked out of the cup by 7, it's a good confidence boost, and hopefully it gives us the drive we need to actually kick on in the season and give Rangers a bit looking over the shoulder, give them something to think about.
Scott?
Can I just interject with some news right now, because I'm just looking at my phone? Don't want us to get
have some breaking news.
It's only 40 minutes, but it's 1-0 to Motherwell, Ibrox. So this could be the start of I've got a wee feeling that things are starting to change. Just noticed it for actually being in a school that I work in, and some of the people are getting really, and the change of us bringing Turnbull and Sorrow in, and we've had a good couple of weeks, and hopefully tomorrow it's going to be a massive confidence booster for us if we can win that cup. What happened to them on Wednesday night? Well, obviously a long way to go in this game, but they're currently 1-0 down, heading into half
Ryan,
time.
this is what you said in the podcast during the week, that you can see the performance start to return and they will tire themselves out.
Well, that's what I said on. So I said it on our podcast, which we put out this week, in the kind of lead up to obviously this coming up. With Ibrox, I thought, Celtic winning 2 games in a row for the first time since the start of October. Rangers game against Dundee United, this was kind of in between, but the game against Dundee United wasn't very good. They grinded it out fine. We've said time and time again that. Champions do that. Champions grind out results, and that's what they were kind of doing against Dundee United. But then they went on to St Mirren midweek, and they get put out of the cup against St Mirren. And now as Scott's saying, it's 1-0. Like we say, it's 40 minutes gone just now. Motherwell are currently 1-0 up at Ibrox. Callum Lang scored after 6 minutes, so it's quite early on that they've conceded that goal and not really done much by all accounts in the first half. I can see that happen.
Too quick with it, but they do tend to sort of cave in under pressure. They're cruising at the top. That's when they usually do bottle it.
Well,
but for me, I don't see it happen this season. I really don't. But
Scott, what is it you said, Scott, about Rangers on the podcast? You said they're due a blip, and I think you said in the group chat as well about them kind of keeping up this momentum.
I think I've just been seeing the last couple of games. I think they are due a blip, and they run like butcher's dogs. Like, see, when I'm watching them, I think there's no coincidence that they've kind of gassed themselves out come January in the previous 2 seasons, and maybe it's happening a wee bit earlier now. He's got a wee bit of a stronger squad, Gerard, to call on, but obviously, don't want to talk about too much about them because it's a Celtic podcast at the end of the day.
It's more for what we're going to talk about though, kind of towards the end.
Tomorrow could be a defining weekend. Obviously, we're not playing in the league, and my worry was, here we go, it's another. My feelings towards the cup final, they've sort of changed in the last couple of days, to be honest, because before I thought it was a distraction, and everything that happened with the protest against the board, and they were like, the only reason they're not sacking Neil Lennon is because they want him to win his treble, so he can be the guy that's done it as a player, done it as a manager. But now it's sort of seemed to be a distraction. I thought, here we go, it's going to be 3 games in hand now, further points behind in the league. I mean, we'll see what happens with this game. But now I'm thinking it could be a real definer for us. It gives the guys like Turnbull, Sorrow, Connor Hazard, guys that haven't won anything with us, just a sort of taste of success, and winning trophies breeds confidence, and it can really hopefully kickstart us, and it could be a massive moment in this, and obviously it's a good chance to mark the quadruple treble, look back on it, but the ramifications for this season, the kick on that we could hopefully get for this game, it could be just huge.
So what are you saying, Scott? Are you saying Peter Lawwell on the board are right to keep Neil Lennon on, and you were wrong?
Absolutely fucking not. No, I mean, if we could have Neil Lennon in the league, we've been down. We've made a 50-50 call. Yeah.
I think I made the point before, though, like on our podcast, I've been on record of saying that the league is done for me. This was 3 weeks ago. I said if we turn this round and we win the league this season, I said if we turn this round and I win and we win the league, I said I will eat a hat live on camera. I will take a full hat and I'll munch it. And you know what? I'm actually bricking myself now that I might need to do it because I'm starting to doubt what I said. I should never do it. I should never commit to something like that so early. But
I want a big fedora or something huge.
A big massive sombrero of that size, mate. It's just trying to munch a sombrero. Right, boys, we'll talk about this game tomorrow. So quadruple treble against Hearts. We've been talking about kind of players coming in and players not coming in over the last few weeks on our podcast. We were all chomping at a bit to see guys like Turnbull, Sorrow get a chance. I think we were in a group chat a couple of weeks ago when I think we were playing a European game or it was a league game, and we had 2 goalies on the bench. I think it was a Milan game, and Barkas had let in something with 2 goalies on the bench. And I said to you, chuck in Hazard, just do it, because I want to see him. I think he's going to have the easiest not easiest job, but nobody's going to expect too much of him, which might take the kind of pressure off him a little bit to perform. Barkas coming with £5 million kind of price tag to live up to. Scott Bain lost his place, got it back, so he's kind of got a bit of pressure to keep it. Hazard might have been the kind of best option. I'll go with you. Does Hazard, Scott, does he start in this cup final for you?
Yeah, absolutely for me. I think the other two goals. When Barkas was originally dropped, I felt it was kind of good for him because we weren't performing and he was getting no real protection for back four and middle to front. And I thought it was good that he's sort of been out of the team and Bain sort of been the fall guy. And Bain, he's hopeless as well. He was hopeless, but then Barkas came in. It's no work for him. He's basically no saved a shot. So, and Hazard for me just
couldn't save a Word document, man.
he basically Hazard just looks a bit more commanding. He's 6'6". He just looks he's obviously not had a lot to do in the two games previously, but I think with Julian and Duffy, it's a bit more solid in front, and Sorrow and that has left a bit better protection for the goalie. But I think Barkas looks a bit nervous. He's not very vocal. Even when balls get played over the top, he seems to be stuck on his line for me. And even I'm like, get out your box and just pick the ball up. It just seems dead nervous. And I think if we go with Hazard, we need to just. I've said it before on our podcast that if we do go with him, we need to stick with him. If we're going to pick this goalie, we can't. If he makes a mistake, then flip it back to Barkas the next game. We need to make a decision, stick with him. I still think we need to recruit a goalie in January, but for now we've got these three guys in, and for me, Hazard, start him tomorrow, and then stick with him right through.
Tony, do you agree with that? Would you go with Hazard?
Yeah, I think he's both hit the nail on the head, definitely. I think the young boy, he's not really had much to do, but what he's had to do, he's been called upon, and he's been reliable enough. The goal against the team away goal Leo scored, you couldn't actually ask him to do much more than that. It was a great finish from the boy. So, for me, you go Hazard and you see what happens to him. He's a big lumpy boy. He seems to be quite commanding in the box. He's marshalling the defence a wee bit as well. So, I have no qualms about it. Put Hazard in and see what he's got.
And Tony, I'll stick with you then for this one. After the game at the weekend, when Turnbull and Sorrow both played quite well in 2 games in a row now. Neil Lennon was asked about whether they've kind of put themselves in contention for this game, and he came out with the classic line, I'll get people in who got us there, reward people who got us there. It was a bit of a kind of sentimentality type thing from him. However, that being said, he was asked about it again this week and did come out and say there's no room for sentimentality. So he's kind of went back on what he said. Do you think that he's going to go with the old guard of Scott Brown for this one? For people who don't listen to our podcast, we've made it very clear that we don't think Scott Brown should be playing every single game. We've been on record by saying that. He has a place in the squad as this kind of leading figure. He's got a place to come on to games, I think, just now, but the guy's 35 and he's keeping some David Turnbull out of the team. I don't know what his Turnbull is off the top of my head, but young guy out of the team. Turnbull and Sorrow get their chance. Tony, do they stick in this team for you?
For me, they definitely stick in that team. I think Sorrow and Turnbull have been a breath of fresh air in the team. Turnbull's deliveries into the box from corners and set pieces. It's been remarkable difference from Ryan Christie's. I think Ryan Christie is a great player on the day, but he just looks to just hit the ball and see where it lands. But with Turnbull, it's placed on a plate. Even Duffy's goal, the second goal, it was a complete bullet header, and it was just on a plate from him. It's like, get it up, get the net muscles on that Duffy, and it'll be in the back of the net. But I can honestly see Neil Lennon playing Scott Brown tomorrow. I have no doubt in my mind that that's what he's going to do because, well, it's his boy, isn't it?
What about you, Scott? Do you agree? Is he going to go back to Scott Brown, or do you think he's listened? Because obviously he said he's going to go with the players who got him there, and then he somehow has kind of changed his mind through press conferences through the week. Do you think he's going to kind of change his mind with this one and go with the young guys?
I'm maybe being quite naive to say this, but I do think that he's going to go with Sorrow and Turnbull. I just think Neil Lennon, he's under huge pressure in this match. He's still even though we've won the last couple of games, still under massive pressure to win this game tomorrow. And if it doesn't go his right way, he'll be under even more pressure. I just think if he picks Scott Brown, he's giving fans a sort of an excuse in a way in terms of we're now calling for Sorrow and Turnbull. You've got to go with these guys. Why the hell would you change a sort of winning team in the last 2 games? What Neil Lennon says in his press conference, I try and take it with a pinch of salt because he's kind of making it up as he goes along. I think half the time he says one thing, next week contradicts himself. I mean, he says players don't want to be here, and then 2 days later he's saying, these guys are brilliant. And so I do view his press conferences, which isn't good for my mental health because it just gets me riled. But try and actually take these things he says with a pinch of salt. I think tomorrow, maybe as I say, naive to say it, but I think he is going to go with Sorrow and Turnbull, and I hope I'm right. And I think whatever team he picks at 1:15 when the teams will come out an hour before kick-off is going to tell us exactly how this game goes. But on the kind of debate about it, I feel sorry for Scott Brown. don't feel like this is an attack on Scott Brown. People have got Scott Brown's 35 and he's been absolutely amazing for us. But a 35-year-old, same way like Man United with Paul Scholes, like, they didn't play him week in, week out that Lennon seems to do. So I think the fans are kind of on Scott Brown's side in that regard, that it's not fair on him, that's what's been happening. And I say, but on this game, like with Hearts, I think whether we play Scott Brown or not, we should be beating Hearts, and it shouldn't really flip on this decision. But I think the way the game might go will flip on this decision. If we play Sean Turnbull, I expect us to win quite handsomely 2 or 3-0. Play Scott Brown, it could end up being a total slog like games have been all season.
We spoke about the strike force as well in our podcast this week when we kind of had our predictions for this game. Naturally, Scott, me and you went for Odsonne Edouard up front. Tony, you went with a bit of a curveball this week, didn't you?
To be honest with you, I want Klimala up top.
What do you think Klimala's going to... I'm not going to say what he's going to bring because we know what Klimala can do, but why...
Let's get rocking.
Why in a game like this would you throw somebody like Klimala in over somebody like Edouard who's performed? You know, he's performed so much over the years, especially at Hampden. What is it about this game you're thinking, do you know what, no, I'm going to go with Klimala?
Well, to be honest, Edouard this season really hasn't kicked his ass for me at all. The games he's been a part of, he's walking about the park, he's jogging, he's not tracking down his runners, he's not putting pressure on defence. The Klimala, you seen it against, was it Leo? He came on? Was he starting against Leo? Aye. Anyway, he was pressing defence, he was making the unselfish run, he was allowing players to get in and around the Fox by just doing that unselfish run, taking him out, dragging the defender with him. For me, Klimala is a no-brainer start. He's the only player that seems to be putting effort in training. He's shaved his head, which I'm all for. Yep, exactly right. But for me, Klimala is definitely the starter. Edouard himself doesn't look really that bothered. I know we give Charlie Nicholas a hard time saying that Edouard doesn't look arse, but this season it just looks like Edouard is just playing just for a move. He doesn't want. He's tucked the toys at the pram. He doesn't want to be here. It looks. But if you don't start Klimala, I want Griffiths in. Simple as that.
Scott, it's a bold call, isn't it, for Tony there to ditch a guy like Odsonne Edouard. I can kind of see where he's coming from, in the sense that Edouard hasn't kicked his arse this season. You know, he's not been on form. Other guys might give us a bit more. For me, and I think you'll probably agree with me when I say this, you don't leave somebody like Edouard out of a big cup final, so.
Oh no, absolutely not. I would definitely still go with Odsonne Edouard tomorrow. I think the COVID thing's probably impacted Edouard as well, which needs to be taken into it. I think he was out for a couple of weeks, and then obviously the follow-up for that in terms of maybe it takes him a wee bit while to get up to speed. But I think that he's played in flashes this season. I do get what Tony's saying. I think at times he is sort of playing for himself, even in terms of the AC Milan game. Like when Edouard gets his wee dink over the goal, he gets his goal, that's his headline. He can then sell that and try and get his move from then. And it is going to come to a point where we are going to sell him, whether it's January, whether it's at the end of the season. But I think these are the headline games, and the Edouard, he was a hero for his last time, and I think you've just got to go to him. I think I would try and imagine it from the position of they've got Christophe Berra and is it the guy Halkett at the back, and I'm thinking, right, I'm day two. Who do I want to go up against here? Patrick Klimala. I think Klimala's been really good for us. Tony says he's putting a lot of effort, and I think Klimala's still lacking a wee bit of confidence in that final third. He's not scored as many goals as maybe he'd hoped that he would get, and I think he's a player that could come on in this game. He's kind of gives us options in terms of running in behind, but I'm thinking who the Berra and Halkett want to play. If they see Klimala coming out, they'll be thinking, yes, we're in for a wee bit of an easier ride today. They see Edouard, they're going to have the fear for him because what he's done to him last year.
Well, I think in the recent weeks though, Klimala's proven that he's a second choice striker by getting the sub appearances over Ayeti and Griffiths. But you see with Klimala, he gets the run in behind the defenders against St Johnstone. It was a great strike he took. And I think that'd be absolutely deadly in the cup final. I think the bigger part would suit us getting in behind him a lot easier.
I agree with that, Tony. I agree this game probably has got a place for something like Klimala. I reckon, like Scott says, he's kind of lacking confidence in that final third of scoring goals, but taking your point as well about him, his pace, getting in behind people and stuff, I reckon he could probably, give guys like Berra the shitters, to be honest with you, running in behind him and making him backtracking, etc. So no, I would go with Edouard personally, but I do agree with you that Klimala has got a part to play in this. I would like to see Griffiths as well, just for the Hearts thing, but that's purely just because it's Griffiths against Hearts, and that's the only reason. Right, we've got 5 minutes left then, boys, or 4 minutes left now. I'll get predictions from you. So Scott, I'll start with you. just now. What's your prediction for this game? How do you see it going?
As I say, I think it all depends on what team he announces before kick-off and how this will go. I'm quite confident, though, that we will do this tomorrow. We think we've had a kick-on in confidence the last couple of weeks with a full week of training, if Neil Lennon actually does any training.
4 days off. 4 days off.
Probably 4 days off, but hopefully a full week building up to it. Hampden, I mean, there was a place that had horrible memories actually for me, Hampden, pre-Rodgers coming in terms of dialing even Lennon's first spell. We used to lose. I've seen us lose to Hearts in that place. But I think tomorrow I'm quietly confident of a 2-0 victory, and I think David Turnbull and probably a player of the season so far, Moy El-Yunusi, will get the goal. That's my prediction.
I forgot to say Sorrow.
No, Sorrow to snap Andy Halliday and get sent off in the 90th minute when the game's done anyway.
That is the cup final for me. That's the trophy right there. That's fine. I'll take that.
That'd be done. Tony, you prediction? Go for it. What have you got?
Well, Hearts are playing not too bad so far. Season top of the championship there and came off a good win at the weekend. But for me, I'm going to go 3-0. 3-0. I think it'll be quite a comfortable victory in the end. I really do.
I agree with you, mate. I'm going to go for 3-0 as well. I think it's one of these ones. I think Hearts have got. We need to be careful with Hearts because they've got guys, and I know we talk about it. You've got guys like Naismith, you get guys like Halliday, guys like Craig Gordon there just now, guys that are out to prove something against us. Not saying for a second that I think that they can or will. I think we should definitely have enough to deal with them, but there's always that kind of wee factor, especially with Celtic this season, that I think that we just need to be careful. Are these guys popping up and catching us out? I think everybody has to have their game heads on. They need to be ready for it at all times, and hopefully we'll be sitting here on Monday morning hungover with a quadruple treble in the bag. So boys, I'll round this off just now. Thank you very much for taking the part to be a part of this. It's a Celtic State of Mind. Paul John Dykes put us together. It's a quadruple treble charity weekender. Like I said at the start, we're raising money for 4 great charities. We've got Rock Talk, who you'll see a wee video from as well at the start. They use football as a starting point to talk about mental health. The Food Fact, Friends Food Bank. We've got Children's First, which is Scotland's national children's charity, and Help for the Homeless as well. So the full details, they'll be below us on this. If you want to go onto Twitter, our Celtic State of Mind's Twitter account, they've got the links to the GoFundMe page, etc. across there as well. Like I said at the start, give a little, go a long way just now, especially for people that are a bit less fortunate than us. We've been Pod67. Get us on Twitter at pod_1967. We do this every single week. We talk about the games every Sunday, put a podcast out on the Monday, just giving our thoughts on the week for Celtic as well. So, Tony, mate, thank you very much for taking part.
Thanks for having us, guys. God bless.
And Scott, cheers, mate.
Thanks for having us. I'm away to sit in a darkened room, put my phone on at 5 o'clock, and hopefully Mother will have done the business.
Right, cheers, guys.
Cheers. See you later.
Cheers. Yep.
I'm Mark. I'm the food bank coordinator for Food Facts Friends. Food Facts Friends started in 2016. The reason I came to Pennycook to start Food Facts Friends, I came to a hard time in my family life before, and I used a food bank, and then when I moved to Pennycook, I felt there was a need for it. That means Food Facts Friends started just as with 3 people in 2016, and then in 2017 we started as a registered charity, and then the end of this year, August, we moved over to the RBS and we took over because the charity has become a lot bigger. In our new community hub, we're open Monday to Friday from 10 till 2. We run the food bank 2 days a week. We work along with Children's First, Midlothian Council Job Club, Midlothian Council Employment Support, the Job Centre, NHS. That means there's lots going on in the hub here, and we see over 200 people in a week. That means since the beginning of November, Food Facts Friends have provided food for 254 adults and 164 children. That's a total of 415 people since moving to new premises at the end of August. We have provided 946 adults and 592 children, total of 1,560 people. The lockdown earlier in the year saw our highest figures for one day when we provided for 141 people. Over in the back area towards me at the moment is where all the shopping bags are being made up. We do an 8-week referral. That means when they come to us, they have 8 weeks. That means they come to us every week and they get 3 days supply of food, or sometimes it can be 4 days of supply. That means they fill in a shopping list. They tick what they would like, and then it goes over onto the pass, and then we make the shopping bags up for them. And that contain anything from fresh vegetables to fresh bakery, dry goods, tins, butcher meat, frozen food, anything from that area as well. We have the job club that operates here as well. We will be starting on the second week of January. That means we will have a job club every Wednesday, and they'll be able to come here and help with their CVs and be able to apply for jobs. We have 4 computers that they're able to use as well when they're in the building for internet access, and they can do their universal credit. Part of the services that we have in building as well, we have NHS community nurse. She visits once a month, the first Monday of the month. That means she comes in and she does all their checks, their weight, their blood pressure, and stuff like that, and she can refer them to mental health help as well further afield. The other services that we have from here is Children First, they're a big partner of ours, and they work on a Tuesday and a Thursday in the building here, but looking to extend more in the future as well. They do money advice. That means they help with benefit and help them claim, make sure they're on the right benefits, and they do their debt management as well. That means if they're in debt, they help them either pay it off or clear it for
Let's
them.
go.
With the money that we get from you, we will support, start a new group with Children First, where we will have a parents trauma group, and that will help us pay for an extra worker to come in and help them with a support group along with their trauma group.
Oh, she's away in the room.
Hello, this is the
We're
Ballbhoys
live.
podcast. I am your host, Bo. This is my co-host, Mark, and we're on the screen, mate. How are you doing?
I know we're live. You can actually see us now.
I know. I'm not into this. I'm not into this setup, man. The TV, man. We're definitely just a podcast. It's good for listening to. Well, questionable in the good part, but aye, definitely not into this setup, Paul. So, how are you doing, man?
I'm good. Just became a Celtic dad, so happy as Larry.
Aye, congratulations, man. Mark has just had a baby. I should warn you though in advance. The Pod 67 boys and a few of the guys are actually quite good at their podcasting and, you know, good Celtic chat, whereas we're more Celtic fans, that podcast, rather than a Celtic podcast. We're back from podcast retirement, because Paul John invited for this charitable cause. So, hello, let's see what we can talk about for an hour, man. Zero prep. I'm sitting in my living room, my bedroom flare in my ma's house. Changed days for you, recording in your ma's house, Mark.
I've got my own house now.
You've got the flat.
No, I'm nice and cozy on my couch, mate. Aye. Nice and cozy on my couch, get the camera set, the mic set up.
I feel all weird, man. I feel like I don't know, I feel all weird. Aye, so how's life, man? What have you been up to?
Life's good. COVID, working, trying to get to see Celtic, but obviously paying season books for no fucking reason.
Aye, I know, man. I know. So I don't even know where to start. I'd sort of got a wee agenda here, right? We'll see what we think. By the way, did you notice Mark for Penny Cooked in the food bank there with that fucking rocking Christmas jumper, Baby Yoda?
Belter, mate, belter.
Just show you mine, mate, there, man. I was going to wear it for the podcast, but decided to. Look at that. Cracking, innit?
Nice.
Fucking nothing, mate, there, man.
Aye.
Right there.
I see we've got some of the usual punters in the chat. Okay,
Yeah.
Walsh appearing.
Hello, Ken. Long time no
lights
see.
up, mate. class.
I'll leave that here. I'll leave that here so you can have a wee look at it whenever you want. Aye, I've not even looked at the chat. Let's see what we've got.
Like, his name's no Grogu. His name's no Grogu. It's you, Baby Yoda.
I like Grogu, mate. That's a good name. It's a good name. Aye, it's Grogu. So, aye, the boys are back. Hi, Arab. Oh, look at this, man. All the locals coming in to make us feel at home. I was a bit paranoid that we were going to get hot with all you Axom listeners, a Celtic state of mind. You know, try to fucking put us down because we're ugly, because we've no trimmed our beards, like every other Celtic podcast. How handsome is the Celtic podcasting community, mate?
Not as handsome as me.
I'm not going to lie, mate. I think we have got the most handsomest bunch of podcasters right up till now. You know, wow, man, I'm very impressed. Also got one. Do you know how we're literally just showing up, but the guys have raised it's £13,249 now. Could have, I think, if you double that, Paul should shave his head, shave that barnet tonight, man. On a cam.
Aye, you should. And then I definitely. Of
Would
course,
I
I've
go-
got the best beard in podcast.
Would I
I
got that?
started
Would I
the
got
beard
that?
in the podcast.
The bearded pod. Sorry, man. No good podcasting food. So, will we talk about Celtic? There's a big delay here, man.
Go for it, man. Go for it.
Or will we talk about Tinder? I've actually deleted Tinder.
Yeah.
I'll show you why, right? I'm feeling quite old, right? So I started to use Hitch and Bumble instead. Yeah. No, don't wait there. I'll kill her. So you talk about something and I'll find this picture.
No, it's nice to see Ali Jack back, the biggest Ballbhoys
Ali.
fan. He's been pestering me to get this podcast going. We're back out of retirement, my man. We're back out.
It's a win. I know, Paul, man. Your status is like, if you're on the telly all the time now, it's an alright hairdo, but it's fucking, I don't know, man. Well, it's time to go. Get to 20 grand.
It's a hairdo that when we look at a place in the Hibs boardroom.
Oh, we're all cutting off, man. You see that? Is it just me?
That's for sure, my man.
Oh, fuck. Mind our last comeback? I listened to that episode the day after, and it was just me cutting off. Yeah, it's more retirement than Mick Foley at this point. I've got a mic. I couldn't get it working, so I've just put the fucking Wayne's Turtle Beach headset on. It's the only way I can get it, man. The only way I could get this one.
Oh, we've just been asked, what's the opinion on KFC?
KFC? So I
don't know where that came from the left field.
I'm fucking cutting up like fuck. So Celtic Cup final, how you feeling, man? Feel good about it?
Well, last time we were in a cup final, we played Hearts, was it no? 2-1. Edward scored and then a penalty. Where's that thumping coming for you?
It was, man. Don't think it's me, but there we go. Paul's on it. Paul's on it. We've got a professional.
Sort it out, man. No, well, the last time we played Hearts in the Scottish Cup was the treble, was it no?
Aye. It was last year's cup final. I see the Hearts did also stop the undefeated run and all, man. So just give you a wee bit of the fear, just throwing that out there. Don't want to be the
team. Rangers are still getting beat 1-0 as far as.
Oh, I'm not even jinxing that, man. I'm not even jinxing it. We'll be on the air the full time. I always shake myself. It doesn't matter what, man. I always just assume they're going to win. It doesn't matter. No matter what they do. It makes you feel less bad when they score a last minute equaliser. Aye. So how's the baby, mate? How's the baby?
Baby's good, eating, shit.
People like about.
I would say keeping me up at night, but she's not keeping me up at night. She's keeping the missus up at night. I seem to sleep through it.
Aye, it's a mother's natural instinct to get up, mate. As a man, I can sleep for anything. That fucking thumping's doing my tits. I'm going to spend half the podcast moaning about noises. I was to see through the week. I was like, right, we'll get some good chat. I'll try and plan it because we've got an hour, a schedule of an hour. We should be able to work that out. But nah, mate, I'm not going to lie. I'm in my jammies. I just stuck this on. I'm sitting in my pants.
You not even dressed?
I know. I don't know if Mark's froze or if he's just sitting still, man.
Sitting still, my man. Sitting still.
Yeah, I'm in my jammies, mate. Did you go anything? Have
I got anything? Yes.
You got any chat?
It does sound like a heartbeat, by the way.
It keeps stopping every now and
racing,
again.
come for when they're still landing.
I'll turn it's probably my phone or something fucking affecting it. I'll turn my phone off.
Hey.
With all my good part in it.
Right, so what do you make about Celtic this weather?
I know we've no podcasted this season. We've got we can talk about it and nobody served it. I think it's shite, mate.
Aye.
I think it's been fucking awful. That's about it.
It has been awful, but do you not think it's even worse when you're in the stadium and you can't let them know that it's been bloody awful?
Do you think it would have been this bad if we were able to go there?
Nah,
I know. What's the swearing situation, man?
Just there.
Just there, right, cool. The ones I've been batting out, they're all pure well behaved. I'm like, oh fuck, this is going to be awful, man.
We
end up kicking half off now.
We are not a well behaved pod. We're not a well behaved pod. Everybody should know that. Paul knew that. He's been on the pod.
Aye. Any thoughts on KFC free Wi-Fi? That's what I'm using, mate. See that big bucket up there? See it? So what is that? It's actually popcorn. It's no cheating. I'm talking shit. I had some popcorn earlier on, man. My breakfast. I'm moving out of Castlemilk. I've moved back into Castlemilk. I'm moving out. I'm moving. My mom's moving to Cambuslang and I'm following them on. Right, following on, mate. Got to Cambuslang. What's that?
This moving in and moving out doesn't work.
I was in Paisley. I can't really talk about it because I'm out in bail, right? But some legal entanglements, right? No, I'm only kidding. I'm not out in bail. No for anything to do with the house. I was in Paisley. I was living alone for a good year, and it was going all right, mate. It was going fine. Right, had a wee bird, lovely lassie. Miss her very much. If you're watching, I just was going good, and then COVID hit me, and I was just fucking. I swear to God, see once COVID hit, I was absolutely fucking drinking every night, getting curries every night. Just fucking being a disgrace to fucking mankind. I was going to work. I actually worked in a homeless shelter at the time. I can talk about it now because I left. Didn't get sacked. I left. No, I was working for Turning Point Scotland, cooking. I was a say cook. I was hardly a chef, but I was there. So I was there, and it was, I was just going to work, taxi, bus to work, bus home, working all day, going home, seeing nobody, doing absolutely fuck all, and then I was just drinking every night. I said the unit I worked in was for I probably end up getting the full. I'll try not to go in. I'll save that for if we make a comeback. So they just fucking treating their staff like shit, and then I was probably drinking more than all the alcoholics and drug abusers and all that were going there.
It's never good, mate.
No, I know. And fucking, what I mean? How can you get a bigger scumbag, right, than a guy who goes in to feed the homeless who have got all drink issues and drugs issues, and he's fucking stinking of booze? Do you know what I mean?
That's never good, mate. Nah, definitely not.
I was fucking. It was all right, but I saved money in food. I was just fucking taking home lasagnas that I was cooking and all that. I was just fucking absolutely fucking idiot, man. So I ended up steaming, fell out with the bird constantly. Said to my ma, let me move back in. I'm fucking depressed at man. I'm fucking staying there myself. The pubs are all shut. There's nothing to do, man. I need to come home. I fell out with the bird. So I ended up back in Castle. She's buying a house, so in a flat, and she's like, you can take this and we'll move out. Sitting about for the last few weeks, man, I said, Ma, how many bedrooms has this new house got? She's like, aye, fine, man, fine.
Was it,
I was like,
was it a hard eye, or was it you pushed it, aye? Did you push that, or?
I accidentally heard there was a spare room in their flat, because I wasn't even going to help them decorate. I'm not even going to lie, man. I was like, fuck that. No benefit for me, man. Do you know what I mean? It's like, you're in your 60s, I'd have to do it all. Fuck that. So, so I'm going to help decorate my room now. Do you know what I mean? Pardon the pig. Aye. So that's I don't even know what I'm talking about. What's happening, chat? I see the swear jars in the room. We could use a swear jar.
We don't have a swear jar. Anybody that knows the Ballbhoys, we're skint, so we can't put in the swear jar.
No, for fucking skint. We live with our moz, with laddie. Fucking, do you want to know what annoyed me? I know watching all these good podcasts with a good Celtic chat, and then you look at it, and they're sitting in like lovely. You see, like nice. A lot of them have bookcases. Bookcases. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I can't remember the last time I read a book. I just wait till the book comes out, and I follow them, and then I watch that.
Aye, well, I don't even read magazines anymore because porn's all free on the internet. You know what I mean, so it's not even fucking. It's like you still sell porn magazines? Like, I think that's mental, man. Who would? Maybe that's the buzz. Maybe the buzz is buying the magazine off a guy. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that is the buzz. Because the internet's got everything, man. Why would you?
I'll tell a lie about one night heading to the garage to get fags. And I picked one up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Aye. 3 o'clock in the morning for the garage.
What one? You remember the name?
How am I meant to remember that?
You've only ever bought one?
I know, but I don't think I read it. I just bought it.
You remember what you were going to the garage for, that, but you don't remember the name of the fucking only porn magazine you ever bought?
What else at 3 o'clock in the morning do you travel to the garage for? You don't go for a pot noodle. You don't go for a Costa coffee. You go for fags.
David C. We explained what this is at the start of the podcast. This is a break before you listen to actually fucking like real Celtic podcast. We're just Celtic fans. That podcast. We'll talk about Celtic. We'll talk about Celtic in a minute. Right, in a minute.
Eventually. Still got about 40 minutes left.
Mark's got a tap on. That's fucking look. He's got a Celtic tap on. This is a Celtic podcast. So
For the year I was born.
The good year, mate. What was the narrative of it? Was it like a MILF one, or was it like?
I don't know, mate.
Of the porn
You're seriously asking me questions about this magazine?
I'd like to know shit. What did you feel like when you bought it? Did you feel like a pure scumbag in a good way?
Aye. I've got to say I went up to buy it. I was a wee bit nervous. You know what I mean? You walk up with it in case you get a wee knockback at the garage. You know what I mean?
I might go and buy one tonight, man. I'm pure buzzing about this. I guess might be my new kink, mate. Buying porn magazines. Do I have to tell you a really funny story?
No, there's half the people in this chat have never listened to us before in their life. And listen to this chat. Half of them don't know what they're in for. Thought this was about Celtic. Nah, this podcast isn't about Celtic.
We were dragged out of retirement by Paul John Dykes, alright? Fucking, he pulled us out the gutter, man. Pulled me out my fucking alcoholic slumber just to get me on this podcast for an hour to fucking stop yous, like, just to give yous all a break. This is why we're on at 4 p.m. Yous have had 8 hours of Celtic chat. Just, if you're here for the day, well done, by the way. It's a lot. You know, a bit gutted that it wasn't 24 hours straight.
I see, I wanted the 3 o'clock in the morning, man. I wanted a wee slice. 3 o'clock.
I wanted 24 hours non-stop. That's what I thought it was. I was all set for the 4 a.m. slot, mate. I really was. I thought, where are they going to put us, man? Like, we've not even podcasted in a year. Like, Sean Marshall has been here for 8. We're really testing him. I think he's off.
Yeah.
I think that was merry a threat. I don't know how much we've raised, but it's £13,304 already. Penthouse magazine. On the porn magazine, right? So see my ma, right, just before I forget to tell this, right? So see my ma, she was I used to get like a mad Star Wars comic, right? At the show. I was like fucking 15 and I was too embarrassed to go and get it myself. So my ma used to pick it up and it was ordered. It was just to be short and torn musk. And my ma went in and the guy said, "Oh, we've got a free test magazine for your son. Like a free one. You don't need to pay for it or nothing." She came here with Nuts magazine.
Remember Nuts and the
Nuts is out a few weeks later because she came home with the Zoo magazine and she asked me if I wanted to subscribe to them. I was like, aye. Aye. I'm just like, wow, man. Do you ever remember, I know, like when you would buy a paper, they would like, a wee magazine would fall out and it'd be like, best bums in Britain and all that. Why do you not get that anymore? What the fuck's happened? Society's fucked.
Everything's off PC now.
That was good.
Everything's too PC now, mate.
That was good. That probably stopped people looking at, like, that's probably, see, when I think about like my if I was to show you my history on X-Hamster and all that, like, you would think of me very differently. Do you know what I mean? You wouldn't think that I'm a nice guy or not. Not that you do anyway, but I look at some weird shit. I've told you about the Nugget one, haven't I?
Yeah.
I won't go into that again. I'll try and keep it clean. Yeah. Aye. I reckon porn magazines and papers stopped people looking up mental shit and probably helped people's sex drives. There you go. Said it. I said it. Took the quadruple treble charity weekender, Celtic State of Mind, 8 hours and 22 minutes in, and I fucking just solved it, mate. Thank you.
Well, people keep commenting, so people are still listening, my man. They've not ran away yet. I like to comment there that any money raised or paid on fines. Ah, well.
How to nervously giggle your way through an hour, lesson 1, the DJ of choice. Clearly never listened. We've done it for 3 hours once.
Nah.
No.
Aye. I think 3.5 to 4 hours we done with Smell the Glove Boys.
Oh, aye. That was actually quite...
Smell the Glove.
Colonial. Whatever happened to these guys, man?
Colonial dissolved. Smell the Glove dissolved. Homeboys left the Hail Hail Media. I think we destroyed Hail Hail Media, to be quite fair with
you. Aye, probably. And probably this charity weekend. People are probably asking for their money back.
We're just here to give you a breakfast Celtic talk. Because listen, 8 hours of Celtic talk, a wee bit of shit talk now, and then you'll get our old man Stevie Ray, who used to be one of ours.
That must be you that's picking up, man. That heartbeat again. That's my nervous. As I stop getting nervously, it's my heartbeat. Oh. So, give us a song. Fuck.
I don't sing.
Don't sing. I'll give us a song.
I only sing when I'm winning.
need to get back into the podcasting, guys, from Michael Gallagher. They're coming. It's always good to lighten the load, take your mind off Celtic for a laugh for a bit before we get all serious and all. Aye, I agree, man. I agree. I like the comment section. It's quite sexy, isn't it? I like it. I like the I don't like looking at myself, man. That's fucking strange.
So
So,
if we get
Bob,
back
do
into it, I think we should run with it.
What's that, man?
I said if we get back into it, I think we should use this, definitely. Now Spreaker's garbage.
Spreaker shite, but in saying that, this isn't fucking whatever's happening with the heartbeats. But I'm blaming the internet for not being able to get my hole. Yeah. The internet's probably been the only reason I've managed to get it in the last fucking few years, man. I tell you, I met a bird on Tinder, right, for Rossi, the island Rossi. So I was talking to her because I was moving up my range for like how many, about 100 miles or something, because I was just bored. I think I'd matched every human being in Glasgow. So I matched a bird for Rossi, and I went to visit her and all that, and it was all right. It was all right. So I ended up getting a train, a bus, a boat. Fuck's sake, a bus, train, and a boat to meet a bird is like absolute levels of commitment. I can't. It's like that is the levels of commitment that I'll go to get a bird right. So I went to her house and all that, and we went to the pub for a drink. Her ma was watching the rains, right, and had a few beers in a pub, which is fucking. It's probably the only time I've had a beer in a pub for like fucking, I don't know, so long. Went back home, and her ma came home. Her ma came out to pick something up, and she's like, I've got you a bottle of gin. So she gave her ma a big fucking bottle of gin, and her ma's tanned it all right and stayed sideways all night. So me, this lassie, and the hingy, and then 4 Waynes came rocking up and all, man. Met her Wayne, met her baby and all that. On the first date.
What?
I know. It was awkward.
You said just about turning, go to your boat, bus, and taxi all the way home.
I was steaming, mate. I was probably telling him I loved him and I was her new stepdad and all that. I don't know. I was stuck there for the night, right? So, aye. So anyway, that went all right. Right? No going like I was a bit drunk and all that. And fucking try to have sex, and I wasn't working, right? Wasn't on. So, but I managed to in the morning before I got the boat home, and then I was talking to her, and she blocked me and all that, and unblocked me. It's probably pure disappointer. So I went back. So I went a second trip, and same again, man. So that was the last relationship I was in, kinda. I'll tell you about the other one after court, but right, a bird. A Rossi bird who made it worth your while going through, I'll bet, said Red Scotland. Red Scotland, you don't know the half of it, mate. Absolute brain damage. Lovely lassie, great wins. But I never blocked her. Actually, mate, I got my new number. I don't even know if I've gave you it yet. I hope I have, or that's awkward. I got a new number and a text on my phone list. I was just saying like, this is my new number, Bo. I got a message back saying, I think you've got the wrong person. Never message me again. And I was like, oh.
Really? Aye. No, you did text me. I had to cryptically work out who it was that was texting me saying new number. I had to look on the WhatsApp picture. Well, who's Wayne's that?
It's mine, by the way. It's no one of the Rossi birds. Because my children know as well, you know. I can stepdad. That see if you use the term stepdad, you're an absolute vile human being. What was I going to say at that point about that? But fuck it. I'll remember it later, man. We've got 32 minutes. I'll remember it at some point. So Christ is the Lord, says Eva the Doberman. It's Christmas, mate. Have you got any plans for Christmas?
Who, me? Oh, you're talking to Eva? Quite one for Christmas. Quite one for Christmas. Because of COVID, you can't go see family, and it's a wee bit harder now with having a newborn. You can't go about your family and show her about and just through video calls. So just a quiet Christmas for us. Sit in, open presents, Christmas dinner. I might have a wee tipple, a wee whiskey. Movies, my man.
I don't know what I'm doing. Nothing. I worked last Christmas with the homeless, by the way. Fed the homeless on Christmas dinner. Do you know that, see, out of the 8 people I fed that day, 4 of them are dead? It's crazy. What a shite year. Quite a few. I don't know if any of you will know him. He was one of the guys in my old work, Danny. He always hung about the tune. Big, massive Celtic fan. He actually died this year. He was great guy, man. Great guy. Has his issues, obviously, man, but he was absolute legend. He was the nicest guy, sober, and then you'd bump into him and like a fucking wee shop in the corner. But damn, you got a quid. I'd be like, aye, Danny, here's a quid. Dan, you got another quid. I'm like, fuck's sake, Danny, man, here you go. Well, probably no helping, but yeah, fuck it. The guy was pissed anyway. But aye, and also on the subject of death, right? Fucking getting us in the mood for the, for the final. Another big shout out to a dead guy. My dad's best pal, big Celtic fan, died. He worked in Central Station. A lot of you have probably seen him and fucking will know him. Wee Joe in Central Station. Lovely guy. That was quite a bad one, man. You can't get a funerals or anything. We're up £100 since we started this podcast, by the way. That's all us.
Oh, that's all us, mate. Definitely. Just a wee update for anybody that's not checking their phones every 10 minutes to find out what's happening with the Huns. They're drawn 1 each. Brought 1 back.
Is it you, Darren? I was in link up with Danny. God bless him. Aye, John. Aye, it is me. It is me. I don't work there anymore, so don't worry about it. Aye, lovely guy. What's the score? 1 each. Fuck.
Oh, it's been ruled out.
What? Are you watching this?
It's been ruled out. No, I'm just.
That'll be why we're cutting up, man. You're watching a game on a dodgy fucking stream, using all your Wi-Fi.
Well, I'm hardwired in, mate. I'm not using Wi-Fi.
You stealing off the neighbour?
That's the first thing I done when I moved out of the house.
What's that? Steal the neighbour's Wi-Fi? Do you know them?
The neighbour's Wi-Fi?
No. Fuck. No.
Right.
Let's say.
25 minutes to go.
Wi-Fi? I'm not even paying attention.
I don't know, mate.
How do you work out the neighbour's Wi-Fi? Because mine's just like fucking X, capital V, T, V, E, 3, something. Do you know what I mean? How do you work that out? You just sitting there all night, just fucking bashing buttons?
Nah, mate, I didn't. I don't. Do you think I'm some sort of hacker? I could barely get this mic set up. Never mind, hack somebody's Wi-Fi to steal their Wi-Fi. Bad enough. I need to sit right next to my box just so I can get a decent signal for it.
No, I know. I'm the same. We got Talk. Well, I had Talk my old tooth, right? And I phoned up because I was moving back in with my man. I was like, right, come on, guys. I said, I'm moving into. Can I get rid of this? I don't want to be paying fucking £20 a month. I'm skint. I've just left my work. I'm fucking, you know what I mean? Please save me some money. But they weren't having it. You know, they just weren't having it. And I've been paying it for months, so we just got rid of this guy and got Talk in. And it's actually worked a pure treat, man. I don't know what this is going to do with anything, but I'm just wanting to tell you that I've got really good Wi-Fi on it for the first time in a long time.
My Wi-Fi is garbage. I can't go in. I can't go anywhere but the living room for Wi-Fi. You go in the room, you can't watch it, and you go in the kitchen, you can't watch it. And if you want to make a phone call, you need to stand in a certain bit in the kitchen, certain bit in the living room. Murder.
It's the same in Ballantay, man. You make phone calls, it's like you need to hang out your windies and all that, man. Like, what the fuck have they made these flats?
Mate, Castmilk's a black spot. They don't want anybody from Castmilk communicating with anybody outside Castmilk.
True, man. I try to keep us all in. That's like my ma said to me the other day. She said, "It's because there's trees." I'm like, what? It's like, what? You can phone people in the woods. It's because there's trees. All right, well, fucking sorry. She must be doing my nothing because I live there again. Your face is pure frozen at a laugh. Aye, so what do you think of the cup final? What's your prediction? What are you doing for it, actually? Fuck the predictions, right?
Just sitting in the house, mate. I'll get a few cans in the house. I'm working on the Monday. I might get a few cans sitting watching in the house. I'm working on the Monday, so I don't want to get too heavy on it. Plus, we jump my boot, so no jump my boot, lying about. But I'll be sitting shitting myself, hoping to fuck that Andy Halliday doesn't score against us. Hoping to fuck Craig Gordon has the worst cup final he's ever had.
See if they win and he drops his knees and all that.
Oh, I better no. That's an iconic match. He can't emulate that with a heart stop on.
And it'll be the same ground when he drops to his knees, his hands up, and instead of seeing all the cunts jumping about in the background, it's empty. There's nobody in it. It'll be like the pure reverse version of that. That would be like a pure meme right away. The picture of that and a picture of that next to each other. Oh, that'd be horrible, man. Oh,
I can't see. I can see us scoring a couple against them. After the past two results, Kilmarnock result, big Christoph Ayer playing at right wing, the big gazelle running up and down that wing. Can't wait. I love the big man. I'm the only Celtic fan that sat and argued the point that Christoph Ayer's a quality player.
It does man nothing. I'm all right with him now. I'm in a good mood with him now, but I've been moaning about him all season, man. I'm not gonna lie. He's fucking.
Don't get me wrong. He's not the best centre half. He likes to hold on to players far too much to be a centre half. He's a
midfielder, man.
Aye, he came in as a midfielder. Was no Brenda that moved him to centre half?
Big Brenda, man. Yeah, it was. Did Kilmarnock and he played centre half for Kilmarnock, didn't he? I think. Not sure. I'm not sure. They're fucking. I'd see when I watch games. See sometimes when you message me. When you message me during games and stuff, and you're like, "Oh, this has happened on that side of the park," or this, I'm just like, "What? I didn't even notice that, man." I've got a brain injury or something, man. I'm fucking like, you see my scar in my head, right? I thought, all that goes right here in my head, man. I'm like, what? I thought he was shite. Like, that's it. My views of the games are, he was good, or he was shite. I don't really have a pure. Don't have a pure like.
See your run of 12 games there, no scoring. The amount of times scoring and no win, obviously. The amount of times everybody says we need to change this, we need to change that. Lennon changed the strikers, they changed the wingers, changed the formation, changed the centre halves, changed the fucking goalkeepers. Never changed the midfield. In past two games, he's changed up the midfield. We're actually playing some attractive football. I've been saying it for ages. I wish I had his number and I'd text him. Change the midfield, mate. Changed every other position bar the midfield.
Aye. I thought it was weird, man. It was as if he had like a pure direct line to Twitter. Some of the changes he was making. Do you know what I mean? What about was Duco James? Was Duco James on one of the podcasts earlier?
Don't know.
I'm pretty sure I've seen him. Don't know if he was on a Huddle board or something. Yeah, my third favourite American podcaster, after our good pal, Dr. J, and our good pal Athrock Mormont, or whatever his second name is. Aye.
John
Bloody, that goddamn Celtic. Fucking goddamn shit. I'm gonna have Jack Daniels. Big boom.
There's nothing better than that guy for the South Africa.
And then you've got Dr. J, who's like a pure Yankee sounding guy. He's like such a good mix, man. God damn! Why do they know on this? Paul, why were the Ballbhoys invited? It's scandalous.
Why did you know? But is this still through the night or something in America, or is it early morning or something?
Aye, because I tried to get Athrock Mormont on for the game that I was going to play, but which I've still got to do. I've switched it up a bit though, just to make it look like we kind of know what we're doing. But I can smell the glove, absolute belter of a podcast. Make me laugh every single time. God damn, goddamn too
It was
long.
one of the
Fucking
first
rain.
podcasts I listened to.
Just makes me laugh, man. It's like when they pure go into it and they talk about it all in depth, and it's pure hard to take it serious. So you kind of do laugh.
Aye, because they relate everything to American football, quarterbacks and basketball
over
and
or
everything
under?
else.
When they say over or under, I'm like, what the fuck does that even mean? Does that mean it's good or bad? I think it means
over or
no, I
under.
don't know. Over or under? What other podcasts were on? We had Celtic Underground. Harry
Unfortunately,
Brady.
I was never a listener of Celtic Underground, but I know old Harry Brady. Loved the old Ballbhoys.
Harry Brady, aye. Hello, I'm Harry Brady here with that wee guy, Hull boy or something. Actually, I did listen to the Celtic Underground years ago. Hate the homeboys, mate. They hate the homeboys. The homeboys hate them. Putting out there, mixing it up, man. Because the both of them are part of this. Shows you how much we're all putting behind our podcasting rivalries. Because I'll tell you, see, if you're ever thinking about starting a fucking podcast, if you ever think about it, there's so much politics, man. Cunts hate you and all that. Other podcasts think you're dick. You don't even never spoke to them. Oh, it's some laugh.
The other Southside podcast isn't much fans of yours, to be quite fair. The second best Southside podcast.
The 90 minutes, like, I didn't even recognise any of the guys on that. There's too many of them. You can't even, just sheer numbers, they'll leather you.
To be honest, they look like a couple of old guys, to be honest. The grey hair showing and everything. Not that I listen, I'll watch on that, you know what I mean?
I know. You don't sound like you do. But they probably dye that in. They probably put the grey hair in. That's probably cool.
Aye, you look more sophisticated and hipster.
Aye. Because I think if you've got grey hair, see if I'm talking to somebody who's got grey hair, I'll probably be more willing to take them serious. You'll never ever get grey hair, will you? You're ginger.
I'll go white, mate. I'll end up with Santa.
Like that, man. Like that.
See, talking about that, a guy in my work, talking about grey hair, a guy came into my work on Friday morning. As soon as he came in straight into work, turned around and says, "It was shampoo." He had silver streaks at the side and came in and it was dyed brown, mate. He's like, "It was shampoo. The missus got it for me. The missus got just for men shampoo. It was meant to wash it." I was like, "Well, why did you use it?" It didn't look too good.
Talk shit. Man. I'll never. I've went like, I don't know, man. My hair's starting to grow back, right? But like that.
It's a poke scab I've ever seen, man.
I know. See, people ask me, like, in my work, that you bald through choice, and I say aye. But then it grows in like this, and it's just like, fucking, like, no, I'm just bald, man. Sorry, I'm bald. Red hair turns white, not grey. Plenty of red hair in my family. Red Scotland says red hair. That's when you know somebody's offended, when they start calling it red hair. It's ginger hair.
It's ginger, mate. Ginger, mate.
More hairs on my ass. It's fucking ridiculous, but I'm not stripping or nothing, right? But look at that, my fucking hair everywhere. I'm like the hairiest guy in the whole world, man. I'm like the hairiest guy I know, but except for this big fucking bit right here. You're stripping. You're stripping on a podcast. What the hell, man? Somebody's just listening to the audio of this. They're like, what the fuck's going on, man?
Is there even...
I've got hundreds of pubes.
Did you put listeners' questions, or did you just patch it this time, or did you bring it
I did ask, right, but nobody said that. A big shout out, get me on, user push. Somebody just messaged us. Roscoe McLean.
Aye.
He's a big shout out to the CSC. Let's make it. We can't add. When we add people on, it gets a bit of a horn. as
Oh,
you're about to find out.
again,
I think it's because I move or something. So unfit. I think I put on about 3 stone during this lockdown. Fucking absolute pick. Right. So anyway, fuck it, the heart will go away, man.
Anyway.
Anyway. After us, we're followed by oh father, why are you so sad? We are followed by Stephen Ray on the Celtic
End.
Ray Rock End podcast, or whatever alias he's gone by these days.
He's changed his name more times than Sevco. How many different podcasts has he been on though? He's even been on BBC.
The guy is an absolute name podcaster, media guru guy. He's been on the Cynics, he's been on Ballbhoys.
I seen this. He was getting a bit of abuse for being on the BBC, and Tom English telling that he done well on the podcast.
Aye, I reckon our pals, our good Southside friends, the Cynic might be a wee bit late and jealous. Honestly, that's just the vibe I get. I don't know why were they not invited. I don't know. I don't know what Stephen does for a living, obviously, but he's always driving about in a van. So I'm assuming he's just worked for Tom English or something. He said out it.
Aye.
The Provid.
Does he not sell blinds or something?
Is that what he does? Sell blinds?
I
fucking right who's fucking blinds. The Cynic are not happy today. Who knows, Philip? What's happened? What's wrong with them?
Aye.
Bastard.
What are they not happy about? What they couldn't get all 23 of them on the screen?
Do you know what the problem is? The fucking no, everyone should podcast. Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
No, everybody can, but we should.
We shouldn't, mate. I agree with them.
Everybody in this chat seems to think so.
Aye, fuck them. Fuck this shit. Just here for our pay packet. We're getting paid for this fucking appearance. Are we no? Fuck.
Aye,
nah. At least we're no paying to get on. That's the fucking thing that done my... What?
The check will bounce, it's alright.
I know. It's funny, I've noticed in all the other podcasts are quite organised and shit. They kind of, like, somebody says something, we're just shouting at each other, man. We're a fucking shit show. This is ridiculous. I'm also talking to somebody for Celtic. Well, I've been talking to them for Celtic Twitter. Fucking, hi, Lindsay. I've been trying to fire in. This is what I look like, by the way, in case you were thinking of meeting me and anything like that.
You'll be getting blocked.
I know. Is that what you look like? Because I've been sending her pictures for like before lockdown, like when I was fucking slim and all that, handsome. Filters.
It's not that, mate. I just hope there's nothing on your laptop screen that you don't want seen, because somebody will screenshot this and zoom into your glasses and find out what you're looking at in your laptop, my man. Your search history.
Aye, they'll fucking change that. Oft! I've not actually see this laptop. I've not actually looked at porn or anything on it yet, right? Because I'm trying to keep it clean. So I use my phone for that. Do you know what I mean? I'm trying to keep it clean. So I went to go there. I went to put one on just so that if anybody did look in my glasses, they would see it. And I asked you if you're 18 before you enter. I've never ever known that before. It's weird. Strange. You can get the reflective bit put on your glasses. So it is.
Oh, so that doesn't happen.
Works for food charity, but gets paid for his charity podcast, says Kieran. I hope Kieran knows I'm fucking at it. We're not getting paid for this. Fuck's sake. This is fucking see these acts on these fucking Celtic State of Mind listeners. Absolute fucking shambles. So he's fucking no sense of humour whatsoever, man. Kidding on. If you want to start listening to your podcast when we come back, please do. Stevie Ray in? There we go. He's they're coming on next. We better give a shout out to the charities that they're actually raising money for. So I've got it here. Supporting 4 great causes over time can be difficult, etc. Rock Talk, which is a support group that uses football as a starting point to discuss a range of subjects related to mental health. By our good friends at St. Roch, by the way, founded October 2019. The Food Fact Friends Food Bank is a voluntary, non-profit community group. Unlike us, who are obviously fucking molten. I mean, 13,249 we've raised so far, or 400 odd, 200 of that's yours. Children First and Help for the Homeless. So, I mean, as a former charity worker myself, that's all great, man. That's great. Pure Class, where can we listen to you too? Yeah, stealing listeners.
We'll be back.
Be back. What the hell? Tool glorify. Oh, fuck, I'm not even reading that because I have no idea what happened.
Aye.
We are. Aye. Right. Okay. You can listen to us. We'll make an announcement. This has went reasonably well, man. I think the part is back. Remember, we've not actually socialised or seen anybody in real life for quite a while, man. Actually, this is the first time I've seen you. Well, I did give you that nice wee cardigan for your baby.
Aye, well, fitted her lovely. Now she's grown too big. Now she doesn't fit her anymore.
Is that her bust out them already, man? Aye. My ma actually crocheted them, so she did. She crocheted them all on her own, man. She hands them into the hospitals for the wee premature babies and newborn babies. But a legend, you know. Just putting that out there. Big shout out to my ma. Hi, ma. Thanks for letting me come back. She's fucking good shit. But then when she had that many, she's like, what colour did they like? I was like, I have no idea. I said, I don't know, give them like white or something in case they hate pink. I don't know, some cunts are like that.
It's real lasting.
So it's
pink or white in it.
Aye, so she ended up putting like hunters in. Like, I think she gave you about 10 or something, which I can.
Aye.
Aye. So I've got a game, mate, right? I just realised. It was quite cute, mate. It's quite cute. Big shout out to my man, our crocheting abilities. I might take it up actually on crocheting. Don't know, I might try. I've got a game, Mark, because we've only got 9 minutes left, right? See, for every answer you get right in this, I'll put a quid into the charity, right?
Oh, don't put pressure on me because I'm shite at Celtic history. I hope it's not Celtic because I'm shite.
I fully expect to not be putting any money in. So I stole this idea off another.
I don't know.
Oh, what was that? Who stole the 10 or something? Wait there, I'm trying to find it, right? So I've got screenshots here. So I stole this off another podcast, the Football Ramble, right? Great podcast, right? So I'm going to pick a player, and you've got to guess the clubs that he's played for, right? For every club you get right, I'll stick a quid in, right? Don't give him any answers in the chat, right? So first up, right? No, don't give it away, mate. First up, right? So he's played for 4 clubs. A wee bit of a dodgy one here. Andy Tom, 4 clubs.
Andy Tom. It's German, so I'll go with. They play for Dortmund.
Well, don't get away, mate. But no. So far, 0 from me to charity.
Celtic.
Aye, there you go.
That was an easy one. Go with Bremen.
Probably see the answer in my hand. No Bremen. You give up on Andy.
Stuttgart, another German team.
No, mate. The BFC Dynamo, Bayer Leverkusen, Celtic, and Hertha Berlin. There you go, mate. So I've decided to give you an easier one, right? For every one. That's £1 to charity, right? He's played for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 clubs. Right, 13 clubs. Rudy Vata. Right? You've got 30 seconds. Rudy Vata, 30 seconds to answer as many as you can. Countdown's on.
Celtic.
Ding.
Fucking. Dynamo Kiev.
Nope.
Slavia Prague. Fucking Bate Borisov. Nah, I'm done, mate.
Brilliant.
I'm done.
It's £2 to charity.
That was out the left field.
I tell you what, man, I'll bump up to the tenner and put that in after, right? Here you go. I fucking the chat are raging at you, man, right? He played for Vlasnia, right? Then Dynamo Tirana.
Who?
Le Mans. Tours.
Oh, right.
Dynamo Tirana again. Apollon, Limassol, Energy Corpus. No idea how to say that one. Tirana, Yokohama FC, St Johnston, and Partizani. You're an absolute disgrace. Your knowledge is
St Johnston.
I'll put a tenner. He played for St Johnston, aye.
They played
Actually,
for St
I
Johnston,
told that
aye.
story in the podcast. Aye. I told that story, didn't I, when I went to the game and kidded on that I was Albanian. The guy believed me. Now that I've said it, you can't unsee it. We have 5 minutes left. That's us getting the 5-minute curtain call. So we have been the Ballbhoys. It's been a good laugh. I enjoyed it. What else is I going to do at 4 p.m. on a Saturday afternoon in the current situation? Anything else? Anything to say to the listeners? Anything? They're all fighting in the chat, mate.
We will be back. Aye.
We will be back.
That's
How long is that Ballbhoys pod? Aye. We might drop a podcast and then forget about it for a few months.
10 in a row.
Oh, I never even gave our details. Add me on Facebook, mate. Fuck it. I need pals, man. I'm so fucking lonely.
No, don't add me on Facebook. I'm not going to. I've got too many Ballboy stalkers on Facebook. Ali Jack. It's happening, mama.
Like Ali's actually not spoke to me recently, man. I think he might be over us.
Oh, he's over it. Congratulated me for having a wee.
All right, is that how it is, man? You've caused havoc on a charity stream. I know, mate. I don't know what these are all up to. I have no idea. They're all talking about fucking rebel lyrics and all that.
When do you usually broadcast?
We'll
be back on soon. If you follow us on Twitter, we'll put an announcement out. We'll get a few podcasts going. If people want to listen, we'll.
Oh, nay mates, says Facebook user. A guy called Facebook user said with nay mates. I have nay mates. That's pretty much my fucking. It's like, why do you not podcast? Why do you podcast with anybody else? I'm like, well, I'd need another pal to do that. So, aye.
You've seen me a pal.
Aye, fuck it, mate. I only need one. Too old and bitter. Is that us then? Is that us, Paul?
So, right, 3 minutes. We'll get 3 minutes left. Score predictions.
Score prediction. Fucking 3-0.
And goal scorer.
Or second half goals.
Goal scorer.
Turnbull, Duffy, Julian, 2 corners. 3 second half goals. Because Gordon will have the pure game of his life in the first half and make us all shite ourselves.
No, I think we'll score early. Big Shane Duffy with a corner. The only thing I'll do on I'll go with 3-0 and El Yunus to score the other 2.
I had notes, so I did just to kill the last minute. That sounds good to me, mate. That sounds sexy as fuck. I had notes and I was like, we'll talk about our favourite moment of the 10 trophies in a row, our favourite cup. But we're 58 minutes in, we've got 2 minutes left. Fucking, we forgot all about that. So, quickly, favourite cup with the 10 trophies, or the 9, not 10, 12 trophies.
The COVID Cup to get 9 in a row, mate. That's my favourite.
That was quite sexy, I must admit. I'm trying to think. I did enjoy the League Cup final last year, although it probably did point out how the gap, was not as big as it used to be and all that, I think. But it was a laugh. Just the amount of chances they had. Aye, the nutmeg, the wee nutmeg and all, the invincible treble. Such great memories, more to come, and I think we are getting booted off, mate. Absolute pleasure. Thank you, everybody, for
10 in a
listening.
row.
Bye.
See you later, guys.
I'm Mark. I'm the Food Bank Coordinator
Nah,
for
mate,
Food Facts Friends. Food Facts Friends started in 2016. The reason I came to Pennycook to start Food Facts Friends, I came to a hard time in my family life before, and I used a food bank, and then when I moved to Pennycook, I felt there was a need for it. That means Food Facts Friends started just as with 3 people in 2016, and then in 2017 we started as a registered charity, and then the end of this year, August, we moved over to the RBS and we took over because the charity has become a lot bigger. In our new community hub, we're open Monday to Friday. From 10 till 2, we run the food bank 2 days a week. We work along with Children First, Midlothian Council Job Club, Midlothian Council Employment Support, the Job Centre, NHS. That means there's lots going on in the hub here. And we see over 200 people in a week. That means since the beginning of November, Food Facts Friends have provided food for 254 adults and 164 children. That's a total of 415 people since moving to the new premises at the end of August. We have provided 946 adults and 592 children, total of 1,560 people. The lockdown earlier in the year saw our highest figures for one day when we provided for 141 people. Over in the back area towards me at the moment is where all the shopping bags are being made up. We do an 8-week referral. That means when they come to us, they have 8 weeks. That means they come to us every week and they get 3 days supply of food, or sometimes it can be 4 days of supply. That means they fill in a shopping list and they tick what they would like, and then it goes over onto the pass, and then we make the shopping bags up for them. And that contain anything from fresh vegetables to fresh bakery, dry goods, tins, butcher meat, frozen food, anything from that area as well. We have the job club that operates here as well. That means we will be starting on the 2nd week of January. That means we will have a job club every Wednesday, and they'll be able to come here and help with their CVs and be able to apply for jobs. We have 4 computers that they're able to use as well when they're in the building for internet access, and they can do their universal credit. Part of the services that we have in building as well, we have NHS community nurse. She visits once a month, the first Monday of the month. That means she comes in and she does all their checks, their weight, their blood pressure and stuff like that, and she can refer them to mental health help as well further afield. The other services that we have from here is Children First. They're a big partner of ours, and they work on a Tuesday and a Thursday in the building here, but looking to extend more in the future as well. They do money advice. That means they help with benefit and help them claim, make sure they're on the right benefits, and they do their debt management as well. That means if they're in debt, they help them either pay it off or clear it for them. With the money that we get from yous, we will start a new group with Children First, where we will have a parents trauma group, and that will help us pay for an extra worker to come in and help them with a support group along with their trauma group. And then we would look to do a cooking class as well, because if we're giving them an 8-week shopping list, some people don't know how to cook with the stuff that we were given. That means we would help with the cooking and show them how to do it. That means that would be like an 8-week programme or 12 weeks programme for the cooking class, and with the money that we would get, that would help us pay for someone to come in and do that with us. We want to thank the people of Pennycook and the surrounding areas for donating food and toiletries. We just want to thank people and for the work that goes on in here.
Hello. How you doing? And welcome to the Celtic End podcast. How you doing? I'm Stephen Ray. I'm joined with Kevin McColgan on this momentous Celtic State of Mind Quadruple Treble charity weekender. Try to read it all there and make an arse of it. Just like things, all right? Yeah, right. So you need to excuse the surroundings. I've been looking in at some of the podcasts going on all day, and there's Celtic memorabilia in our spare room. When we moved into this house, I thought, great, spare room, pictures up, scarves, memorabilia. But my wife commandeered it, and I've got a Jimmy Choo picture up with floors hanging off it.
Well, I think mine's just a wee bit better. So
yeah. So before we really get started, anyone, hopefully everyone's been tuning in to all the podcasts been on before, and they've been donating to this momentous day for Paul John Dykes and his State of Mind Twitter account and YouTube. Sorry, the phone was going there. So donate where you can. Just over nearly £13,500 donated so far, which is superb. We're quite a new podcast, although I've been kicking about doing podcasts for a wee while, but we've only done 20 odd shows so far. So yeah, all good. So we've got a wee agenda coming up, but I thought we were going to kick off with Rangers dropping points today, but turns out they didn't, so we'll move on quickly.
Yeah, let's just get over that.
Yeah, so we're going to have what we think is our top 10 matches over the quadruple or potential quadruple treble era. The only caveat was you had to pick at least one game from each of the previous 4 seasons, and the one we're obviously just about to finish with the Scottish Cup final tomorrow. So we've got that coming up. I'm sure we'll have some games in there that we're both we've both picked, but I'd like to think that we've not all picked the same because we've not looked at each other's list yet.
I've left out a lot of crackers, by the way. I'm not happy with mine.
I know cause some arguments like how the hell can you leave that out? But I'm sure we've got a reason down for why we've picked each game. But before we get into that, obviously Scottish Cup final day tomorrow. What was the first Scottish Cup final that you went to that you can remember?
First Scottish Cup final I went to was the 2007 Cup final, where the legend that is Jean-Joel Perrier-Doumbé scored a very lucky goal. Me and my dad were at the game, sat in the North Stand. Very not the best of games, and it was Neil Lennon's last game, if memory serves me correct. That was
it was. He got subbed, didn't he?
I did not look happy when it happened.
No, he wasn't. He
was in a chair as well. Like, he had a hip operation that week, and he sat in a chair. He could hardly move.
Do you know, it's one of the cup finals that I have the least amount of memory about. I think it was a pretty, it wasn't the best of games. It was even the best of it wasn't even a memorable goal or anything. But I just remember going to what's that snooker place just outside just in Mount Florida.
Oh, Minnesota Fats.
Aye, so me and a couple of my mates went there after the game for a few beers, and then I think ended up doing some pub in Allison Street because my mate was originally Faye Govanhill. I'm not even going to mention Govanhill on this podcast.
Let's just
I whacked that. It wasn't really a day I remember much of, to be honest.
I think it was just because it was my first Scottish Cup final. Obviously, it's got great memories from me, and I'm just glad we won it. But it was a scrappy goal. I remember Craig Beattie hit it in, it deflected, and then Perrier-Doumbé stuck out a leg.
Mine was the 95 Cup final at Hampden. The Hampden season was my first season ticket. I was 16 at the time. And I remember also we had done really well in the Cups that year, although we blew the League Cup final against Raith Rovers on penalties. But we had quite an easy-ish sort of run to the Cup final that year. And then we get Hibs in the semis. We drew 0-0 in the first game. Andy Walker missed a penalty in the last 10 minutes. And I think Darren Jackson had a brilliant chance to win it for Hibs and blew it. And then in the replay, we absolutely destroyed them 3-1. And it was probably Willie Faulkner, cult hero. Probably his best ever match in a Celtic strip. He was outstanding on that night. And then obviously the Airdrie game. And I remember going to my uncle's. I stayed in Cornwall Road in Pollock at the time. And my uncle stayed in the other place, Crescent, I think it was, just round the corner. And he'd say to me, what do you want to drink? You know, I'll buy you some beer, because I was quite baby-faced and I couldn't get alcohol out of the office. And I got a bottle of Mad Dog, and he bought a few cans. He bought a bottle of Eldorado, old school stuff. And we remember I got to the game. I remember sitting outside Hampden Park about 15-20 minutes before kickoff, and we were actually drinking cans of Tennent's. And I'm 16. I couldn't handle my drink. I was blazing getting into the game. But this was about a year before the no drinking in the streets kind of rule came in Glasgow. And the Police never really batted an eyelid. Right at the game, I remember the goal, you know, because we were right. I think we were fourth row for the back when Van Hooijdonk headers it in, and I just remember it being. Would you call it, you know, just a terrible game. And then I think Van Hooijdonk went off injured, and Peter Grant was kind of limping through the game. I think it was just sheer relief, because it was the first cup final I'd ever been to and actually seen Celtic lift a trophy. So it was big for me, you know.
I think it was just because it took so long. I think those games you just won, you know.
Yeah.
Thank God we did, because God knows where we would have been if we hadn't won that. You know.
But what I remember was just the celebrations went on forever on the park. I mean, because we had like 3/4, maybe even 4/5 of the stadium, and the team went all the way around, and it was just sheer relief. And then after the game, we got on a bus, and there was these guys, they did crate of Boddingtons, and they were sharing that amongst us. And then I get home, I was totally blazing. I bought a bottle of Pulse, a pound a bottle of cider, had a bottle of that, and then my mate had one for himself, and I took some of that, and I don't remember it. And apparently, I get carried home at 7 o'clock.
Well, and at least you saw the game.
But the worst thing about it is that I'd actually agreed to do paintball with my work the next day, and I had the almightiest of hangovers. I mean, I was 16 coming up for 17. You know, I wasn't really much of a drinker in my youth, and I suffered for days on that one. So great memories, Scottish Cups. So I just want to say before we move on, I tuned in. Good to see Mark and Baugh back in the podcasting game from the Ballbhoys. You know, they've come out of retirement that many times. They're a bit like Kiss, aren't they?
It's certainly interesting what I listened to the last 15 minutes.
They talk about everything but football.
It's just like two guys in the pub who are absolutely blazing, and they were probably two sober people there.
I know. Like I said, the podcasting equivalent to Kiss with that many comebacks are probably called Glasgow Kiss, coming for Castlemilk, right enough. Right, so we'll move on to what we think is our top 10. So I'll do my number 10, you'll do yours, and we'll go back and forward. We'll work our way through. But for mine, I'll speak about mine, and for yours, you just speak about yours, because I've no doubt some of them are going to cross over, and I'd rather, you know.
But I think
it's just you know, the way I did this is I went through each season and I picked out all the games that were memorable. So this is totally domestic, so there's no European games within this, because it's a domestic quadruple treble we're going for, although there was some great European memories and some shankers as well. I picked out maybe 5 or 6 for each season, and I tried to whittle it down for there, and it was tough. You know, try to get a top 10. So what I say to anybody that criticises us with owner selections is go and try it yourself and see what you come up with, because it wasn't easy. So you go first. What's your number 10 in the top 10 of games throughout this quadruple treble?
This one definitely won't be the same, me and you here, but this is a game which I just think demonstrates how well the football was. And it was the St Johnstone 0, Celtic 6, when we went 5-0 up in the first half. Yeah. And it just clearly demonstrated how well we could play under Brendan Rodgers. And James A. Forrest got 4 that day and was unplayable that day. And it was one of those days where every time we went ahead, it looked as if we were going to score a goal. And to me, it was just great attacking football. And it was one of the away games that I'd been to after a while. It was my first one after a while, because I had kind of dropped away from it. And I just thought that was a great way of how we could play, and it just dominated from start to finish. It was annoying that we kind of took the foot off in the second half, but
yeah,
just a fantastic. To me, it was a fantastic game, and I think it's always stuck in my memory And I thought, I have to put that in at number 10. It doesn't maybe deserve further down, but it definitely deserves a top 10.
It doesn't deserve maybe the gravitas, but it's definitely a memorable game. I'd looked at that one myself. It's not on my list, so I can talk about it. What I remember is that we were actually in a bit of a shit run at the time.
Exactly.
And then out of nowhere, this performance came in. And like you said, Forrest had just went to a level that was just... and even with Scotland as well, he was banging them in. It was tremendous stuff.
Rangers were playing the same day, and then they were saying, "Oh, we really need to keep it going." And like the crowd was going mental after 5-0 at half time. And normally you think a crowd would need to be doing this, but we're just like so happy to be 5-0 up at Perth. But a great game. Has to be in there.
So my number 10 on my list was Celtic 3, Aberdeen 0 in the League Cup final, 27th of November 2016. Rogic, Forrest and Dembele. And the reason I picked that, although I think Celtic really played well on the day, and it was the first trophy for Brendan Rodgers. It was during the Invincible season. But what I remember about that game was the Celtic players getting into a huddle. And now that thing when New Zealand did the haka in the rugby, and I think it's usually England that sort of line up on the line. They all sort of link arms and sort of as if they're trying to face them down, as if you're not going to intimidate us. The Aberdeen players did that. And I remember thinking, oh, man, they're really up for this here. And then for the first 10 minutes, they didn't get a kick of the ball. Celtic were just utterly dominant. And then Rogic scores an absolute peach to make it 1-0. And then not long after, Forrest makes it 2. And it was it was pretty easy for then on in. And then obviously we get the penalty in the second half with Dembele. It was just because it was the 100th trophy I think Celtic had won. It was 3-0 against Aberdeen in the cup final. And it just kind of... After the sort of last visit to Hampden, last big visit to Hampden we had the previous season, obviously losing in penalties, you weren't sure what route this team was going to go down, and that just set us off for the season, big time.
I mean, I think once that happened, I certainly was never fearful of going to Hampden, certainly under a Brendan Rodgers team, because you knew 9 times out of 10 you were going to get a decent result, and well, we still were, so but very easy.
For about 5 or 6 years, we had a pretty poor record at Hampden. Now we losing to Kilmarnock in the final, losing to St Mirren in the semi-final, Ross County a couple of times, losing to Rangers, Hearts as well. Well, with that dodgy penalty they got. So, it blew that sort of hoodoo out the window. So it was good. So, what's your number 9 on your top 10?
My number 9 is Celtic 1, Rangers 0. League Cup final of last year. So I just think that has to be in there somewhere, because if ever there's a case of how the hell did we win that game, that is definitely up there. You just say to anybody, watch that game, because we should never have won that game, if truth be told, because if it wasn't for Fraser Forster, we'd have lost the game about 6 or 7-0. Really, they had that many chances, and we took the one chance that we got and then nearly blew it again with us getting a penalty. But that was a tough watch, being at Hampden, absolutely soaked to the skin, and then to finally get it over the line. And then I remember Rangers had a chance, they put it right across the goal line, and it was the whole crowd just went, oh, and we just went, oh, thank God for that. I was maybe saying something other than thank God, but I do realise we're on a podcast here for a lot of people watching. So yeah, that has to be there. That has to be.
Yeah, well, it's on my list, so I'll not talk about it yet. So, so my number 9 is the Hearts 1, Celtic 2, on the 27th of February 2019, which was Neil Lennon's first game back as manager. I think it wasn't the greatest of games, it wasn't even the greatest of performances, but I think it was a pretty pivotal moment in that whole season, because Rangers had sort of closed the gap on us a wee bit, and I think the points had went. I think they played the night before, and the points had went to 5 points. And also, if we draw that, it's down to 6, and there's still a couple of derby games to go. We've just lost our best manager in years, I suppose. Couple of trebles back to back, one unbeaten, and you could see that this whole thing could have fell apart. I remember on the morning, the Sunday before the game, Claude Puel gets sacked for Leicester, and I messaged Harry Brady for Celtic Underground, and I said, Rodgers will be off to Leicester, and I think Lennon will be in for the rest of the season. And he came back to me because he'd had a podcast several months before talking about how Rodgers was kind of, lifting his skirt to the English media about, he was still available and still up here kind of thing. And he get criticised quite a bit for that podcast, but it just stuck in my mind that this job has just became available. And I think Rodgers just has that kind of thing about him where I felt as if they came calling, he would go. And the fact that he went and tried to take every bit of staff with him as well, I think it just...
So trying to take the Ballbhoys with him as well, if he could, you know what I mean?
But the goals that day, the things that stick out, the counter-attack with young Henderson passing it on to Oliver Burke, who then played in... it was probably the best piece of play he'd done his whole time at Celtic, where he slipped in James Forrest to just tap it home. It was a brilliant goal, and then obviously Hearts make it one each, and we're getting into injury time, and Scott Brown sort of just lofts one in to, Edward's free 6-7 yards out. How the hell he's free, I have no idea. But and he buries it, and it was just bedlam. I just remember Damien Duff punching Johnny Hayes in the chin.
But I think one of the good things about that is just you see the two contrasting reactions. You see Craig Levein sick, and then you've got Neil Lennon running down Gorgie Road, by the time he gets in. But I got to admit, that was close to being on my list, but I couldn't.
I think it's just not so much the performance; it was just the whole thing about it that I felt it had to be in my top 10. So yeah, that one's in there. What's your number 8?
Number 8 is maybe a bit of an interesting one. It's Aberdeen 3, Celtic 4 on Boxing Day.
Yes.
Of 2018. Now, that
it's
was
not
just
in mine. I was thinking about it though.
It's a game that has everything. Penalties, maybe contentious for Aberdeen at best. Willie Collum being the referee. What more can be said about that? But I think the thing that sticks out for me is the piece of individual brilliance from Edward. He just somehow turns the Aberdeen defence, I think it's McKenna, and just hits it with his left foot, and it just dinks right over. And I was watching it in Chapman's with my mate Danny and old George, and I think they were choked old George about 70-year-old when it went
Chapman's,
in.
I think that's where the Ballbhoys go and drink.
That's a great pub, great Celtic pub, But that had to be in there because that was a game I think Hibs drew one each way, Rangers at Ibrox as well, and I think it just had everything because we went ahead and then we equalised and then went ahead again. And Scott Sinclair got a hat trick and he wasn't really playing great, but that's what Sinclair gave you. He was in the right place at the right time, and that for me deserves to be there because it's a game against Aberdeen that has everything for me.
It was in my top 20, but I had other games that I wanted in. So I mean, it's a tremendous game, and like you said, that Edward goal was just outstanding, brilliant stuff. For me, my number 8 is one you've already mentioned, is Celtic 1, Rangers 0 League Cup final. It's the only game I've picked for that season in my list, I think. Because we obviously, like I said at the start, we had to pick one game from each season, but it was the one that kind of stood out for me. I think it was one of the hardest watches I've ever had following Celtic in regards to how they absolutely battered us. We couldn't get control of the midfield. I think Lewis Morgan made one forward pass in the whole game, and I think it was the kickoff. There's a stat kicking about that was his only forward pass in the whole game. So we just couldn't get up the park with him and up front. So
when I saw him in the lineup, I was like, "Oh, here we go! You've got to be kidding me! They'll destroy him."
But I think what sticks out is just the performance for Fraser Foster. I think is better than David Marshall's in Barcelona. I think Marshall had made saves in that game. I think it's just his age and the fact how he got into the team, which kind of highlights that one. But I think on this day, how the hell they couldn't score. And then obviously Frimpong getting sent off, getting down to 10 men 5 minutes after we've took the lead. And then Morelos. And I mean, any other time James Tavernier would take a penalty. But it was almost as if they used a moment they should never have used to try and get Morelos his first goal against Celtic. And I just didn't. I always felt that he might have saved that one. And, they actually tried to claim for a penalty seconds after it because when we were trying to clear it, and then Arfield probably should have got a red because he absolutely does Christian outside. Aye.
Oh, it's a
But do you know
terrible
what,
challenge.
aye.
You know, it's
But
a
do you know what I
terrible-
love about it? Obviously, they nearly scored quite late on with that one you were talking about. It went flashing across the goal.
Mhm.
Is the fact when the full-time whistle went, nobody shook hands. All the
No.
Celtic players to our managers ran to the Celtic end, you know, like fists up, and Fraser Foster does the big arse slide on the pitch and stuff like that.
Yeah, Brown right in front of the Rangers fans going, yeah.
Aye. There's a brilliant video getting about for the Rangers end when Rangers have got the penalty, you know, and they're shouting all sorts of abuse to Frimpong, and then they're waiting on Morelos. You know, they're shouting abuse at Frimpong, yet, you know, they've got a guy the same colour, you know, same creed, you know, ready to step up for them, and he misses it, and all you hear in the background is, "Oh no!"
The thing that sticks out for me in that game as well, something I forgot to mention, is like that could have been so much easier if Mikey Johnson had just took a moment to just hit it with his left. If he hit it with his left, I thought it was in.
Yeah.
And my mate Mark was literally, you know, hold it. This is it, and he never shut up about it the whole game. I was like, Martin, look, it's gone now. Leave it.
And right on the
You know?
full-time whistle, we were actually on the break again. I think we were 2 or 3 against 1, but the ref blows the whistle. But it was a banter day more than anything. That you've absolutely battered us, but still couldn't get the job done. So for me, it had to be in there, but it's a wee bit further down because it was an absolute agonising watch, to be honest.
It was.
Yeah. So your number 7.
My number 7 is Celtic 5, Hearts 0 in the 12th of February 2020. This was a midweek card, and I thought we played absolutely fantastic that night, and it was also the kind of turning point of whereby we could not be, well, we could have been caught, but we were in the ascendancy after what had happened on the 29th of December, and Eamon Brophy scoring the winner for Kilmarnock. And there's a guy in front of me at Parkhead, and my dad would verify this, he's watching this now. There's a guy in front of me. He's quite a big gentleman, but I've never seen the guy move so quickly and jump up when Eamon Brophy scored. He was jumping up and down like a dancer, you know. And that just reverberated around the whole ground. And
They don't like a trip to Kilmarnock just after New Year, do they?
No, well, I was kind of hoping it was going to be another thing to happen today, but unfortunately they kind of got the better of us, but the better of Motherwell, I should say. But hey ho, but no, thought we played great. You know, some great quality attacking goals, and Julian got a cracking header. Christie, McGregor, and even Greg Taylor had a good game that night. And it's not often we can say that. But
I don't say that. There's a few Greg Taylor fanboys out there. So.
Well, they can say what they want, but that's the magnificent 7 on my list.
Yeah. Well, 7 for me is probably a wee bit further down the list than most people maybe have theirs, but I've got Celtic 5, Rangers 1 on the 10th of September 2016. The reason I have that game in there was a big hullabaloo about Rangers. You know, they came. That was their first season in the Premiership. They had the big tifo going for 55 and stuff like that. You know, Joey Barton was here to sort Scott Brown out. You know, and I think the whole showdown with Brown and Barton, where he's kind of walking away with he's shaking hands with his head down and stuff like that. But what I remember a few days earlier, myself and Harry Brady for Celtic Underground get invited onto BBC Radio Scotland for a Sports Sound sort of special on Thursday night. And Kenny McIntyre had said to me, we're going to have 2 Rangers guys, 2 Celtic guys, a couple of ex-players, a couple of journalists. We're going to give us the big build-up. It's the match of the season, da-da-da. And I remember Peter Lovenkrands was giving it how much Rangers were in the ascendancy, and Mark Warburton's the next Guardiola and stuff like that. And I turned around and I said to him, you know, this is your biggest game in years, and it's not even our biggest game this week, because we had Barcelona a few days later in the Champions League.
Less said about that, the better.
Aye, but obviously, that wasn't the best of games. But the whole media gave it a big build-up, and obviously Dembele scores about 20 minutes in, and then he scores no long after to make it 2-0. And then they score right on half-time. So, you know, the game's still in the balance, although Celtic had played really well in the first half. In the second half, this is the chance that they had that they still go on about to this day, where Barry Mackay sort of flashed it across the face of goal at the back post and missed. And then a few minutes later, Sinclair makes it 3. Dembele gets his hat-trick, and then Stuart Armstrong rounds it off with a tremendous 5th. And it was a beautiful sunny day. You know, it was we put them in their place, and it just sort of set the tone for the full season. Really for us, I thought. So that's my reason for having it in the top 10.
Well, that's definitely on my list. It's a bit further down, but yeah, I mean, I think if anybody was to say it, it'd be on the list, because that was if you were the first big test for Rodgers, and how would he deal with a Rangers side that were in the ascendancy and going for 55, and they were loving it. But yeah, what an atmosphere! Great sunny day.
But what I remember about the game, like the spectacle, it all obviously there was a big thing about it on Sky and all that sort of stuff. But obviously the Green Brigade section, or the North Curve, had the green, white and gold, or the green, white and orange, sorry, and the flag, the flag of war. And the Rangers end was just decked in sort of red, white and blue flags. So as a spectacle, it was everything you'd want for a derby. The atmosphere was amazing, and then obviously we absolutely trounced them. So tremendous stuff.
Fantastic.
So what's your number 6?
Number 6 is another Rangers game. It's the 3-2 game at Ibrox, where we went down to 10 men, and the famous "What's the goalie doing, Tom?" was born with that. What a goal by Rochs to get us back to level terms, and then obviously they went up 2-1 up with Daniel Candea scoring 2-1, and then obviously Dembele just lobbed, I think, is it Fodringham you call him?
It was.
And then our great friend Douglas Ross, I think he said it was a red card.
Just the 3 times.
A wee bit dubious as to whether he said it was a red card or not. And then, to be fair, we made an attacking substitution and Edward came on. But I think the bit for me is where it's the pass from Dembele. It's like inch perfect to Edward, and he just runs and runs and runs. You think, will he get it away here? And then, it has to be on there, because that was a kind of game where they were going to get us again, and they never, and we done it. We did hold out, but Morelos has the miss of the season, and that one against Scott Bain. I mean, how he doesn't score that, I'll never know.
Yeah, well, it's on my list, so I'll reserve my comments for it. So my number 6 is another Celtic Hearts game. Celtic 2, Hearts 1, Scottish Cup final 2019 to win the treble. The reason I've got it a wee bit further down is because, one, I didn't get tickets. For some reason, I'd been to every cup game and everything for years, and then all of a sudden, I'm no longer. I didn't, even though I was at the semi, I didn't get a final ticket, so I was raging about that for a start. And then we didn't actually play that well on the day, and then obviously what happened after, with the announcement of the manager in the showers, it just kind of. No, I'm not saying that Lennon was the wrong choice as such. Well, kind of am actually, but I just wanted us to go through the process. Let the fans have their day, and let's talk about the manager in a couple of weeks' time. There was no rush, I don't think, at that time. We'd a brilliant squad. We'd come through a bit of turmoil with Rodgers up sticks. I just don't think it had to be done that day, and I think that took away the focus for what we'd actually achieved. But the game itself, Hearts go 1-0 up. It's a bit of a sort of mix-up in our defence, and the guy sort of pokes at home. And you're like, oh my God, this isn't going to happen, because we just didn't look like scoring really in the game. And then we get a penalty. Edward done well to sort of buy the penalty. It is a penalty, but it's one of those ones that, he made it a penalty more than it probably was. I know people disagree with that. Might say it's a penalty. It's a penalty, but it's on the softer side. I think he sticks the wee leg out, into the keeper to make sure he goes down. And then obviously the game was kind of in a wee bit of a lull for a bit, and then it wasn't really going anywhere. And you're thinking, one chance either side, or it's going to extra time, and then all of a sudden that header just goes right through everybody, and Edward's clean on and goal, and buries it like a boss. It was absolutely amazing.
If you watch it back, he's watching that ball come through, and then just to take it, and he took it superbly.
Yeah, I don't know what the Hearts defence were doing. Berra was miles behind, and the keeper's done his best to come out. But the fact that he's lifted it out of the keeper, it's and the scenes in the background, because a lot of the Celtic fans had the sort of white and green sort of plastic sort of tops on to sort of give a sort of tifo kind of effect. It was a great. It would have been further down my list, but for the events after the game that kind of put a. And I mean, I know there's people out there that always wanted Lennon in after, because he came in you know, the way he came in and stuff like that. But I just felt the club had to be a bit more professional about how they went about it, and I just felt, you know, the thing is, he didn't actually accept the job for about another week. So it was
forever, you know.
it was like, it was almost as if it was a shock to him that he'd actually been offered it. So yeah.
There's a day off, even though he never needed to, you know.
But well, start as you mean to go on. The boys have got the day off after a victory.
Well, it is on my list, definitely, but it's a wee bit further down, you know.
Number 5. What's your number 5?
Number 5 is Celtic 5, Rangers 0 on the 29th of April 2018 to become 7 in a row champions.
Well, we can both talk about this at the same time, because that's exactly where I've got mine.
I mean, you couldn't ask for it to be better set up. The previous week we lose 2-1 to Hibs, and it's set up beautifully that we take 3 points from Rangers and we win.
If there's any kids watching, by the way, alcohol's no good for you. So, you know, just...
And he told me he was on water, by the way. That's what he said.
But when my wife says she was going out and she'll bring the Chinese in tonight, I was like, Peach, I don't need to drive.
So anyway, back to what I was saying, it was, you couldn't ask for it to be better set up that we win a league against Rangers with 7,000 Rangers fans watching us celebrate. And I didn't think we were going to win as convincingly as we did. But when we did, I mean, for me, when we did get the goal, it just imploded everything because we were all over them again. And it was as long as we just get one goal, then the floodgates will open, because we get the first goal and then there's a gap between the first and the second, but there's only about a 2 to 3 minute gap between the second and the third.
Yeah.
And the thing that always sticks out in my head is that the roar for the third goal, because it's a great goal by Forrest. And
I was just about to mention the third goal in the roar reminded me of when Lambert scored in the 6-2, how it just became absolute bedlam. You know, it was amazing.
It's the roar of it. But what happened in our stand was Joe, that sits beside us, we think wasn't too well and had to be calmed down, and it turned out that he had heart problems after it. So we had to calm him down, because it was weird, because we were all jumping about, and you know, Joe's an old man, but thankfully we managed to calm him down. He was okay. But and I know you'll say it when you come on, and I'll say it again. We did take my foot off the gas, and it's so annoying because we could have had 6 or 7, maybe.
And that's the reason why I've got it at number 5 and not number 2 or 1, because we had them by the throat. You know, it's 5-0, and I think it's on 55 minutes or 54 minutes, somewhere in that region. And you're like, we could actually take 7, 8, 9, 10 if we really wanted to. And I know the keeper had a bit, a few inspired saves, kind of, for that sort of moment onwards. But I remember leaving that game now happy that we'd won the league and happy we'd won 5-0, but a wee bit disappointed, as terrible as that sounds, that we had this opportunity a lifetime almost, because we might never get that opportunity again, because they've obviously got their act together a wee bit. But to absolutely destroy them would have been unbelievable, you know. And the fact is, we'd beat them the week before as well. So, I mean, it was like 9-0 in aggregate over 2 games. But
that's a good game as well. That 4-0. But I mean, the thing is, as well, it's sort of like when you come out of Hampden and Neil Lennon's announced the permanent manager. It's like, yeah, we won, but shit.
It could have been. It could have been better. But we're not here.
It's like down here.
We're not here to bash the manager. We've done that for weeks on end. So we've got to sort of try and stay in the positive side of all this. So like you, number 5, I've got that 5-0 game. Eddie scored twice. Eddie was outstanding that day, and I remember there was a big thing on Twitter about who should start. Should it be Lee Griffiths or Eddie? And I was Eddie all day long, because I just felt as he had a bit more quality about him. And
it was outstanding. That second
I think the second goal was incredible. I think, you know, just running at them, sort of bobbing, weaving, and then sort of sticks it away with his right and at the bottom corner. But Forrest as well, his goals just take away the carnage and the crowd and stuff like that. Just the quality of his goal was just unbelievable.
Mickey out of Halliday and Jason Cummins, who said, "Oh, I was going to do stuff." Well,
God, I could take this Mickey out of Halliday and I'm shite. So we'll move on. What's your number 4?
Number 4 is one we've already previously discussed. It's Celtic 2, Hearts 1 to complete the treble. think this for me has to be in there, and it has to be that you have to see it as a treble, something that we'll never see again. It's the Trinity of trebles, as the club branded it. Just a fantastic display by the Green Brigade to wear the I think I was wearing a green one, I think, and to make it look with 5 and 9 and treble, it was very, very well placed. But the game itself, as you say, was absolutely terrible. We didn't play great. I mean, I don't remember us really having a chance in the first half, if truth be told. I think we were, like, Mikey Johnson maybe had a couple of runs, but nothing major. And then it seemed to be the goal sparked us into life a little bit, because we did get quite a quick response. And Slamal nearly did get to it, the penalty, when he got a hand onto it. And you could actually hear it, we could see him going, showing his frustration. But it's just relief to actually get it. I was more
it's kind
nervous
of Barkas against Goldson on it. It's that kind of under his hands a wee bit, and probably could have done a bit better. But
maybe it's kind of like that. But I mean, just back to it, it's more that it's a great achievement, and I was more nervous for that game than I was the Invincible treble game, the one you said you were a bag of nerves, like in the previous. I was more nervous for that, because I thought under Rodgers I was never nervous, but under Lennon it's just a bit more like, because of the hullabaloo and the climax and what could have happened,
Well, my number 4 is Rangers 2, Celtic 3. So you've had that a wee bit further up.
Yeah.
And I think the reason I've got that in there is just, I think Rangers were 6 points behind us, and there was still a bit of the season to go. They'd had a wee bit of momentum under Murray. And I remember an interview with Windass, I think it was Josh Windass, who scored for Rangers the first. He'd said that they went into that game thinking if they could win, that they thought they were on, with a good chance of winning the league. And obviously, we went 1-0 down, we weren't playing well, like you said, and then Tom Rogic not only scores a peach, but manages to do the Rangers defender, what's his name? Bates. He does his ankle at the same time, so he kills 2 birds with 1 stone. And then obviously they, take the lead again. We're a bit of shambles at the back with Candace. And then what's funny about the goal, not only what's the goalie day in comments, but the roar when Brown plays the ball up the field, the camera's at a kind of low angle, and somebody does Brown in the tackle,
it's Candace.
And you hear this big roar for the crowd, as if yes. And then the next thing you see is it's just bouncing, and Dembele's lifting it with the keeper, and you're like, wow, that was amazing, right on half time, because we needed that right on half time. And then, like you said, Simunovic gets sent off, and you're like, oh my god, man, just try and get out here with a draw. And then the breakaway for the goal, the 1 touches and the 1-2s and stuff with Ncham and the McGregor and Dembele. And then Edward, that's where Edward really came to life with Celtic. That's where he kind of announced. That's where he announced himself to the stage, and buries it right in the top corner. It's absolutely tremendous stuff.
And that was probably the game that spoiled the crowd, spoiled the atmosphere for me, because after that, then it was down to 700 people, and it's taken it away from me quite a bit, because it's not the same. It should be back to normal, but that's
the crowd that day was a full sort of stand behind the goal. It's just better, but I think I remember just the Morelos miss, just laughing my head off for about 10 minutes solid, because
it's weird, because like it's the reaction of Graham Murray going, oh no, how did they miss it?
But I think what the difference showed you in the coaches that day was when we went down to 10, Rodgers shouted Brown out, and he was giving it sort of instructions on who's to play where, and then it cut across to Murray, and he's giving it, come on, and that was the difference between the quality and the coaching. And I remember some comments being made about that on Twitter. Right, I'm just conscious of time. I want to be able to get through this. So number 3, what's your number 3?
Number 3 is one we've already previously discussed. Celtic 5, Rangers 1 on the 10th of September 2016. And pretty much you've covered what I've said with regards to it. It's the first big test for this new Celtic team under Rodgers. It always will be. Great goals, but I think the fact that sticks out for me is the Brown-Barton battle. And then I think it's when Dembele, who sends Senderos into the Rangers fans there, when he turns it inside out of him and makes it 2-0. and Brown's just running past Barton, and obviously he said he was just checking to make sure he was all right. You know, it's just a great kind of let's see how good you really are. And then the best goal for me is Dembele's third. He just it's chest,
the way
bang,
he takes it down,
and that to me that was the best goal because it was just.
Plus, it threw up the best picture with what was it, the Armstrong one with the Barton picking the ball out and amongst all the beach boys.
That's saved somewhere on my phone for future use. But for me, it's got to be in there.
So my number 3 is Celtic 2, Motherwell 0, Scottish Cup final, 20th of May 2018. McGregor and Encham. Reasons I picked that is not necessarily the game, although I think McGregor scores what I would say is the best modern day goal in Scottish Cup final history. The way he takes it on a half volley and with the wrong foot and pings it in the top corner, and then obviously Encham, good goal from outside the box. It was a bit of a procession as a game, you know. We knew pretty, unlike the year before where it went to the death. I think this game we knew it was pretty much wrapped up. It was a beautiful sunny day, but I think what stands out for me is the events at Celtic Park afterwards. With the celebrations. Oh, that beer, man, honestly. The celebrations after, I'd never seen anything like it with Celtic, and it was just unbelievable. I've got loads of videos and stuff in my boat. We were right there as the Celtic bus arrived. We were just a couple of yards beyond the sort of poles that come up on the Celtic Way, and the players were all coming up, and there's the ticker tape. You can see further down the boys on top of the postman and stuff like that. It was just bedlam. And as the ticker tape's going up, there's a guy playing You'll Never Walk Alone on the sort of acoustic guitar and stuff like that in the background. It was just a momentous day all round, a brilliant performance, a double treble. You know, it'd never been done before, unlike, you know, what we're ready to go for tomorrow. But amazing stuff, and that's why it makes my top 3. So,
well, it's not on my list, I'm afraid. But it's more for the fact that it was a procession. It didn't feel like a cup final. I know it was, but it was just like, well, we got the 2 goals, and they didn't look. Motherwell gave us quite a lot of respect that day, and they never really caused us any hassle. So that it just can't be in there, you know. And people will disagree. But
right. So I want us to try and crack on before we. So we've only got maybe 12 minutes left. So number 2. What's your number 2?
My number 2 is Celtic 2, Hearts 0 on the last game of the league season in the Rodgers Invincible season. It's got to be in there because that was an unbeaten league campaign. And that game I was particularly nervous about. I just thought Hearts could maybe disrupt it and then it would just take the shine off of what it could have been. And we obviously 0-0 at half time. But 2 great goals, a crank header by Griffiths, and then Armstrong, who came into his own in that season and one of the best players of that season, with a great left foot finish, and the display as well is just something that's
display
that's better than the Barcelona one for me.
The display was outstanding. It was amazing. To be fair, it's not on my list, by the way. So, but I thought about it, but I think it was because it was part of something bigger. That's why I didn't put it in my list, and I don't think it was the greatest of games, and I don't think we played that well in the game, but we've done enough to get over the line. But the tifo before was just unbelievable. So
it has to be there.
Well, my number 2 is Rangers 1, Celtic 5 on the 29th of April 2017, and the reason I've got it at number 2 is for me it is the most complete performance I've ever seen Celtic play, probably in any game. We annihilated Rangers that day, and it could have been anything. You know, it was unbelievable start to finish. You know, anything for the Yozo tackle to nearly scoring. Do you know the only thing missing for that game is we didn't actually score for that on the back of that tackle. We hit the bar and then Sinclair put it past the post when he should have buried it. If that would have been the ultimate goal if we put that away. But I just think start to finish, Celtic were awesome that day, and I think we would have. I mean, it's easy to say, but I felt as if we could have beat anybody that day. It was unbelievable, and the Lustig finish at the end to make it 5-1 really topped it off.
I think the thing about Lustig's celebration, he doesn't know what to do. It's like any other Celtic fan. Like, what do I do? Do I take my top off? Do I put it down? Do I run? Like, he was a bit all over the place. But that's just technical.
There was a funny thing about when Rangers scored. They actually played goal music to make it 4-1. Kenny Miller scored, but I just think performance-wise, it's up there with anything I've ever seen Celtic do. It was incredible. You know, we nearly scored in the first minute. We got a penalty after 5 minutes. Sinclair buries it. Griffiths on the break, you know, pings it and then wipes his nose on the, or he wipes his hand on the corner flag, and then some guy invades the park, and then who's scored the third? McGregor with a brilliant run for Roberts, and then McGregor buries it. Boyata with a bullet header for about 5 yards out, you know, and then obviously the Lustig goal. I just think for me it's the ultimate performance in this whole period that Celtic had dominance.
People, I mean, I did. There was certainly scope for that to be put in there, but I just couldn't because it's. I don't. It just. I think I've made not a bad job of it, and there is plenty of games. I mean, if you had top 20, it would be so much easier. And if you say if you didn't have, like,
I thought we would have had more, you know, similar, but it's actually quite diverse, and it's weird how it works out, how people
sometimes
see
that's
things
good,
differently.
Sometimes that's good, but I think we'll all have.
And anybody listening in or watching, watching, you know, this isn't what. This is what we think. This is what it means to us. You know, everybody else will have their own top 10, but you know, it's just I just felt it was something that had to be looked at. You know, I've just noticed that we're up to 16,247. So we must be entertaining because people are ploughing the money in.
It does say though. I will just say it says including auctions. So I mean, I don't know if it's. But it's a fantastic total, and well done to everybody for packing that in.
Absolutely, and keep donating. Go to the Celtic State of Mind Twitter page. The GoFundMe's on there, and you know, keep stay. Same. I done it last night, so stay tuned in for all the other pods coming up. So that moves us on to our number one, and I've got a funny feeling we haven't discussed this before we come on, but I've got a funny feeling both of us have gone for the same game as the number one.
It's got to be, and I'll say it first, seeing as we'll follow the same order, and it's Celtic 2, Aberdeen 1. In the Invincible Cup final. It's got to be there. I mean, when we done this listen, you told me it had to be the number one. It was basically just how did I do 2 to 10?
Yeah.
Because that has everything. It was, I remember it was part of a heat wave in Glasgow, but it absolutely pissed down with rain for the whole time.
Well, I just avoided the rain because I was, see where the Celtic End meets the North stand? Or was it the South stand? The one that's not got 2 tiers. I can never remember. Well, we are right on where the fence is, right at the corner flag, but we're only 10 seats back, so we were just under cover. We get into the game just before the rain had came down, and there was guys coming in running about. We were just drenched. You know, it was.
I think we just get in as well, but I remember thinking, oh my god, I've wore shorts to get. I never wear shorts to a game, but it was that warm. I said, I'm not wearing jeans.
Yeah, I wore shorts as well. But the game itself, obviously, we go 1-0 down. We didn't really start that well. Johnny Hayes gives Aberdeen the lead, and then Aberdeen never touched the ball for kickoff. So we made it 1-1 without Aberdeen actually touching the ball, which was amazing. But the Stuart Armstrong goal was unbelievable. You know, and I think we had a couple of good chances. I think Scott Sinclair had a great chance in the first half, but then Aberdeen had a breakaway where McGregor makes a mistake and the ball gets played across, and I think it was McLean. The ball was played behind him. I think it was Johnny Hayes actually. It was a
Johnny Hayes, he puts it in.
Not unlike Johnny Hayes to play a shite cross. But I just remember us peppering their goal. I think Roberts hit the post, Sinclair missed a chance, Lustig missed a header at the back post, Boyata missed a chance. But I just remember thinking this is going to extra time, you know, and I think we'll do it in extra time. And then obviously Rochs picks the ball up, but we were quite a low level and there was a lot of bodies in front, and you see them drifting past player after player. And it's true, there was a crack of thunder happened to see bearing down and go, and then he buries it. And the first I realised it's a goal as it's hit the net sort of at my side, and then it was just it was mayhem, absolute mayhem. It was incredible.
I can't remember. I can remember the ball hit the net, but I just remember the ball hitting the net and there's absolute bedlam in the stands, and I can't remember how I celebrated it. It's just like it was just a blur. But I remember the ball hit the net just going past. What is it, Joe
Lewis?
Joe Lewis, and it's just crazy, absolutely crazy. And the best gift ever with Craig Gordon.
I think it goes down in Celtic folklore. It's probably, you know, the modern day greatest, one of the modern day greatest moments. You know, up there with the Boa Vista semi final and stuff like that. Or, you know, it's for me, it's incredible. It was unbelievable feeling. You know, the emotions, the never walk alone after it, the rain coming down. It was just, it was just one of the days that it just was meant to be, you know, and obviously it set us on a path of dominance
My
for
God,
the last 4 years.
It was right to the end. I mean, it's a great but individual goal by Rochs, and he came on as a sub for Tierney that day.
Aye, well, Tierney got his jaw broke pretty much, didn't he? And then he comes back to you see him, there's pictures or video footage of him running as Aberdeen fans are leaving, you know, to get back into the stadium. It's still in his kit. So tremendous stuff. So I think we've only got a couple of minutes left. So that was our Celtic top 10 from the potential quadruple treble season. Lots of people might not agree with the selections, but I'd like to think there's at least half of what we've picked other people would have picked as well. So on to tomorrow, which are bore everybody with lineups and stuff like that. Excuse me. Honestly, I should have stuck to water. That beer's dead fizzy.
I finished right before we came on.
What's your prediction score-wise for the game?
I think it is. I think people are kind of playing it down. Like I know we're on a wee bit of a high now. Because
the indicator's on.
Yeah, the indicator's on. We've spoken about
turning the corner, aye.
And hopefully tomorrow there might be more signs that we've turned a corner. But I think it will still be a tight game. Hearts will be very much up for it when you get people like Naismith and Halliday who have been there and done that with a certain other team.
To sort of prove Celtic wrong, they will wrong
as well. And they'll want to. Robbie Nielsen will have them fired up for this, and we need to play the right team. And by that, I mean do not play Scott Brown from the start, because I think we need to play Turnbull and Sorrow. That's just my opinion.
I think if he starts with Turnbull and Sorrow and loses a game, I don't think he gets criticised overly. I think if he plays Brown and Christie instead, you know, of those two, and we lose, I think he'll get absolutely slaughtered. You know, I think everyone is pretty much saying the same team: Hazard, Laxalt, Duffy, Julian, Ayer, right back, midfielder Sorrow and McGregor, who's been brilliant since Sorrow's come in, and then I think Christie might start ahead of Frimpong.
Yeah,
I think Turnbull will start, El Yunusi will start, and I think Edward will start. That's what I think the team will be.
I'm pretty much the same because everybody's saying the same, and you've got to go with Eddie. And, you know, there's a lot being said about Eddie today, but let's hope he maybe gets a goal and that maybe gives him that wee bit of confidence. You know,
what I fancy is for a 3-0 victory. That's what I'm going to go for.
Well, I'm going to go for history repeating itself in 2-1. That's what I'm going for.
Right, so we're just about out of time. I think we've maybe got a minute and a half or 2 minutes. So you can catch us most Tuesdays. We try and get out on a Tuesday night unless there's a game. Our podcast, the Celtic End podcast, my Twitter account or the main Twitter account is the Celtic End Pod. What's your Twitter account, Kev?
My Twitter account is at WeKev1888. So
are you really that wee? What, are you 5'5" or something?
I'm maybe 5 foot.
Is there a big Kev in your family?
No, it's just like my dad has always called me wee man, or like when I was at school it was wee man, or like when I was playing football it was wee man. So I just thought I'll just go with wee Kev 1888. But I think I'm a respectable 5'7" now, so I need to change it to medium Kev.
I've just noticed you've done the right thing. You've got kind of dimmed lighting in your bedroom. I've got a lamp right above me. It's shining on my big dome. So no slagging the forehead, by the way. I know
I'm saying nothing. I've not noticed that at all. You know.
I think I'm doing all right for a 42-year-old. So
I was like that. Does my beard look okay? Do
you know? Before we came on, I couldn't get logged in, and I was starting to panic. I thought I'm going to have to do this on my phone. It was an absolute nightmare because my Mac didn't support the Firefox or Chrome. I had to download it. So Paul gave me literally 15 minutes to sort my shit out. So thanks for that. But I just want to say, to everybody who's tuned in to us and all the podcasts that have been on before, thanks for tuning in. I've no bother getting into the comments because it just puts you off. And there's probably people not supporting Celtic, and again is abuse. I don't care. I just keep. If you can donate anything, £1, £5, £10, whatever you can, just go onto the Axom Twitter page or click on the GoFundMe and stick your details in, throw in a few quid and help support these charities that you can see coming across the bottom there. And I just want to say thanks to Paul John for inviting us on.
Thank you, my friend. It was really good.
And it's been weird because we don't normally do with the cameras on.
It's the first time I've seen your face. So I was more nervous for this because I didn't know how I would look doing this. But good, enjoyed it.
No, whatever. So I'm just waiting for us to get kicked off, and then we'll be on our way, and we'll tune into. I'm looking forward to hearing the four Tims in a pod later on.
That is the best one.
They're always good for a laugh.
Also, interesting to hear Celtic Da as well. That'll be good.
Yeah, they get the early shift tomorrow morning. They're on at 9 o'clock. So
I think Patchy was more happy that he gets 4 hours drinking time after it. So
that's true. I messaged them. At least we can get on it early. So fair dues to them. So we're just waiting to be.
Yeah, so I'd say everybody keep donating and keep pledging money. It really does go a long way. So we're really happy with what we've earned so far, and hopefully we can hit the target.
So I think.
Idea I had maybe about 2 years ago where I was hoping to start a mental health group because I could see in our terracing there was some people struggling. My initial thought was that we would do a walk and talk group. After speaking to Gillian Gallagher, who was a sports scientist stroke physio here, she advised that we would have to really do a lot more strenuous tests on the participants because everybody would have a different level of fitness, so we couldn't walk away from the park and people would drop off. So we sort of mothballed it, and last year in October I decided, listen, we just need to do it. So we played Renfrew in a game down at Renfrew, and I spoke to some of our fans who I thought were maybe struggling a wee bit with their mental health, and asked them would they be willing to participate. So they thought it was a great idea. They advised me that it had to be a weekly session because that's what they would need if they were going to participate, and from then we initiated it. Got all the usual things, it won't work, nobody will come, some even from within the club, but we put it on and it's been an absolute marvellous success.
The group's benefited me because it's given me somewhere to come on a Sunday, and somewhere I can come and talk about what's happened the week before, what's going on in my life and what's up and what's doing, and it gives me a chance to vent out where I feel like I can't elsewhere. You can't go, sometimes you can't see your pals, sometimes you can't see your family, something what I feel you can't. But coming here, it's just everybody's pals, there's no judgment, you just come here and you talk.
It's benefited me probably because I'm more aware how I was feeling a long time ago, and then I could hear other folk up here getting similar stories, and you kind of felt, oh, it's not just me. I didn't have the thoughts. It wasn't unusual, and being able to go and speak to people individually and collectively in a group it's something I didn't think I would do, but it's benefited me greatly. I come here as often as I can every Sunday.
We open up, we prepare for the group coming. They all arrive at different times leading up to 11 o'clock. Sometimes it's a wee bit later than that before we actually start. But the great thing is the camaraderie and the friendship that the people have made within the group, which support each other during the week. We've set up a WhatsApp group and they all wish each other good morning. If anybody puts on, they've got a wee problem, and then we come this Sunday, we help each other. The group's made up of a dynamic from probably about 34 years of age to 76. So we've brought a real diverse range of ages to the group. Some people come because a member of their family is suffering. They don't actually suffer from bad mental health. So they listen, and it allows them to cope better when they go home to the person that they're looking after. But for me, it's just actually to see the support network. And I've said this before, that one of the instances was one of our young men who was struggling, and the guys who come to Rock Talk probably wouldn't fit the prototype that people have in their head or the model, and they offered to go and clean his house, do his washing and make sure he was okay. And for that was probably the greatest moment I had in Rock Talk.
Hello and welcome to a very special episode of A Celtic State of Mind during a very special charity weekend, all in the name of three fantastic charities. Just as Celtic are about to make history, a quadruple treble is on the pipeline, along with our 12th consecutive trophy. My name is Erin Boyle. Some of you may know me from my Celtic poetry, and others may know me from the Kano Foundation, a charity that keeps football free for kids. Tonight, I am joined by Pat Griffin, Brian Ainsley, and Mark Kingsman, three long-standing Kano Foundation trustees. Since 2010, the lads have brought over 10,000 children, young people and families over the turnstiles, and I'm sure those who attend home games on a regular basis will be familiar with the Kano kids making noise for the boys in section 115. Pat, Mark and Brian, thank you very much for joining us today.
You're welcome.
10 years.
Looking forward to it, Erin.
10 years of the Kano. Mark, you've been there from the beginning. I said, really, you're our co-founder. What inspired the Kano Foundation back in 2010, and what made it the success that it is today?
Well, the start of the Kano Foundation goes back to the Bringing Martin Home campaign, which I think a lot of people are probably familiar with. But for those who don't know who Martin Kane is and where the Kano name came from, Martin was a boy in Australia who was on the Celtic Quick News blog quite a lot. And what happened was he took very unwell virtually overnight. He went home from work, went to his bed as normal, and then woke up during the night feeling unwell. And the next day was paralysed from the neck down. Consequently, some of the guys on Celtic Quick News, to cut a long story short, got themselves together to raise some money due to the fact that Martin was stuck in hospital. He couldn't go home because his house needed adapted, and it was going to cost a substantial amount of money to do so. So thankfully, they managed to raise the money under the name of Bringing Martin Home. And they got the money raised, and effectively the idea was he would have his house adapted. The care package would be put in place by the Australian authorities, and Martin would be back home with his family. So that happened, and we thought at the time that was probably going to be the end of it. However, John Paul, who was also on the Celtic Quick News website, came up with the idea of rewarding some kids who had assisted with a massive bucket collection for the campaign. And the idea was to buy them some from the shop or take them along to a game. And that really sparked off the idea of taking kids along to Celtic Park to see football. It started off, it was a bit of a whirlwind. I went along with John Paul to the Celtic office with the intention of purchasing 20 season tickets. And the idea being that we would have 20 season tickets to start with and see how it went. John Paul was sitting in the office and blurted out that, no, we'll buy 50. And I said, look, we've actually up the gallery here and we're going to buy 50 season tickets to take kids to football. But thankfully we took the 50. John Paul took out his credit card and paid for those tickets to start with. And then thereafter it was a case of starting the fundraising. So that's when that kicked in, and it was I think the first thing we did was probably a comedy night. Patrick Rollink came along and some other comedians, and that was the sort of first event. And then it started just a case of getting funds together. And as always, the Celtic support gave us such great backing, both as a whole and individuals doing things for it to raise money for us. And consequently, it just started to grow from that relatively small 50 tickets up to where we are today. So that's where the Kano Foundation originated from, and that's where the name came from under Martin Kane.
We've came a long way in such a short time, and you guys must be so proud of the accomplishments in such a short space of time. 10 years with 186 season tickets, with an average of 134 kids each match day. How do we go about organising our match days, and what is it like in the day of the life of a female volunteer.
Bloody hectic. It's great. The actual process starts months in advance. You know, we've got the games booked months in advance. People will either get in touch with us directly, saying somebody told us you'll be able to take us to the football, and then we point everybody to the website to make a formal application. So basically, people will apply through the website. We'll look at it, and it's not a case of whether they fit the criteria or they're suitable. It's mainly to find out where we can fit them in. Just about everybody who actually applies for a game will get a game, you know, at some stage. So we have the applications come in. We look at the games coming up ahead, and we try and fit them in. You know, if we've got big groups, small groups, sometimes one group will take up the whole game. Then what we do is we send out some paperwork to them to say, right, this is the game we want to offer you. Are you going to accept that game? And if they do, then we send out a formal letter to them with all the instructions and a couple of forums to fill in when they bring the kids on the day of the game, and that's basically to just the kids' names and date of birth to comply with season ticket rules to make sure that the kids are under 13, and basically disclaimer for, you know, should they want to use their photographs or videos for social media. Then they come along to the game. So a typical day is actually hectic. It starts normally about, for a 3 o'clock game, it starts about 10 in the morning for me. Sometimes we're at if we've got a group coming over from Ireland or a group coming early, then we're at the stadium for 11:30 to meet them. Hopefully try and get a wee mini tour arranged, just, you know, through the tunnel and into the dugouts. And then we take them for something to eat. And so by the time we get home, you're looking at being out from about 10 in the morning. We'll get home at about 8 o'clock at night. And it's hard sometimes to actually get to watch the game because you're that busy during the game, you know, make sure everybody's okay. A lot of the times, a lot of the goals we've missed it's been quite a few. So we go home and pick up and find out where we can see them online. But it's hectic, but it's like an organised chaos. People who come along say, don't know how you guys manage it, you know, but it's just something we're used to. We've just been doing it for years, you know. It's a great experience for anybody who hasn't come along and seen what we've done. When you see a kid or even an adult coming into that stadium for the first time and they stop at the top of the stairs and have one look around, you can see that, you know, they're like, wow. And you know, that you've caught them then. And for most of the kids, that's it. It's like a love affair that goes on for the rest of their life.
That's what I always say. The kids always leave. We've had kids for Aberdeen, kids for Dundee, and they just hooked. You know, it's an instant love straight away. Even for the teachers as well. Sometimes the teachers are excited and the kids are excited. Brian, what did it mean to you reaching 1,000 kids over the turnstiles? And can you believe that it was a year ago already? Because this year's just flowing in. We should be at like 15,000 kids now. I think we're just about to reach 11,000. What did the 10,000 kid mean to you?
It meant everything, but every single kid that comes through the turnstile, as Pat said, they just look in wonderment. They're outside the stadium, they're slightly excited. I don't give them blue Smarties. I make sure that they get wound up so that they're hyper going in. I mean, we've got to look at Mark. Mark had a full head of hair probably when this started, and look at him now. But no, the kids...
I'm only 23, look at me.
When we started off, I came in a year into the Kano Foundation, and at that stage we were growing existentially, but the whole thing was always the same. It was a kid in wonderment when they got to the top of the stairs and looked out to the stadium, and an empty stadium it was. They just looked across. And every single time I see that, whether it's a kid or whether it's a guardian, I get the same feeling, the very same facts that I got when I went to my first game with my dad. And that's what the kids are like, because in most cases they won't be able to afford it. The 10,000th kid, he came down for Aberdeen. Aberdeen supporter, believe it or not.
Brian,
What?
that was the 9,000 kids.
See, there you go. That's what happens. Our next game should be 11,000, so that's they merge into each other now.
It's so special, honestly. 10,000 kids was a wee girl called Erin, funnily enough, from Clydebank. And,
So it was.
And the display was chaos. Me and Erin and Erin's teacher went onto the pitch. So we had a bird's eye view of our section of all you guys trying to organise this display. And the pictures of our display, you know, the way I see it is we're almost like a mini Green Brigade, you know, and this was like a wee mini tifo for the kids. It was magic. On the note of match day, a lot of people don't know who we are, who might be listening, or they might see us, but they just might not know exactly who we are. So let's take a wee look back at some of our match day highlights over the years.
Smiles on those faces, you'll see them from far and wide. Tell me, paradise. Tell me, have you ever seen paradise? Oh, tell me, have you ever seen paradise?
Thank you for the Kano Foundation. Woo! Thank you, Kano Foundation. You're nuts!
I'm actually tearing up watching that. How does that make you feel, guys, knowing that it's been 10 months since we've seen those faces?
You just want to be back. You
do.
want to be in that stadium with the kids and bouncing about before the game and then during the game. The game's immaterial at times because it's the kids' enjoyment.
Like I was saying, you know, half the time we don't get to see the game. You know, we're that involved with the kids. But yeah, you do miss it. You know, it's
The great thing is
all the hassle
that Brian's at the same level as the kids. That's a great thing.
Sorry,
Brian is at the same level as the kids. He's just a big kid himself.
Brian is known as the pipe for a park kid. You can't miss him. And in fact, Brian, not only are you the Pied Piper of Parkhead, but recently you also took character as the Kano Grinch last year at Christmas. How did that feel hitting the papers once again?
It was great fun. Eddie Cantwell gave us 2 outfits for our Christmas party. One was a minion, which would fit Joe Mackin very well because it's that round. And I took the Grinch and I wore it to the game. And it was absolutely fantastic. I lost half a stone, I must admit, even though it was a cold December day. But bouncing about in paradise, dressed as a Grinch, there was a picture of me with Santa, and Santa sitting next to me looks about 2'1". But I loved it, and so did the kids. They thought it was fantastic. The funny story, we had the Christmas party the next day, and Lee Griffiths was invited along. And Lee FaceTimed his son up in Dundee and said, "What'd you think of this?" and put on the Grinch's head. And then after that said, "Can I borrow it for Christmas Day?" So I thought, can I do this? So gave him the outfit, away he went, and then I phoned Eddie and said, "Eddie, can Lee Griffiths borrow the Grinch outfit?" He said, "Yeah, no problem." I says, "Just as well, he's halfway up the M8 to Dundee."
That was the most surreal moment of my life. It was the Christmas party last year. Joe was a minion, you were the Kano Grinch, and young Sarah and I were Mickey and Minnie. And there was a moment where Lee was standing in the middle of us and we're talking to Lee Griffiths' kids dressed as Minnie and Mickey. And it was just a moment where I was like, people don't realise that the Kano Foundation is just so much more than just taking the kids, to match days. The Christmas party is one of our events out with match days, but not only do we do so much for the kids, but we also like to give back to our supporters as well. And Joe, who turned 50 last night, so a big happy birthday, because he'll be listening and loving it, hopefully. Joe is a man when it comes to fundraising events, from golf days to dinner dances, year in and year out. Our dinner dance is the highlight of the year. How important is this night for our funds, and what makes it so brilliant?
Well, I think it's a chance to actually thank people personally for all the support. Because not only do a lot of the people come to the dance, they also support us during the year. We come to the golf days and donations here and there, and it's just a good chance to let your hair down and and celebrate the fact that you managed to get through another year, and as I say, personally go around and thank and speak to people. And the good thing about one of the greatest things about getting involved with the Kano Foundation is the amount of friends that we've made over the years, the amount of good people out there, not just the people who donate, but all the people who bring the groups. And you can't forget that out with the match day, they come and bring the kids in the match day, but out with the match day, these guys are there 24/7 for these kids. They're always there, always in the background with their youth groups and whatever. So it's good to see some of them and basically just, as I say, relax, get to know everybody and just say thanks very much for your support.
Definitely. Brian, you're always a good laugh at the dinner dances. So what's been your favourite, if you have a year, what's your favourite year? Because it's just, I wasn't there at the Radisson, for example. I've only experienced one dance. It feels as if I've been here forever. What's been your favourite year?
Well, I think when you look back at certain events, you look back at, we pre-arranged these well in advance, a year in advance. Joe's the driving force behind it. So we had booked Radisson Blue and we thought, right, this is fantastic. We'd get John O'Farrell of Celtic Canvas Art, can't praise him enough, who dressed the Radisson Blue inside the hall. He also dressed the stairs on the way up, and we had a fantastic time. But we were dressed in the room, and Celtic were playing somebody that Saturday at Govan. And the result was 1-5, and we were watching it on the big screens in the actual hall. And there was a band who were playing the O2 Academy up the stairs, and they were there in their room trying to get the game, and we were all watching it and enjoying it in the Radisson. And it was just a fantastic feeling that night, because everybody, if we'd have won or if we'd have got beat that day, we would have still had the same atmosphere. Everybody came into that night and everybody was bouncing, and it was fantastic. And then Joe took over as the DJ at the end, and it was just one of the cracking nights. And the weird thing is, I hadn't had a drink all night until I went down into the bar after the event, and there was the band who had played the O2 Academy, snorting about with bottles of vodka and stuff like that, and saying, where's the private lounge? I says, there isn't one. The celebrities are out here. They've just been to a dance, and they were hopping mad because they didn't actually get to see the game, and we'd watched it. But things like that, meeting people, as Pat said, letting their hair down and just having a fantastic night. And I've not known one person who hasn't came along and said, you could charge a fortune for this. We don't want to do that. We don't want to rip people off. We want to give them as good a night as possible, whether it's at Celtic Park, whether it's in the Radisson, or whether it's anywhere else that we book. It's all about everybody coming along, having a fantastic night and just enjoying it.
Definitely. And instead of just talking about it, let's take a wee look back at some of the highlights of our dances. You know, it's fantastic. So let's see. It makes me so emotional watching back anything. Guys, without having our dance this year, what problems does that, what problems do we face in a post-COVID world? What challenges has the Kano faced throughout the coronavirus pandemic? Nicola Sturgeon just released a statement there. I thought, oh, Nicola, you pick your times, eh? She was talking about potentially getting into a lockdown in Boxing Day. What does this set in place for us looking to the future?
I think it all started
first and foremost.
On you go, Mark.
Sorry, I think obviously the first and foremost the main aim of the Kano Foundation is to take kids to football matches, and that's obviously very difficult just now. In fact, it's impossible just now, and that makes it obviously very difficult for us. So we've just got to plan for a future when things do go back to normal or semi-normal, and we can try to get at least partial crowds in. I don't know when that'll be, or if it'll be this season, but that's all we do. And in the meantime, we've got to ensure that financially we're still in a position to do that. So that this year, as we still have to try and go through the whole fundraising process, and we normally have a bucket collection at the start of the season, but as you know, Erin, we made that a virtual bucket collection, and thankfully it was very successful, but it allowed us to give us some funds to keep things going, during this COVID time, so as people don't forget about us, because, people see us in the stadium and people know who we are, but, when there's nobody there to see you, you can sort of fall away and fall into the background. So it was important that we still kept our focus, and the Celtic support still knew we were there, and we were going to come back at some point. Obviously, the public face of the Kano Foundation is seeing the kids going into the stadium. A lot of work goes on in the background, as Pat touched on earlier, with the organisation that goes into a game day, and keeping the things going generally. But it's important that we sort of kept our finances going and our fundraising going throughout that. As I say, the public face is Bride and Pat and Joe when they take the stadiums, and obviously when you look at them, they've got the sort of faces that your parents told you to stay away from when you were younger. But that's where we're at just now. It's like we're like everyone else. We're at the awaiting game stage.
Definitely. On you go, Brian.
Yeah, that's one of the things that before the season started, we had to sit down and look and And at that stage, we were looking to get into the stadiums in August. So we had to pay for the season tickets without knowing what the future held. So we had to pay out for those 186 tickets. And once they were paid out, look at the fundraising to actually make sure that the money was in place, that money had been paid for out. So we had to bring it back in. Thankfully, the Celtic support and others have rallied round us. But we're still at that stage where we'll have to look at it again at this time, well, in probably April, May next year as well.
Definitely, it's a real tough time for everybody, and that's what's so amazing about events like this that Paul John Dykes and the A Celtic State of Mind team are running for 3 fantastic charities. It's really important, you know. It's a hard time of year as it is, let alone during a pandemic. So it's really, you know, thank you to everybody that's tuning in. Thank you to everybody that's donating. It really means the world to everybody that's been involved this weekend. And, you know, looking forward to our future. We won't be going away anytime soon. You'll be seeing us on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, so give us a wee follow. But more importantly, the kids will always, as long as Celtic is here, the Kano Foundation will be here. So please do donate if you can as well. On our website, we have, you know, like £1 a month and, you know, things like that. Please do if you can. On that note, we would not be here if it wasn't for our amazing supporters throughout the year. You guys are honestly what makes the Kano Foundation so special all over the world, and we cannot thank you all enough. So instead of thanking you and being here all night mentioning all of our amazing supporters and friends all over the world, here are some of your beautiful wee faces that we're missing ever so dearly.
I would like to say a huge happy birthday and congratulations to the Kano Foundation. 10 whole years of keeping football free for kids. From all the members of the Belfast Celtic Centre.
Congratulations to the Kano Foundation. 10 years of getting kids through the turnstiles at Celtic Park. What an achievement. Well done to Joe and everyone involved. From Perth CSC, Western Australia.
Wow, 10 years of the Kano Foundation. Unbelievable the work you have done. Bringing so many kids, giving them a lift over the turnstile, giving them a gift, and giving them the gift of Celtic. From all the team at more than 90 minutes, we wish you all the best for the next 10 years.
Happy 10th birthday and congratulations. I love you so much. Here.
Happy 10th anniversary to everybody at the Kano Foundation. From us all here at the Gala Shield Celtic Supporters Club, even though I'm here myself. But we'll all be back here again soon, guys. So well done, and a big congratulations for getting all those kids through the doors at Parkhead free of charge. Hail, hail!
Hi, congratulations to the Kano Foundation for 10 amazing years from the Trenton Andy Doyle Celtic Supporters Club here in Trenton, New Jersey. May you continue for another 10, 20, 30 years doing great work on behalf of the Celtic family. I'm very excited myself because today is my first day at a new job. I'll be teaching sporting integrity here.
Hi Kano Foundation, I'd like to wish you a happy anniversary. I'm proud of all the great work you're doing back there at Celtic Park, and I'd like to again wish you a happy anniversary from all the members of the Los Angeles Celtic Supporters Club.
Hail to all at the Kano Foundation. On behalf of myself and here from Toronto Pearson Airport, and yes, we are still flying and we'll be flying home to see you soon enough. Again, on behalf of the North American Federation, Joe, Brian, everybody there, congratulations on a fantastic 10 years. The Federation is more than happy and proud to be associated with you guys. Congratulations, keep up the good work, and we'll see you for another great 10 years. God bless, hail, see you soon.
This is Chris from the Ballbhoys CSC, Philadelphia. On behalf of myself and the rest of the Ballbhoys family, I want to congratulate the Kano Foundation on 10 years of keeping soccer free for kids. Congratulations guys, and keep up the good work.
The Kano Foundation has taken 10,000 kids to Celtic Park to experience their first game of excitement and joy watching Celtic.
Happy 10th birthday to the Kano Foundation from Jill and Dave in California.
Congratulations on the great job you do for the kids. Hail, hail.
Hail, hail.
Go Kano.
Go Celtic.
Hello everyone, Hugo Strani here in Toronto, Canada, on the shores of Lake Ontario. Wishing a very happy 10th birthday to everyone at the Kano Foundation. Congratulations on 10 years of truly inspirational hard work, your commitment and dedication for a great inspiring foundation. And I salute all the hard-working team of volunteers and workers. And of course, somebody's got to drive the bus. And a big shout out to Mr. Joe Mackin and Mr. Brian Ainsley for all the work that you do. And as we go through this COVID-19, charity fundraising work has suffered. So let's make a good commitment as we come to the beginning of an end, as we get back to the new normal, to make Kano stronger and better for 2020 and beyond. I wish you all a very happy 10th birthday. I hope you're well. I hope you're safe. And of course, congratulations on 9 in a row for our own beloved Celtic Football Club. My personal wish is to be with you all for your 10th anniversary Kano Foundation in Glasgow next year. So I look forward to that. I also have another personal wish, and that is that one of these days I'm going to get to hear Joe Mackin's real voice, because by the time I get to Vegas, Joe is completely hoarse. He's been there a few days before me. So Joe, maybe I'll get to hear your real voice one of these days. A salute to Kano. Thank you. Gormila Margaret, merci beaucoup, and happy birthday.
Hi, Paul Kane here from Perth, Australia. Martin brother. Just like to wish the Kano Foundation many happy returns on the 10th anniversary, and keep up the good work, guys. I know it's not the best time of year, but stay safe. And hopefully we'll be back in paradise soon, shouting for the hoops. God bless, guys. Have a great day, yeah?
More tears from me. It's just too much.
I just loved that wee girl at the beginning, sitting in the car. She was brilliant.
She's an absolute star, honestly. And at the end, I cut it off for time, but they sing "Happy Birthday" to the Kano in Gaelic, and it was amazing. That video was taken from our 10th birthday in July there, which feels like a lifetime ago. I can't believe it was half a year ago already. Guys, I've got a wee question for you. As a writer, writing poetry a lot to do with the club and our backgrounds and our kind of Glasgow Irish heritage. What was your very first Celtic game? This is for inspiration. Tell me a little bit about your first Celtic game. What was it that made it so special? And these kids are coming in and experiencing their first Celtic game. Was it anything like yours?
I can't remember mine. It was so long ago. I can't remember who it was against or whatever. I was that young. Sorry.
Brian, what about you? Have you got any stories?
Yeah, I was 9. 1st of May 1971. And
You've
it was the
written that
last.
down. You've looked that up.
I was going to say, you get some.
No, I can remember it. And it'll stay with me till the day I die, because it's what I see in the kids every time. My eyes nearly popped out of my head, because I walked into that stadium at the Celtic End and round and watched the game. And it was the last game of the Lisbon Lions. And it was 3-0 at half time. And all it was wave after wave of attack from Celtic. And I started crying in the second half when Clyde scored. But the game ended up 6-1. And I thought, this is what happens every game. And I thought every single time that would continue to happen. We went through bad times a few years after it, but once you're a Celtic supporter, it stays with you forever. And I was thankful that my dad took me through, and he said, you're not coming to another game because it's too dangerous. Because anybody going to the games in those days, you had the danger of the flying bottle or the wet trousers as you trudged through the terracing, or even worse, something else got you from behind as well. So you had to be careful. So that's my memory.
Mark, what about you? Any stories? I think there might be a wee bit of a delay for Mark. My first game was against...
I'm a bit like Pat. I don't really remember. I think it's just an age thing now. probably forgotten, but
I think there's a bit of a delay, Mark.
Well, I don't remember my first game. My first memory of going to a game was I was basically getting a lift over the turnstile. Ironically, because it's what we do for kids. And I remember getting upset when I turned around the corner and seen the stadium for the first time, and the big sign up saying schoolboys must not be lifted over the turnstiles. And I burst out greeting saying I couldn't get into the game, and everybody just laughed at me. So,
if you could pick one song to describe your childhood Celtic memories, what would it be and why?
For me, it will be Rod Stewart, Sailing. That's the earliest memory I have of the music at Celtic Park. It was quite popular just before the team came out, and it was kind of like a cue for my cousin who took me to the game to take me from where we were standing in the jungle and move me around to the end of the jungle near the Celtic End where it was a wee bit safer. But yeah, so I would go with Rod Stewart and Sailing.
Brian and Mark, what about you guys?
Well, for me, it was Sailing as well, because that's my earliest memories when I went to the games on my own in the Motherwell 9 bus and stood under the TV gantry in the old jungle, and the scarves were up in the air and it was fantastic. So yeah, that and Feed the Bear when Roy Aitken got up a bit of steam and started running at the opposition, and if you opened the gate he probably would have ran out the gate as well with the ball. But yeah, that would be the two.
Mark, what about you?
I think Mark's frozen in time.
I can see it.
As far as songs go, I've got a different. Oh, I can you.
Definitely a bit of a delay there, but not to worry. Guys, would you like a wee poem?
Who from it?
Oh, sorry?
Who from?
Myself.
Of course we would love it.
You know, we always look forward to your poems.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Go for it.
This wee poem was inspired by one of Andrew Milne's Celtic Soul podcast guests, and if you haven't seen it, please do watch it. He posts them. It's a Tuesday and a Friday on average anyway, and they're totally phenomenal. So he had Charlie Lord on, who is from New York, and the interview really resonated with me. So this is a wee poem for all the Celtic fans all over the world, home and away, who can't be with us at this moment as we are about to witness history, a quadruple treble. Celtic, why are you like this? You're making me greet the beat of my heart in my chest, the four-leaf clover on my breast. I'm so blessed to only be up the road, as they say, just 15 minutes away from paradise. Hundreds of thousands travel far and wide on ferries and flights of green and white. What a sight. Yet for me, it's 6:30 in the morning and a dodgy signal warning's popping up. The wains are in a strop. The wife's away to the shop. She's pissed off and I'm pissed off. And I woke up the whole house to miss kick-off. That means the group chat will be pinging and Parkhead will be singing, and I'm 3,218 miles away. No having a Scooby who Lennon's even played. And all I'm saying is, I just wish I was only up the road, as they say, just 15 minutes away from paradise. My youngest, you see, is only 3, too young to truly understand. But when I'm playing the songs and watching the game, and I'm like up the stairs, the fans, I close my eyes and I'm right there. I hear a chorus of supporters. I put my princess high up in my shoulders as she holds up her scarf of white and green, and she'll see those scenes and she'll fall in love. And in her American accent, she'll say, Dad, imagine we just lived up the road, just 15 minutes away from paradise. From the Bronx to LA, Cork to Toronto, Ballymena to Sydney to Rome, pilots in airports, sailors in boats, those passports will always find a way to come home. And the pubs will be Irish wherever you go. And the oil rigs will fly the flag high for a quadruple treble and 10 in a row. No matter where, no matter when. You know you've always got a friend, and that's what it means to be a Celtic supporter. Celtic, why are you like this? You're making me grieve. Of a heart in my chest. I'm so blessed to be just up the road, as they say. 15 minutes away from paradise. Thanks.
Well done.
Thanks. It's weird doing that to you, isn't it? It's like a wee free audience. It's great. This is what the world looks like, isn't it? For the world of music and spoken word. I'm really missing my spoken word gig. So that poem spoke all about friendships within the Celtic community, and our Kano community is so special. Teresa and Tommy. Can we just talk about Teresa and Tommy for a second? Because I've never met a woman with so much energy and so much pride. No matter where she goes, last year she was in Thailand, raising money, raising funds wherever she goes. Talking to Neil, who's one of our matchday volunteers, and he was saying he was scrolling through Twitter and he seen a picture of Alan Thompson in Thailand with a Kano scarf. And I thought, I wonder who's over there. And there Teresa was, handing him over his Kano scarf. If he's got any stories of Teresa and Tommy to share with the world, because they need praise.
Well, I'll start off with Tommy. He's my favourite elf ever. For Tommy to dress up for our Christmas parties year after year as an elf, I think's fantastic. But I think it's just to go out the house and escape for Teresa, because Teresa is a whirlwind. She'll go into pubs and ask them to take charity cans. She'll go and raise money anywhere she can. She'll go and raise funds for a tombola that she runs at the dances and approach hotels and other places to gift us stuff and then use that as part of the prizes on the tombola. It's absolutely brilliant. She's a whirlwind. She's absolutely stupendous. Can't praise her highly enough.
One of my first games a wee while ago now, Teresa gave me this top, and the first game I didn't really know anybody, I didn't really know you guys, I wasn't sure if this was going to be my thing, things like that. And I remember Teresa just gave me a big hug, like, that's you. Honestly, she's Teresa is two of our ambassadors. And we've also got a couple of patrons and a couple of ambassadors across the board. Brian, tell us a wee bit about our patrons.
Well, we're lucky enough in that all our patrons are heavily involved, especially like say Tom Boyd, who donates his time and energy to us and comes along to the golf day and promotes us whenever he can. We've got John Higgins, who's another superstar snooker player, but you wouldn't believe it because John Higgins himself is very modest and unassuming. And I had the cracking job of introducing him at the Radisson, and he was standing with Tom Boyd, John Fallon, Joe Miller, and a few others. And he says, "Why am I standing here with all of you? I play snooker. You're my heroes." And I says, "John, you're our hero to a lot of people. So yeah, you deserve to be in that position." Cracking guy. Obviously, we've got the late Martin Kane. We've got Henrik Larsson. You don't need to say any words more than that. I think we've got the right people in place that help and assist us where possible. And going forward, we'll grow based on some of those patrons coming on board and putting us further.
Definitely. In the summer there, during our 10th birthday, we did a live stream, and Joe and I interviewed Tom Boyd and Simon Donnelly, and I have to say it was one of the great privileges and the honours of my 20 years on this planet. It was just, having Tom Boyd as a patron. He's just a really great guy. Joe told me a story about when him and Tom first met. Well, the early days anyway of their friendship, and Joe was getting all excited telling me this story, and he was like, and he turned around and he said to me, "Listen, Joe, listen, my friends just call me Tam, so just call me Tam." And I always slag Joe for that, because it just, yesterday Joe was 50, and Tom Boyd had gave me a message alongside hundreds of thousands of people all over the world, and Tom gave me a message and he texted me like, "Did you see this? Did you see Tom Boyd message me?" I was like,
I thought you were going to say there, "My friends call me Tam, so you can call me Thomas." But yeah, it's great. It's great with the patrons that we've got. Obviously Scott Brown as well, who quite kindly gave his armband to one of the kids who come along that day to watch one of the games, and a lot of the patrons, do a hell of a lot for us, and for a lot of them, it's just a matter of saying, just give us a mention, just say hello to us, come along to our night, speak to other people. That's basically what we're trying to do, is when we have nights, get as many good Celtic people and ex-Celtic players and hopefully some current players there, so that it gives the people coming along an opportunity to meet players that they wouldn't normally meet, And like you say, Tom Boyd goes the extra mile. He really does. And, I'm surprised. I don't know where he gets the time, because I think he must be a patron of about half a dozen, maybe more, charities, and he gives his time up freely for all of them. So, well done, Tom.
I know, big shout out. We appreciate all of you, Scott Brown.
Yeah, even though it took him about 5 years to figure out what my name was. At one time, the guys were going to put a sticker on saying "My name is Pat" every time I was at a function, so they would know who I was.
Scott Brown last year at our golf day. Another amazing privilege to have a wee chance to have a wee chat with Scott Brown and interview Scott Brown. And I remember I got him in another room, just for it to be a wee bit quiet for the mic and stuff. And I just remember thinking, wow, like here Scott, he's an absolute legend, or for me anyway. I know we don't know what the future holds for Celtic tomorrow or the rest of the season, but no matter what, for me, Scott Brown is a legend. He brought us the treble, and he captained us to an invincible season. So honestly, he's fantastic. We don't have long to go, so I would just like to take this time just to thank the three of you, not just for tonight, but for being amazing trustees for 10 years. Not only you guys, but also Joe Mackin and Gillian McCall, who are two of the 5 trustees who are doing an absolutely amazing job. Neil, Paul, Sean Paul, all of our matchday volunteers, Cheese and Tommy, Sarah and Sarah who organises the Christmas party. We really appreciate you all ever so much. And also, of course, all of our supporters as well. We won't be going away just yet. We'll be sticking around for years and years to come, no matter what a post-COVID world presents for us. So thank you very much to everyone who makes the Kano ever so special. Paul John Dykes, thank you very, very much for having us on this evening, and thanks for all of our listeners. Please do, everyone, raise money, raise funds for these fantastic causes, and have a fantastic day tomorrow. No matter what the outcome, tomorrow is something to be celebrated as a Celtic fan. And I'm not going to lie, I'm Britain it. We all are. I would just like to give a big shout out to Stevie Dodds, who is now going to take us out with a very special rendition of Let the People Sing. Please sing along if you know the words, and sing along if you know these extra special words. So thank you very much, guys. Mwah. And I can't wait to see you all again. Talking to you, by the way.
This is for you guys. With a 4-leaf clover on my breast, and the Kano scarf
around my neck. Big Brian Ainsley, he roars the songs, and the Kano kids, they sing along. It's been 10 years since we set out. In the Lisbon line stand, we sing and shout. Sometimes we stand upon the seats to watch the Celtic inflict defeats. With a four-leaf clover on my breast and the Kano scarf around my neck, Big Brian Ainsley roars the songs, and the Kano kids, they sing along. They come from all the Celtic lands. They take their place in the stands, free of charge. They watch the games, all in the name of Martin Kane. With a four-leaf clover on my breast and the green and white upon my chest, Big Brian Ainsley roars the songs, and the Kano kids, they sing along. Now in our 10th year, we've won the 9, but can't be there to sing this time. We cannot wait to meet again, to watch the Celtic win the 10. With a four-leaf clover on my breast and a Kano scarf around my neck, Big Brian Ainsley roars the songs, and Joe Mackin, he sings along. With a four-leaf clover on my breast and the green and white upon my chest, it's such a joy for me to say, and I play football the Celtic way.
I had big alcohol problems, and I got involved with Children's First to sort of help me sort of get myself back to normal, be a decent mum, that sort of thing. And it helped, but then I went back out and drank again a few times. And then I had my son Jamie, and he's diabetic and that, and we ended up back in the system again. Started off with a lady called Gail. It was helping me and Jamie sort of our bond sort of thing. Because I'd been off the drink for quite about a year or something like that, but I was still scared of going back on it. I was introduced to Margaret Rose at the food bank as a peer support, because she sort of went through problems like I was going through at the time, you know, and she saw me through quite a lot. Mm-hmm. It was social work that sort of got me involved with Children's First through my alcohol abuse and not looking after my kids properly. Okay. To really get my mind together, cope with things better, learn to be able to work with my son better, understanding him, and because he's autistic as well. Just a good lot of help for years. It's really what I can say.
Just knowing that there's somebody there.
I put it this way: they saved my life basically. They're just kids that just need just a lot of attention and just to let themselves go and, you know, enjoy themselves, the time that they have out with us, and safe, and they're safe as well. So
I had my own addiction problem. Although I had put the drink down at that point, my health was really deteriorating badly because of the years of my abuse with my alcohol. This was for me to give over my story and tell people that there is hope. You know, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. I think even for, you know, people who are well, I think it's difficult, you know, I think it's difficult for everybody. You know, I think it's just it's hard. It's times that we've not known, and when you're used to just going out and doing, you know, just anything, even just going to Edinburgh for, you know, to the shops, and it's all changed. You know, it's so I think for these families it's even harder. When you're in addiction yourself, you think you're the worst person. You think, you know, this shouldn't be happening. You shouldn't be doing this, and trying to let these people know that they're not bad. They're sick people, and you know, they're not bad people. They're just sick people that want to get better. The people that I speak to, I know that they're not frightened to speak to me because I've been there. You know, I've and there's nothing that they would be able to say to me that would shock me. You know, and it's trying to let them understand that, you know, it's okay not to be okay.
Hello and welcome along to the Wee Wankers at Four Tims in a Podcast. We're delighted to be headlining day one of the Axom Celtic Weekender. I'll just start. I'm Daniel. I've got Dan top left, Andy top right, and Tony next to me. What we just start by, you know, we quick 5-10 minutes about how we are and how we feel about it. So, from my point of view, I actually moved to work in Edinburgh in March 2019, just after graduation. And even though there's a lot of Celtic fans and Rangers fans in my work and that, you need to be kind of diplomatic when you're at work. And I'd missed being able to kind of say what I wanted about Celtic, talking to my pals. So Dan and Andy and Tony were desperate to start a podcast. And reluctantly I joined. Probably the worst decision I've ever made was joining it midday free. But me and Dan had actually done one before. So Dan, you're a veteran in this world. How did you come about to join this one, and why did you think it was a good idea?
Like you say, Danny, me and you used to do a much better podcast years ago. Being relegated a few, but now we used to do the Nothing But Respect podcast with a few other content creators. So like a couple of the guys from Gig Pod were on it as well, and a few other great guys that were on it as well. Like you say, we've been pals for years and years, and then these two just hassled us. They loved the podcast so much, they were desperate to bring us back from the ashes. And it's at the end of the treble season, it just sort of hit up. Obviously, many people that listen to us will know that we were one of the biggest fans of Neil Lennon getting the job, and we sort of felt that we had a lot to say, and it just started out as a bit of fun. Like, just we were interested to see if anybody would want to listen to us, right? But it soon picked off. Like episode 3, we had an Invincible Celtic and Sviatchenko, who very, very kindly came on and spoke to us for about an hour about his time.
Just on that, Dan, what people don't know about that is Eric Sviatchenko gave us a tour of his nice house.
This is how an experience we were. So I was sitting on the couch on a Sunday afternoon, I think it was, and sitting about in my boxers and t-shirt, and then Eric Sviatchenko, big handsome Dane, puts on his camera and decides to give us a tour of his house and does it as a video chat, and I'm sort of fumbling trying to work out what to do. But no, he was absolutely brilliant. We've had a lot of great ex-Celts on. Like, I know he's not everyone's cup of tea, but Craig Burley was fantastic. We spoke to him for here and enough 3 years. Greats like Lubo, Tom Boyd as well. Like, there's been too many to mention. And the reaction we've had to anybody that listens has generally been positive. Like, this season especially, we seem to have been the go-to when Celtic sort of hit a crisis. People were desperate to hear what we wanted, what we were about to say. And like, I know, like, as I say, people we just score it in for Neil Lennon, but we'd love nothing better than him to turn it around. And hopefully, as we go on this season, we will be able to. We'll get what we said thrown back in our faces.
Andy, you were quite vocal about starting a podcast. Why did you think there was a need for us four to join in the fun?
That's about everyone. I just wanted to somewhere to moan, and that wasn't the pub or wasn't the game. And obviously we always talked about it for long enough, and we've all been vocal enough for long stretches of time across sort of Twitter, Facebooks, Instagrams, a lot. It was always an idea that I fancied. Here well, I suppose I just thought, I'll get you together. You haven't really got a choice in the matter, and we're doing it. The group chat gets set up, and we've never really looked back.
Tony, you were also buzzing about joining the podcast. Has it lived up to your expectations so far?
It's been a good laugh. Enjoyed it. We've had a lot of good guests and a lot of good laughs along the way. Just what I would say, see when you're not speaking, maybe mute your mic. I don't know if it's just me, but there seems to be a bit of kind of like background noise when somebody's speaking. So, but the podcast is what it is. But I don't think people want to hear our life stories. I think they want to hear about God for the Quadruple Treble, and obviously this great charity event, which is all about raising money for good causes. So,
yeah, just a big thanks to IH Decorating for sponsoring our hour tonight. Obviously, we're raising money for Rock Talk, Food Facts Friends Food Bank, also Children First, and Help for the Homeless, which are 4 great causes that take on even more significance at this point of the year, especially the year that we've all had. But we can, for bad a year as 2020 has been, Tony, we can actually end it with a trophy tomorrow, which will be our 12th consecutive trophy. So we're going to have a wee look back at the Scottish Cup runs during the last 4 years. So we'll start with you, Tony. 2016-17, we hadn't won the Cup for 4 years. But we're obviously going for an invincible season that year, heading into the latter stages of the Scottish Cup. We drew Rangers in the semi-final a year after losing to them on penalties. Did you think that was a great chance for revenge, or were you just thinking invincible treble?
I was just desperate to do the treble at that point, because there had been a lot of talk. People remember every year we were expected to do the treble because Rangers won in the league, and every year we'd failed with them in the league, and it became a bit of a burden. Dyler came the closest to him and Lennon, and it just wasn't something we managed to do. I'd actually remember the day we signed Brendan Rodgers. My dad made a comment. He says, "I want to win a treble every year until we do 10 in a row," which just a throwaway comment at the time, but because it looks as though we've come quite close. We won't do it because obviously the Ross County game. But I think when we drew them in the semi-final, by then we'd beat them 2-1. And it beat them 5-1 as well, and we might have had the one each straw at Parkhead in there as well. So you were full of confidence, and we'd beat them in the League Cup semi at Hampden. I remember that game. I think it was McGregor scored, then Griffiths got the penalty, and then it was on to the final. But I was just desperate for the treble. I bet it the second Rodgers get named the manager. I remember thinking the last Northern Irish manager to come in was Martin O'Neill, and he won the treble. So I thought, why not have a punt again? And I think looking back, I mean, that was the best ever for me. The Rogic final really is the best ever. That'll take so much to match. It was just for probably a lot of people listening to this. I mean, today an invincible treble, beat your rivals, 5-1 at home, 5-1 away. It just really was a ridiculous season. I remember talking to you the night before the invincible treble game.
I mean, you were on Xbox Live playing FIFA co-op to about 4 in the morning, and I says to you, Celtic were 71 to win from behind. And I thought, I don't know why, I thought it was a good bet. And I think it was at 10-15 and Aberdeen scored. But no, and then obviously equalised straight away. And then I thought, for me, that first final, I watched it again the other day in preparation for this. But I think everybody played well, but particularly Sinclair had a good game. But Robertson, Armstrong in particular, darn, he just that. I know he scored the equaliser, but the whole second half, it was him that drove us on. It was kind of we're no winning this today. Like I just thought it was probably Armstrong's best performance in a Celtic shirt.
Oh, definitely. That season, like, Armstrong was just fantastic. Like you say, he just pushed us forward in midfield, and you could probably argue he's not been replaced since he left. But that day, especially, like you say, we go behind that day. Griffiths loses Johnny Hayes at a corner, and it's a good finish by Hayes, to be fair. And you start thinking, like, you'd went the league scene invincible, and of course that's a tremendous achievement, but you're still been a bit disappointed because if you didn't pick up a treble, because everything had been geared to it, like the season had been so good, we'd reached the Champions League, like I said, they'd done so well in the league, also won the League Cup against Aberdeen early in the season, and as much as you were worrying about it, you didn't have much time because Stuart Armstrong equalises almost instantly, and I think refs get a lot of stick, and rightly so, because the majority of them are absolutely terrible in Scotland, but I think it's Callum McGregor, like, it's absolutely wiped out, and there's a great advantage play because Armstrong just picks it up and fundles a great finish into the far corner, and it was just the spirit of that team. Like, they didn't even seem, it wasn't over celebrated. It was sort of like, right, let's get back up the park and get the second goal and go in front. But obviously, took a long time. Like you say, Scott Sinclair, who very much the talisman for that season, was pretty unlucky. Missed a few good chances, and you sort of thought it's destined for extra time. Obviously, you would have took it because I don't know if it was Hayes again, but Aberdeen missed an absolute siffer, and it looked like it was going to go extra time until Tom Rogic, who, as Tony said, I don't think he'll ever be beaten, to clinch an invincible treble, and that style and that fashion was just absolutely incredible. And as much as very much soured his legacy, like, I think it just typified how good a manager Rods was, that in that euphoria, like, you didn't see them over celebrating. They weren't running down to the corner flag to celebrate. He was immediately with Chris Davies working out, and I think it was was it Sviatchenko got brought on in the last minute, but he definitely made a sub, and that was an absolutely incredible day. I think it was absolutely pissing down with rain at Hampden that day. I remember being there, but it's a day I'll never forget.
Andy, what was your thoughts about that? I must admit, I was like Tony. It was all about winning a treble for me, and we were that close. And I kind of, about after we won the League Cup, I thought, right, there's a chance that we could do the treble here. But by February, March, April, we hadn't been beat, and the unbeaten thing was maybe becoming a wee bit bigger for some. But for me, after the Dyla thing and that, it was just the Inverness semi. I just wanted to win a treble, like, so badly. That was the main thing for me. But the unbeaten thing was like this extra level of kind of glory that the team went for.
I think you're bang on. Like you say, we were after the sort of seasons before and the failed attempts at trebles, and let's be honest, we should have done them. We absolutely should have, and I think everybody knew that. And then it sort of got to a stage where you started to believe, you started to see how good we were playing, and then you wouldn't realise it, but I was just happy to be winning sort of mainly every week and playing really good football, and then people would say, do you know, we've still not actually been beat yet, and you were getting, like I say, into Novembers, Decembers, into the new year, and you're going, nobody's actually beat us in a domestic competition yet, which was, it came as a bit of a surprise to a lot of us, given how the previous years had been. And then, like you say, you start to believe, right, this is the time now. If ever there's a time to us to get the trebles that we should, as I said, we should have been winning. Then it all came together, and I was a bit similar to you at first with the unbeaten run and the whole invincible thing. I never, sort of halfway through the season, a lot of people were talking about it, but I didn't want to put too much thought in it, because you know what football can be like, and then particularly when sort of the season winds down and you've got the league games sort of towards the end of the season. You know what I mean? How many times have you seen sort of players drop off, and no sort of slight on certain individuals, but players know the season's done and sort of less meaningful games in the league and things like that. But it was almost as if they sort of stepped it up and they just refused to let that happen, which was brilliant. But I was very much the same as you, sort of first of all, and then they all came together, which was absolutely magic. Like you say, I think it summed up the entire season with the way that we clinched that invincible treble. It was just a perfect moment. I mean, winning games and games gone late on us isn't good for your heart rate at the best of times, but there's never a better way to win a game of football, is there?
No, there's no, and there was a degree of, it's all right saying it now for 3 years later, but there was a degree of inevitability about that game, the way that they kept going. My memories of that season are like yours. It was all about winning the treble for me, and then when we got to like March on that, we've not been beat. But I was so nervous for that semi-final because of what had happened the year before, and I know we took goals after them before then and whatever, but I was so nervous for that game, and just think, these one-half games, anything can happen, and you might get a dodgy referee, you might just not turn up, because we didn't turn up really in the one each game, and then McGregor scores early on, and you just settle down, and then you get a second, and then you just kind of play them off apart, and you think, this is great, we should do this every year, and then we did. But I'm going to put you on the spot, Dan, starting with you. Apart from the Rogic winner, what's your favourite memory of that year's Scottish Cup run?
That's putting me on the spot. Like we just spoke about, see the Armstrong response, like for me was as significant a moment as you'll have that season. Just it sort of summed up the team, and like the Heats could have went down because obviously it'd been a long season, but I'm not going to go for Rogic then. I'll just go for Armstrong, just because I just thought it just really defined how resilient that team was and how nothing was going to beat them that season.
Andy, what about you? You've had a few seconds. Tony, you're going for the longest, so I'm hoping for a good moment out of you. But Andy, what's your favourite moment?
Do you know, I don't know, it's a hard one to sort of take away and not give me the Rogic, obviously scoring the goal, and because that, do you know what I mean? Like when I think about that season and talk about that Scottish Cup final, that's what I think about. But Dan summed up pretty well. Just the whole reaction, obviously Armstrong scoring that goal, was like the initial reaction was right. We're in this year. It's no going to sort of disappear and fade away, and we're going to lose everything we've started to think about and dream about in terms of invincibles and trebles and all that. So I probably would. Not something that often happens, but I'm agreeing with Dan here. Just that, I think it just sums it up. If not a Rogic goal, then it's got to be that moment. You just, obviously Armstrong puts the ball in it after sort of going 1-0 down. I think it was Johnny Hayes that scored it. Obviously ended up a Celtic player and successful in that, but probably the moment that he stuck the ball in the net, and then it just seemed like very, very typical of that Rodgers team, that it wasn't about, oh, we're back in the game, we've got a chance. It was, no, we're back in the game, but we're going to win the game. It was very telling, and it was, like you say, it was just a sense of inevitability. Like, despite all the feelings that naturally go in a cup final, you're shitting yourself for every decision that goes, every time the ball goes out of play, you're screaming for everything. But like I say, at the same time, when you look back on it and sort of, let's say, benefit of hindsight, you see that Armstrong goal, you see the reaction, and you just, and I mean, we probably all should have made an air of calmness about us, just with the fact that we hadn't lost all season. And let's be honest, is Aberdeen ever really going to take that away? But absolutely, it's just got to be the reaction, not even just Armstrong goal, just the reaction of the team, because it seemed as if they never the team themselves didn't ever sort of worry. It's as if they knew, like, no, we're good enough, we're proving it, and we're going to prove it again. So probably just the reaction of the overall team when we scored that equaliser, they didn't panic, which is something we see, if we say, like, all too often, the players look as if they're panicking. There was just an air of calmness about that side that I'd fucking pray for now, to be honest with you.
No, you're right. As I say, it was inevitable. Tony, what's yours?
I've not actually been having a think. I've just been reading the chat. The abuse you're getting for that fucking jumper.
Hey, it's nearly Christmas time. I look like a fisherman. I don't know why folk are
I've just been
be nice and all that. Know what I mean? Jumpers are absolutely
brilliant. So we can all go and get one.
I only wear decent gear. I don't know what that's all about.
Best dig era.
And somebody says the heavy metal geezer circa 1976 in the bottom left doesn't speak much. I'm just sitting reading the comments. My favourite moment.
The hardest part is trying to get you to shut up, Tony. It's the worst part.
What's that?
The hardest part's getting you to shut up.
I know, and that's what made me. I'm glad there's a comment come up the screen there. I usually I'm not as quiet. I've been subdued. No, the Callum McGregor goal against Rangers in the semi-final, an excellent finish, such a great goal. Lustig to Dembele, McGregor just nestles it in. It's a goal that a lot of people spoke about. The noise when the ball hits the net. It just passes it in. It's outstanding. And then the best part is we score a goal really similar a year later. But that would probably be mine. But so mate, that season itself is just ridiculous.
Aye, apart from this jumper, my favourite thing about that season was, do you remember the St Mirren game when we were 1-0 down at half time at Parkhead?
If that was that season or no, because that was
a
chance to go 2-0 up. I remember they had a really clear chance, if I remember.
Aye, and we didn't look like we were going to score in that game in the first half, and I remember going to the shop at half time for my uncle, and as I was walking down I met somebody who was going the same route, and he says, "What do you think of that?" And I said, "Oh, I'd take a replay." Like, St Mirren were in the championship and struggling to get out it, and I'm like, I'd take a replay because I was just so desperate to win treble by that point, and everything was geared towards that. And ironically, that was the game that Rochs signed Lewis Morgan on the back of. But after that, we made history winning an invincible treble, and how do you top it? Do you go for another one? So the next season, Tony, did you think we were going to do 2 straight away, or did you think we'll drop a game somewhere?
I don't know. I'm trying to think. I know a lot of people just bet it again. I think everybody was that confident. We kind of bounced into that season. We went undefeated for such a large period until the December, and then we dropped points at Hibs, and then we lost heavily to Hearts. But it was always possible. The first League Cup that year, I think we beat Hibs 4-2 in the semi, then beat Motherwell 2-0 in the final. I don't know if that's right. I think it is. And then it was always on the league. We took a bit of time to wrap up. We wrapped that up with obviously the kind of the 3-2 Edward game at Ibrox, and then Rangers lost to Killie the week later in St Paddy's Day. I remember that. It was a cracking day out. You need to change jumpers. You've taken out this chat. That's what people are interested in. I think they're listening to us. I think they're just looking.
I'm not the jumpers here to stay a bit like Neil Lennon. We'll review it at New Year.
The jumper looks better, and it's probably a bit better than him. But no, I think it was always possible with Rodgers. You had that feeling you could beat anybody. I remember going to the new camp and get that penalty with Dembele, and I thought, we score here, we could probably do this, mob. So there was that belief under Rodgers, because of how good a manager he was, despite what happened when he left.
Aye, Darren, the next year in the Scottish Cup was actually a wee bit more difficult. Was it 3-0 up against Partick? They nearly squeezed a replay out of it. Again, Rangers again in the semi-final. This year it was a wee bit easier that year in the semi-final. We beat them 4-0. Did you get caught up in it, or did you get stopped to think that, God, we're in the middle of something historic here?
I think we did get caught up in it. It's like you say, Partick gave us a bit of a scare, and I think we then breezed by Morton in the Scottish Cup. And then, as you say, the semi-final, like against Rangers, was like the year before we'd won 2-0, and it was the most dominant 2-0 you'd ever seen. But that 4-0 for me was just the absolute, I think what was it called? The Espanyolification, like, of Rangers, because Celtic just completely ripped the arse out of them that day. And like, one of my favourite memories for that campaign was Dembele chipping, I think who was it, Fordingham, who was in goal for Rangers that day, with his penalty. And you think it couldn't even get any more demeaning in that for them, but then we get another penalty and Dembele just squeezed it to Encham. It was just superb. And then that Scottish Cup final that year, like, obviously played Motherwell for the second time in a final that season, and it was just as comfortable as you could hope for. Like, I hope we do something similar tomorrow. We get 2 early goals always help, and Callum McGregor again, what a player he's been for us the last 3-4 years. He's just really became such a fantastic player for us, and his finish in that game was superb. And Jams wasn't too bad either. And as you say, it just sort of felt like the norm. Like under Rodgers, you just felt like who would beat us to a trophy, especially with the state of teams around us at the time. That one was, especially the final, was a lot less undramatic, but it was just as enjoyable for me, especially with the scenes that followed with open top busing.
I was going to ask Freeze that actually, because I was thinking about this earlier. Even though you had the big celebration at Celtic Park in Glasgow after it, was that final understated? Was it a bit? Is it underrated in the history? Because I think it kind of gets squashed in with the Invincible treble and then the treble, and then obviously tomorrow with the Quadruple Treble. But that game was done after half an hour.
That's maybe why it's not spoke about as much. You look at the Invincible treble, it was poetic. Last kick of the ball, Nessun Dorma's been put over it. It's been watched a million times. You can never get past without clicking that. That game where McGregor and Chams score, the game's done in jig time, and it's a stroll, it's a walk, it's dead easy. Treble, you go a goal behind, you get the individual brilliance of Edward that digs us out his hole, digs us out a hole, sorry, and it becomes his final. So, aye, pretty much, it's understated. I think because it's the middle one as well. It's a double, and obviously we had the Invincible, then the treble, but it was a fantastic achievement as well at the time. It was well celebrated. I didn't make it to Parkhead because I went straight to the pub and get pissed to celebrate. But I think now looking back, they really were the ridiculous glory days. But hopefully a lot more glory to come starting tomorrow. I think we need to take that game in isolation, despite the kind of difficult season we've had so far. But if we can get the Quadruple Treble, it'll be some achievement. All I'm seeing is people messaging me about this jumper in the chat, talking about this jumper. What a choice. But I'm looking forward to tomorrow. But the double treble was brilliant. I'm sure everybody enjoyed that. I mean, that's the thing as well. If you look at it, I mean, 3 trebles in 130 years. And then at the time, 2 trebles in 2 years. It was ridiculous stuff. And then it get even better somehow.
Aye, and the double treble final was probably ironically, but it was one of Moussa Dembele's best games for Celtic. He led the line really well. Comments are flying in about a jumper, honestly. Like,
I mean, I just can't stop. I mean, honestly, it's it. This chat, a lot of my phone's just going off. It's not with the fact
see,
that
the best
stop,
it is next time you're invited on here, I'll need to top it. So
that's the best. But you're going to
who said fisherman's friends, and somebody says to me last week, because I actually wore this to my work's Zoom Christmas night. Somebody said I look like a fisherman, so I'll take that.
Saying 3 times in a jumper, that's my personal favourite. Right, so Andy's welcome to talk.
But the double treble, Andy, how do you view that in terms of the other two? Or is it, can you compare it, or is it special in its own right?
I think what was said about it is it's often forgotten about, which is a mental thought, because if you say to anybody else anywhere in the world, like 2 seasons in a row, you do a triple again and all the rest, like, if to say that it's something that's not spoken about enough is absolutely bang on. We posted that on Twitter the other day about obviously McGregor's goal and sort of how it was taken. It's just an underrated run, and it's bang on if you're honest about it. But like you say, it's just hard because we get lost in our own success at times, and it's just the way it is, unfortunately. But when you look back on it, it's just like the whole thing, the game against Rangers, just the way we dismantled them, then the way again we just dismantled Motherwell. It was faultless, absolutely faultless. I can't really think straight. I just keep saying the word jumper. I'm actually beginning to question myself. That's how it's spelled. I don't know anymore. I've just seen the word that many times. But listen, mate, if anybody can get away with it, whatever it.
I know you'd think going for a quadruple treble, people would have meant to talk about, but Last year, going for the treble. Tony, I don't know about you, but I just couldn't believe that we were actually in position for a treble come the time Rodgers left. And then we beat Hibs, so we only had Aberdeen and then obviously the final. But the treble, it seems just crazy thinking about it when you've seen how meekly we were put out the cup the other week.
It was pretty ridiculous. Obviously, Rodgers got up and fucked off in February, left us with a really tough week ahead with Hearts in the league, which we won in kind of truly Celtic fashion with the last kick of the ball. And then we beat Hibs 2-0 with Forrest and Brown scoring, which was a great game. And then after that, we kind of stuttered to the finish line, and you thought, are we actually going to win this? We won the league in the end quite well, and then we went into the final. I think, did we play Hearts the week before at Parkhead? That's when
Glennon put a kind of second team out and we won 2-1.
We won 2-1, and then get into that game, we were fucking rubbish. We'd been rubbish for long periods. Obviously, at that time, I'd already started ordering my Rafa Benitez mask for his arrival that was imminent, apparently. Between him, Jose Mourinho, and Andrew Villas-Boas, I wasn't sure who I was going to get behind, but I was looking forward to it. Obviously, we went a goal down.
Then that abuse is making him turn his mic off now. That's banging order.
Danny's got to come back wearing a bra and it'll look a lot better than a fucking jumper.
Can I just say this, Cody? One of the best comments I've seen is saying Dan swinging in his chair like a Bond villain.
I think Danny get called a Bond villain as well. I've seen somebody call it meatloaf, which is par for the course. Usually it's my hair that's getting a slagging, so I'm glad Danny's jumper's taking the heat off me. But what was I talking about? I was talking about the treble. When we went a goal behind, I thought that was it. We were fucked. And then I seen the penalty for Edward again. I think he buys that quite well. Keeper should probably save it. And then he scores a winner. Lustig puts him through. Oh, he's back. He's back. I think everybody turned off and you went away there. They chucked it. And then Edward comes through, scores the winner, and then I remember the full-time whistle going, you're just looking about, and it's just grown guys bursting into tears. And then about an hour later, I burst into tears because we gave Lennon the job full-time. So, but no, a great day, and obviously even Lennon get the job couldn't ruin my day. But it was just
certainly fucking ruined mine, Tony. Tell you that.
That story, I think you'd need to rethink that statement. It ruined my day. Yeah. Andy, what's your memories of that day completing the treble? Because at that time, I remember the whole. I don't know if it was I think it was because Rodgers had left, but it was a whole kind of right. One more, let's do it one more time, and now we're going for it again. But what was your views last May?
Pretty bang on for what you just said. I mean, he obviously left. There was a sour taste left, and listen, it is what it is. It was brilliant, and the whole somebody just actually commented there, taking the words right out of my mouth. You would think it was me writing the comment, but the whole thing was amazing. Like, ultimately, it was something I'd never dreamt I would see. But I couldn't have wished for sort of better success and a better thing to happen for Celtic. We went on and with sort of unprecedented success. I mean, how many times do you see a team going and just absolutely running riot completely every domestic competition going, and then obviously a left line comes in and you think, right, just keep everything going, just keep it chiming out, which is what we've done. And it's hard now, especially just with how things are, because it's everybody just says we told you so. But if you bang on when the final whistle went, if I could bottle up that moment and just have that as my experience of that sort of cup final, and not what happened after when they announced him in the showers, see if I could ignore that, and it didn't happen that day. That is possibly close to how I felt when we won the Invincible treble, the first one, when obviously Rochs scored late on. That's how good and euphoric that moment was. So obviously, in reality, Edward scored, it was 80 plus minutes. That goal was popped in. So, do you know what I mean? You're getting close to another last minute win at Adera, and it was just very sort of symptomatic of that team, the way that they never gave up. But listen, it is what it is. I'd never have predicted that's where we were sort of 5 years ago, whatever. I'd never predicted it was going to happen, but tremendous, absolutely amazing. And just, it was amazing, but just unfortunately, what they done that day sort of led us to where we are right now. But I mean, we're going to have to start calling these comments out because some of them are absolutely fucking unbelievable.
The thing is, I'm just surprised. I'm just shocked there's so many perfect people sitting in the comments on a Saturday night. You think they'd have something better to do. Not get a night out of it. Well, we can't have a night out planned in this climate, can you? But listen, the jumpers here to stay. It's an icon. It knows me well.
Danny, make everybody ideal. The jumper goes when Neil Lennon goes.
Aye, absolutely. I'll auction the jumper when Neil Lennon goes.
When it's here to stay.
But we'll review it in the new year and we'll see what happens. Dan, what was your memory about beating Hearts in the cup last year? Did you, like me, did you think it was one more time, or did you think this domination is never going to end?
It was definitely hard to see when it would end. I think that full campaign I enjoyed, like from the early game and the first round that we entered, like it was a bit of a bad atmosphere. Obviously, there was a bit of trouble outside the ground, and Timo Weah came on and got the first goal for Celtic, and I remember getting caught up in it, thinking that Weah was going to be fantastic for us, and whether that's down to Lennon, Rodgers, or whoever, they just didn't quite make the grade at Celtic, and possibly some of his choices to go and play with America hurt him in that regard in terms of staying at Celtic a bit longer. But then we obviously had the St Johnstone game. I sat next to Tony that day. I vacated my seat in 108 to go and sit up with Tony and the Gods and witnessed a talismanic performance. Just got Sinclair as a hat trick.
I would have been, by the way, sitting next to him for a game of football.
It's no happened since, that's all I'm saying. It was great, and then obviously Lennon's sort of interim in charge was pretty poor, to be honest, and you sort of worried about the game against Aberdeen at Hampden, but it was probably the only time we played well in that interim period. And like we say so often on the podcast, you always know that it's going to come to an end, and obviously it has now. But the moment when Hearts scored early in the second half, I just panicked because you're like, the immediate say it happening just sort of dawned on you, and like as we'd said, like under Lennon, you weren't as confident that they would be resilient, but it was just an absolutely brilliant performance for Edward, and as was said, wins a penalty, puts it away. You could argue if the keeper could have saved it, and then one of the iconic images for me for that is when Lustig wins the header to put Edward through, and he just puts his arms up in there and starts celebrating before Edward's even hit the shot. I thought that was brilliant. Like, Lustig obviously something that means a lot to Celtic fans, and Celtic means a lot to him, so to see him celebrating that before the ball hit the back of the net was fantastic. And then, like, as much as I'm not a fan of Neil Lennon, like, you get caught up in it, and like I was, and there's only one Neil Lennon, because as much as I didn't want him to get the permanent job, I thought it was the perfect way to have like thanked him for taking the interim job, and it would have been time for Celtic to move on. But obviously, as said, half an hour later, like, Peter Lawwell offered him it in the shower, and it's sort of breaking. Like, I thought Celtic had nicked on Twitter. I thought this can't be real, like, because even like the whole manner of it was unprofessional, I thought, as well. I thought it was just like an opportunist move that Lawwell had done. Like, I couldn't believe it, but it didn't ruin the day. I know that day sort of got rerouted because there was too many like Celtic fans about, and I think there was still great scenes up at like Trongate and Glasgow Crossing. That, like, it was before you got to the bars, it was just all the Celtic fans, and it really was a city that day. And obviously we won't see scenes like that anymore just because of the current predicament we're in, but it was a phenomenal achievement, and like, the more will be completely different because of like the circumstance we're in, but it would just, this would really seal it up and like establish this team. Like, who knows if we're going to win the league, but for this team to have went and win 4 trebles in a row it'll never be topped. Like, it'll never be repeated.
Just to pick up on a comment about possessed me to wear this jumper, that was cogged. I put it on. That was it. I actually thought it was quite cool. I'll still be wearing it. your comments. It's sticks and stones and all that. I'll be fine. But, my thoughts in the treble. I just thought it was going to be one last push, and then what's happened this year would maybe happen last year when Lennon got the job. But no, it was a great day out. I remember I've actually watched all 3 finals with my same pal PG in the same pub, and they've all get better and better as they went on. Even though looking back, the Rochs Invincible treble was phenomenal, and that was great. But the treble was just, the funny thing is when Lustig he does it to Edward, he doesn't take a touch. He just lets it run on and then slots it away. Just shows you the confidence and how easy it was for Edward at that point. How good he is. That he just lets it run on and just scores. But a treble is just such a remarkable achievement. One, to think that we'd went years without winning any trebles. I mean, it'd been 15 years, and the closest we'd got is, I know Lennon lost in a final and then a semi-final, but Dyla get treated out the cup as well. So when it got to that point, you're that close, but at the same time you're that far away. To win 3, was just remarkable. And to be going for 4, even though it's taken 6 months longer than we thought it would. It's tomorrow's going to be such a great achievement if they can pull it off and win it again. But so we'll just finish by kind of previewing the game. Tony, what's your thoughts on it? Do you think it's going to be a walkover, or do you think Hearts will put up a bit of a fight?
I've got a feeling it's going to be a cunty game. I just have a bad feeling it's going to be a tough game. I don't know what the weather's meant to be tomorrow. You would like to think with the big pitch, with our players, it can certainly benefit us. I think one of the big things is what's the team lineup going to be, because what we think it should be and how it might be could be completely different. I know Lennon had said earlier in the week about giving the guys that go, is there a shot at starting? Then he says there's no room for sentiment. So I'm hoping it goes with the latter, and the fact there is no room for sentiment in football. David Turnbull didn't help us get to there. Should he start? Absolutely. Sorrow didn't help us get there. Should he start? 100%. Laxalt didn't help us get there. Should he start? Definitely. So I think you need to play your best team. And the thing is, as well, as much as a cup game for last season, this could definitely... It could boost us, because we've still got a league to fight for. We've obviously got a fucking hell of a long way to go before we're anywhere near getting back in that race. But we've got a couple of, maybe 2-3 weeks coming up, which are, I said it in our previous pod, which is basically history defining. We need to go to Ibrox and get a result, and we need to win the Quadruple Treble. You do that, then there's going to be a much better atmosphere about the club. It's a lot more positive. Everybody will be back on side. And then you go all in for the last 5 months of the season and hope you can pull off the 10 in a row, which obviously everybody wants. So I think the ball will be a difficult game. They'll stick the boot in. Guys like Halliday and Naismith done it before. That's fine. That's part of their game. We just need to make sure we play good football against them. Like say Edward can definitely punish them. But my main thing is he plays Turnbull in set pieces, the likes of Julian and Duffy. Although we've not been great defensively, these guys can be great assets going forward. They can definitely help us in the air. So that's what I want. I'd like to see him start the guys that have come in the last 2 games and won, as opposed to the guys who, I don't know, gets papped out of Europe, papped out the cup for Ross County and gets so far behind in the league. So I hope it goes for that, and I hope we get the job done.
Michael the boy in the comments has asked what your starting 11 would be, Dan, so you can kick off. What would your starting 11 be tomorrow? I know Tony's mentioned a few players he'd like to see play.
Starting 11 for me, I would go... The keeper's one of the tough ones. I don't know if Connor Hazel's ready for it. I know he obviously played Europa League game and the game against Kilmarnock, but I'd give Barker him if it's me. Like, I know not everybody's taking to him, but for me, we spent big money on him. The same sort of persistent with Duffy. We need to give Barkas a run at games and let him try and make his way. And, see if you play him in a cup final and he makes a few good saves, or God forbid he goes to a penalty shoot and he's the one that saves a few, then it could be the making him. But I know you could do it for any keepers, but I've still got a lot of hope for Barkas, so for me, I'd put Barkas in. I think just the way lack of wingers at the moment, it will be it'll be free at the back. I think it'll be Shane Duffy. It's a tough one. Shane Duffy, Julian, and I don't know if he'll maybe bring Beaton in. Just depends where he wants to play Ayer, because Ayer's a set up to start, whether he plays it right back or not. In fact, I'll flip my say we'll go for full back, because I think Ayer will play it right back. Then you'll have Shane Duffy, Chris Julian. I'm pretty sure it will be Laxalt at left back. Who I would play and who I think plays slightly different, because I think Scott Brown will play. But for me, I would have Callum McGregor, David Turnbull, and I sort of go with Rogic. I just think he's a man for the occasion, and I would play McGregor, Turnbull, and Rogic. I think they're arguably our three best sort of technical footballers, and it's a big Hampden pitch, so I'd go for them. And then out in the wings, Ellie Nussey's got to play at left, and there's not much to choose between Christian Frimpong in terms of their current form, but I think it'll be Ryan Christie that does play. And then up front, of course, it can only be one, and it's going to be your jumper, Danny. It's going to be Odds on Edward, the other star man of this show. I think it will be Edward. Who knows? It may be his last cup final for Celtic if we do want to sell him. So I think he'll be looking to, as was mentioned on a previous podcast, he's not the big occasion he's made for these days, and I think Edward will be the main man tomorrow. But our bench will be important tomorrow as well. As much as we've had a tough season, there will be players that will need to take him off the bench, like Patrick Kamala, maybe even Incham, Sorrow, Scott Brown, whoever. It's going to be an important game, and I think it will be tough. So it's desperate. As much as the players that have won the treble deserve massive respect and massive credit, they're also the players that have failed to win the League Cup this season, have got knocked out of 2 European competitions and got double digits behind in the league. So I think Lennon has to do the right thing and give a few new faces a chance tomorrow.
And David, you get a different starting lineup if you put much thought in it?
Just need to have a word with the guy that's said my mic was a problem. I've been in mute this whole time, so can't believe I'm getting mixed up with Dan here. I would just start the full team in your jumper. We'll startle Hearts into just conceding the game. That's probably a great idea. But no, see, the best it is, I'm seeing Tony's hair starting to get an absolute digging in this chat as well. I'm loving it. I hope this
I'm just looking at what's the name? I think it's like Celtic. What's the name? We'll read it out.
I've got to give it, but I love his consistency, but it's consistent. You gave it.
And Danny, Celtic Week 1888, the bald head and shoulders, the banner.
Kieran Burns, who is the main man, likes this jumper, so anybody else's opinion just doesn't matter anymore.
As I say, Tony, listen, Sherry Cole's not get a look in. As for the football,
Kieran Burns is actually under this jumper.
I wouldn't be surprised at that. As I said, as for the football, I think it's harsh to drop Hazard. Like I said, I think Barkas the same as people are giving Duffy a chance. I think he needs a chance. Just a settled front line in front of him. But on the game itself, I'd give Hazard to go. Listen, if the boy's ever going to make himself at Celtic, never going to be a special player, he's going to have to play in games like this, so play him. Just before I do carry on, but I think it's something we should mention that obviously Paul John's posted about it saying a grand total over £17,000 being raised, which is fucking unbelievable if we're all honest about it. Just for sort of what it is. So I don't want to be taken too seriously, but in the grand scheme of things, that money will make a big difference to a lot of people and a lot of causes, which is ultimately what we're all here for, banter aside. So thanks to everybody, which I'm sure Paul will say the exact same, we'll all say the exact same. But I just can't say thank you enough, because you're making a difference to a lot of people at a difficult time of the year. But as I was saying, so I think I'd stick with 4 at the back. I'd put Ayer at right back. I think we spoke about it in our show. Listen, the boy's not a right back, but he's got all the assets to play there, especially when you're playing in Scotland against teams like that. You can get away with it. Do you know what I mean? You've never put him in a big European game I've seen somebody talking about the other day about Beaton, that he's fine in Scotland, and I think that's very much the same way I have just at right back. The boy's got all the attributes to be a top player, but in terms of sort of where we're at now and who we've got available, I think the best part is put him at right back and sort of get us through the game. Julian, Duffy, who I've been very, very critical, but I agree with Tony. Asset when we're going forward, can score his goals, and listen, he played well enough in the previous game. Who knows, confidence might do a lot for him. He said he's been through a lot this year, so I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, because ultimately we've not got many options as it is, which is absolutely fine with me. I think Laxalt's got to come back in at left back. I think McGregor and Sorrow have got better options. I've not got time for sentiment in football. I've just not got time for it. If you want to bring fucking Scott Brown on for the last 10 minutes or whatever to see the game out, you do that. That's absolutely fine with me, but his performances haven't justified a start, and like I said, no time for sentiment in the game. I think Sorrow's got to be there, and let's be honest, we need to start again, similar to what I said about Hazard. If we need to look to the future, which is what we need to do, we need to always be looking for what happens next season, what happens the season after next season. Guys like Sorrow are going to have to play in these big games, and if you can't bed them in the new, what are you going to do when Scott Brown's not there at all? When he can't come off the bench, and then you're trying to play him, that's just fucking stupid. Get him in for the get-go. McGregor, again, tumble ahead of him. I'd play Linus out left, Edward out right. I wouldn't disagree with any of that. My only issue would be, a lot of people have said to put Frimpong at right, if we're all open and honest. But Frimpong's been pish. He's not been good enough. Miles off it. I mean, he's not a right mid as it is. He's barely even a right back at times. I don't really know what he is. I can't really put my finger on it, but he's been miles off it. I think it'll probably be Christie, and I could probably make the argument for that, because I think it's just about the only option we've got right now, which tells a lot about recruitment and the squad. But that's how I would go. I think the really only massive difference would be putting Christie out right, and I'd agree with it, in all honesty. As much as I'm very, very critical of Christie, and I think he does a lot wrong in the game, I think that ultimately Frimpong's been pish, and we don't have an player to play out there. We don't have anybody else capable, and I think changing the formation could be risky. I don't want to see us halter and start doing fucking stupid shit when it's such a big game. If we can't win the game against Hearts with 8 players, then there's bigger problems to fry than who's on the pitch, in my opinion.
No, I agree. I think I said it on our show during the week. I think you play Scott Brown. I don't see any other way of lining up without Scott Brown. I think Scott Brown's a cert to play tomorrow. I think it'll be Hazard, Ayer, Julian, Duffy and Laxalt, and then it'll be and then it'll be Brown and McGregor and Tumble, and then it'll be Christie, Linus and Edward, I think. And then if things aren't going too well, he'll put Sorrow on. I like that, because but and it's no, we don't want to turn this into an anti-Lennon, but Lennon's not very thoughtful. If it's not going well, the first thing he'll do is put Sorrow on for Brown and hope that it magically, no matter how the game's going, if it's not going well. So I'd love to see Sorrow play. I just think he'll play Brown. I think it's a cert, and I think it's an absolute cert that he'll play Brown. I don't think he's even gave it a thought, to be honest. I think Brown leads us out. But we've only got a couple of minutes left, so Tony, I'll start with you. Give a prediction for tomorrow and who scores the goals.
I'll go for 1-0 Celtic. I think it'll be a tough game. I see the heat for the Hares definitely up now. Your jumpers no defended me. It's no helped me for the full show. Some of the comments have been brilliant, absolutely top notch. 1-0 Celtic, David Turnbull to get the winner. And I think in isolation we'll look at it and go, what a fucking achievement. 12 trophies in a row. It'll be the club's 7th treble. If we can get there, three trebles in our first 130 years, and then possibly 4 trebles in the space of 4 years. It's just ridiculous to even be talking about. So I'm praying it happens. And I'll have my straighteners out, and I'll be up early to dry my hair and get ready to watch it. So I'm looking forward to it.
Dan, what do you think the score will be, and who scores the goal?
I think it'll be a tough game, but I think Celtic will see it out. I think they'll win 3-0. I don't know if I'll be able to watch it because I'm going to have to go and lie in a dark room after some of these comments. You've been getting it for the jumper, Tony the hair, and he sounds like a robot, and then I'm getting called a Bond villain. But I'm afraid, Mr. Halliday, it's time for you to go.
That robot comment was about you, no me. I've been alright, so I hope we stay that way. I've paid them off.
Debatable. You're taking up my airtime, Andy. Let's just let the star of the show get on me. But no, 3-0 Celtic. I think Edward will look to prove a point on what could be his last game, his last final anyway, for Celtic. And Scott Brown will play a part. I think it will be from the start, but if we're being realistic, it shouldn't really matter who we play tomorrow in midfield. The team should have enough to see past half. And I know Celtic for me, and just I'd give a shout out again. Like Andy says, it's a magnificent amount of money that Paul and the guys at Celtic have raised, and just a big shout out to anybody who's doing a show the day of tomorrow. Like I've watched quite a few of them today, and it's all been great content, and everybody giving their time for charity. It's just been fantastic. So a huge well done to everybody involved.
Andy, you got a quick prediction?